that they ever knew is wrong. That believes in the gold model. Yeah, it's a mind fuck. It's a big ginormous mind fuck that people don't want to come to reality with. Not realizing that a lot of the education system is founded by Nazis. Just look at their fucking their school education board system or whatever. Their badges, their symbols. They all have symbols that have occult meanings. Yeah. That's one of the other things that woke me up with Jordan Maxwell and him explaining some phenomena and the cult meanings behind politics, education, how the world works.
Yeah,
banking.
I've watched a fair bit of Jordan Maxwell, man. He makes a lot of fucking sense. A lot of people don't like him, man, because he's quite hard to the bone and he doesn't give a fuck. He just says it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Andrew Tate, bro. A lot of people don't like Andrew Tate, but the amount of shit that I've looked through, I've seen one video that sounds a bit shady, but it was a bit edited to that Days of Noah, so I need to look at the original. He's not got back to me. I tried to ask him for the original, but he's just ignored me.
Andrew Tate's probably a pedophile. I don't know. A lot of shit on the media said something about it could be all made up, but he's trashed. His arguments for veganism. I'm a vegan, and his arguments for veganism are laughable.
That's another divisive subject.
Yeah, it is another debate, but I don't. When people are adamantly trying to attack people that are compassionate and just don't want to harm other people or beings, that tells me they have an agenda. And people, let me finish. Okay, the government has an agenda. They push meat, cheese, milk, and eggs down everyone's throat. You see everywhere. Our taxes subsidize this shit. When was the last time we've seen a commercial? Or you've seen a commercial for carrots, broccoli, alfalfa sprouts, apples, bananas, oranges? You don't see commercials. You see commercials everywhere. Have some more meat. Have some more cheese. Have some more meat, cheese with your milk and eggs. That's all you fucking see. Why do they want us to be eating all this shit?
Again, bro, that's really divisive shit that fucking people get emotional fucking wrecks about. So we try our damnedest to stay away from these subjects, man, because we get bitch asses. They're sitting in the chat. Again, they're listening on YouTube and they start putting complaints in for fucking.
That's why I don't trust Andrew Tate, though. I've just explained to is why I don't trust Andrew Tate. I'm just showing you my perspective. Whenever someone has a vendetta against a certain group, anyone has a vendetta against the flat earthers, say Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has a vendetta against the flat earthers. We know why.
I don't even think he is. I think he's a blatant flat earther. He's an actor. He gets his wages every week to tell his script. I don't think he's actually against flat earthers. He's just part of the fucking theatre show. Just another actor in the big cast. But he's fucking definitely a flat earther, man. He knows.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure he's way up there, and he's way up there. He knows. He's not a fool. He didn't get popular and blown up like this because he's not a fool. I don't know if this sounds really conspiracy, but you've definitely heard of people being reptilians. That conspiracy. It's David
Icke bullshit.
It's not bullshit. It's not just David Icke. It's not one guy.
Well, David Icke is full of shit, though.
Sure. He could be full of shit.
No, he is full of shit, man. He talks about bases on the moon and fucking aliens, fucking ships and fucking Saturn. Fucking.
That's not where I got the reptilian shit from. It's not from David Icke. because there is no space. There is no space. So
if there, I mean, I think if there is other,
they don't come from outer space. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Different realms, different ponds, different fucking dimensions, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like Hollow Earth or from the North Pole, the big hole.
But I mean, apart from like the symbolism, like going back to the ancients and the ancient stories, even going back to the Aboriginals, they talked about reptilian or lizard people who put the moon there. They claimed that there was a time before the moon even fucking arrived. So they said that some kind of reptilian type beasts put the moon there. But these are just fucking stories, man. Fuck.
Yeah, sorry.
It's a nice story. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's fantastical and it's fucking like. But
I mean, I have video like evidence of like news anchors become like turning back into reptilians.
Well, like, have you seen what they do with those fucking deep fake videos now, man? You seriously think that they don't push that agenda as well? Like, I've seen the slits in the eyes change, and it looks fake as fuck.
No, it's not the slit in the eyes. It's not the slit in the eyes. Your body language changes. You should see it. I can send you a video.
Send me shit.
Okay, I will.
I've probably watched it, bro. I've looked into all this shit fucking years ago, man, and it all looked bullshit to me.
Okay, yeah, like that. Apparently, they're able to what is the word? Not clairvoyant. They're able to talk to each other without talking. What's that word? Not telekinesis. Telepathy. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me just. Okay. Yeah. This is the one. Okay. This is the one with Jenna Bush and then the news anchor. Okay. Yeah.
Just a coincidence she's called Bush.
Okay. Does that make it disprove it? Just because the word Bush in there.
It says it's just a coincidence.
It could be a coincidence, or it could be something to look into.
It's a fucking hell of a lot of coincidence in this fucking situation.
Do you vote? Do you vote?
No.
Okay, and then why the fuck are you like defending the Bush family?
What makes you think I'm defending them? Fucking George Bush is supposed to be he's supposed to be a direct descendant of Robert the fucking Bruce. These motherfuckers have been at this shit for fucking generations.
Yeah, I think I sent in live stream text chat.
It's the same with Obama. Obama's supposedly related to Bush as well, man. They're all fucking asshole connected.
They're all related by bloodlines.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So anything they say, any agendas they're pushing, I'm like, bullshit.
But yeah, this is politics in general. They first off don't acknowledge flat Earth. They don't. They're war. They want wars. What the mother of the Rothschilds say? If my sons wanted war, they would have. Or if my sons didn't want war, there would be no war. Or something along the lines of that. Something fucking crazy like that. Like they cause these wars, these famines, to these countries to go on the brink of
bro, I've seen these clips before, man. Like,
yeah, okay. Just look, yeah. Just what? Yeah, if you've seen them, yeah, okay.
Bro, you can't use that as fucking evidence that there's definitely reptilians. I mean, they look like reptiles in general, but to say that because there's a couple of fucking flickers on a screen beside the eyes to say that that's them shapeshifting, when if they wanted to, they would be able to fucking either edit that before it goes out or stop that kind of shit going out. It's just like the fake NASA stuff. It's obvious as fuck they're hanging on wires, that they've got hair.
Yeah, I've seen the hype.
They're fucking spacewalks and there's bubbles rising. Right, so that, like, they don't have to put that out, but they are putting it out. So it's just another thing for the supposed truth seekers to latch onto and constantly be barraging other people who are still sleeping. So we're trying to fight against the system, and I think that's the reason that they put all this shit out. So we're constantly wasting our fucking energy.
Yeah.
My
Well,
opinion,
I'm just
anyway.
talking to you right now. I'm just talking to you. Okay. We're not. There's no one else hasn't joined this morning yet to talk about debating flat Earth. But yeah, we can. I could still talk to you about flat Earth and how I can get that role.
Well, you gave me the first evidence, but you never continued.
Well, the polls. Okay.
That's why I
I
asked the polls
I
as in
can't
plural,
use the
because it's
fucking
plural.
the second law of thermodynamics now because you said it, which that was another thing that I knew.
Well, even if I never said it, like, it disproves the globe, but does it prove flat Earth? Is my point. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
I know
I
what you're
just
saying.
stick to.
So
I strictly
what does something?
adhere to
But the
specific
magnets don't
evidence.
disprove the that it's flat either, though. It just says that the globe
That's
model
not
is
the
shit. And same with
Yeah, man,
the
but
thermodynamics, though, too. Or like we don't live in a fucking vacuum of space. We live in a closed system. We are in a
I
container.
no, I completely agree with you that space is fake and the second law in entropy fucking destroys it, but it doesn't prove the Earth's flat and stationary, man. It just proves the space is bullshit. Like, it's what you could do. Like, for instance, right? I'll give you another fucking proof that you could have used. You could say, well, laser tests. Now, for you to say laser tests, I would expect you to at least know the distances involved, the elevation, maybe like the millirad of the laser or whatever the fuck. Just something that makes me know that you've looked into this. Like, a lot of people say, well, laser tests, but they
Can
don't
I
know
give
nothing
you?
about
Can I?
them.
Okay. Shut up. Can I say
Shut up.
what the
I've been
drop
trying
off
to get
is?
this information for the
No, I
past
want to.
fucking.
I want to answer. I want to answer back so I can. I want to answer back with Isn't it the curve? Every square mile, there's an 8-inch drop off. Apparently,
Well, it's
to the curvature of the Earth.
It's 8 inches per mile squared, not per square
Yeah.
mile.
Yeah.
Like, so you hit multiply it by the square root of a distance, which I would need to get a calculator to do. But yeah. So for
Okay.
the first mile,
Is that another? Is that second? Is that second? I checked that off, or is that not?
what's that?
To know that it's 8 square mile per mile squared.
No, but
8 inches per mile squared.
It says it was 8 inches per square mile. So that shows that you've obviously not looked into it. You kind of use it as a fucking evidence. Not with me anyway. I wouldn't give you that. Like, if you claim something and you're wrong about it, then you've obviously not done enough research into it. I'm not saying you're not a flat earther, bro, but I'm just saying to you, if you ask me to do a fucking flat earth test with you, I'm fucking quite strict with what I'm going to accept. And you just said 8 inches per square mile, which is fucking completely radically different from 8 inches per mile squared. That's completely fucking the opposite.
What'd I say?
He says 8 inches per square mile.
Oh.
Per mile squared, that you're multiplying it by the square root of the distance, so it's a math problem rather than a area, a square mile. Like, that's no.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
get me?
Yeah, I got. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to be a dick, man. I just fucking.
No, I know.
I don't know.
I know. Let me just think about another thing I can use. I can't use the. I couldn't use the constellation thing at all. It had to be before you said it.
Has to be a flat earth proof, bro.
I can't use Okay.
I don't know if anyone else is in here. No, that's not the one. Shit. Back in a shake.
I could say something about guy say something about airplanes landing and how that it would be impossible to land on an airplane on a spinning, rotating Earth if you're going against a tilt or coming in sideways. Hello? Right, fuck this.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No, that's not what you said before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you, and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Clown.
I don't think no.
Yeah, no. So you're not looking at the mountain.
You talking about like the light energy coming from the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Let's cut this short. I think what he's trying to say is, when you say you haven't measured Mount Everest, what you actually mean is we haven't measured it that accurately, right? But it has been measured.
It hasn't been compared against a physical standard like in your definition. So I would agree with your definition.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at the mountain. Can you show us looking at the curvature so you can make?
I'm saying that nobody
analogy?
slapped a ruler up on Mount Everest.
Yeah, you're still train wreck. You still return right back to your vomit. I am still exchanging energy with that mountain that I'm measuring, right? Show us the curvature to make your analogy
light
appropriate. Saying light has no energy?
Let me just summarize. The point being that there's a physical interaction when you look at the mountain to make whatever you're going to call a calculation or measurement. There's a physical interaction with it. Whereas with Earth curvature, there is no physical interaction with it at any point ever. You can't see it.
Precisely, Nathan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Right. So curvature of the Earth isn't measurable because there is no way to physically interact with it. Ergo, it only exists in the maths.
Right. It's a calculation.
Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then take into calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Well, it starts from a measurement and then you use that measurement in a calculation.
And using calculation to get your R value.
Precisely.
All based on what should be, but what isn't.
Oh, your analogy is a train wreck. Have you ever, well, what do you do when you look at Mount Everest? That is a train wreck, son.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't explain very well. The point of bringing up Mount Everest is that we use calculations to determine its height.
That's a measurement. It's a measurement.
No.
Is the point, Matthew.
When we look at Mount Everest, we're
When you did your calculations for Mount Everest, where did you get your initial numbers from? Did you just calculate them or observe Mount Everest?
You observe Mount Everest and you measure angles and do survey.
Now, when we go to Earth curvature, where is the Mount Everest that we're going to angle to?
Sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes angle.
They'd require a flat Earth also.
Is a shadow the curving Earth that I'm supposedly measuring, or is it something completely different that's not a measurement of the thing that I'm going to calculate? It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a shadow.
Right. It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a measure of an angle of a shadow.
Right. So is that reasonable? Without
yes, you use that.
assumption?
No, without an assumption, it's not
Not at all.
reasonable. Of course, you can't get
Not
it.
at all. So I think this is the point of the analogy. You don't have a mountain to measure an angle to.
If this Earth curve is only in existence in the maths, and there's no physical interaction to take a measurement of it, and you appreciate that you can only infer it by assumption, do you not see how that seems very unreasonable to any reasonable person after having that explained to them?
Of course. So you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to try and get a radius. What sense does it even mean to get a radius if the Earth is not a globe?
Okay. I realise that perhaps in maths this doesn't necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you're trying to prove that the Earth is the globe.
Stop. Try that once more. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies, correct?
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct.
To assume your outcome. That's begging the question.
Yeah, because it's begging
that's
the
okay.
question.
I'm not a student of yours. Yet when I talk, you listen to me. The one who knows more about your belief in this sphere than you do. I understand the flaw in logic you are employing, Matthew. You said yes, and then started waffling. No. At the point that you concede that what you're using to justify your assumption is the necessity for the assumption, that is unreasonable to assume. It's a flaw in logic. It is a logical fallacy. Yes, that's where we got to last time. This time, I don't want you to waffle on when you say yes. I will berate you for your use of logical fallacy to lie to children when you educate them about the sphere belief that you have based on flaws in logic. Now, I don't see it as reasonable to lie to children about your assumptions based on flaws in logic. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Do you understand my disdain for you and my justification for calling you scum when you justified lying to children based on a flaw in logic?
Yes, I understand your disdain if that's what you think I'm doing.
No, you are doing that. You have just told me how you assume Earth is a sphere because that's the only way you can justify measuring its radius. That is a flaw in logic called begging the question. That's not what I think you're doing, it's what you factually are doing, and it's your justification for lying to students about Earth being a sphere. Now, that is why I have a high level of disdain for teachers in this arena, like Conspiracy Cats. Because he knows better. We've told you it's a flaw in logic. You've conceded it's a flaw in logic, so it is not a reasonable justification to tell students Earth's a sphere. Comprende?
Eratosthenes is not a proof of the Earth being a sphere.
Eratosthenes, the first word out of his mouth.
So my disdain, my reasoning for calling you scum is because you've justified it with a logical fallacy. Not reasonable.
Not Eratosthenes. Yes, Nathan, or no, Nathan?
No.
No, it's not
So
reasonable
no.
to lie to the students based on a flaw in logic you hold.
It's not reasonable to lie to students ever.
So were you to justify telling the students that Earth's a sphere, having had the flaw in logic pointed out to you, would you now concede that if you continue to do so, it's perfectly reasonable to consider you a scum? Based on the fact you now know
Yes,
it's a flaw in logic that you used to justify this education you thought you were giving them? No, you were giving them flaws in logic. unreasonable.
You're misunderstanding what I'm telling them. I'm not using Eratosthenes to prove that the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that
So-
you said was never measured. That radius.
Measure an angle of a shadow from a stick. Why would you assume that the base of that triangle has a curve to it? That is utterly ludicrous.
Oh, God.
I'm asking him why, when he told us he was measuring an angle from a shadow, that in any way, beyond the flaw in logic that he's already used, where he assumes he's measuring a sphere, why would assume that that angle was actually a curved line meeting a straight line?
We already
Angles are always
compromised
between straight
dumbass.
lines.
We already compromised this dumbass 3 times with that.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No,
That's not what,
what
you
you
said
said.
before, though.
That's not what you said. You said
so.
measured.
How did it
He
off
measured the-
here?
Use that to calculate the radius.
Wait, angles, that's straight lines, though, isn't it?
Oh, brother.
It is.
Right. So does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere?
No, I think
is
it's
this
telling the
cognitive
truth the whole
dissonance
time.
hurting?
No.
Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised you, as just been pointed out by QE. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. As you chuckle
Wait,
about
you think
this.
you're-
Shut up!
You think
Shut up! Stupid man. Telling my audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. And I wouldn't put my kids in front of you.
you think your kids are going to end up as
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum. You understand? It's all that
Yeah, you
matters. I
will.
don't care about
You
your
will
opinion thereafter. It's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. And when somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. Hate cats. Hate all of the people in this arena who know better, that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me, teacher. You
Well, yeah, I
should
think
be
it's
sacked,
amusing your
and you can
anger.
shut your mouth while I berate you. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very
Yes,
fact
Matt.
that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and I'm
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it. You can rejoin when you've honoured what I demand you do. That's correct your lies that you conceded when you arrived here. Take down your video with its incorrect nonsense that you've bullshitted around how Earth is assumed to be a spherical radius value-based system with a turn value that's equivalent of a clock. No, my friend. Then you can go away and justify to yourself how you lie to your students with the logical fallacies you employ, while I retain my disgust and disdain for you as a teacher.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then taken to calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that
So-
you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove
Stop.
that the Earth
Stop.
is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply. Your
Yes.
fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Eratosthenes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
That's not what,
what
you
you
said
said.
before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very
Yes,
fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you, and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it.
Clown.
I don't think no.
Yeah, no. So you're not looking at the mountain.
You talking about like the light energy coming from the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
that's what I'm talking about.
Let's cut this short. I think what he's trying to say is, when you say you haven't measured Mount Everest, what you actually mean is we haven't measured it that accurately, right? But it has been measured.
It hasn't been
Yeah.
compared against a physical standard like in your definition. So I would agree with your definition.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at the mountain. Can
Like
you
what?
show us looking at the curvature so you can make
No, I'm
the
saying that
proper
nobody
analogy?
slapped a ruler up on Mount Everest.
Yeah, you're still train wreck. You still return right back to your vomit. I am still exchanging energy with that mountain that I'm measuring, right? Show us the
You mean
curvature to make
because
your
there's
analogy
light energy
appropriate.
coming?
Saying light has no energy?
Let me just summarize. The point being that there's a physical interaction when you look at the mountain to make whatever you're going to call a calculation or measurement. There's a physical interaction with it. Whereas with Earth curvature, there is no physical interaction with it at any point ever. You can't see
Precisely.
it.
Precisely, Nathan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth.
Right. So curvature of the Earth isn't measurable because there is no way to physically interact with it. Ergo, it only
Right.
exists in the maths.
Right, it's a calculation.
Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then taken to calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Well,
Or
it starts
Can
from a
you give
measurement and then
citation?
use that measurement in a calculation.
and using calculation to get your R value.
Precisely.
All based on what should be, but what isn't.
Your analogy
Right.
is a train wreck. Have you ever? Well, what do you do when you look at Mount Everest? That is a train wreck, son.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe I didn't explain very well that the point of bringing up Mount Everest is that we use calculations to determine its height.
That's a
Instead of-
measurement. It's a measurement.
No.
Is the point, Matthew?
When we look at
Matthew,
Mount
when
Everest,
you-
we're looking.
When you did your calculations for Mount Everest, where did you get your initial numbers from? Did you just calculate them or observe Mount Everest?
You observe Mount Everest and you measure angles and do
Fine.
survey.
Now, when we go to Earth curvature, where is the Mount Everest that we're going to angle to?
Sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes' angle.
They'd require
So-
a flat Earth also.
Is a shadow the curving Earth that I'm supposedly measuring, or is it something completely different that's not a measurement of the thing that I'm going to calculate? It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a shadow.
Right. It's a measurement of something completely different. It's a measure of an angle of a shadow.
Right. So is that reasonable without
Yes, you use that.
assumption?
No, without an assumption, it's not
Not at
reasonable.
all.
Of course, you can't get
Not
it.
at all. So I think this is the point of the analogy. You don't have a mountain to measure an angle to.
If this Earth
Okay,
curve
so-
is only in existence in the maths, and there's no physical interaction to take a measurement of it, and you appreciate that you can only infer it by assumption, do you not see how that
Yes.
seems very unreasonable to any reasonable person after having that explained to them?
Of course. So you have to assume that the Earth is a globe in order to try and get a radius. What sense does it even mean to get a radius if the Earth is not a globe?
Okay, I realise that perhaps in
What?
maths this doesn't necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove
Stop.
that the Earth
Stop.
is the globe.
Stop. Try that once more. Yes, was your reply.
Yes.
Fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies, correct?
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct.
To assume your outcome. That's begging the question.
Yeah, because you're it's begging
that's
the
okay.
question.
I'm not a student of yours. Yet when I talk, you listen to me. The one who knows more about your belief in this sphere than you do. I understand the flaw in logic you are employing, Matthew. You said yes, and then started waffling. No. At the point that you concede that what you're using to justify your assumption is the necessity for the assumption, that is unreasonable to assume. It's a flaw in logic. It is a logical fallacy. Yes, that's where we got to last time. This time, I don't want you to waffle on when you say yes. I will berate you for your use of logical fallacy to lie to children when you educate them about the sphere belief that you have based on flaws in logic. Now, I don't see it as reasonable to lie to children about your assumptions based on flaws in logic. Yeah, that's not reasonable. Do you understand my disdain for you and my justification for calling you scum when you justified lying to children based on a flaw in logic?
Yes, I understand your disdain if that's what you think I'm doing.
No, you are doing that. You have just told me how you assume Earth is a sphere because that's the only way you can justify measuring its radius. That is a flaw in logic called begging the question. That's not what I think you're doing, it's what you factually are doing, and it's your justification for lying to students about Earth being a sphere. Now, that is why I have a high level of disdain for teachers in this arena, like Conspiracy Cats. Because he knows better. We've told you it's a flaw in logic. You've conceded it's a flaw in logic. So it is not a reasonable justification to tell students Earth's a sphere. Comprende?
Eratosthenes is not a proof of the Earth being a sphere.
Eratosthenes, the first word out of his mouth.
So my disdain, my reasoning for calling you scum is because you've justified it with a logical fallacy. Not reasonable.
Not Eratosthenes. Yes, Nathan, or no, Nathan?
No.
No, it's not
So
reasonable
no.
to lie to the students based on a flaw in logic you hold.
It's not reasonable to lie to students ever.
So were you to justify telling the students that Earth's a sphere, having had the flaw in logic pointed out to you, would you now concede that if you continue to do so, it's perfectly reasonable to consider you a scum? Based on the fact you now know
Yes,
it's a
by-
flaw in logic that you used to justify this education you thought you were giving them? No, you were giving them flaws in logic. Unreasonable.
You're misunderstanding what I'm telling them. I'm not using Eratosthenes to prove that the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that
So-
you said was never measured. That radius.
measure an angle of a shadow from a stick, why would you assume that the base of that triangle has a curve to it? That is utterly ludicrous.
Oh, God.
I'm asking him why, when he told us he was measuring an angle from a shadow, that in any way, beyond the flaw in logic that he's already used, where he assumes he's measuring a sphere, why would assume that that angle was actually a curved line meeting a straight line?
We already
Angles are always between straight lines.
We already compromised this dumbass 3 times with that.
You tell the kids that Aristophanes did what? Repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No,
That's not what you said before, though.
That's not what you said. You said measured.
How did it
He
all
measured
here?
Use that to calculate the radius.
Wait, angles, that's straight lines, though, isn't it?
oh, brother.
It is.
Right. So does this cognitive dissonance hurt as a justification to brainwash the kiddies into your religious belief of a sphere?
No, I think
is this
it's only
cognitive
truthful.
dissonance hurting?
No.
Well, we've already gone through the angle about, 7 times? You know, I had a little gloat about how I'm a student of drama, like trained as an actor. And it took 6 attempts for me to get you to concede that you're not going to get a right angle out of a curve. But you're now going back to what you've calculated out of the surface of the angle that you measured was curved. That's utterly absurd. We've already compromised you, as just been pointed out by QE. I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. As you chuckle
Wait,
about
you think
this.
you're-
Shut up!
You think
Shut up! Stupid man. Telling my audience why I homeschool. Because you, when pointed out and compromised 6 or 8 times, laugh about it. That's why I hate you. And I wouldn't put my kids in front of
Do
you.
you think your kids are going to end up as...
I am not going to put my kids in front of you, you lying scum. You understand? It's all that
Yeah, you
matters. I don't
know,
care
you're
about your
dumb.
opinion thereafter. It's a fact. Not something you can question or query. That's a fact. It's my justification why I wouldn't let my kids anywhere near you. Because you'll lie to them. And when somebody points out how you've lied to them, you chuckle. You think it's amusing. That's why I hate you. I hate cats. I hate all of the people in this arena who know better, that have been told, like you've been told, that have had to be dragged around by their short hairs with their own bloody words about how wrong they are and how they're using logical fallacies. And at the end of the process, you laugh. You disgust me, teacher. You
But yeah, I
should
think
be
it's
sacked,
amusing, your
and you can
anger.
shut your mouth while I berate you. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very
Yes,
fact
Matt.
that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
Scum! Fire him! He's more than content to continue to perpetuate his bullshit lies that he's conceded. He hasn't taken his video down. He's not got an ounce of integrity. Have you, Matthew? Take your video down and put one up with the corrections and acknowledge us in them. Acknowledge me personally for the corrections I gave you and acknowledge the world is flat. I'm not asking you to give your heart to Jesus. I'm asking you to have some intellectual integrity. Do it. You can rejoin when you've honoured what I demand you do. That's correct your lies that you conceded when you arrived here. Take down your video with its incorrect nonsense that you've bullshitted around how Earth is assumed to be a spherical radius value-based system with a turn value that's equivalent of a clock. No, my friend. Then you can go away and justify to yourself how you lie to your students with the logical fallacies you employ, while I retain my disgust and disdain for you as a teacher.
Yeah, Matthew, but you did intonate earlier that you'd got some form of measurement that you'd then taken to calculation to give you your R value. What's pointing out here is there isn't any measurement or interaction at any point. It's all just in calculation and assumption.
Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius, not to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
The same radius that
So-
you said was never measured.
Necessarily come up very often, but that's a fallacy in logic called begging the question.
Right. If you were trying to prove
Stop.
that the Earth
Stop.
is the globe.
Stop. Yes, was your reply. Your
Yes.
fallacy in logic is your justification for lying to the kiddies.
It is a fallacy in logic to say that the to use the radius of the Earth to prove that the Earth is a sphere. Correct. Yeah, so I've conceded that nobody's ever measured the curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is a sphere. All I say is that he used that to measure the radius. Measure the radius.
You tell the kids that Aristophanes did what? Please repeat.
He calculated the radius.
No.
That's not what,
what
you
you
said
said.
before, though.
I'm trying to explain what I'm telling the kids.
Yeah, I hate you. Yeah, I hate you. You're the reason I homeschool. You're the reason I homeschool my kids, because I don't want people like you to teach my kids. You disgust me, and I do believe you should be fired. The very fact that you've come here, have you taken down your video with the incorrect information that you conceded here when you joined? Have you taken that down?
No, and
What happened to the music bot?
Ew, you scum!
No, I stopped it. It was repeating the same video over and over.
I did notice it was repeating. Why was it doing that?
There was something going on with it. I was going to play that debate that Witsit had last night.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for that video to finish, and I was going to play that debate that Witsit had. I don't have to if you guys want to talk.
No, go ahead. I was just listening. I got some stuff to do.
All right, cool. Yeah, let me get.
I was enjoying that.
I know, but after the second or third time, it's like I was waiting for it to finish. I mean, if you look in the bot room, you can see where it just like it added it to position 2 and 3. It's like it was going to keep repeating, and so I just because the bot was kind of messed up earlier, but I think it fixed itself somehow. But anyway, I'll get that other one set up.
People of the internet, welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight we are debating the flat or the globe Earth, and we are starting right now. I am Kaz, host of the Atheist Edge. Tonight we have Witsit Gets It versus Tony, and each person is going to get 10 minutes for their opening statements. And I believe, Witsit, you're going to go first. So Witsit, at your first word, I will start your timer. The floor is all yours.
Cool. How's it going? I'm going to share that presentation there if that's cool.
Oh, okay. I'll stop your timer 1 second. All right. Let me get that off the screen. All right. Whenever you're ready.
Cool. All right. So here we go. Where do we live? Globe or flat is what I see the debate is called. So we'll get into it. So here's an overview. We'll cover the proper way to logically navigate this subject, followed by a logical examination of the two propositions. So we have a 3-part presentation: fallacies, the globe, and then the true Earth. So we have fallacies are invalid arguments. That's what a fallacy, a logical fallacy, means, that it is an argument that is not valid. So we're going to go through some of the basics. We have the ad hominem fallacy, attacking the person instead of the argument. For example, flat earthers just don't understand basic science. The credentials fallacy, dismissing an argument by asserting the person who made the argument doesn't have the proper credentials. For example, you don't have a degree in this subject. Straw man fallacy, attacking a misrepresentation of the other person's argument. Why don't we fall off the edge of your space pizza? Appeal to majority, argument for an unproved conclusion based on the beliefs of a large group of people. Example, 7 billion people believe the Earth's a ball, but you think you're right. Appeal to authority, argument that because a perceived authority believes something to be true, it must be true. An example, all scientists agree the Earth is a globe. Poisoning the well, using ad hominem attacks to preemptively discredit the opponent. Example, all flat earthers are science-denying religious conspiracy theorists. And we have begging the question fallacy, when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion. The globe model says the sun goes beneath the Earth, so sunsets prove the Earth's a globe. And we have shifting the burden of proof, flipping the burden to the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. This is a very important one in this conversation. It happens all the time. For example, prove the images from space are not real. You don't prove negatives. We're challenging the assertion being made. And those are important to keep in mind during the debates. They seem to be frequently occurring in this discussion. Okay, so we'll cover the globe, some of the basics. It's a very specific model claim. So we have the overview. It has 3 primary foundational claims that must be verified. 1 is curvature, 2 is motion, and 3rd is the vacuum of space. So we have the curvature. The globe model makes very specific dimension claims. If these dimensions are falsified, the entire model is falsified. Quite literally, everything that the globe model is built upon uses the R value. One of these examples of how this has occurred is we actually have an arc of vision. We see in a circle, we have circular eyes. We cannot see forever, contrary to certain people's opinions. So this is how we view visual space around us. So we have our zenith and we have our horizon, and we take different angle measurements to the sky. So here you go. This is a depiction of what would be called an azimuthal grid. You have your azimuth, your horizontal direction here at the bottom. Then you have your altitude to different stars, and you have your zenith. And then we take these different positions, and what it gives us is a celestial hemisphere, effectively an azimuthal grid of observability. This is the very thing that was used to engineer the dimensions of the globe. So if you then say the sky matches the globe model, that proves the globe. That is a textbook begging the question fallacy. Again, when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion, it is literally built upon the sky. We went and looked at the sky and we made measurements and then engineered a globe Earth model based on those observations. To then turn and point at the sky and say, look, it matches the globe Earth model, is very fallacious. The second one, motion. The globe model claims that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, rotating 1,037 miles per hour and revolving around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. At the same time, it is claimed that the Earth flies through the galaxy 500,000 miles per hour and through the universe 1.3 million miles per hour. So this is a claim that has to be verified. I have the wrong picture here, but of course, this is a positive claim that we are in fact spinning. And in fact, it's antithetical to all observations and direct attempts to measure these claims per Einstein. But when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. So again, if we are denying or questioning the assertion being made that the Earth is tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving, flying through space, and then you tell us, oh, well, we can never actually measure it. Everything on the Earth happens as if the Earth is rest. We don't have some type of, burden to prove that it's not moving. Okay. Next, we have the vacuum of space. The globe model claims that the Earth's atmosphere exists within a vacuum without the air pressure equalizing into the available space. So here's a depiction of the globe model and what it claims. Of course, this violates natural law, as gas will always fill the available space. Gas pressure, air pressure, same thing. Air at most means gas. So it would fill the available space. This is contrary to natural law to claim that it just sits within a vacuum. So you would have to actually be able to verify a mechanism that would cause that. And simply saying the word gravity as if a deity doesn't do that. Of course, here's a depiction of something being flat. Seems we have to cover the basics so everyone gets it. Flat Earth. Flat is not a shape. It is a description of a surface. It is an object is flat, then it's called a plane shape. So more specifically, Earth is a topographical plane. So all of these on the right here are flats. These are plane shapes. Flat is not a shape, okay? You can have tons of different shapes that are flat. It's a general description of the surface. Of course, globe is a shape claim. Here are some evidences of flat Earth. We have mirror flash tests. So from long distances, this is from, I think, roughly 18 miles. We used infrared, and you see the mirror flash, then don't see it, and it goes through the horizon. So how does that work? That there's the horizon, that's supposedly curvature of the Earth, which is the water. And then we see an infrared, a mirror flash from like just 1.5 meters off the ground. We see a mirror flash come through the horizon consistently when it's on the beach. So that doesn't seem to make sense. Even if it was refraction, how's it going through the horizon once it reflects with line of sight? That debunks the globe. That's flat Earth evidence that establishes a horizontal line of sight, as do long distance laser tests. Or we can just believe that every time something debunks the globe, the laser always bends at the perfect exact rate of the curvature of the Earth, which is just an unfounded claim. We also have tsunamis that never wrap around Antarctica. Here's a depiction. So we actually have a very famous one in 1960. The earthquake lasted 11 minutes. It was a couple days worth of crazy waves and tsunamis, and they actually seem to bounce back from the Antarctic region. Now on a globe, of course, there's a very well-known phenomenon within tsunamis that they wrap around land masses, but they never, ever wrap around Antarctica. That's supposedly a landmass on the bottom of a ball. And I know that some people like to push earthquakes and tsunamis, and hopefully we get into that because I just can't wait. So there's a debunk of the globe that can't happen. You would have tsunamis wrap around the Antarctic continent. So I would love to see some evidence of that. We also have tides, amphidromic points, also known as tidal nodes. So according to the globe Earth, we actually have a moon that's tidally locked with the Earth, causing the Earth to have tides, and actually pulls the water behind it. That would be an even distribution of gravity causing the tides on the Earth. But we have points all over the Earth called amphidromic points that are tidal nodes. In fact, extreme concentrations in them. And there's not an agreed upon explanation, even theoretically, within the globe model, other than to claim that some of them are close to oceanic basins. So there's actually not an answer. This makes no sense other than on a flat Earth. It makes perfect sense. We have the magnetic field. I think I have 3 minutes left. So here is an example of one of the problems with the globe Earth's magnetic field. We have lack of symmetry in the southern hemisphere. Now, of course, on a geodynamo model with the magnetic field, you would have the same magnetic field in the north and the south on a globe, but we don't have that. And this is just one example. Actually, we have tons of examples, but here's a depiction, of course, of the magnetic flux reading over a plane, and it matches perfectly with Farrell cell images. That's exactly what we would expect to see. We would expect that the magnetic field gets weaker towards the south until you get all the way back to where it wraps around. So the data matches a flat Earth, but not a globe Earth. We also have radio transmissions using horizontal line of sight. So oftentimes globers say that's something about bouncing off the ionosphere, but they get confused. There is skywave propagation, which is the claim right here of the globe that it bounces up and down. And then you have ground wave propagation. This cannot bounce off the ionosphere. And I showed last time on a military document that they have a 10-foot tall tower that shoots 500-mile long transmissions that can be picked up. That's physically impossible on a globe. And you have to claim that it just bends around the globe. And again, not even agreed upon explanation in theory how that could possibly happen. So in summary, hopefully we get to the actual specifics of the argument and we avoid sophistry, which is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive. For example, if I straw man flat Earth and everything I think it should be the case on a flat Earth, then therefore it's stupid and I'm correct. So yeah, basically we have empirical evidence that establishes the default position. We can go through all the specifics, and we need to establish that the claim that everything is the opposite of what we observe is actually true. And hopefully we get to that without drowning in fallacies. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Austin. We really appreciate it. And now we will kick it over to Tony for his opening statement. Tony, at your first word, I will restart your timer. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, just a moment. I need to set up my... Sorry, I just need to upload a few things.
No worries. Just want to let everybody know while he's looking that up that we will only be able to read the $10 and up super chats tonight, because we'd have to get out of here early. Austin has prior engagement, so we have to get out of here by 9 o'clock sharp. So if you have a super chat that's $10 and up, that will definitely be read. Otherwise, I can't guarantee anything. And I also want to say that we have. You ready? Okay.
No, I'm not, because I need to convert the presentation into PDF for you. So just because you don't support my file size.
You can just share the screen on StreamYard here.
Okay, can I?
Yeah, just go down to the bottom in the middle where it says present. Click that, and it says share screen.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So what we're going to do here is, can you see that presentation?
Not yet.
Okay. Let me see. Okay.
Can
you see
okay,
this
there it is. It's coming in.
Okay, so this is the distance formula for a spheroidal Earth. Every distance between 2 points measured on the surface of the Earth can be well approximated using this formula, provided we know their latitude and longitude. We can test this formula. For instance, we can test the length of the railway track between Tukula and Kalgoorlie, the straightest and flattest piece of railway line in the world. The track separation is 1,280 kilometers. The spherical estimate of the distance is 1,250 kilometers. This formula will always work for any 2 points on Earth's surface. And if the flat earthers want us to take their claim seriously, they need to find us 2 points where it doesn't. Here, for instance, we can look at the submarine cable joining Sydney and Hillsborough, Oregon. Cable length 13,528 kilometers, spherical distance 12,320 kilometers. We can test the spherical distance formula using the propagation of tsunamis. This in and of itself kills the flat Earth, and I'm surprised that Whitsitt blundered into it. We can see here the tsunami travel times compared against observations of sea level rise at tide gauges. We can compare the travel times for earthquakes against the spherical distance formula, and they always work. You will notice that the first arrival times for all of these waves curve down, which is to say that the further you get away from the source, the faster the wave seems to be traveling. I've highlighted the P waves and the S waves there. There are two reasons for that. One is that because the Earth is spheroidal, it's actually traveling a smaller distance than it would be on an equivalent flat Earth. Secondly, it's traveling at greater depth where there is higher velocity. Therefore, these downward curving seismic velocity profiles are proof that the Earth cannot be flat. In the second case, we can go to PKIKP waves, which are waves that travel directly through the Earth from one side to the other. You can see these waves highlighted here in the purple. And they make multiple tracks through this. They rebound. Here, for instance, we see the stacks for global seismometers, and you can see highlighted in red are the clearly detectable waveforms for the various PKIKP reflections. We have flat Earth seismic models, and we use them quite a lot in mineral exploration. We send down seismic waves, they reflect off various surfaces, and they are detected by geophones. And we use these accurately and reliably to determine where mineral deposits might be underground, which leads to the question, at what distance, over what distance scale, are flat Earth seismic models accurate? And indeed, this has been something that has been looked at by seismologists. Here you can see two papers, the effect of ignoring Earth curvature and locating earthquakes. At what distance can the Earth no longer be treated as flat? We've looked at this question. Flat Earth seismic models do not work on distance scales greater than 150 kilometers. There's also a class of seismic wave, the Rayleigh waves, that travel around the Earth from the focus to the antipode and back again. And the same behavior is observed by pressure waves. Here, for instance, is the pressure wave after 6 hours from the Tonga eruption. And here it is 3 days later. These waves start out from the focus, they go around the other side of the Earth, and then they come back. And they repeat this over multiple circuits. We saw this for the Tonga eruption. We saw it also for the Krakatoa eruption. We can determine that the Earth is not flat because sunlight makes it onto the bottom of clouds. There is no way for the light path to get to the bottom of the clouds unless you're invoking refraction in the wrong direction. Refraction should occur to the more dense medium, not the less dense medium. And moving the sun further away doesn't make it any easier to get your light to the bottom of the cloud. The side of the cloud will intercept the light beams first. Whereas on a spherical Earth, this is very easy to explain. Now, Whitsitt made a very dishonest claim in saying that the sky matches the spherical Earth is one of our arguments. No. It's not that the sky is compatible with a spherical Earth, it is that it is incompatible with a flat Earth. If you go, if we double the distance from the North Pole, we expect double the angle. But the elevation of, say, Polaris or any other celestial object as you move away from its ground point does not match. The object cannot have a finite height at that distance. The lines here do not intercept. Similarly, the idea that these photographs have been faked in 1965, I'd like to know what computers that was done on, because in 1965 we didn't have that capacity. We can also go to reciprocal zenith angles. If the Earth were flat, reciprocal zenith angles would add up to exactly 180 degrees, but they don't. Whenever we do these observations carefully, they add up to more than 180 degrees. This is incompatible with a flat Earth, and here are a bunch of publications on the subject, where you will note that refraction effects are calculated and removed. On a triangle on the surface of a sphere, the angles always add up to more than 180 degrees, and in fact, the area of a spherical triangle is implicit on exactly equal to r squared times the spherical excess. So we can and have tested the spherical excess accuracy by comparing it to the area of the triangles that it surrounds. If the Earth were planar, then the triangle should always add up to 180 degrees. That doesn't happen. Here again are a number of references on this point. And finally, and most damningly, GPS simply tells us where stuff is in space using various analytical techniques, and we can tell that the Earth is spheroidal. GPS is utterly inconsistent with a flat Earth, and any claim otherwise is delusional nonsense. That's the end of my presentation.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony. Really appreciate it. And now we will go ahead and kick it into the open discussion section in just a moment. But first, I just want to let you know, especially if it's your first time here joining us at Modern Day Debate, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. If you have a question or a comment for one of tonight's debaters, fire it into the live chat and tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super chats will go to the top of the list. Tonight, we are only reading $10 and up super chats to save time for the end because we have one of the guests has to leave early. We ask that you keep it civil, attack the argument and not the person. Insults will not be read, and that goes for the general discourse in the live chat as well.
Actually, do I still have 2.5 minutes left? Because I have another presentation that I'd like to show in that case.
Sure. Go ahead. It's your time.
Sorry. Okay, so here, for instance, are the rally waves that I mentioned. Oh, sorry, can you see? Sorry, what are you seeing? You're seeing that one.
The epicenter and the antipode.
Yep, the epicenter and the antipode. I can't find it on my screen, so I'm wondering what's going on. Oh, there it is. Okay. So here we go. So if we're going to assume that an earthquake occurs at the top of the sphere at the North Pole. If the Earth were spheroidal, what we would expect is that the seismic energy would spread away from the epicenter. It would get to about the equator relative to the source, and then it would start converging on the antipode. That's what we would expect. And indeed, that is what we observe.
1 minute. Do you have anything else for the opening?
Yes, I do. So
about 45 seconds left.
Okay, here we go. So here is some data from the Macquarie Rise earthquake. Can you see this?
No, not yet. You have to reshare the screen.
Okay, stop that. Yep. Okay, there you go.
Here, I'll reset it to 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute.
All right. All right, so here's observational data of seismic arrival times for the Macquarie Rise earthquakes. You can see the epicenter is the star there. You can see the blue circles are expanding out in a circle from the epicenter. If you now turn your attention to the right, you will see that the blue circles start converging on the antipode. You will get to a point at about this stage where you stop getting signals. This is because the seismic waves have to pass through the core where their velocities are much slower, and now you get them. So what we observe in earthquakes is exactly consistent with what we expect from a seismic model, and is utterly inconsistent with a planar Earth. It simply cannot be explained. And I look forward to Whitsitt letting the word reflection run through his mouth as though I haven't anticipated it. But thank you. That's my time.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony. And where was I? I was saying that if you have a question for the debaters, $10 super chats and up tonight only. Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast. So if you like what you're hearing tonight, please feel free to click their links. Do it as soon as you can. Hit the subscribe button because we have plenty more debates coming your way that you don't want to miss, including on, I don't have the date on there, the 27th, I believe, at 8 p.m. We'll have Stuart Connectley versus Nadir Ahmed. They're going to be debating, is Christianity true? And that's going to be coming up soon, so you don't want to miss that. Hit the subscribe button. And finally, just want to let you guys know about the debate con, coming out on Saturday, April 22nd in Fort Worth, Texas. The link is in the description below. If you want to get your tickets to come in person, please get on that as soon as you can. Thank you so much. And with that, we will go ahead and kick it to the open discussion. So, gentlemen, I'm going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and at your first word, have at it. Thank you so much.
Okay. What's up, man?
Apart from, so you asked a number of questions. It seems only fair to answer them. Why do tsunamis bounce off Antarctica and not reflect around them? That would be because Antarctica is atypical of all the continents in the world in having a very deep continental shelf at around about a depth of 500 to 800 meters. So the propagation of tsunamis as they interact with that shelf is very different from the other continents. And the reason the continental shelf around Antarctica is so deep is because of the load of the ice sheet that's on top of it. The mass of that ice sheet depresses the continent of Antarctica and makes the shape of the continental shelf atypical. In fact, I happened to work across the corridor from one of the world experts in tsunami propagation, and he had no idea what flat earthers were even talking about using tsunami data. In fact, if you neglect to include Coriolis effects in tsunami propagation, you get demonstrably wrong answers. You can't match the observations. And
all right. Let's just take it one at a time. That doesn't answer the question. If the radius of the waves is going all the way out to Antarctica, then there should be waves that wrap around it. So
no,
really. So there aren't. So the radius of the waves isn't greater than Antarctica.
It will eventually get greater than Antarctica. Yeah, but that depends on how close you are to Antarctica, what the ray angle is. And the amount of diffraction. I noticed that the particular tsunami you're claim is that the propagation of tsunamis is inconsistent with a sphere Earth geometry. I've talked to tsunami experts, and they say no, it isn't.
Appeal to authority. I covered the fallacies.
No. Yeah. Well, you left out one of the fallacies, which was delusion. So if we don't have authority, so if you were at a party and you walked up to somebody who said, "I happen to be the greatest MMA fighter in the world," and you said, "Oh, can I watch any of your fights?" And they go, "Oh, they don't let me compete because there's a conspiracy against me." Well, those guys seem pretty good. Well, that's all acted and CGI. And I also happen to be the world's best sprinter, the world's best fighter pilot, and the world's best chess player. They just don't let me compete because they've got these weird things about qualifications and it's all a conspiracy against me. You are claiming personally to be the world's greatest cartographer, the world's greatest tsunami expert, the world's greatest seismologist, the world's greatest geodesist, the world's greatest geophysicist, the world's greatest seismologist, the world's greatest astronomer, and the world's greatest astrometer. If anybody came up to you at a party and claimed to be the greatest thing and also to have revolutionized our understanding of general and special relativity and to have overturned optics, you've claimed all of these things and you have no qualifications. You have achieved nothing. You can demonstrate nothing in regard to any of these fields. You've got no publications, you've got no work. I'll be finished shortly.
I think we should let Whitson have the floor for a little bit. Let's go ahead.
All right. I got to do this. Okay. So you just brought up that I don't have credentials, thus I must be wrong. I literally that's called a credentials fallacy. It's okay to calm down. Okay. You didn't strawman me and claimed I claim to be the greatest, all these different things. Never in my life have I ever done that. Also, I agree that when people dedicate their life to study a field, they obviously have expertise in that field and their opinions valued, but that doesn't mean they're automatically right. So your argument isn't correct because someone with the authority position you appeal to says it. That's what the fallacy is. And you also went a long way around not answering the basic question, which was the waves are going to be wider than Antarctica's claim to be on the globe, which means the waves that don't hit Antarctica's continental shelf would wrap around Antarctica, but that's never observed. They actually come back. They reflect back, which makes sense on maybe a flat Earth.
4 reasons I already explained.
No.
Okay. Yes, I did. I gave you the data, and your claim that just because I talked to my mate, that's not the issue. The issue is that there is an extensive scientific literature out there that explicitly explores all of these models and the details of them, how they work, and whether or not they are consistent with the observations. You haven't appealed to a single one of those. You haven't used a single scientific. You're just saying, well, it doesn't make sense to me. Well, okay.
No, you're not answering the question.
It doesn't make sense to you. So what? Who cares?
All right, let's make sure we're on the same.
It makes sense to you.
Let's make sure we're on the same page. So say that the wave's not really big and it hits the continent, then what'll happen is it'll start to spread out I get that. Okay. And you're saying that the continental shelf is different. Our shelf is different in Antarctica because it's deeper. So it doesn't allow it to wrap around. That's what you're claiming. That's irrelevant if by the time the wave reaches Antarctica, it's wider than Antarctica, then the parts that reach it are going to wrap around the continent.
No, because the mechanical propagation of tsunamis is depth controlled, right? The tsunami itself is not a uniform pressure wave from the bottom of the ocean to the surface of the ocean. Most of the mechanical forcing, you can say straw man all you like, you're just reinforcing that you don't know what you're talking about. If the wave can only diffract if it has a physical thing to diffract with, right? If the wave is up here near the surface and the shelf is down here, there will be no interaction between the wave and the shelf. Therefore, the depth of the shelf, and I understand that you don't understand what you're talking about, that's fine, okay? And it's brave of you to admit it. But now you're telling you just lied. You lied a few minutes ago. What you said that you are not claiming to be the greatest tsunami expert on the planet. But now you're saying that all of the scientific literature on tsunamis and on tsunami modeling is wrong, and that your particular understanding of what should happen for these near Antarctic tsunamis is correct, and they're all wrong. That's what
you're not even answering the question. So we can move on. We'll let the audience decide. You didn't answer the question. It's just objective. But I bet most people in the audience didn't know that there's one place that's an anomaly on the Earth that all of a sudden tsunamis can't wrap around them, even though, of course, tsunamis wrapping around land masses is a well-known phenomenon.
With a really deep continental shelf that has a massive great ice sheet on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well done, mate.
Okay, but the radius of the waves would be greater than the alleged circumference of Antarctica, so it would still wrap around it.
No,
you can just keep saying we can get more into
only if it gets to interact with the continental shelf, which it doesn't because the continental shelf is too deep.
So it just goes through it.
If you don't understand the physics of it, I'm not going to.
Does it reflect off of it?
Yes, it will.
I thought it didn't interact with it.
No, it doesn't interact with the shelf. It interacts with the continent itself. So it bypasses the shelf, hits the edge of the continent, hits the shoreline, and then reflects off that.
So all tsunamis reflect back from Antarctica, and none of them ever wrap around it. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. That would depend on the origin of the tsunami and the magnitude of it.
None of them ever wrap around Antarctica ever.
You can claim that.
You're claiming that one does.
Where's your source? Where's your source?
All tsunamis ever.
I showed a picture of tsunami propagation, and I showed publications, and I showed publications of the.
Yeah.
So you don't know. Just so I'm clear, who's saying that the tsunamis wrap around Antarctica?
He's saying he doesn't know if they do or not. He thinks that they do. So I'm like, okay, well, I've never seen it. You got some evidence of that? I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't. Like, it's like
a screen right now, Tony.
Yeah, sure. Just a second.
Because we can get to. I mean, there's all kinds of problems with what you're claiming about earthquakes.
Such as.
Okay, so we have non-uniform wave velocity, anisotropy of the actual waves themselves. We have anomalous attenuation rates. We have shadow zones. You claim that the primary and secondary waves always disperse relative to the core and what they can penetrate, and they always do it, quote unquote. Objectively, they do not. I can drop all kinds of sources from Harvard and Stanford if that's what you would like. Let's say deformation of earth materials, introduction into the rheology of solid earth, Cambridge University Press, temperature, iron content, and seismic velocity in the D layer, actually explaining that the anomalous D layer doesn't match the model's predictions at all. I have literally 10 citations right here saying that it doesn't always work, doesn't match the predictions. We have all kinds of issues with the core, with the mantle, with the in-between area called the D layer, where we have anomalous velocities of seismic activity that don't match the model whatsoever.
Do you know what the D double prime layer is? Can you explain?
It's the area between the core and the mantle.
Okay, it's the area just above the core mantle boundary. And why is it anomalous?
Well, because we have varying anomalous velocities, right, and actual dispersion.
What does an anomalous?
Why are you asking me questions? You claim that it worked perfect. I'm proving to the audience you made that up. It doesn't work perfect.
Okay, well, yes, a model doesn't have to work perfectly to be right. Okay.
And why'd you claim it does?
All models are wrong. Some models are useful, as opposed to the flat Earth model, which is useless. Okay, there is absolutely no practical application for which the flat Earth model is useful.
All technology ever, but whatever.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You're making that up.
Horizontal
You're
radio
absolutely-
propagation, radar technologies, the way that we fly planes, the way that we.
You're just lying. You are just barefaced lying, and you know you're lying.
You just got ad homs,
look
man.
Look at the smile on your face. You know you are bullshitting.
It's because you're using a lot of fallacies.
You can't produce.
Perhaps we can-
You can't produce a single reference in support. All
Yes,
we
I can.
have is you saying, "Look, the D double prime layer has a different viscosity." That's how we know it's there, because of the effect it had on the transition of waves through it. And
You
we
want me to
know
read
about
it?
we know about anisotropy in the mantle. In fact, the paper I referenced was just exploring anisotropy in the innermost inner core. You say this as though it's something that scientists are unaware of. No,
I didn't say that.
We're aware
No,
of it, and we're refining our understanding
Okay.
and building a more full understanding. The fact that we discover stuff that we didn't know about before is not an excuse for rejecting the entire spheroidal model.
Okay,
Flat
this is
Earth
all
models-
fluff.
Flat Earth models don't work. Flat Earth seismic models don't work. I showed you the references. I
Can I
showed
respond?
you the references. If
All right,
you want.
let's listen. Can you respond, please? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that because there's some anomalies, all of it's wrong. I never said that they were unaware of it. These are all strawmans. So what I'm actually doing is addressing your claim in your opener that it works perfect. It does it. It is not even close. And I'm just going to list some of the problems. So we have the existence of the ultra slow and super rigid zones. So the current model predicts that the speed of seismic waves should be relatively constant in the Earth's mantle, but observations have revealed that regions where seismic waves travel much slower or faster than expected are frequently occurring. We have the African and Pacific
Did that
LL.
paper conclude that therefore the Earth is flat? Can you just tell me?
That's a straw man.
No, no, it isn't a straw man. You're citing this paper. What was its conclusion about the geometry of the Earth?
All or nothing fallacy.
You
know what that is?
Yes, I do know what that is.
Define
but
it.
You can't just cherry pick bits out of a paper that
Define
you
it.
barely understand, that you
Define
have
it.
no expertise to understand, and
Everything you
then
said's a
say,
fallacy,
well,
bro.
therefore that justifies me in the conclusion that the Earth is flat. The topic under debate is whether or not the Earth is flat. If you're introducing these publications must support your position that the Earth is flat, and they don't.
Okay, that's incorrect. That's called an all or nothing fallacy. So I don't
No,
have to
it
believe.
isn't.
Can you please show? I don't have to believe everything that a source says to invoke them. In fact, this is a hostile witness, and this is actually a rebuttal to your opening presentation's
I
positive
didn't
claim.
say that seismic models were
Calm
perfect.
down, man.
No, it's a
I get-
rebuttal. It's a straw
All right.
man
Tony,
using
Tony,
your
let's
own
let him finish his
terminology
sentence.
that
Tony, Tony.
I didn't say.
I know, but just let him finish the sentence, then you can refute it. Go ahead.
You invoked this as evidence the Earth's a globe, and actually you claim exclusivity that it would only work on a globe, and we know so because of the verifiability of it. But actually, that is not true. I didn't say these people think the Earth's flat. I didn't invoke this as evidence of flat Earth. I'm rebutting your inaccurate claim to the audience that it matches the globe perfectly, or that it's close to perfect, and that it can only work on a globe. No, I only got through
didn't say
one
that.
thing on the list, and you freaked out.
I didn't say, but you're attributing to me. Okay, I know all of the stuff that you're about to say. Right? There are low viscosity zones. There are high viscosity zones. Yeah, mate. I studied seismology for my PhD. Right? You're not telling me anything new here. Right? And you are presenting things that aren't known to the general public, but seismologists all know. And there are no flat Earth seismologists. We can prove using seismology the geometry of the Earth.
I know a
And
flat
it
Earth
is not-
seismologist. So what does that mean? What does that have to do with anything?
Introducing, show me his publications.
I'm not saying his name. Yeah, he has a YouTube channel though.
Show me his publications. What are his
Okay.
qualifications? Where does he
Doesn't know.
work?
Okay, doesn't know.
A
See,
guy on YouTube is not a seismologist. mate.
he is a seismologist, but the problem is if I was to say his name, you would probably go harass where he works or something. So I just want to point out though.
I want to see his publication. Where is his
Okay, well,
publication?
I'll try
Where is
to
his
get. I'll,
publication establishing that the Earth is flat?
okay, straw man. So I'll see if
No,
he's open.
it's not a straw man. Asking for references is not a straw man.
I'm never met a glober that's not like emotionally impulsive.
So
You're-
perhaps we could dig in deeper into this low viscosity zone evidence. If you guys wanted to talk about that specifically, that might be more interesting.
Yeah, like I think this will be cool. Like, let me just list off some of the freaking anomalies or discrepancies, and then you can teach me. You probably know more about it than me, but you were a bit misleading saying that it worked really well. It doesn't. We have all kinds of problems.
It
So
works really well, mate. You know, that is bullshit. These anomalies that you're talking about, they are velocity anomalies of less than 1%. They are detectable, but the velocity variations are really tiny. You know, to say that a 1% in one, you know, these are fractions of 1% in velocity, and you're putting them up like, well, the model doesn't work at all. No, one of the reasons we can reject the flat Earth geometry is that you can't do flat Earth inversions on velocity. You can't do tomographic. You can't do flat Earth tomography and get consistent velocity results. They don't produce consistent results, and you get massive tomographic anomalies. You know, multiple percents. So the stuff that you're saying is imperfections in our model, it's vastly worse if you use flat Earth models.
you're incorrect. You just claimed that it's always less than 1%. That is not true either. So I don't know why you keep saying this kind of stuff. It seems like you're trying to be misleading, but I'm just going to read off the list. Okay.
And that's poisoning the well fallacy.
Well, you are intentionally misrepresenting things. I don't.
No, I'm not.
Okay. You said you did a
Well, it is a question of fact. We could pull up the source.
What I
could
said
look
was
up for
in
you guys.
general. These things
Just
are
give me just a second and I'll let you go. Okay, man. You've talked most of the time. Kind of just a second. Okay. So we have the existence of ultra slow and super rigid zones. I explained that. We have the African and Pacific LLSVPs, which is called large, low shear velocity provinces, or regions in the Earth's lower mantle where seismic waves travel slower than in surrounding areas. The lack of equal distribution doesn't make sense in the current model. We have the anomalous D layer. We talked about that, where we have all kinds of anomalous discrepancies within seismic activity. It's not just velocity, it's all kinds of stuff. We have anomalous surface wave velocities as well. Right. And so I have all the different sources here if you want to look at them, but it's from Oxford Press, Geophysical Journal International. These are Springer International Publishing, a Geophysical Journal International, Origin of the Pacific and African LLSVPs. I have all this data here at Cambridge University saying we have tons of anomalies, and it's way more than 1%. I don't know where you got that idea.
What do you think the term anomaly means in science?
Okay, in this context, it means that the model has a certain prediction and that the data is anomalous to the prediction. It doesn't match.
No, that's not what it means. So
yes, it does.
A scientific anomaly is a deviation from a background average. So when we talk about a velocity anomaly, we measure that velocity anomaly relative to the background average. So saying that there's a velocity anomaly is just saying the velocity isn't uniform. Similarly, when we talk about temperature anomalies, we don't, all we're saying is that the temperature has varied from the background value. That's what the scientific definition of anomaly is. And the same is true with gravity anomalies. We're not saying that seismic models cease to work. We're not saying that gravitational models cease to work. What we're saying is that there is a deviation from uniformity, and we don't expect uniformity. Because we can see from the surface of the Earth's properties are not uniform at the surface, and we can see, from the existence of mid-ocean ridges, subduction plates, et cetera, we can see that it's not uniform at depth.
Completely different. Isotropic, it's much more homogeneous and isotropic in the underlayers of your own model as opposed to topographical obstruction. That's not the same at all. It's entirely different. If you understand what gravity in the GeoDynamo model was, you would know that it's much more isotropic and homogeneous of a predicted model. In addition, you claimed it was 1%, and I have a citation here that's saying that it's over 40%. So that seems a little different. Okay, I'll drop you the citation. So, do you agree that you maybe misspoke, that it's not always under 1%? It says this represents.
Well, if there are anomalies that large, they must be extremely localized.
Okay, so we have P waves, of course, for the audience, primary waves, in the lowermost mantle. That's about 4.5 to 5 kilometers per second, while models predicted the speeds of about 7 to 8 kilometers a second. This represents a velocity discrepancy of about 30 to 40% compared to model predictions.
I'd like to see that paper.
Okay. So where did you get the less than 1% thing?
Well, I looked up tomographic results for the upper mantle.
Okay.
They agree to within less than 1%. So, I didn't make that claim out of thin air, and I would like to know the other question that I have for you is, what is the geographical scale of these? You aren't giving me the paper.
I will drop the paper for you in here, but like the point is that you're
you're insisting on debating something and then not giving me access to the paper.
I just said I have like 10 papers here that support everything I'm saying. I just said I'll drop them. You may
No,
drop them
they
in the
don't.
string
None of them support anything that you're saying. What you're
They
saying,
do.
unless what you're saying is there are minor variations in the spheroidal model.
40%.
Then yes, that depends on the geographical scale that I can't comment on because I don't have the fucking paper, because you can't put it in the chat apparently. Because
I can. I'll drop them all in the chat, but I want to make sure I'm giving.
I only want the one with the 40%. Don't drop them all. I'll be here all day trying to read them. I want.
Okay,
one
there you go.
paper.
It's in the private chat, bud. There you go. Even cited for you. Okay, so let's just kind of recap here, right? So like in reality, the mechanism for these waves isn't even agreed upon. They don't even know what the mechanism is. I want to make sure I don't misspeak. So I have like the notes I took here, right? There are all kinds of different proposed mechanisms that aren't even, you have the acoustic mechanism, the convection mechanism, the standing accretion shock instability theory to propose the mechanism. They don't even agree how it works. Now, the anti-flat earth proponents, what they do is they bring this up to say we know exactly how the waves work, the primary and secondary wave, the P and S waves in the earth. We know exactly how they distribute. We know what exactly the layers are, and we know that it goes through the globe and we can predict it every time. In reality, that does not happen. What they classify as primary waves go where they're not supposed to go, and the same goes with secondary waves. So the waves that aren't supposed to penetrate the alleged core do penetrate it. We have all kinds of discrepancies with the velocities, up to 40% in certain areas, right? We have all kinds of discrepancies. They don't even know the mechanism. And then there's an entire layer between the core and the mantle where everything is off. It's completely chaotic and unpredictable. So, and then that's why I pointed out, in fact, earthquakes causing tsunamis don't help you because the tsunamis never wrap around Antarctica. It makes more sense in our situation where they would bounce off of Antarctica. So you've created some narrative where it makes sense in the globe. But
you say this, you assert this, and you've got absolutely no observational evidence supporting it. I showed tsunami travel times compared with sea level records. I did it in my presentation. We take observations. You're just making assertions. You don't use observations. This Garnero et al. Paper reckons that 7% is the size of the P wave, anomaly. It does. Read the abstract.
Oh, so you didn't even go to the citation. You read the. See, this is the problem.
Mate, in 2 minutes, I can't read an entire scientific paper.
But I cited it, page 149 through 158. I'm pretty sure it says it right there. I don't know why you're
that's the entire paper, mate.
Okay, well, it says right here that it predicts 4.5 to 5 kilometers a second compared to the prediction of it predicts 7 to 8, and it was measured 4.5. So that's more than 7%.
Measured. How did they measure it?
A seismometer.
A seismometer.
Okay.
Cannot measure velocities at the core mantle boundary.
Oh, what did they use to measure it?
So what they do is they calculate the velocity using tomographic models, don't they? They don't observe it. They don't measure it. No, this is an important distinction. They do a calculation from the things that they can observe, right? They can
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, if you're not interested in having it explained to you, that's fine.
No, it's hilarious. You just admitted that it's just calculative assumptions based on models, which is a begging the question fallacy. So if you want to move to the next subject, we did.
No, it isn't, because we can exclude flat Earth models. We have assumed the Earth is flat. We've tried to model it assuming that it's flat, and it flat out doesn't work.
We tried to model it assuming a globe. It doesn't work.
Yes, it does work.
I just told you why it doesn't work.
No, you didn't. You cited a bunch of scientists who don't agree with you, and this is where we get back to the delusion aspect.
Such a fallacy.
You think that you are capable of analyzing and properly interpreting these papers, and you aren't. You cherry pick bits and pieces out of them, and then you present them as though you fully understand it, as though the authors would agree with your conclusions, how you have interpreted the data. But you have no qualifications that would permit this. Instead, you have delusional self-confidence that you can read stuff that is meant for actual specialists.
All fallacies.
No, all true.
Ad hom fallacy.
If you turn up at an airport and tell them that you've read the manuals and you should be allowed to fly a plane, what do you think they're going to do? Are they going to let you fly a plane? If you turn up at a hospital and tell them that you're the world's greatest brain surgeon and they should let you operate, do you think they're going to let you do it? No. They're going to want to see your qualifications. You don't have any. If you don't have any,
Appeal to credentials. Fallacy.
If you don't have any qualifications, then let's see your achievements. Let's see what it is that you have done, have contributed to human understanding and human technological development, or any
subjective,
flat earther.
Okay. First of all, that's completely irrelevant, and there are all kinds of flat earthers that did a lot of things, and a lot of the people that think there's a globe, they assume a stationary topographical plane to do most of their technology anyway. So it doesn't really matter what you're saying. This is all, my man, chill. You just monologued. This is all sophistry. Everything you said was a fallacy. We've already spent 30 minutes on it. The truth of the matter is I just named off just a fraction of all the problems with it I have written down. You misrepresented the truth in your presentation and acted like the model works perfect and debunks flat earth, but that is not true.
I didn't say the model works perfect at any point, and you keep on repeating
works every time. That's what you said.
What I said was that the model represents reality well.
You said works every time.
Accurate. The model is accurate every time. Okay, let's go back to
let's bring up the PIK. The PIK IP waves. You brought those up.
Okay, right. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you guys are saying right now.
I'm just saying. I want specific, instead of like these like big, like, oh, you don't do anything. Let's get into the specifics, right? Like, stop using all kinds of fallacies. They don't make you pass logic for a PhD, I guess, but it's just a bunch of fallacies. And you personally attacking me is just wasting time. I don't have a lot of time tonight, so. You want to get into specifics?
Time, so let's get
more ad homs. So we have PIKIP, right?
We can actually show up. Here are an infinite number of.
Are you sharing the screen again, Tony?
I will try and share the screen.
Okay, so PIKIP wave amplitudes do not match the predictions. The atmospheric conditions mess them up. You have the wave frequencies not being consistent, and you have the wave polarization being inconsistent with the model predictions. So even the PIKIP waves you brought up don't work. The P and the S waves, they aren't like some amazing model that always works.
The mere existence of PIKIP waves proves that the Earth isn't flat. A wave that goes through the Earth from the source to the other side cannot be on a flat Earth, can it?
First of all, you're assuming it's going down vertically through an assumed spherical model and assuming the density layers and the elemental composition of those layers. And you're using a horizontal sedimentary layer model that's been debunked.
The elemental composition has nothing to do with it, mate.
You're using your density layers. You're using a sedimentary horizontal layer model, which has been debunked. It's been debunked. Your sedimentary model layer has been debunked.
Can you see this presentation?
Do you need to assume sedimentary layers for it?
So there's nothing about sedimentation in this.
Well, you don't use horizontal sedimentary layers inside of your model?
We use you don't know what sedimentary layers means. What you mean to say is this a radially symmetric model that's being developed? No. Yes, it is.
No, seismology with exactly geology.
No, seismology has nothing to do with geology.
Really? So the layers of the Earth has nothing to do with it?
Yeah. In reality, yes.
Okay, but there's something called the Great Unconformity.
Before we move to the next point, let's hear what he has to say with this, so we can get off the screen.
This is an infinite number of predictions. Okay, these curves right here. These curves represent predictions of when particular phases from particular earthquakes are going to be detected by seismometers at a particular angular distance from the focus. And we can see, so whenever there's an earthquake, you could disprove this. You could disprove this model. You could simply point out that this model is incredibly wrong, is just absolutely inadequate and doesn't even get close to reality. You could do that by just looking at observations. You could find one earthquake where the pattern of first arrivals is utterly incompatible with this. And let's return to this stack. You can see here's the first 10 minutes down the bottom, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You can see that the waves have traveled as far as they can go, 180 kilometers within 20 minutes. But the waves keep bouncing around back and forth for hours. And they sample the various, they sample the various forms of the world. And you haven't even addressed Rayleigh waves. Rayleigh waves, as I pointed out previously, travel from the epicenter to the antipode and back again through multiple cycles. This is not possible on a flat Earth. Explain me how it is.
Where do they go to and come back from?
They start from the epicenter, and they
Epicenter
radiate
of what?
the earthquake.
Okay, and then they radiate, and then they come back from where?
They radiate out to the antipode. Well, maybe it's better if I just show you.
So they do a full symmetrical loop around the globe,
yes,
and then they hit
and
each
then
other
they
and
come
bounce back.
and then they come back.
Wow,
and
it's
they come
almost
back.
like there's something that reflects them, and they don't just wrap around.
Fantastic! I was hoping you'd say that. In fact, I warned you during my presentation that
I don't
that
care.
wouldn't be the
Dude,
case.
you've made 10 different false claims already. Like it's been, it's
you're delusional, mate. If you weren't delusional, I'd care what you were saying.
I just for the chat to know, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cited sources in here that explain exactly what I was saying earlier, right? So it's a fact that the entire seismic model is completely anomalous and flooded with
Then
discrepancies.
why do we get paid? Then why do we get paid to do underground surveys for minerals?
People think the Earth's a ball. They want to explain earthquakes. They assume the Earth's a ball, dude. And this is what I want to. Can we move to another one of the subjects?
We can assume the Earth is flat, and we
Hey.
can show that the flat Earth models don't work.
Okay.
We can make your assumption. We can take your, my PhD was actually in flat Earth seismic models because the mathematics is easier, right? We know how to do this and we get accurate results over short distances. But when you try and do it over long distances, it doesn't work.
Even on the globe.
Working. Pardon?
Even on the globe. So basically, what you just admitted
Yes,
was
they
for
do
one,
work on the globe.
Can I
They don't
respond?
work perfectly because we don't have perfect information about what's in the interior of the globe. So we are learning.
Okay, so-
That's why. That's
Can we
why
let Winston have a response real quick?
Yeah, I just want to point like it's been whatever half the debate, and like this was your point, and I gladly just talk to you about the thing that you know more about. But I want to point out that you did admit to everyone that you don't actually directly observe them or measure them with any type of equipment. It's a calculative model assumption. You then said that we know with extreme accuracy using a flat model what it goes out to 150 kilometers, but then outside that it doesn't work. But it doesn't work outside of that even on the globe model. I just listed all kinds of anomalies. I dropped all of my sources. So if we can move on to another subject, that would be cool.
He's created a logical fallacy there, and I'm not willing to let onto it. An imperfection.
What is the fallacy?
The fallacy is saying that spheroidal seismic models are imperfect means that they are equally inaccurate as flat Earth models. That is not the case. Flat Earth models are demonstrably, vastly, incredibly less accurate than spheroidal models.
When you use a flat Earth model,
wibbling over details.
Can I ask you a question, please? I don't know the answer to this. When you use a flat Earth model, what depth are you using in your model?
We can go down to arbitrary depths. That was actually the point of my PhD, was adapting. We can go down as far as you like. We've got numerically stable routines.
Can I go down 5 million miles?
If you want to have 5 million miles of stuff in there, sure.
Okay, so this is my point. You're claiming to have represented the flat Earth with your seismic data, and you assume thousands of miles below our feet when the flat earth knows that you can't verify anything past 7.8 miles. And there's actually a dielectric plane that's within the inertial plane or the block domain wall of the magnetic field that is not materially accessible. And that's what all science and physics say. So you strawman flat earth. I covered that in my presentation though.
No, you didn't. Look, this is gibbering nonsense. These sesquipedalian regurgitations of utter gibberish don't impress anybody, because anybody with an ounce, you use this to sort of convince your flat earth buddies that you know what you're talking about when you just rabbit off a bunch of polysyllabic gibberish. No, it's a description, mate.
Do you want to address my point about the depth assumption you applied to a strawman version of a flat Earth?
Well, the reality is that the reflections from depth attenuate very, very quickly if you just have an arbitrarily deep. The sources that we're looking at, the larger sources, if you apply them, it doesn't work. It can't work. And I explained to you why the PNS waves. You look at the arrival times of the PNS waves and how they seem to be getting deeper. On a flat Earth, a P wave coming from a source has to go down, go across, and go up, and that is extra mileage on it. On a spheroidal Earth, where the surface is over that, it's taking a shortcut through. Right, and it's traveling at greater depth. So the fact that the PNS wave arrival times curve down is direct refutation of the flat Earth models. You cannot have the observed material. You say that, but again, you're delusional. You say stuff,
My point.
and
okay,
then,
Tony,
and
let's
then,
let him.
Well, what's his evidence? Ask what's his evidence?
Yes.
Okay. So for one, you're building all the interpretations of
evidence, observations, mate. Where are your observations validating your position?
Yeah. So we have the same.
Don't argue with me. Don't use your sophistry. Show me your evidence. Show me the evidence. Observations.
You're cracking
Where are
me
your
up,
observations?
So we can use the same data that you have, but the problem is that you're interpreting the data based upon all kinds of assumptions, like the different layers of the Earth, the depth of the Earth.
Do the same analysis without the assumptions.
Okay, but we can't. Well, the thing is, we can't verify below 7.8 miles. So you're making a calculative model assumption based on all kinds of theoretical ideas of the layers, and it admittedly doesn't work. And they're constantly changing it. It's just guesswork.
That's bullshit.
Your PhD's in pseudoscience.
It doesn't work. It is admittedly not completely accurate. That is very, very different. That's like saying that radar isn't completely accurate, therefore radar is useless. Okay, we can just make up the distance to things because radar isn't 100%.
Nowhere close to as accurate as radar. Not even close.
It is.
40%. 40%.
Assuming your claim is true, through a body that is of a thickness 20 kilometers, right? So it would be in that. It would be in that for about 0.4 of a second. Well, no, 1.23, 2 seconds.
All
so
right.
it would be about 0.8 of a second anomaly. So there's a 0.8 of a second anomaly on a tiny subfraction of the wave packets. And you're claiming on that basis that the entirety of seismology can be thrown out, even the bits that the oil companies and the mineral exploration companies rely on to make the computer that you're using.
No, I like to argue debate the people in like their field of expertise, and I've demonstrated that this is just a glorified begging the question fallacy. You presuppose that the Earth is a sphere, you then make calculative assumptions. You yourself said you don't make direct.
We've tried flat Earth. How many times do I have to say it? We have tried flat Earth models. We've used them. And then you say, you just assume it's a sphere. No, we've tried modeling it as flat and it doesn't work.
Yeah, but you never rebut.
You've got this cobweb of delusion around you. You can't even take in information. I've explained this to you 10 times already in this debate.
No, you ignore my rebuttal, though.
And we have used them.
Okay, look, you got to calm down, man.
Work.
All right, you can't just scream and thus get to interrupt me. You need to chill, okay? Like, the point is that I rebutted. You said we use the flat Earth, and I said, no, you made all kinds of like depth assumptions that flat Earth doesn't actually make or believe at all. You took the globe idea. You took the globe. Listen,
All right,
man.
Let's let him finish.
You took the globe idea of the depths and how to interpret the waves and then tried to put it on a localized horizontal region. And then you came on the internet and claimed you tested flat Earth. So, you had to know the depths. That's what all seismic's built on. And we can't verify past 7.8 miles. We do not make fairy tale claims about what's beneath that. You taking density layers based on a globe model and throwing it on a horizontal region and then saying it doesn't work on flat Earth is ridiculous.
No, that's not what we do. We allow the velocity profiles to vary. That's what tomography is. So we start from a base model, and then we allow the velocity profiles to vary in response to the observations. So we don't just make assumptions. And when we allow the flat Earth models, the flat Earth tomographic data to do that, it doesn't produce consistent results. You get different velocity profiles for the same region from different earthquakes and different seismometer combinations. The flat Earth combinations can't work.
That happens on the globe.
No, it doesn't.
I just cited it.
No, you didn't. What you
cited
was
10 papers.
What you cited was minor imprecisions in our knowledge and understanding of the Earth at great depth. That is not the same as saying that the model doesn't work at all.
No, first of all, you're just saying it's minor, but it's up to 40%. We have the S-wave shadow zone. Wait up, man. So we have the S-wave shadow zone, waves that are completely blocked when they encounter the liquid outer core, resulting in a shadow zone, the opposite side of the Earth as well. But this shadow zone extends from about 103 to 142 degrees from the earthquake epicenter and is characterized by a lack of S-wave arrivals. However, some S-waves can be converted to P-waves when they encounter the boundary between the Earth's mantle and core, allowing them to travel through the liquid outer core and reach the opposite side of the Earth as a P-wave. So whenever their model doesn't work and it goes through where it's not supposed to, they say, oh, well, we can convert it. And vice versa. You have P-wave shadow zone issues. You have P-wave reflection. You have P-wave diffraction. You have S-wave scattering. You have discrepancies in P-wave velocity anomalies, magnitude discrepancies. So we've spent most of the debate on this. Can I bring up one of my points now, dude? Because we buried
No, absolutely not. So you don't get to spout a lot of bullshit about the discipline that I'm an expert in, and then move on. If you want to move on to another topic, I get the last word on the subject that I'm an expert in.
Bro, you don't got the juice like that, bro. Calm down.
So all of that stuff that you were just saying, that you were just nattering about, has no, we understand how sound waves work, right? We can do experiments on the propagation of sound waves through solids in the laboratory. In fact, we get rocks from volcanoes, we put them at high pressure and temperature, and then we run seismic waves through them. So you claim that we don't know what's happening with the seismic properties at depth is untrue, because we do experimental recreations of conditions inside the Earth using rocks that come from inside the Earth. So that's just nonsense. And the other stuff that you flouted sounded absolutely correct. There isn't a seismologist on the planet who would disagree with you, and none of them, save for your anonymous friend who has no publications that we can reference, will agree with you about your conclusions.
Okay, cool. Now we're going to move on.
And if one final point, if seismology is completely useless, completely inaccurate, and utterly without value, why is anybody paid to study it?
It's a straw man fallacy. I didn't say it was completely without value. It just built upon a begging the question fallacy. So affirming the consequent. Reification fallacy. All right.
Absolutely
so anyway,
not. We tested the flat Earth. Again, you're going to have to shut up with this nonsense.
You straw man the flat Earth.
There is no flat Earth model that can explain the observations. And until there is, you're useless and irrelevant.
You straw man the flat Earth. So move on now.
No. This is how science works, mate. Science is about explaining what we observe in reality. Flat Earth cannot explain what we observe in reality. And when confronted on the subject, it just goes, we can't explain it. So what? What does that matter? Well, it actually matters. It actually matters, mate, because we do think we get results in the real world. Lives depend on seismic models and tsunami propagation models being accurate. And billions of dollars of infrastructure depend on them as well. And people pay good money to understand the processes that drive them and how quickly they arrive. And you don't get to say all useless.
No, I pointed specifically why I was wrong. We can move on, but like just begging the question of the model.
You don't get to say it's just wrong and then move on. No, if you want to move on,
I specified why it was wrong.
Shut up and move on.
Well, you're the one that's actually avoiding substantive specificity like it's the plague. You know, like I'm bringing up specific problems.
I'm the only one that brought in. I'm the only one that has produced. I'm the only one that has produced measurements.
No, actually, I just showed. You said less than 1%. I had to correct you in front of the whole room, and now you're pretending you've been teaching me. So, hey, we can move on now. So, there's something called ground wave radio transmissions. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we can shoot them from, according to the military, 3-meter tall tower, a horizontal line of sight propagation over 800 kilometers, right? From like a 3-meter tall tower. Yeah, sure. I'll drop a citation. So the point is that I want to see if you can answer the question, which is that if we shoot the propagation, I actually showed this on my last debate, right? The military document. If I shoot horizontal ground wave propagation from 10 feet up and I shoot it 497 miles, right? How could I reach my target almost 500 miles away if there should be 32 miles of vertical earth curvature blocking the horizontal propagation of the radio wave?
Wave guiding.
Wave guiding.
Yes.
Okay, you want to explain to me what you're attempting to say?
I'm attempting to say that there are physical principles that we can use to guide waves.
Like what?
In this particular case, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's okay to say you don't know.
But that doesn't mean that. And again, you haven't shared the reference with me, so how would I have any idea that what you're even claiming is real?
Well, it's funny because I dropped 10 references with you that you ignored, but now you want to reference. So, you only want to reference whenever you want to try to come at flat Earth. It seems you want to ignore the direct and specific refutations of your misrepresented seismology evidence.
They are minor imprecisions.
No, it's 40% isn't minor.
And 40% for a tiny fraction of Earth's mass. For a geographically limited and very depth limited layer within the Earth.
We have huge discrepancies low down as well. So we're not going to go back into that because you're just going to make stuff up.
You brought it up, mate. You brought it up.
I was making a point.
If you don't want to discuss it, don't mention it.
I said you ignored all the other.
Again, no. Again, they are minor. These
Did you watch my presentation?
Well, apparently you want to talk about seismology the entire time. You brought it up again. No. You don't get to just bring up stuff and pretend that, oh, no, it's settled this way. Okay? If you're going to reference the seismic stuff, we'll go back to the seismic stuff. Okay?
No, I think I already
exposed. If you don't want to talk about the seismic stuff, don't mention the seismic stuff.
Well, I know there's going to be like really zealous people in the chat that no matter what, they're going to say you're right because you appeal to your PhD over and over. But people that can critically think will hear that actually I had to correct you and you were wrong. It's whatever. It's a begging the question fallacy. We can. How do the radio waves work?
That you're delusional.
How do the radio waves work?
This is the simple reality. Which you are delusional. You imagine that you have
You're
an
not very
understanding.
professional.
I'm not at work. Am I at work? Am I getting paid
you're
for
in an
this?
intellectual setting and you're being
No, I'm not. I'm talking to a delusional man.
Self-projection. So basically, this is the thing.
But I have observations from reality. You haven't even given me the reference that you allege claims the phenomenon.
You literally said, and I quote, "We don't make actual observations. We make calculations assuming the model."
I showed you observations of tsunami travel times. Are those observations?
Well, the tsunami travel times don't help you out.
Are seismic waves observation? Is the propagation of Rayleigh waves observed and measured? Yes, it is.
Well, they're not directly observed as they go through the entire.
Rayleigh waves don't go through the Earth. That's why they're surface waves.
So they're the surface waves anomalies I've already brought up to you that there are.
Yes,
I cited it in the chat.
Minor anomalies. They don't get you to. They can't explain why it goes around the Earth multiple times from epicenter to antipode and back again. You didn't explain that.
They don't always do that.
They do. What, pardon?
They don't always do that.
No, because the earthquake isn't big or isn't always big enough. But for earthquakes,
What about the ones that are really big and still don't do that?
They're too deep.
Oh, so
So
basically they always do something that they don't do.
Rally wave formation is a result of P and S wave interactions at the surface that create these sort of accordion style deformations. They're the most damaging seismic waves, by the way, and they propagate once at the surface and created. They propagate around the surface. They don't return to depth.
Dude,
so
let's move on.
No, you raised it. You raised the question, and now I'm answering your question. And now you can't. You did. You brought up
Dude,
seismology.
you know what
You
question
lied about rally waves. You lied about and you're trying to pretend like minor inconsistencies are somehow enough to invalidate the entirety of science.
You just
It's
keep
not.
trying to say stuff to make it sound bad. You're like, oh, minor discrepancy. No, I said 40%. There's all kinds of surface wave
40%
anomalies. You interrupt
even-
incessantly. You straw man incessantly. You constantly ad hom. You're not good at
That's
debate.
because
I'm
you
sorry.
can't go 2 sentences without lying.
Okay, so again, projection. So can you explain the radio waves?
No.
Okay, so you can't explain the radio waves. What about how the magnetic field isn't symmetrical as the globe Earth model would predict?
The globe
that,
Earth model does not predict that I studied geomagnetism for my honors in mathematics. The Earth's magnetic field, there is absolutely no claim of symmetricality for Earth's magnetic field. That is absolute nonsense.
Cool.
Where's cite your source that tells me, cite your scientific paper that tells me that Earth's magnetic field should be symmetrical.
Yeah, I will. There's a paper right here all about the asymmetry of the magnetic field from Harvard and how they're using supercomputers to try to fix the discrepancy. Now, of course, it's not trying to be perfect symmetric. It's not supposed to be perfectly symmetrical, but it's supposed to be overall symmetrical. It's a geodynamo model coming from the center of a sphere, so the northern and southern hemisphere should be symmetrically dispersing from the center, but it's not.
That's entirely dependent on the conductivity of the material in the mantle. An uneven distribution of conductive material in the mantle will result in gravitational anomalies. You're also ignoring and while a lot of geodynamo researchers like to assume that the mantle just isn't conductive, it actually is. Yes.
Well, you're going against the scientists. So the point is that I just now broke down that it should be symmetrical. It's not symmetrical. And they actually say that they would have
You claim that it should be symmetrical, but again, you're delusional with it. Where is
Harvard
your
claims
evidence?
it. Harvard claims it.
Well, you haven't shown it, have you?
I'm about to.
You're
You're constantly asking for
is sitting
citations.
there-
I have to go find each one of them, man. The point is that you've offered no citations other than what you had in your presentation.
Show us the citation. Show us the citation.
Okay, I have to find it. I have tons of files. But the point is that you can deny it, but everyone else at home can go look up asymmetry of the geomagnetic field based on the geodynamo model, and they'll see I'm telling the truth. And so actually are you claiming that the mantle wait, time out. You're claiming that the mantle's causing it. So are you claiming that the southern hemisphere has an entirely different distribution within the mantle?
Yes, in fact, there's a sub-Pacific anomaly. Most of the
It's called the South Atlantic anomaly, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's in the southern hemisphere's mantle that's making it so much different than the north.
I don't know.
Right. Okay. So this,
but see, you need to demonstrate. You have made the claim, the claim that all scientists, all geomagnetists, believe that Earth's magnetic field should be symmetric. Prove that.
Why are you always strawmanning?
Prove that.
Just prove your straw man. So first of all, I never said all scientists anything. I'm not fallacious, so I don't say things like that. That's ignorant. All scientists don't think any one thing. Only like globe proponents that gaslight say that. But the point is that based on the fundamental understanding of what a geodynamo model is, if you understood a dynamo process and how you actually
there's no guarantee of symmetry within the dynamo.
I couldn't hear what he was saying.
So they claim that there's a dynamo process which has convection currents that come from the core that create the magnetic field. And so since the north and the south aren't symmetrical, they say there must be something going on in the core that we don't fully understand that's causing the southern hemisphere to be significantly weaker than the north. It has nothing to do with the mantle.
Well, I am your evidence, the evidence. So you've pulled a Swifty here. Your assertion was, in your presentation, that because there are asymmetries in Earth's magnetic field, therefore the Earth must be flat. No, that's not true. I can tell you just from variations in mantle conductivity, there should be asymmetries. And your claim that there shouldn't be asymmetries is false. Your claim that the paper you're referencing suggests that the geodynamo model is completely wrong, or that the flat Earth, the northern hemisphere.
So,
no, delusion. You're delusional.
You asked me to cite the papers. I just dropped 3 of them in the chat.
Yes, mate, and none of them prove that. None of them will claim that the Earth is flat, right?
Strawman. I never claimed that they
Do any of these papers that you just dropped claim that the Earth is, say that on this basis we conclude that the observed geomagnetic field is inconsistent with a spherical Earth?
It's inconsistent with the
Do any of them say that?
geodynamo model. I just cited it.
No,
So just so the audience knows I'm not lying about citing it, because you're just ignoring them. So there's the Southern Hemisphere Geomagnetic Field, the new insights into secular variation in geodynamo space science reviews 206, 207 through 233. We have the Southern Hemisphere ionospheric asymmetry and total electron content and its relationship to large-scale Birkeland currents. And we have the Southern Hemisphere geomagnetic anomaly, evidence for a hemispherical difference in core mantle boundary heat flow. So there you go. There's 3 of the papers, and they can listen back to the stream and see that I'm obviously actually just speaking accurately about your model that you don't understand.
No, you are so delusional. The idea that the observations don't agree with a particular model requires that the model be revised. Fine. But that doesn't make the model completely useless and in need of being scrapped, which is what you're suggesting. You're suggesting that no spherical model with a geodynamo in it can explain the observations. That is not the conclusion that any of these papers reach. What these papers say,
before Q&A, guys. 2 minutes before Q&A.
Yes, they do. It will be in the bit of the paper labeled conclusion.
You want to bet?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah, so they admit they can't even use supercomputers to mathematically fix this problem yet. They have no idea why, because of course, based on the geodynamo model, the core should be evenly distributed on all sides of it. So it should be symmetrical on the outside as well, because convection currents supposedly
according to the model
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So the radio transmissions you had no answer for. You don't understand the magnetic field. You basically just conceded that the waves don't ever go around Antarctica. So we can move on to another point in the last minute. I don't think
you claim that tsunami waves never went around Antarctica, and you never proved any. You never provided any observational validation. You never provided any observational validation for that whatsoever
in my presentation.
No, you didn't.
I showed a picture of a very big wave of in 1960.
A wave. And
a tsunami.
Yes, you're claiming on that basis that all tsunamis behave the same way as that tsunami.
No, I'm saying
their location, their mechanism, and their magnitude. That is not a valid citizen.
No, but if you understood how logic worked, I can't prove a negative. So I'm saying on the evidence I've seen, I've never seen where they go around Antarctica. You even gave an excuse as. Please stop. You gave an excuse as to why they didn't go around Antarctica. You said that there's a reason, and then I said, okay, if you have evidence that they wrap around Antarctica, please let me know, and then I'll look into it.
My claim is that the propagation of tsunamis in all circumstances is very consistent with our models for tsunami propagation. That's my claim.
They're not.
And you have to go into the scientific literature.
Time.
I just want to add one more thing. None of the papers that he's referenced say what he claims they say. Again, this is just delusional. That the models of the geodynamo process are not consistent with observations requires that they be modified. Fine. But none of them are going to say, therefore, the geodynamo doesn't exist, or therefore, the Earth is not spheroidal. The fact that scientific models have imprecisions in them, as I said, all models are wrong. Some models are useful, except for the flat Earth model. It's not useful. It is never useful.
It is.
Well, yeah, that's a bit of an overstatement. It can be used on very short length scales, or to grossly simplify the mathematics that you're dealing with.
Or explain all celestial phenomena and earthquakes and tsunamis. Okay, cool.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the Q&A, shall we, gentlemen?
Yeah,
yep.
Awesome. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch over my graphics here and put 30 minutes on the clock, so that's about how much time we have before 9. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, $10 super chats and up are what's going to get priority tonight, so please be understanding of that. And I'm going to put 30 minutes on the clock right now. There we go. And the first question coming in from... Sorry. Gotta go all the way up to this. It's a long list. I hope we can get through all of them. Okay. From Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Austin, can you explain the three-body problem and why supercomputers are unable to mathematically model just the orbits of the Earth, Sun, and Moon under current heliocentric theory?
Yeah, because the dynamic relationship assumed, which is built upon the kinematic and geometric assumptions, the mass distribution relationship can't even be mathematically theorized. So they have to break it all down into two-body equations, then try to get temporary solutions, and then build an overall assumption. So yeah, even supercomputers can't make your model work, and it's all built upon math. Then it seems likely that maybe your model is wrong. Yeah. So.
The model is.
We're not going to be able to have time to have everybody to respond to both questions, to each question. So I'm sorry, but we're just going to have to have the person who's been asked respond. I'll try to get any questions for you, Tony, up to the top too as well. From Coconut Cream Pie for $10, they say, "Where is the sun?" However, to answer this question, we need two axioms first. One, the sun exists, and two, the sun is a higher elevation than Mount Everest. Use evidence for your answer. I'm not sure who that's for, so you can both respond to that one.
Okay, well, we can bounce radar waves off the sun. We can also point to the fact that after a coronal mass ejection, it takes 3 days for solar storms to reach Earth. If the sun is local, why does that take so long? Why can we predict solar storms before they get here?
Okay, so yeah, you think that's you assume you send radio waves to the sun and think that somehow proves it's 93 million miles away. That's absurd to me. And why do the radio waves take a certain amount of distance, even if that was true, which it's not, by the way? They created an entire new method of interpretation whenever they allegedly bounce radar off the waves. You should stop just reading, believing everything on Mattoon.net. But anyway, there would be a different medium than what you assume. And yeah, so the sun is local, but it has an apparent position based on what we perceive. So yes, the sun exists. Yes, it seems to be higher than Mount Everest, but it's also within an azimuthal grid of observability, so we can only see so far. We have a visual curved limit to our visual space, and so we see an apparent position. We don't see the actual position of some physical tangible sun. And understanding this fact, you can explain every position of the sun all throughout every single year on a flat Earth.
Tony, I got a question for you, Tony. Sorry, Tony. I'm sorry. No, for you, for $10, the question for you says, if we know the mass, distance, velocity of the sun, moon, and Earth, how is it supercomputers can't even mathematically model the orbits, aka three-body problem, and how can heliocentrists claim to have a working model?
Okay, so the issue is mass distributions within Earth and within the Moon. These are not constant, and they cause perturbations in the gravitational attraction between Earth and Moon in particular. That's what causes the instabilities that your interlocutor, that my interlocutor is asking for. But I find that irrelevant to the topic of conversation. The topic of conversation is the shape of the Earth. And what I find interesting about Witsit's answer to his last question was that he made a lot of declarative statements about what's happening, and he produced absolutely zero observational evidence for it. Didn't even reference observational evidence. We are talking about the shape of the Earth. I have presented the evidence, the spherical distance formula, the propagation of Rayleigh waves, the propagation of atmospheric pressure waves. These are observational phenomena that are completely unexplainable on a flat Earth.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. From Arcane Visions, once again, for $10. Thank you so much, Arcane. They say to Tony, once again, Bay of Fundy at 6,128 square miles has a mean tide range of 38.4 feet, which equates to moving 413 trillion pounds of water. With that large of a pull force, can people also jump higher at high tide?
No, what's happening at the Bay of Fundy is that the bathymetry and topography there are funneling the tide so that it's moving a broad wave, but it moves into a funnel and it gets sort of lifted up. That's why the inertia of the water as it is responding to tidal forcing brings it into this funnel. The water level rises that dramatically because of bathymetric and topographic effects. And this is something that flat earthers refuse to take into account in their discussions of tides.
Got it. Thank you so much. Once again, from Arcane Visions for $10. Thank you again, Arcane Visions. Tony, I weighed a rock every hour during new moon when pull of sun/moon should be strongest since they are aligned, and saw no change in weight, 23.73 grams. Why does the sun/moon pull water but not my rock?
The problem there is the accuracy of your instrument. The tidal effect is not sufficiently large to be picked up with only 2 decimal places. I work maintaining a superconducting gravimeter, and superconducting gravimeters are more than accurate enough to detect tidal forcing. You can see it come across. We also see solid Earth tides in the GPS records, and we also see loading due to atmospheric tides. So flat Earth arguments that are based solely on water don't hold any weight. The tidal effect on the solid Earth and the tidal effect on, say, test masses inside the superconducting gravimeter are detectable, measurable, and agree with the theory.
Got it. Thank you so much. Next super chat comes in from Nick for $10. Thank you so much, Nick. They are a critic of you, Tony. They want to say, did you miss Austin's last debate that he created a lot of flat earthers with his demeanor, and tonight you did the same, and that you did a disservice to the globe? How do you respond to that?
I respond to that by saying, yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Arcane Visions, once again for $10, they say, to Tony, between solar noon and midnight at equator, the speed a person experiences would change by 2,074 miles per hour, Earth rotating with orbit versus against. Yet we can't feel it, measure it, or detect it. Please explain.
So we have a system for measuring the accelerations that we feel, but if that system were so sensitive that it picked up the rotation of the Earth and other things, it would be barely useful. It would not be useful at all. It provides no evolutionary advantage for us to be able to feel accelerations that small. They are tiny, and our body just isn't sensitive. The systems we use to detect acceleration simply aren't sensitive enough to detect changes of that magnitude. But we can detect them with instruments that are sensitive enough. We can build instruments that are sensitive enough. This is one of the advantages we have over people who lived, say, 10,000 years ago, is that we can build vastly more sensitive instruments, and we can measure and observe the effects and demonstrate that they're occurring.
All right, thank you so much. I'll let you both respond to this one. Shane Taft is saying for $9.99. Thank you so much, Shane. They say that this right here is why every day there are more flat earthers and less globe earthers.
Yeah, it's like the number one thing I get is that the way that people defend the globe just comes off a bit fallacious, and it shouldn't be needed if the Earth really is a globe. But yeah, It's all good. That's why I do this.
If somebody's delusional enough to think that Whitsitt presented any observational evidence for his model, I can't help him.
Just watch the presentation back.
Got it. Thank you both so much. From Troll Nerd for $10, they say thank you so much, Troll Nerd. They say to Whitsitt, it seems to me you don't understand, like most non-scientific people, that terms like anomaly and theory have different meanings in a scientific context than in a colloquial language.
Anomaly means the data set doesn't match the predicted data set and it needs to be further explained and expanded upon. 40% discrepancy means your model's wrong. Okay. It means that your current understanding of that specific phenomena is incorrect. That's just the way it is. Now I listed a lot of them, but we would have had to have like impatience and not incessant interrupting to go through the specifics of each one. And it clearly just wasn't like a viable, option right now, but yeah, anyway, it's all good. To each their own. The moderator did good, by the way. I'm not taking shots at you. I'm just saying, like, it clearly was a little bit way too heated, worked up to go through like the depths of all these different specifics. But I encourage people to listen to the terms I said and go look into it. You'll be surprised that it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz curtain that is seismology.
I did see a lot of comments in the chat about my moderation, and I will say that I am all for letting the debaters just dictate the narrative of this debate. If they want to have a dumpster fire, that's on them. If they want to have a nice cordial conversation, that is also on them. It is not my job to control that. Thank you so much. From Arcane Visions for $10, Tony, a plane 7 miles high is carried along with spin of Earth. How does fluid atmosphere carry a solid in sync with Earth spinning 7 miles below? What altitude must be reached for this to no longer occur?
Okay, so the fluid dynamics of the atmosphere has been entrained by Earth's topography for 4 billion years. So that can you repeat the question? Because I think that's just an answer to it. Unless it's acted upon by another force, it's just going to keep on doing that. So,
do you want me to repeat it?
Repeat the question.
You got it.
Yeah.
A plane 7 miles high is carried along with the spin of the Earth. How does fluid atmosphere carry a solid in sync with Earth spinning 7 miles below? What altitude must be reached for this to no longer occur?
Okay. Well, I think that there are multiple levels on which that question is kind of meaningless. As you go higher, the atmosphere gets thinner and less able to. But it's not a question of the atmosphere carrying the airplane. The airplane has its own inertia when it takes off and applies a force relative to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving. By 100 kilometers, the atmosphere is fairly thin, though atmospheric drag effects are significant. So at 200 kilometers, atmospheric drag effects basically pull your orbits out of your satellites out of orbit. So,
all right, thank you so much. From Flanker 420 for $10, they say, I am an astrophotographer and amateur astronomer. Why can I see spherical planets and moons with my optical telescope? I also track the sun that stays the same size all day. How is this possible?
Yeah. So for one, you just saying it's a sphere doesn't actually mean anything. And you normally have to layer like hundreds of pictures on top of each other to get any type of real resolution. That's what actually happens. But it doesn't even matter if there were spheres up there. That doesn't prove that the Earth's a sphere. It's insane to think that. And when it comes to the angular size change of the sun, well, we have an azimuthal grid of vision. So I'm not going to share my screen, obviously, Q&A. We don't have a lot of time. But you can go look at the Walter Bislin's model. So thanks, Walter. And Walter Bislin Flat Earth model, you'll see that as the sun moves away from the observer in that azimuthal grid of vision, the sun stays the same size because it's reaching your curved space visual limit. And this, of course, is the same thing used for time and day and stellarium within, even the globe paradigm. That's how we actually map out the sky. We take an azimuth and altitude. So within that celestial hemisphere, you would have a curved visual space limit. And so you would only perceive the sun on that limit. So it would stay the same distance from you. And you wouldn't see an angular size change other than throughout the year, which is what we observe.
All right, got it. Thank you so much.
Do you have any observations
I'm sorry.
that question was for
Tony,
both
Tony,
of us.
I'm sorry. Was it?
It wasn't addressed to Witsit.
You're right.
Clearly, but it was. But
Proceed.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
So,
Wasn't
do you
specifically
have any
addressed. Go ahead.
observational evidence for what you just said?
Yeah. Everything that we've ever done when it comes to taking measurements of the sky, we take an azimuth and an altitude, and it gives us a celestial hemisphere. And Time and Date Solarium also use that. So we all angles ever taken to the celestial objects. Yeah.
I missed your observations.
All celestial angles
You
ever.
just made a
Okay.
you just made a series of
Let's not go
claims.
around on this again.
You didn't produce any observations.
From Coconut Cream Pie for $10, they say, another question. What and where are the stars in the night sky? Only axiom, the nighttime stars light is fainter than sunlight.
Yeah. Who's the question for?
Both
I
of
missed
us.
it.
What
So I
and where
missed-
are the stars in the night sky? I believe that's for you, Witsit, because they're asking where the stars go in the daytime, I believe.
Yeah. So we like the stars move over top of us, and you can only see the stars from so far away. Of course, the sun lights up just a portion of the Earth, as we observe for all recorded history. And so you know, light's obviously going to make the stars less visible. They move over top of us, and then they reach your limit of perspective, which is curved visual space, which comes back to our azimuthal grid of vision. So just to say this real fast, so everyone understands, you have an azimuth, which will be like your horizontal directional angle that you take. You have your zenith, which is directly above you, and then you have your altitude angles, right? Coming up from that horizontal up to the zenith, you have altitude angles, and then you can continue that behind you. This is how we get positions of this. This is how we map out the sky, right? And we get a coordinate system, a grid system, and that gives us an azimuthal grid of vision. And so that's just the limit of our perspective, and that's why we can't see the stars forever. They move away from us, and they're beyond our limit of perspective.
Okay, my
Got it.
answer
Okay.
was-
Now, let's move on, shall we? We have about one question per minute that we have left in the Q&A. So we really have to move on. From Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Tony, per NASA, radius of Earth is 13 miles greater at equator than at the poles. Does a flight from Finland over the equator have to increase altitude to make it over this increased radius? Why or why not?
Okay, so planes fly at planes when they take off. They configure their wings and the various flaps that they've got so that they will stay at an equal pressure. If they go above that pressure, they lose lift and they sink back. So they'll just stay at the same pressure altitude as they go along, unless there's some pilot intervention. So, and the pressure, that ISO pressure, isobar altitude will stay the same height above the surface of the Earth as you move along, roughly speaking. But as long as they follow an isobar, they don't need to do anything to get over that bump, over the equatorial bulge.
You're muted, brother.
Thank you. From Arcane Visions, excuse me, from Arcane Visions for $10 to Tony. If Pluto were the size of a BB, that's 0.73 inches in diameter, the sun would be 8.45 feet in diameter, with a distance separating the two of 6.8 miles. Is it believable to you that gravity holds that BB in orbit 6.8 miles away?
Yes. Well, I mean, you can't do that calculation, but you know, the sort of yes. The gravitational forces involved just scale down. So if there was nothing else around, if that was the only configuration, if those were the only two bodies you had, yes, that would be the gravitational configuration you'd reach.
Got it. Thank you so much. From T Baggins for $10 to not sure yet. How do airplanes fly hundreds of miles straight forward without consistently and routinely dipping their noses down to compensate for the curvature of the Earth?
I just explained this. They're following isobaric. They're following an isobaric altitude, so they are configured so that automatically, if they go above the isobar, they'll lose lift and they'll just drop back onto the isobar. So by configuring their wings and their flaps and various other controllers appropriately, they can just follow the isobar without any intervention. They do not need to adjust for curvature of Earth because the isobar curves naturally.
And they do this actually adjusting horizontal.
We gotta move on.
in
I'm
horizontal
sorry.
layers,
Awesome.
so.
I'm sorry. From Earth is Life for $10 to you, Witsit. When did you become a seismologist?
Oh, I'm not a seismologist, but I just know that people that get a degree, they think that they can just pretend that they have it all figured out. But in reality, they have all kinds of presuppositions, reifications. When you're talking about things thousands of miles deeper than we have access to, that's called pseudoscience, and it's cool if you want to try to figure it out, but don't misrepresent it like you know about it. So, I mean, all I had to do is go like look into it a little bit, and there are well-known discrepancies and anomalies that don't match the predicted value, do not have current explanations. I was just pointing them out because, you know, the globe typically misrepresents the efficacy of their model. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, from Arcane Visions for $10, they say to Tony, Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, has a diameter/distance ratio equivalent to viewing a dime from 375 miles. Can a light source the size of a dime viewed from 375 miles be as bright as Sirius?
I regard the question as largely meaningless. I mean, I don't care for this. Yeah, if it's as bright as a star, sure. If you set off a fusion bomb and you have a straight line to it, yeah, you're going to see it. It's an insanely hot, stars. We can tell from their spectrographic analysis are producing their energy through fusion. We can also detect the byproducts of this fusion when we point neutrino detectors at them. For instance, we can follow the trajectory of the sun as it goes around, as it appears to somebody on Earth, as it goes underground and around and back up. We can track it using neutrino detectors. So the claim that it always stays above the Earth is easily invalidated. But yes, if you have a bright enough dime at however much distance that is, you will see it. The photons will get to you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now have more than one super chat per minute left. So send any super chats further at your own peril. We have way more than enough to get through the next 10 minutes. So we're going to try to get through them as fast as we can. Once again, from T Baggins for $10, they say to Tony, please calm down. Why do lakes have tides? Why do lakes not have tides to the same degree like the oceans? Shouldn't the moon have the same effect on bodies of water? That's strange.
Yeah, it's a matter of length. Wave height is a function of how long a distance you can apply the force over. So the reality is that the reality is that affects the size of the waves that you can have, but also and this was what made me laugh when Witsit was talking about tides, when he said that the gravitational effect of the moon is constant. Tides only occur because the gravitational attraction isn't constant, but over a small distance like a lake, it is pretty constant. So the distance from one side of the lake to the moon to the other side of the lake is not that big. So that's why you don't see large tidal influences on small bodies of water.
Got it. And then from Zaraxarin for €10. Thank you so much, Zaraxarin. They ask to Witsit, X-rays show the skeleton. If there is a broken bone, there is an anomaly. So in your opinion, X-rays are always false. Can you give a paper on how P/S waves work on flat Earth?
Yeah. So first of all, I didn't say that the moon's gravity was always constant. I said it would be an even distribution relative to its position over the Earth. In addition to that, like the point is that he claimed in his presentation, because I'm trying to keep it really quick, that it always worked. It doesn't always work at all whatsoever. No, of course you have certain anomalies. Of course, you have certain anomalies. You can go watch it back. Word for word said always works, and it doesn't. There's huge anomalies up to 40%, and there's way more we didn't get into. So it's not. It's about the fact that it's invoked to claim that it's proof of the Earth being a globe when it clearly is not. It's not even understood.
All right, thank you so much. From Cool Lambo for $20 Australian, I think. Austin, eggs are $1 at one store, but $2 at another. What shape is the Earth?
What? I totally clogged it.
All right.
The Earth is
From
stationary
Scott-
topographical plane. I don't know the shape.
Okay, from Sky Scion for $4.99 to PhD Tony. Literally became like. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. They are criticizing you for your demeanor once again.
Fantastic.
Respond or no? Okay. Eric Air pleading for $10 to Witsit. Please give the reference for the radio wave propagation that Dr. Tony asked for.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he ignored all my citations, so.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I'll
did
drop it.
provide this one.
I'll
I
drop it
have
in the stream.
pasted all of the things that you put in the private chat, and I can put it in a document or something, whatever James wants to do as far as sharing it with the audience later. I'll ask him about that afterwards.
Yeah, cool. Or if you could drop it, I know there's like a Discord. I can try to get them in there, but yeah, I showed it in my last. I showed it in on screen on my last debate as well. So
Okay, from Earth is Life for $10. They say, what's it? I'm sure this means what's it. Do you agree with this statement? Sydney and Johannesburg are 6,863 miles apart on flat Earth.
no, not necessarily. It's hard to
What
actually
distance-
verify.
What
ground.
distance are they apart?
I don't know.
Okay,
Well, that's useful.
Yeah,
From
your model's
RS
been proven wrong, so chill out.
From RS385 for $10. How do you explain planes and boats going around the Earth if your world is flat? If the world is flat, what are the edges of the world made of?
Okay, I actually covered that in the freaking presentation.
didn't.
Circumnavigation east to west is just going around the north. The fact that people still ask that questions and saying no one goes north to south around a globe Earth, that never happens. They claim it does, but it's
It
just a
does.
perfect example. Stop interrupting, man. You have impulse control issues. It's just a perfect example of how they misrepresent the truth. If you look at it, they actually dip over just a portion of Antarctica, pop back up. They never go over and circumnavigate north to south. So I wonder why there's so much lying going on. I don't really know. So yeah, just circumnavigate north to south seems pretty simple to me. And actually, it's been proven that settlers in the south are normally off by roughly 14 to 15 miles a day using the globe model, but we won't talk about that.
What is
All right.
off by 14 to 15 miles?
Settlers in the
Let's
south.
move on. From Earth is
Stella?
Life for $10. They ask, why does Walter Bislin? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
does
Bislin.
Walter Bislin's flat Earth model clearly state that in order for the model to work, light has to bend in an impossible way?
Because he realized that he couldn't actually show it's impossible to map out the sky on a flat Earth, so he had to come up with some type of way it would be refuted, and he claimed that the light would have to physically bend based on refraction by strawmanning a position that he made up. Then he put arbitrary stars in random positions that he also made up, not using real stellarium data, which works perfectly. Then he claimed that they would have to curve from his arbitrarily placed stars, and in reality, the position is that the light isn't physically bending, it's just an optical effect based on the azimuthal grid of vision, and every single celestial object can be perfectly mapped out. So the better question is, why did Walter Bislin have to strawman, egregiously lie based upon arbitrary placed stars to claim it wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
All right, and then from
Again,
Thomas Yates for $10, they say, why does every single globe proponent melt down? They're asking you to
Because it's frustrating that Witsit can just barefaced lie like he just did. He just gets up here, he launches into polysyllabic torrents that his followers lap up uncritically, and then he makes bald-faced lies about the status of the scientific literature, claiming that the spherical model doesn't work, claiming that the spherical distance formula has been debunked, claiming that seismology is a load of junk, claiming that seismology is pseudoscience. He cannot name a single scientific institution on the face of the planet that will agree with him, nor can he name a single scientist.
Yeah, maybe because there is no planet.
Yet nor does he have any training in science. Yet he has the temerity
It's a method.
to cast aspersions on hundreds of thousands of people who work very hard at their profession every day. And
He's just coping.
because he knows that they all prove him wrong. So he's coming from a position of complete ignorance, complete lack of qualifications, and he's just lying about my colleagues.
Coping fallacy.
Okay, and the last over $10 super chat that we have is from Globe Merkers. They are asking me to mute debaters when they are interrupting people, and I would do that, except for that StreamYard does not allow me to do that. They are allowed to unmute themselves, so then it becomes a power struggle. And if that happens, then what I'm going to do is end up having to end these debates as soon as that happens, and I'm not going to do that. I don't think you guys want that to happen. So let's just let people have their arguments how they want to have them, shall we? Okay. 1 minute left. We'll get one of these less than $10 super chats in from Sparky Site for £5. They say to Witsit, why don't you push the length contradiction nonsense anymore? Is it because you've been exposed to it? Is it because you've been exposed in yet another lie?
Okay. Actually, all the people that exposed me, like FTFE, MC Tune, they got thoroughly dismantled. Bryant Myers, right, the professor of physics, has fell off the face of the earth and stopped doing YouTube about flat earth. He actually emailed me about it. It's because I was completely correct, and length contraction is needed to explain the fringe shift that was missing relative to the sun, and all the Globers think I'm talking about relative to the earth itself because they don't understand it. So what I actually said about it is exactly what Einstein said about it in his 2015 and 16 published paper called The Special and General Theory of Relativity. And it is that the apparatus contracted just the right amount. That objects in motion contract, but you can't tell from that reference frame. You have to be outside that reference frame to notice. It contracted just the right amount to make the Earth look like it's stationary, and you just happen to not be able to detect that the Earth's in motion. I didn't stop bringing it up for any other reason other than I like to talk about a variance of subjects, and it seemed the Globers were just bleeding out on the ground regarding that, so I just kind of gave them a break.
So if Brian Myers supports you, why isn't he here arguing that the Earth is flat?
Everything you say is a straw man.
Why isn't he here? Why isn't he supporting your position?
I didn't say he supported me.
Okay. So you're cherry picking somebody's nonsense. You're cherry picking somebody's interpretation, and then you're.
All right, we have to get going, y'all. It's 9 o'clock. I know Austin has to get out of here, so let's go ahead and wrap it up, shall we? Do you want to say bye to the audience real quick? I'll let you guys do that real quick, and then we'll close it up.
Yeah, you can go ahead first. Go like a quick, concise conclusion if you want to. I'll stay around for that. All right, Tony, you got it. Anything you want to say?
So Witsit was unable to address the distance formula and its accuracy when applied to seismic waves, railways, submarine cables. It's very accurate. I never claimed it was perfect. He isn't able to explain Rayleigh waves and the fact that they propagate around Earth multiple times. He claims that minor anomalies will explain this. They don't. He claimed fallaciously that spherical Earth models are fatally flawed. They aren't. That's why seismologists still have jobs. They provide useful and meaningful results that are grounded in reality. Witsit spent most of this debate cherry picking from papers that he is not qualified to understand and misrepresenting their results as though they support a flat Earth when they absolutely do not. None of these authors would agree with Witsit's interpretation of their results. So he is lying when he says that these things dismantle seismology or observational science. They do not. It's just a barefaced lie.
Okay, we really want to get letting it out of here now.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple real fast. Just rewatch my presentation at the beginning. Notice the fallacies that I said you knew would happen, and then just listen back to the debate. It's nothing but exactly what was in the presentation. And he admitted that you have to assume the globe model. You don't make direct observations with measurements or any type of instrument. That you just make calculative assumptions based on the model. He misrepresented all type of anomalies and discrepancies, and based on the lack of efficacy of the actual model, no rebuttal for any of the flat Earth evidence of long wave, ground wave propagation, etc. So I encourage everyone to just look into it, research themselves, and hopefully we can continue to progress where it gets more and more cordial and it's not such a taboo, let's fight to the death type of conversation.
Then stop lying.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you both so much for the spirited debate. We really appreciate it. Thank you both. You are the lifeblood of the show. I want to thank all the moderators in the audience and everybody in the audience who's sending questions and super chats. We really appreciate all of the discussion and all the comments and everything else. Also want to say thank you to James for creating this platform. And I think that's everybody else. So finally, share it if you want to spread it, like it if you loved it, and subscribe. Once again, Christianity is Christianity true? Stuart Knickley and Nadir Ahmed going to be the Thursday at 8 p.m. the 27th. And then DebateCon 3.1, April 22nd, Saturday in Fort Worth, Texas. Get your link. The link to the tickets, I can't talk tonight. The link to the tickets is in the description below, and as well as the debaters themselves. If you like what you heard from any of them, please feel free to click their links. We really encourage you to do that. So thank you once again, everybody. Have a great night, and remember to keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Have a great night.
Peace.
Jesus.
That host was trying to get out of there, huh? He's trying to wrap that boy up.
He was so angry.
So PhD Tony just created
Not the host, but the other. So, oh, my bad, Dave.
I'm just saying PhD Tony just did a good job representing the globe and creating more critical thinking out there, in my opinion.
Are these clowns playing the character? Are they being the nutty professor on purpose? Like, what are they doing?
I'm Buddy Love. It's a pleasure to be with you all this morning.
Yep, nice sunny day here. Reporting from Ohio.
I really wish I've been trying to grab some people.
Burton Orr. That is a bold claim.
Individuals into the server, but they don't have the stones to come in here, and then try the crap they pull on me every day in here.
Yeah, you'd think with all their ball belief, they'd have some balls to maybe join.
It isn't even just about flat Earth. It's literally about anything. No matter what I tell these people, they'll tell me I'm wrong. Like it's like that movie Thank You for Smoking. I remember watching it a long time ago, and it's basically like you can be completely wrong on a subject, but as long as you argue right and say the right things, you can still be right. And it's like they live their life by that. For example, they were doing that whole what's a woman debate the other day, and they said, well, if a woman's born and then they become infertile, then they're not a woman kind of shit. Like, it's just like, no, dude. Oh my God.
Hey, CB, can I ask you a question real quick?
Hey, India, or hey, Helio. Yeah, what's up?
What's that that command you put in the bot there?
Now playing?
Yeah, what is that command?
It just allows you to see where in the, say it's a 2-hour video, it'll show you where in the, in the video is your current timestamp.
That's good to know. Good to know. Thank you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
So yeah, I was in the YouTube chat, messing around with everybody. Everybody's getting all heated in there. It's 33 watching, right?
33.
It's fun stuff. And they're like, is this going to be live? Is this live? Well, it's always live, but sometimes, there's not, a lot of people in here. So we just play some previous recorded videos. And
yeah. So we were waiting. We were reacting live. So maybe we can get this fire going for a little while. It's Saturday. So
that's cool.
I don't
intend to be here all day. I just wanted to let everybody know that video's over and it was a really cool debate. I don't even call it a debate. I mean, that guy obviously has never talked to a flat earther before.
You're right, man. That wasn't a debate. That PhD dude just lost. That's all it was. That's all it was. He just lost.
The main thing I noticed about that, and I tried to listen to it objectively as possible, but he just blatantly accused Whitsitt of lying about stuff that he clearly didn't lie about.
He called him a liar like multiple times. He just like, he'd obviously never talked to a flat earther before. Weird.
It was like he was accusing him of lying without looking at any of the evidence at all. Like, nope, you're lying. And he wouldn't even look like to prove that he was lying or anything. Just,
that was his last word before the moderator cut him off. Stop lying. That was what he said. The moderator.
Somebody should get that sound bite. Somebody should get that clip of him yelling.
Stop lying. He was so butthurt, man.
They typically do very bad when they don't. If it's their first time talking to a flat earther, they don't do very well.
Yeah,
because none of them, like we've said before, like they don't study any film or tape on us. They come in blind. Like
that was good. I mean, I like that one because sometimes on Modern Day Debate they'll invite 2v2. But that one's a 1v1 with Whitsitt and this newbie. That was fun. I like that.
Whitsitt's like a Jedi ninja, though. He could 1v10.
He probably could. Yeah.
Probably. So could a lot of other people here, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They'd have their own fighting styles like Mortal Kombat. Choose your character.
Anyone that listens to that impartially should be obvious to them that he didn't want to get any specific with Witsit. He didn't want to address anything specifically that Witsit was trying to ask him, and he just ad hom him and strawman him all the time.
He was getting emotional when Witsit kept his cool. You know, he was getting emotional.
I noticed. He mentioned his colleagues, and so he was super offended, like personally, egotistically offended. But then on behalf of his colleagues, his friends, and his peeps,
if we went back through that video as many times as he said, we know this, we know that, we did that. If you counted how many times, I know it's over 200, at least 200 times he said we.
You know who else said we a lot? Legion.
Talking about the demons that Jesus sent over to cast into the pit. They went over the cliff.
Well, you guys,
the globies on we to this. We went to the moon.
You guys agree if that mind shock guy goes through that one, that Professor Tony will have most of the fallacies for sure?
Oh yeah. Well, Mindshock, by the way, if you guys don't know, I mean, Mindshock put out a video of when was it, like last week sometime? It has like 9 hours of like flat Earth logic stuff, and it's all how Mindshock does. He does a breakdown of the logic, and so I can't believe that he actually did that. So, but anyway, I listened to like the first 2 hours of it, but I'm sure it's the same the whole way. But yeah, I'll post the video. Go ahead, guys.
Well, that just helps highlight that the globe, all it has is math and logical fallacies and stories. Doesn't have anything substantive. We know this, right?
Yeah, and Witsit proved it last night.
And I'm just kind of joking on the use of the word we when people overuse it. Like, well, we do that. Well, that's kind of like all. You can't say we, and I'm just kind of like, everybody. And then, because like the Glober, there's so many Globers who they openly don't believe in the globe model. So, and then even scientists who make their own speculations and theories and hypotheses. So you can't say we in general.
Don't think they realize they're doing it. That was proven by this guy. He doesn't realize he's doing it. He's like,
he has no idea.
We've already done this, and we have. It's like, we who?
You should ask him. Like, and say, like, all right, so we've landed on the moon, right? And he'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, okay, so when did you land on the moon? You said we. When did you land on it? You personally, you said we. When did you land on there? Catch him up with a direct question, because you know what he means, but still, that we, that's ignorant.
I know.
We did. None of us went there, but still.
Well, just like we, even as flat earthers, we don't all agree on everything, so we don't use that way,
Unless we
know that the Earth is flat because we know, except for we all observe the Earth as a level stationary plane, and I include Globers in that, when I talk about it. So
it's kind of like there's no such thing as atheists. They're agnostic at best. There's no such thing as atheists.
If I say we, I mean, just like I'm talking about everybody. When you look across Earth, it looks flat, doesn't it? And if you say no, I mean, maybe if you're looking about the only reason you would think of the Earth is a globe is because somebody told you it was. But anyway, I think I found the video that I was talking about. Like I said, it's 9 hours long, and it's Mindshot just going over all the globy fallacies, man. It's weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, you guys continue. I don't want to be on here.
What?
You're not on here. Can you prove you're really on here? Are you talking to me on Discord right now?
Don't tell anybody. I'm not.
Are you 100% sure?
You're 100% sure you're on Discord, Helio?
That idiot, man, just like that guy. It's just like, is there any hope for humanity if people exist like that? they've gone to college, and they to get a PhD, you have to do. And Witsit was schooling him on his own freaking seismology reports and shit, and he wouldn't even look at it, and he was just like, "Well, we know this, and we know that." Like,
I think it'd be a good idea. Wait till like AI or Miggy or Mimas get on here or something, but play that Glober's first 10-minute thing where he was talking about his spherical predictions match or whatever, and let them rip that apart, because that would be easy if somebody knows what they're talking about. Not me, but whatever he opened with as far as disproving flat Earth, when they do their first 10 minutes, y'all know what I'm talking about. I'll shut up.
Are you talking about
what PhD Tony started his thing with? His opening statement. He was talking about distances matched within like 40 miles or something on a spheroid model or something.
Well, and eventually in that discussion, he admitted, well, yes, we have accurate local measurements, but everything else is calculations. It's like, no shit, that's what our point is. And then he went into like, well, we want to go through the core of the Earth, and it doesn't work that way. And it was like, well, no shit, bro, it doesn't work that way. You can only calculate it. Just like flat earthers say about observations across Earth or in the sky. It really only works locally. You can only see so far.
Well, Witsit clearly pointed out to anybody that was actually listening that everything below 7.8 miles or whatever was all assumptions that he was going on for all of his stuff, right? So he was trying to say it doesn't work on a flat Earth, but he was using assumptions of what stuff is way below what we can verify, if you know what I mean. Right?
Yep. Exactly. And just like after that, it's just like, as a flat earther, it's really hard to listen to. Because it's just like, bro, it was all a freaking either. Well, man, I liked I liked that it started out with Witsit bringing up the logical fallacies. That was because he knew that shit was coming, right, from this guy. So he just pointed out the logical fallacies in his opening statement, and then the rest of the talk was this dude doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
Yeah, I mean, we all know at this point, after years of being in this subject, that's all the globe has is fallacies. They have to use presuppositions. They have to assume it's a globe to start with, and then do the math from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any substance at the base level. They don't have a direct curvature measurement, and everything stems from that. We know this.
It's like you don't have to freaking go to college and get a PhD to figure out that you're using logical fallacies, even in your own. See, this is a spiritual thing, Like it's like, well. And then, but it became personal to this guy, and that's why he got so triggered. Maybe it's spiritual to him. He might have a different spirit, but he got so triggered during the argument that he just started yelling at Witsit.
Think about it, man. Witsit was attacking his entire religion.
Yeah.
Every part of his religion.
Yep.
And his peers, his fellow religious wizard priests.
He was also proving him wrong repeatedly. Like he would say, "Oh, it's all like this," and Witsit is like, "No, wait. Here's some evidence that it's not like that." And he's like, "Sure, it's not always like that." He got so bad.
He got so flustered, man.
Yeah,
that's why I could tell you he hadn't really talked in depth with a flat earther before.
I thought it was
that part of that one song.
Citation, and Witsit had like 10 citations ready to go, and I don't think he provided any of them, did he? And this was about his field of expertise. He's supposed to be a seismologist or whatever, right? whatever he is.
Oh yeah.
Oh sure. I mean that's a focused. That's what he was focusing on, and that's why I was wondering. If of course Witz had probably looked him up before that, and so he wanted to focus on that, and that's what most of the thing was about. Go ahead.
Mimas had mentioned it like last night or something before. He's talking about using certain devices and measuring over certain lengths and getting like really bad measurements if it's the wrong. He had to be able to explain it. The dude he levels things for a living. Like he was the specific tools that he was using and types.
But the point is if you use the wrong for foundations of buildings and shit,
Yeah, and so this guy, like he was kind of right, but also wrong. Like with one thing that the professor guy said, not what Mima said, and it was just funny. I want to go back and listen to that and then compare it to the other thing where Mimas was talking about what he was talking about because they seem to have something in common. Mimas needs to listen to that if he hasn't heard yet. Because I think
I'm sure he would.
that one part. Yeah, I think that one part would interest him because he's literally he said flat. He uses flat Earth. Wait, did he say he uses flat Earth science?
Oh no, he said he got his he said it got his PhD on flat Earth seismological models. Like they're giving PhDs with like cereal boxes now. This is weird.
No. I want to ask him. I want to ask him. So he admits that they give out flat Earth PhDs then?
Well, you know what? As far as I understand, I didn't get a bachelor's degree or anything, but as far as I know, you get your bachelor, your master, and then you get your PhD from a doctrinal paper, right? And then you're awarded the PhD from your doctrinal paper, or whatever it's on. Right.
Yeah, he would probably tell you, no, I'm not on flat Earth. It's just I was showing how flat Earth doesn't work in my strawman models. Although he won't tell you that it's strawman models because he'll believe it's not.
Right. I mean, he was strawmanning freaking Witsit the whole time. It's just like, did Witsit come into the conversation introducing a flat Earth model? No. He didn't say anything about a flat Earth model the entire time. This dude was arguing against himself the entire time. Yeah. You're saying something that I'm not even talking about. So, I mean, we're on two different freaking conversations. You're trying to debunk something that I didn't even fucking say,
He was arguing with himself.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's just like, bro. That's why I'd say I knew he was a noob because he knows that if he had talked to people like us before, he would know that we're not defending a flat Earth model.
Yeah, he'd make up a straw man argument, pretend that Witsit made the argument, and then attack the argument.
Yeah, he was arguing,
and he was doing that rapid fire, dude.
Time. Yeah,
he was doing a fully automatic though.
And Witsit knew it, so he just let it happen.
Witsit's sitting there like Neo dodging bullets, and the more that he shoots, the more he gets pissed off because he's just like Neo.
Isn't it kind of funny to watch these guys basically argue with reality, and then they're trying to claim that they've got reality on their side, even though they're actually arguing against reality, but they don't realize that.
Yeah, Dave. Exactly, brother.
Or like imagine the scene like where he stops it and all the bullets are just there in front. You pick one out and just kind of go ping and fling it at him and ping him in the forehead with it.
Yeah, that's literally that's what it feels like when you're watching Richard debate these people. He's just like, nope, none of this is coming through, and then he's like, this one straight at your face.
Yeah, he just stops it and then bing.
That's why I love hearing. He's on top of everything. It's just like I think before he went into the debate, he knew about this guy. About it. Oh, he's a PhD in seismology. Right? So he looked up some seismology shit. Which, I mean, it's not hard to do. You find that shit on Wikipedia. I've looked it up before too, and I could have made some of the same arguments about PNS waves and stuff like that. But Witsit gets just like he's just really fast. And it's just like when Witsit was trying to say, "Well, look at this," he's like, "Oh, give me time, dude. I can scan through an article in 5 seconds and bring out the pertinent points." It's like, all right, give me a chance to look it up. Boom. Within 10 seconds, I'm just like, all right, scan through it. Okay, this part. Is this what you're talking about? That dude was slow, bro.
Yeah, well, Whitsitt does the work. Whitsitt is constantly reading these things and doing the work, whereas this guy went to school at some point and has been sitting on his ass ever since.
And he's just like, he's around people that agree with him, and he's just like, oh, we're doing seismology. Which doing seismology is, you know, I love that. I mean, if you're going to predict a tsunami, you definitely want to be, you know, we want those seismologists there, right? You know, it was just like, hey, it's just like with, you know, if the ocean suddenly recedes, run away. Don't run toward the beach. You know, run away from it because it's coming back. It's going to be a tsunami.
Yeah, the same applies if you see the water level just rising higher and higher and higher and higher. It's also going to be a tsunami.
Yeah. But it doesn't prove anything about shape of Earth at all, because there is no shape to Earth. It's just Earth.
Whitsitt actually had a really good point with the. Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
I was just going to say, Whitsitt had a really good point with if the.
I was just going to joke. It doesn't.
Wait.
Somebody's talking. Somebody's echoing. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, it sounds like someone is echoing.
Yeah, he had a really good point with if the tsunamis are hitting this island of Antarctica, they would wrap around it and like you would have evidence of all that. Instead, like the other guy admitted, they're reflected off it, and that's not what you would expect.
I agree, Drace. That's something that happens in reality and you can verify. And he didn't have an answer for it, obviously, because we know it's not a little island. It's, you know, like there's documentation of tsunamis going around islands and the waves coming around the other side. So if Antarctica is a little island down there, it should happen there, right? Doesn't happen. Go ahead.
I think that's a really good. I think that was a really good start to that conversation. I think a lot of people should listen to this because a lot of people, Antarctica, oh, it's just a bunch of ice at the. No, there's land there. And there's ancient maps that show land without the ice, too. Was it always just a big Antarctic freaking ice mass? Because we have maps that show land. You know, back in where was, you know. I mean, no, it's speculation. That's for tomorrow, I guess. But
topic question for your drugs. Do tsunamis happen around Iceland or in the northern part? You ever have anything like that around there?
Oh, no. At least we've never had one.
I guess it's got something to do with the dynamic system, and it's going to happen in warmer areas right near the tropics and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. From what I understand, most of them happen because of a large displacement of land into the water. There's like a water erosion, and then a cliff eventually falls into the water, or a big part of the ice falls into the water, for instance, and then you get a big wave, or there's
that's a
there's an earthquake or something along those lines, and that can cause a big wave and that kind of stuff.
Well, like that tsunami that happened in South Pacific that affected parts of India, wasn't that?
Well, there was one that basically wiped out most of Indonesia one year. Am I thinking about that wrong?
No, yeah, it was somewhere like India, you know, south in that
like
area.
Philippines, the area in there.
But
you are right.
That's an earthquake under the ocean. It just creates a gap. The water falls in and pushes back up, and that's what causes a tsunami, right? And it's what they claim is it's usually due to like tectonic plates. Anytime there's water displacement like that, you know,
it's weird. In like we don't get a lot of them in the northern hemisphere. That's true. There's more frequency of them in the southern hemisphere. We do get like we don't get a lot of hurricanes, for instance, in the northern hemisphere, but we get them around the equator, essentially.
Well, they call them typhoons in the southern hemisphere, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's more. I don't know about you in Iceland. You're never going to experience a hurricane, but we get those motherfuckers over here. I promise you that much. That shit's
it's pretty nice. I don't get hurricanes. I don't get tidal waves. I don't have like killer insects. I don't have like cockroaches. Like I live in heaven. I don't know where you guys live.
What about tarantulas? You got tarantulas in Iceland?
No, the biggest spider we have can only give you a little.
You don't have fucking rattlesnakes or alligators.
No snakes. No, nothing like that. We are the top of the food chain here.
hey, we're going to Iceland.
No, when you find a place that perfect, you name it Iceland, so nobody goes there. They're like, "Oh, it must be."
So when you go for a hike, in the woods in Iceland, is there anything you're scared of? If you're hiking in the woods, is there bears or anything?
No, there's nothing to be scared of except like getting lost. But then we have a lot of dedicated people who want to just save everybody. So
there's no bears.
They're running around. No bears. There's do have
fucking bears in Iceland. Holy shit!
Yeah, no bears. We occasionally get a polar bear floating in from an iceberg, but the farmers shoot them or the police. So.
Oh, why would you shoot them?
Because they don't want bears.
Oh, I guess so. Okay.
That's.
Do you at least eat them and?
Sometimes they have tranked them and gotten people to take them, but like a farmer will just shoot them.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. Dude, I would love to see you and Karma come to where me and Dave are. see the real America. That'd be fun.
Yeah, just out in my backyard the other day, my cat had a snake. I don't know if it was poisonous or not. It was a pretty big one. I had to get rid of it. Took a shovel to it, but anyway, it was a snake. You guys continue. What about this globe everybody thinks they live on? Is there any people on here?
We're back and talking about what just happened a couple the past couple hours. This PhD seismologist, I think he's Australian. He sounded Australian to me.
Or British.
Sounded like he was. No, he wasn't British, dude.
More like a snozzberryologist.
Snozzberryologist. No, he sounded like an Aussie. Anyway, I messaged Timbo. I was like, man, you could take this guy. I was like, well, I don't do debates. I was like, no, we got to get him in here so he can get roasted again.
I'm probably going to be roboting. There's not no people on here right now. Just check.
You out driving, Dave?
Well, currently I'm sitting in the backyard with my cats and looking at the sun. It's a pretty day. I'll be driving here soon.
Sit out in the backyard with your cats.
I'm barefoot. I'm feeling the energy all around me. It feels good. People should do this. Spend more time in nature. Get in touch with grounding.
Out there too.
Like for example, if I have pull something in my back, I have a little, pain back there. I just lay on the ground for a while and it seems to go away. Because I'm not a doctor, but I trust God. God put this machine together that I'm occupying.
Mm-hmm.
And it purges itself when you let it do it. It's work, right? You feed it properly and do all that stuff. Anyway, Probably robot.
That's what's up, Dave. You ain't robot now. I hear it. I heard everything you said. You're right, bro. Earth is for us.
Then there Dave strikes again. Somebody talk.
I was just wondering if I can find another video to play if you guys want me to. I thought, that last convo that I played would trigger a conversation. I don't want to be on here all the time.
PhD Tony was another example of somebody that believes the globe. I mean, he really believes it, but that's all he has is a belief. Will he ever dead? I don't know, but
it was really interesting how passionate he was. He was really pissed. He was really pissed. He started yelling, like Drace was saying. His voice got really high. He's like,
for people like him, generally speaking, I'm not specifically saying him, but he's got the sunken cost fallacy. He's got how many years of his life invested in all this stuff, so he can't just turn his back on all that. Even though it's all bullshit, we can show it to him. It's bullshit. You've been learning bullshit, man. It's not our problem. Sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. Right? I can find a decent Mindshock video to play. I've played some Mindshock videos and never had an issue as far as copyright goes. Mindshock puts out a lot of flat Earth stuff. Because he points out the logical fallacies and stuff. He's got one.
He seems like he's pretty good. The ones I've listened to,
he's like, this isn't support of flat Earth. This is pointing out the logical fallacies that he's got that high voice. This is just pointing out the logical fallacies of these anti-flat earthers. I like Mindshock.
He points out that he does his best to stay impartial, and he's just pointing out logical fallacies. He's not addressing the substance of anything.
I don't know if I've seen this one before. Hold on. Let me try this one. It's only 50 minutes long. I mean, he has a lot of long videos. So this one's 50 minutes. So let's see if this one. He doesn't claim to be a flat earther, but we know he is.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. We have another logical analysis here today. I am Bruce McGuire, your host, doing this logical analysis. Flat Earther versus scientist. Does flat Earth theory make sense? Agree to disagree. This is from LAD Bible, the LAD Bible channel. Scientist Matt meets flat earther Connor to discuss the moon landing, the existence of gravity, and whether NASA lies to us. Okay, so disclaimer, this is not a flat earth channel. I am not advocating for flat earth. If you want to know the answer on whether or not the Earth is a globe or a flat plane, this is not the video for you. This is simply a logical analysis to see which side presents a logical argument. Does it rely on fallaciousness and faith, or is it fact-based and scientific? This has nothing to do with outcome or the shape of the Earth or the heliocentric or geocentric model. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say that. For some reason, a lot of listeners were very confused. They thought I was advocating for flat Earth. They thought it was some kind of flat Earth versus heliocentric globe video claiming or asserting a certain model. Nope, this is just logical argumentation for people that are interested in whether or not people present their conclusions logically or not. That's it. So for those that are interested in that and not just jumping to conclusions or outcomes, and that's the only thing they care about is which model is true or not, that's fine. There's plenty of videos for you out there, but Mindshack is about logic and logical analyses. And for those that are interested in those, this may be highly entertaining, as it always is. Because even if the flat earther is completely wrong about everything, if they're more logical, how much comedy does that provide? In my opinion, quite a bit. But as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for case, topic, or logical analyses requests, as well as podcasters. Any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, debunkings, suggestions, leave them in the comment section. All right, let's jump in here.
How's it going, man?
Very good. Yeah, I'm Matt.
Yeah, I'm Connor. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too.
And right away, the scientist guy, he looks like, a member of the good old boys club. He's an older guy, white hair, has that quintessential, stereotypical college professor type look. He's missing his lab coat, so for those wanting to instantly appeal to authority, which is, of course, a logical fallacy, it doesn't work quite as well with the guy not wearing a lab coat. But, yeah. And then Connor, flat earther, this just looks like some random guy off the street, could live in his mom's basement, who knows? Does that mean he's wrong? Does that mean he's illogical? We will see. Just like, is the scientist logical, regardless of the conclusions held? Let's see what they use to justify positions.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, man.
So the first thing they start off was the moon landing fake. And just real quick, right before we get into that, so obviously the scientist, he has been indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and authority. So if he's gone through this system, he's learned, cognitive dissonance is tough to overcome, so is Dunning-Kruger. So this guy, what would it take for this guy to believe the moon landing was faked if it was faked? Or is he just presupposing it's real no matter what? And we will see. So on the table, they have strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So the scientist saying strongly disagree. So what's interesting is he didn't just put disagree, and then the flat earther put strongly agree that the landing was faked. So that is quite interesting. So right over there, we will see what kind of faith-based beliefs these guys have and whether or not they can logically support them.
A man actually traveled to try and find the actual telemetry data of the moon landing happening, right? Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, 700 boxes of magnetic tapes telemetry data is gone. They have no idea where it is.
Actually, it's very, very hard to keep magnetic tape.
Wow. Okay. And you could see the look on the scientist's face as soon as the flat earther mentioned that the telemetry data is gone. So if you're a college professor and one of your students say, my dog ate my homework. I mean, I did it. I just don't have it. And how would the professor believe it? But because this is NASA, and you could already see from the look on the scientist's face that he treats NASA like a church and the scientists of NASA as priests. So whatever they say is gospel. So you could just see it from his face that the cognitive dissonance is too extreme. He will never process. He will never look at anything objectively. And you could also tell that by his first response. Magnetic tape is hard to keep. I mean, the already off the bat, this is getting bad real quick, or comedic, depending on how you want to look at it. I actually knew a guy who was a bird watcher, and this was decades ago, and he had some, I don't remember what kind of data or videos, he actually stored them on some kind of older magnetic tape. I'm sure it's not the same type as NASA, and they were these large cassettes. I really don't remember the type. I mean, the computer nerds out there can remember. I think it was computer-based tape media. Anyway, it wasn't easy, but he kept everything. And he was a bird watcher. He was at NASA with billions of dollars and thousands of employees. Not to mention, how much other data have they lost? Because if they always lose everything and they're that incompetent, that's a little better, but they seem to have all this other data. They just don't have the telemetry data from the moon landing. From the most disputed, that's what they don't have. But everything else they have. Maybe. But the silliness of this professor, you could just see from the expression on his face that he got triggered hard. So normally when people get emotionally triggered, that logic switch just goes right off. Like, not gradually off. It gets flipped completely off. And this is just basic psychology. Let's see what else this guy says. Other than magnetic tape is hard to keep. So everybody except NASA can keep it. Like random bird watchers can keep their magnetic tapes, but a company with billions of dollars and thousands of employees in the supposedly the greatest achievement in the history of mankind, that's difficult.
You're not trying to seriously say Led Zeppelin didn't record Led Zepp 1 because that tape no longer exists anymore.
We're literally talking about supposedly one of the greatest ever feats of man.
Wow. The scientist is bringing up a Led Zeppelin example? Some kind of lost studio recording or something? Really? Really? That's embarrassing. I actually would feel bad critiquing this scientist further because, wow, that logic switch got flipped. I mean, how does he think that's a congruent example? That is so non-congruent. Even if it was the most famous musician in all the world, not to mention they recorded it was recorded again later or whatever. All right, so let's do a congruent example. Let's look at the history of sound. So the phonograph, of course, the phone autograph. In 1857, Edward Leon Scott invented the phonoautograph, the first device that could record sound waves as they passed through the air. Okay, the recording medium was a sheet of soot-coated paper wrapped around a rotating cylinder carried on a threaded rod. A stylus attached to a diaphragm through a series of levers traced a line through the soot, creating a graphic record of the motions of the diaphragm as it was minutely propelled back and forth by the audio frequency variations in air pressure. This was 1857! 1857! Okay? They still have those recordings. So his early recordings were in French archives until 2008, and then these sounds were resurrected and captured in other types of recordings. And they were also scanned to computer and software and converted. So these are again these were recorded late 1850s, 1860s. Okay? Those are not hard to keep, right? Soot-coated paper over 100 years old. And so those are the first audio recordings, or at least some of the first known about. They have those. Now, walking on the moon, I guess, is not as important. Oh man, this scientist, I don't know. It's getting rough. And then he just brings up Led Zeppelin, as if Led Zeppelin never recorded anything else. You know, obviously people lose stuff, particularly stuff that's not the most important thing in the history of mankind.
What, the Led Zeppelin album? I agree. It is.
Yes, but literally the greatest feats of mankind, men first walking on the moon.
And then that was his quick appeal to humor logical fallacy, where he was arguing that Led Zeppelin's missing recording or whatever was one of the most important things in the history of mankind. But again, as if there are no other ones. Of course, there are other recordings. So anyway.
Those it's not that they're saying these tapes rotted away. These tapes were damaged. They don't know where they are.
Yeah, well,
as if they never exist. 700 boxes of tapes. I mean, you could call it an anomaly if you want to.
But it's not evidence. If someone comes in and says, I've seen a fairy in my garden, right?
Yeah.
I don't have to look under every single blade of grass to say that there wasn't a fairy in the garden,
course,
right?
yeah.
Because your claim is so outlandish.
What I would argue is that what is outlandish is saying that in the 1960s, you put men into a metal rocket and you...
All right, hold on. He's exposing this scientist shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy because, of course, you're not called upon to prove a negative. Like, this scientist might be the silliest scientist ever, or he might be a really smart guy and he got that logic switch turned off right at the beginning. So he's operating on a less than 4-year-old level right now, a less than 4-year-old comprehension and mentality. He's arguing that someone said they saw a fairy and you don't have to look under every blade of grass is somehow similar to NASA losing tens of thousands of reels of telemetry data of the most important or the greatest achievement in the history of mankind. A company with billions of dollars. Thousands of employees. I wonder what the scientist thinks when he watches this video of himself bringing up these lower than 4-year-old mentality arguments. Because he's immediately shifting the burden of proof and making non-congruent arguments, and this random flat earth young guy is calling out this illogical science. Again, I have to repeat because the trolls always comment as if I'm trying to say the earth is flat or whatever. Obviously not. I'm not saying the flat earther is correct about anything other than the logicality of the line of inquiry. Whether or not the line of inquiry is legitimate, whether or not the argumentation is logical. That's what this analysis is about. But some random young flat earther is just mopping the floor with the scientists. It's so silly. Why are there no legitimate heliocentric globe defenders? Because I know they're out there. I know they're out there. Again, we're not talking about right or wrong, but to make a logical defense of the heliocentric globe or the moon landings are tougher, and of course one has nothing to do with the other. Just because they didn't go to the moon doesn't mean the earth is flat. But still, just the belief, like this scientist clearly is heavily indoctrinated, and when his belief system is threatened, that logic switch gets flipped, which is weird. You would think a scientist would be logical and scientific, but this guy might only worship scientism. Well, let's continue here.
Shot them through a near perfect vacuum, 250,000 miles away. They landed safely on a rock 250,000 miles away, and then came back. And then we just didn't go back. That claim is outlandish.
That was actually predicted. So if you go back to there was some papers by Arthur C. Clarke, and he predicted that mankind would try it and that we would go there a couple of times. We would not do it very often because it was just economically unviable.
Wow. He's choosing a science fiction author's prediction as some kind of defense of the moon landing and the losing of the telemetry data? I actually didn't even see that coming. Even with the silliness out of the gate, I did not see that coming. Arthur C. Clarke is his defense. Now, some of these old scientific authors, they're very brilliant, no question, and they can predict things. But what does that have to do with science? What does that have to do with what's provable and what's not? There's science fiction authors predicting interdimensional travel, predicting, Star Wars. You could come up with a million different things. What does that have to do with having scientific evidence for something? How clueless is this scientist? This is painful to watch. And then that's basically the end of that segment. Next is NASA lies to us. And then again, the heavily indoctrinated scientist is putting strongly disagree with NASA lying, even though they've been caught lying. And then, of course, the flat earthers strongly agree that they lie. This is we're probably already close to a quarter of the way through this, and it's getting tough. This logical analysis is getting tough because this scientist doesn't seem to have a lot of cognitive function on this topic. He might be a very brilliant man, but again, the way cognitive dissonance works and the way people's faith-based belief systems are threatened and exposed as faith-based while they spent their whole life believing it was actually scientific. What is the scientist supposed to do? Again, credit to the scientists who can admit or even understand the differences between scientism, science, between religion, science, faith, pseudoscience, all these things. This guy's quite clueless. I'm starting to feel pretty bad for him.
You would say there were anomalies, right? You would say it's a basis of anomalies, but I would say that basically everything that the majority of what NASA produce is fiction.
I find it very difficult to understand what the motivation for NASA just to be a sort of enormous lying machine.
Wow, I cannot believe that a scientist does not understand burden of proof. I cannot believe, like, I'm going to have to appeal to incredulity myself. I'm committing a logical fallacy right now. Is this scientist for real? Is he a real scientist? I mean, he has white hair. He's made it this far in life as supposedly a functioning adult. He doesn't understand the very basics of logic. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. Now he's moving to motive. Again, I'm not saying science shouldn't be concerned with motive. Motive is interesting, but motive is unknown most of the time. Like, let's say you believe in gravity and the theory of relativity. So that means mass attracts mass. But why does mass attract mass? What's the motive? Nobody knows. You just measure it. You measure. If there's a force there, you measure the force. You do experiments. Nobody knows why. Does anybody know why anything? Like, he goes to motive because I guess the subconscious, he's so triggered and he doesn't understand something. He has to go to motive. So he's going to use the appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy himself, because he doesn't understand the motive. Then he can just justify writing off the theory, even though motive has nothing to do with anything. If a serial killer killed somebody, you might have the DNA, you have the video, you might have witnesses, you have the murder weapon, the fingerprints, physical evidence, but you don't have a motive. If there's no motive, does that mean the event didn't have... The silliness is off the charts here. I really feel bad for this guy. This is going to be really tough to make it all the way through this logical analysis. Oh, man. Rough stuff.
When you put the Earth in a globe, right, on a ball, it has a beginning and an end point. That's it. Once you go past a certain point, you just end up on the other side, right?
And I don't think the flat earthers should have indulged him here with motive because, again... indulging illogicality only breeds more logicality. And let's see if that plays out and the scientist ends up just going with more and more fallacies.
Say that's not the end of it. Say there were land masses found beyond what we're told is the end pole of the Earth. You don't want to keep those public knowledge because there's resources here that can be taken advantage of by people in high positions of power. What do?
But who are these people in these high positions of power? Because we've had generations since then. And what are the Russians and the...
Is he saying that familial lines, like, has he never heard of monarchies? Has he studied zero history on how families stay in power? Really? Zero? This poor guy. I mean, wow. I wonder if he regrets coming on here or if he's so clueless he actually thinks this is a good showing of logic or science.
Then, and what are the Russians and the Chinese and the North Koreans and the South Koreans and the Australians?
Okay, so now is he trying to say he knows how many countries there are and how many different people there are that live in those countries? Does he not? Again, I've used this example. This is just the silliness. Like, it's really weird when they can't even understand a theory being proposed or alleged. So if there are different churches in different countries, like what about the Russian Orthodoxy? What about these churches in Australia and Brazil? They all say God is real, therefore God must be real. And you got Bibles in different languages. Are all the Bibles lying? What's the motive? Just the silliness is just so off the charts here because he doesn't even understand what's being alleged. He's jumping to motive and, again, appeal to incredulity. His lack of understanding of a theory doesn't mean the theory is false. Because let's say some random crack addict on the street doesn't understand how certain biochemistry works or how molecules work. Does that mean they aren't real just because some random guy can't understand it? It's just really bizarre. It's the silliness, again, off the chart silliness by this scientist. I really feel bad for him. to just this public display. This is his public display of his cognitive ability. It's weird.
I would say,
What are
once
they
it
doing?
gets
What
to
are
a
they
certain
doing?
point, I would say when it gets to a certain point, they're all involved. China's all these space agencies, every single one of these space agencies are doing the same thing. In fact, if you look at China's work, it is some of the worst faking of space that's ever happened. You look at what they're producing and saying is real space travel, and it's people in pools.
And so again, to critique the flat earther side, I don't know why they're indulging this silliness. The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. If you're claiming that all of this footage is real, it's up to you to prove it's real. It's not up to other people. You're not called upon to prove a negative. These are the basics of logic. Otherwise, we should all believe there's some flying invisible spaghetti monster that rules the world, because if it can't be proven untrue, we have to believe it? What kind of silliness is that? I mean, come on. These flat earthers really dropped the ball in this regard because they keep indulging illogicality, which just promotes more illogicality. He's allowing this illogical, silly scientist to dictate how this logical debate or argument is taking place against all logic and science. It's really, really bizarre. And I guess the flat earther doesn't realize what's going on or doesn't even understand argumentation while accidentally being more logical. Again, we're not talking outcomes. We're not talking conclusions, who's wrong or who's right. We're just talking the logical debate itself, the argumentation itself. So just because someone can't comprehend that you don't even need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So again, I've used this example before too, like slave plantation owners. It's not necessarily that all the plantation owners are in on it. They have a formal contract and they go to Bilderberg-style meetings. I mean, maybe they do. If they do, they do. But they don't have to. But anything that threatens the institution of slavery, they would be against, even if they compete with each other. Like one plantation might want to have more money or more crops, more tobacco export, be seen as more prestigious or more elite, more rich, whatever. So they're technically in competition with the other plantation, just like countries could be in competition with each other. But the overall institution of slavery or their wealth. So, and again, not having the motive doesn't mean something's not happening. Why don't you just be scientific? Why don't you just look at the physical evidence, lack thereof, whatnot? Why is this weird obsession with motive? Again, people that get triggered, they turn off that logic switch. They think not knowing a motive invalidates something. It's beyond silly.
They're not in space. You can see bubbles coming out of their helmets. It's a joke.
And even if that's true, the flat earther kind of, even if it is all fake footage, doesn't mean they didn't go, right? So again, these black and white fallacies, but you can see from the face of the scientist, he is so triggered. He is so triggered. His faith-based belief system has been threatened, and I think he's also recognizing that he can't make a logical defense, and he didn't realize it. So he's like kind of caught here. And I mean, what's he gonna do? Stand up and walk out in the middle of this? I don't know. And that's if this whole thing isn't staged. I really don't know. Now we're moving on to the Earth is flat. I mean, and these segments are kind of short without a lot of resolution, so I don't know, not the best format, but. So here is interesting. So the scientist goes strongly disagree on flat Earth, whereas the flat earther does not put strongly agree. He puts just agree, which is interesting. Let's continue here.
Flat is probably the most probable. We cannot prove motion. Without motion, none of it works. And second, obviously being the major one, is that we can't detect curvature. The globe model is a little bit problematic.
There's plenty of experiments that show the curvature of the Earth. I happen to live by the coast. I've got a really expansive view out onto the Atlantic, and I can see the ships and I can see them dip down over the horizon. So I've physically seen the curvature for myself.
Okay. I don't know what to do here. This scientist has picked literally the worst, easily debunked example. Now again, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat in any way, but this is literally the worst example. If you live next to train tracks and you see the train tracks touch, well, that settles it. Train tracks touch. I see it every day in the morning. I wake up, I look out my window, and I see the train tracks touch. That's the scientist's argument here. It's like he's never studied perspective of any kind. He doesn't understand convergence. He doesn't know anything about atmospheric distortion. He doesn't know that the true horizon is higher than the horizon that you see. He's never thought to even take a video camera and zoom in on that ship. Again, this does not prove flat. The error on the side of the flat earthers, they think it proves flat. It doesn't, but it doesn't prove globe either, because you'd have to deny all this atmospheric distortion, convergence, the way the human eye works, perspective. You'd have to deny all of it to pretend that the ship going over is actually evidence of curve. And the fact that the scientist seems to be serious with this support, that's a little troubling that this guy is a scientist. Because, I mean, this guy is not his mental processes are so deficient to think that that's evidence. That's the most easily debunked. I mean, there's legitimate evidence for the globe, but he picked that. This is sad, and this is why some people think that the whole flat earth thing is a psyop, because the heliocentric globe is being intentionally defended, completely bereft of all logic and reason. So it's causing a rise in flat earthers when you have supposed scientists like this guy coming on. This is his defense. This is his defense. It's really bizarre.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You could also get into a high altitude jet and actually physically see the curvature of the Earth. Pilots see it all the time.
That's kind of weird, because many pilots say they don't see it. Has he only been looking at fisheye lens? So here's what's weird. If you're a scientist that gets invited to debate a flat earther, if this whole thing is not a setup and part of a psyop, you're a scientist that gets enlisted to debate a flat earther, wouldn't you at least spend even 10 minutes looking at the common arguments just to make sure you have reasonable rebuttals? Like, we're not saying the scientist is wrong about his conclusion, but to just not completely embarrass yourself and be mopped the floor with, like the scientist is by this random flat earth guy. It's just beyond silly, because even Neil deGrasse Tyson, I know people use this example, but some people respect Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would ask the scientist if he respects Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's not even about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He explained it succinctly that even a high-altitude balloon is not high enough to see curvature just because of the size of the Earth. Because if the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, that's not high enough. So they're using examples that other scientists are saying. They're all heliocentric globe believers, but they're saying you need to be higher. But this particular scientist is saying that you don't. So again, where's the consensus? If you're using, obviously, I'm not saying consensus proves anything, but those who appeal to popularity logical fallacies that claim a scientific consensus proves something, where's the consensus on how high you have to be? And if he's just using easily debunked examples, it's beyond silliness. I feel really bad for this scientist to be embarrassed publicly this way if he's not some actor and this isn't all a psyop. It's just weird.
A lot of physicists will completely disagree with you. Do you remember when Felix Baumgartner did the jump, the Red Bull jump, right? Mm-hmm. He'll be the first to tell you that they were using a fisheye lens in the camera, because from his altitude, it would have been impossible to see curvature. And I agree with you, if you're in a jet or a bomber, you may see a curve to the Earth when you're high. However, that's because you're in glass shaped like this. Plenty of pilots who fly passenger jets will tell you that it's flat the whole way around.
This is hard-won scientific knowledge that you just can't just put in the bin because you've read a couple of websites or you've seen a couple of experiments.
It's certainly not the case.
And you've read things that aren't necessarily by the consensus of scientists.
Well, again, what does he mean by consensus? So he only has the appeal to popularity logical fallacy. Obviously, science is not ruled by consensus. Just a quick scan of the past 100 years of scientific theory will show you that, the silliness. This guy is completely out of his element, mopped the floor with by a random flat earther. Again, doesn't mean the scientist is wrong about his conclusion, but saying there's a bunch of hardline science without citing the science. I mean, that's just preaching religion. That's like saying there's God without showing the proof.
Scientific skepticism has to take an evidence-based approach.
And where's his evidence? Like, he's talking about evidence-based approaches. He's not cited a single piece of evidence for anything.
And I think this is where you could bring in something like Occam's razor.
Oh, wow. So now he doesn't understand Occam's razor. No surprise here. This is a very, very silly man. I feel very bad for him that he was embarrassed publicly here. And you can see from his micro expressions too, he knows he's out of it. So he's just trying to randomly grasp anything he can to sound smart and try to retain some kind of vestige of intelligence, because he's supposed to be this intellectual, where he's offered nothing to support his faith-based religious claims other than claim that science should be evidence-based, but he's actually not presented any evidence.
Is say, what of these two different things requires us to have the least amount of assumptions?
Stationary and flat versus globular and moving,
Yeah.
right? I'm looking around. I feel like I'm standing still. I don't feel like anything is moving. So the least amount of assumptions based on Occam's razor is that I am still.
That's weird. I don't know if they edited this weirdly, but this scientist just made a very weird, defeated face. Maybe it was edited out of context. I don't know. But if it wasn't, he offered nothing in response to that. That's kind of weird. He looked very agitated, and he just offered nothing to that with the least amount of assumptions. This might be the worst. If this guy's really a scientist, he shouldn't be a scientist. Because if he's going to claim Occam's razor, get it thrown back in his face, and have no rebuttal, where is his evidence? and what's even more strange is, if this isn't the most illogical goofball ever, how is he not prepared for the flat earthers' arguments? You could just look at any Flat Earth in 5 minutes or Flat Earth Debunked, whatever videos you want to look at, just to hear the arguments, to understand the arguments, so you don't look so foolish. Again, nothing to do with which model of the universe is true. This is beyond weird. Gravity is only a theory. That's the next segment. So this is interesting. The scientists only put disagree, not strongly disagree. The Flat Earther put strongly disagree. So that's interesting that this scientist is not putting strongly disagree that gravity is only a theory, but maybe he does understand the definition of theory.
Newton's laws, they've been unbelievably successful in describing the world and predicting things and bringing us new technology.
What? How does that bring new tech? What? I mean, you could predict a lot of things. I mean, supposedly they used the geocentric model for quite some time with the astrolabe and all these things for navigation. You can predict, I mean, the ancients were predicting eclipses and all these things using either flat models or geocentric models. Does that mean the model is true just because you have accurate predictions? I mean, it could mean it's true. It doesn't prove it's true definitively. This whole prediction thing is very strange. It's like someone accidentally guessing things. That must mean that their understanding is completely true. It's really, really bizarre, because you can predict a lot of things with limited information. You're basically just guessing. And then if you're using certain variables to guess, even if you have those specific variables correct, that doesn't mean your overarching theory is correct at all in any way. And for whatever reason, that's very difficult for many people to understand.
It's not that they're wrong, they're just not fully described yet. Think of knowledge as being this big building up of a pyramid of knowledge. You never achieve the truth. You're just adding layer upon layer as you get nearer and nearer and nearer and nearer the truth.
And that's a very good example. This is the first sign of intelligence here. We've waited we're more than halfway through this debate, and this is the first sign of intelligence exhibited by the scientists. But if he understands the pyramid of knowledge model, which I've actually discussed this many times, if that base layer is incorrect, everything built on top is incorrect. So hopefully, if the flat earther knows how to argue, that's the point he would rebut with. Let's see what happens.
Right. Well, Newton was categorically wrong. I admire your optimism.
Yeah.
However, I don't feel like those gaps will ever be filled. I don't think the pyramid to the truth will ever be finished.
You don't trust the bottom layers.
It takes the scientist to bring that up. Okay, another point in the scientist's favor. I actually didn't expect this. He's finally showing some signs of cognitive ability here. Okay, so by trust, does that mean it requires faith? Because if you present irrefutable evidence, there's nothing to trust. Like if you're saying 1 + 1 is 2, you don't need to trust that it's 2 and not 3. If you do it with apples, you do it with rocks, you do it with you do it with everything, and 1 + 1 always ends up 2. There's nothing to trust there because you're providing irrefutable evidence. So if he's insinuating that you need to trust, is this faith-based? Let's see what they say.
And therefore, anything that you see, you're almost having to start from scratch. Which is essentially why you almost have a BC style knowledge of things like flat Earth, because you're going right back to the beginning and ignore. Well, it is archaic.
No, it's not. It's certainly not archaic.
And so, okay, so that was a straw man logical fallacy there, because he's pretending that all this is ignored. Now, I don't know what this particular flat earther believes. Let's see what he says. But in general, the people were believing in flat earth, let's say geocentrism. Up to even in Einstein's time, he was saying you can't tell the difference because of frame of reference and the lack of technology and experimentation, whether it would be a geocentric or heliocentric system. And you have, of course, documentaries like The Principle, there's cosmic radiation showing that the Earth might be the center of all these things. So he's saying you're going to BC. So he's saying over 2,000 years you need to go back for the geocentric principles here. It's very, very bizarre, particularly when most of the ground was made up in the past 100 years or so. So again, does this scientist not understand any history? It's very embarrassing. He did make that slight comeback with the pyramid example. So it seems like his brain isn't completely dead. Like he's capable of having thoughts and some kind of deduction. But the problem is he was so heavily triggered, he can't actually utilize his ability on any of these topics. He's too triggered, it seems. And now he's strawmanning, pretending that they threw out all without examining it. Because how does he know what was examined? I mean, he's very clueless about this entire debate, all these points, but he's strawmanning. He's pretending it was all thrown out instead of just taking on faith. He's pretending there were no alternatives. Again, you have Nikola Tesla versus Einstein. You have people debunking the theory of relativity even now. Run Z Cow's debunking. I talk about it all the time. Obviously, this goofball scientist probably has never heard of it. So he wants everybody to stick with the dogma of those base layers as if they can't be wrong, as if humans are infallible. It's very, very weird.
Because up until NASA was founded and we were shown so-called proof, this argument has never died. The flat Earth has been a contender in this argument between globe and Earth for a long time.
It's been fringe for 2,500 years.
No, it has not. That's absolutely not true.
We're both probably skeptics, but my form of skepticism is
religious scientism. He must not understand what skepticism is if he thinks he's a skeptic. He just takes on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever authorities present him, as he's proven this whole time.
A scientific skepticism.
I would actually disagree and say that my form of skepticism is a scientific skepticism because it follows the scientific method, natural science. One of my favorite physicists ever was Richard Feynman, and he described science in a fantastic way. He said, the steps of science is that we observe, then we guess. That's it. It's a guess. We use nature and experimentation to either verify or nullify that guess. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's it. That's what Richard Feynman said, and I totally agree with it.
If Richard Feynman's your hero, he's absolutely my hero.
So we agree there.
I've just finished Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman.
Okay, yeah.
He understands that science is this building up slowly of knowledge. To be honest, he would be horrified at your take on science.
Well, again, now he's pretending to know what Richard Feynman would think. That's quite silly. Now, again, I'm not an expert in Feynman, so I don't know the proclivities of his personality or whether or not he would appreciate dissent. But in general, it depends. It depends on what kind of scientist he is, because Nikola Tesla, of course, he wasn't a dogmatic scientism follower. He actually argued against some of these newer theories, relativity, the way that science and physics was going, because he understood the dogma and the belief that it was being built on in the past 100 years or so. Whether or not Feynman did or not, I mean, the Feynman experts can chime in. I am not an expert in Richard Feynman or his model of thinking and whether or not he would appreciate this kind of scientific dissent. But a lot of time, these rogue maverick type scientists, they would appreciate it, whether they agreed or disagreed, because who wants to be a brain dead zombie that never questions dogma? I mean, science is skepticism. The very nature of science is to be skeptical. What can be proven, what cannot be proven? What is a religious belief? What is a fact of nature that is irrefutable? And this scientist, he's getting so triggered here. His, again, micro expressions giving away his triggering and his subconscious, his realization that he cannot scientifically defend his faith-based belief system. And then he's getting the floor mopped with him by this random young guy. Even if the young guy's wrong about his conclusion, it's just hilarious. And the young guy, he didn't put that the earth was definitely flat. He was just agreed, not strongly agreed. So that's showing some good signs there.
Particularly how you just put it there, because it's not quite right. He is a fantastic advocate of science, and he would of course be horrified by flat Earth. He genuinely would.
The presupposition that he would of course be horrified. I'm not sure about that. Even if he completely disagreed, he might like the passion which with flat earthers doubt that base layer of dogma that modern science or modern corrupt physics puts forth. And it would be interesting to see what he thought of Runzi Kao's debunking of relativity and all these things. Very interesting. But this scientist is pretending to know the reaction of another human being. It's just the level of silliness has skyrocketed. I really didn't think he would get sillier than he did, because from the opening, other than that point about the pyramid, this scientist has been completely brain dead. It's really bizarre. The next point, YouTube is wrong to censor flat earth videos. And the flat earther put strongly agree, the scientist put disagree, not strongly disagree. So perhaps the scientist, why would he put disagree though? Because if anybody who really cares about science is not afraid of criticism. Scientism is, it views criticism as blasphemy. So, they would obviously censor any kind of debate. But if you're pro-science is being pro-truth, pro-logic, objective and neutral. So you would welcome any kind of criticism because it's a chance to prove a theory true. So yeah, it's really bizarre on how scared those indoctrinated into scientism are of any kind of dissenting or skeptical viewpoints, even though that's what real science is. It exposes them.
Anytime I talk about something controversial, they will make sure that they've put an article under my video to say what the opposite of what I'm saying is true. Why would you need to censor this kind of information if it's so clearly wrong?
Let's face it, if we were talking about a much more offensive idea, if we look at an example, would you be happy with YouTube downplaying Nazi videos?
It's a different, I think we're talking about something completely different. When we're talking about, someone promoting Nazism, someone promoting hate towards a group of people, whereas when we're discussing things like flat earth, we're discussing ideas.
Do you know what? And I do agree with you. I am going to shift it a little bit over here because...
Oh, wow. Okay, I don't know what to think about this. So this scientist was swayed by that point. He's so silly, he never thought about that until this flat earther pointed out. He moved his statement to the line so he doesn't agree or disagree. I would still think he should put strongly agree, no censoring, because if he's in favor of science and the truth prevailing, and even if he's got that much faith in his scientism prevailing, then why not have an open forum? The truth is not afraid of investigation, as I always say on Mindshock.
Because the freedom of speech, I think, is really important.
And then of this last point here, if freedom of speech is really important, why didn't he put strongly agree? He put it on. Anyway, this guy is beyond silly, and this was a really rough one to do because he actually brought no. If you watch this whole thing, he brought no actual evidence to the table for his belief system. He just spouted some propaganda and religious faith-based views on why the other guy's wrong. There was no actual science took place. I'm guessing this is the last point. The person opposite me is brainwashed. Okay, so the scientist put strongly disagree, and the flat earther put agree. That's interesting. I didn't see that coming. Let's see what happens here.
sorry.
But that's it.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I would say this because I would actually say that everybody is brainwashed to a degree. I would say that I am brainwashed to a degree. Most of the time we exist in some form of an echo chamber, whether we want to or not.
What you should be trying to do is be very, very open-minded, but not so open-minded that your brains fall out.
Wow, really? Well, your brain, is the mind the same thing as the brain? So this guy doesn't have his definitions right, and he, again, appealed to humor. That's a logical fallacy, of course. And it's really weird how this scientist, all he had to present were logical fallacies, faith-based presuppositions. But I'll give my viewpoint here because I don't have much hope that this will be addressed, but maybe I'll be wrong. Who has more to lose here? The scientist has been indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. He's gone through academia through controlled academia, the status quo, institutionalism. So if everything he learned was wrong, that he either paid for, got a scholarship, whatever, if it's all wrong, is he strong enough to handle it? Is he even strong enough to consider the idea? So as we saw in this whole debate, obviously he's not. And it's very few people are mentally strong enough to be able to handle even that possibility. Clearly he can't, because he's been so severely brainwashed and indoctrinated. He can't even consider the possibility that it's a house of cards, despite historical evidence, despite empirically verifiable definitions. So that's the point here. Who has more to lose? Whereas this random flat earther guy, who knows, it looks like he works at a coffee shop or something, who knows, he's got nothing to lose, I think. I mean, maybe he does have a degree, maybe he doesn't care about it. Either way, he probably doesn't have as high level of degree as this scientist, and he probably does not work in a high level scientific field, because most flat earthers appear not to. Could be wrong about that, but from what I've seen, most flat earthers are not indoctrinated heavily into this cult of state worship and institutionalism, where they're part of the cog in the machine, holding up and supporting the machine. So if it's all a lie, the flat earther has less to lose, so they can afford to be more open-minded. So, and just real quick, the scientist doesn't seem to know the definition of mind or brain. Brain is your physical brain, your muscular organ. The mind is a set of thinking faculties, cognitive aspects, consciousness, imagination, perception, thinking, judgment, language, and memory. Your mind can't fall out of your head. Your brain can, but not your mind. So how silly is this scientist? He doesn't even know the definitions of brain and mind and the differences. And even if he did, like, it's so silly. Even if he did, this is an appeal to humor logical fallacy, because he's got nothing of substance here.
I mean, that's kind of it. And as a scientist, you want people to come along and disprove your theories.
Challenge you, for sure.
Not even just challenge your theories, but to disprove them.
And is that what we saw here?
I think that's the most exciting thing in science. You may have belonged to a tribe, but I don't think you've been brainwashed by that tribe. I just think that you've rejected what I would call normal science.
So basically he's admitting here that his definition of normal science is scientism, faith-based presuppositions, not adhering to the scientific method. That's not real science, but that's his definition of science, which is why he's arguing this way, and his lack of understanding.
And you're going for something else that's not actually science, but I don't.
Right. So again, this is obvious now. So the way that you probably should start any kind of logical argumentation or debate is by outlining the definitions, because all of these people hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of state worship and scientism, state authority worship and scientism, they don't even have the right definitions. So they're operating under scientism being science. They don't have these clearly outlined definitions. Are they mentally strong enough to just take these real definitions head on, these empirically verifiable definitions? I don't know. Is the cognitive dissonance too much? Is his Dunning-Kruger too much? I mean, this is how this played out. And then the last point, I would go for another drink with you. They both put strongly agree. And this is where I'm out, because that's irrelevant. So this was the logical analysis. Very, very poor showing by the scientist. He did seem to understand the pyramid structure of what some of scientism is built on. It's more of a house of cards, really, though. When you examine that base layer, does it all fall apart or not? Again, I for people really interested in science, I encourage everyone to look at Run Zkow's easy to understand debunking of the theory of Einstein's theory of relativity, and how all of these house of cards are built, not just in science, but you have this across every field, not just physics. So again, history has many, many lessons to teach, and so does psychology, because if either one of these guys, like the flat earther, let him get away with that definition of science, that was disappointing. He just let him get right away with it. I would have called the scientist out on every single point. Just like if I was the scientist, I would have provided actual evidence and shut down the flat earther at every point. So yeah, this was a rough one. Some people might find it entertaining, but I actually ended up feeling really, really bad for the scientist, because he seems like a nice guy. Just an older, nice guy, and he's just that clueless. It was a rough one. But I hope you guys enjoyed another logical analysis on the Mind Shock podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Hit that like button. Share it across social media platforms, of which we are on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. And any questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
Hit that super chat, man. Send Helio some money. Send some money to Helio. Fuck's sake, come on. Well, that was interesting. Another one bites the dust, huh? I like that guy, man. Pretty good. The younger gentleman. It's fantastic. Anybody?
What's his account name or YouTube page?
I don't know, man. I just tuned in. I was like making breakfast and like, that's pretty good, man. Damn.
That was.
Yeah, he's spot on, man. That poor
He's
fucking
woke.
scientist.
He's doing his work.
Yeah. Busting out those fallacies, man. I love it. Oh, I need gasoline. I'm driving, so if I make noise,
If you end up dying, okay.
mute my ass. Finally a sunny, beautiful day here in Southern California. I can see the snow. It's about 60 miles away. I can see it.
Oh, it's fucking snowing where I'm at. It just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, we got a lot of snow, man. Ooh. My goodness. All right, what else is going on, man? That was pretty good. The Witsit debate, I was listening to that a little bit earlier. I was making some coffee. That was good as well. Good stuff, man. I miss Precious Metal Takeover, man. Saturday mornings. That was a great show, man. I miss it.
What show?
It's called Precious Metals. I mean, anybody on this server that is a gold or silver get to take over the show for like 3 hours, and everybody else, moderators, everybody else gets to piss off.
Okay.
And it was kind of, we usually had a theme or a question. Somebody would bring up a question like, how would you make the world a better place or something, and we would kick it around. And
I know the answer to that. Three biggest things that are inhibiting humans.
Yeah.
I would say it'd be eating animals, flat Earth, and gravity.
There you go.
I would say those three are the big ones. Gravity, flat Earth, and eating animal products.
That would definitely help, man. I'm part American Indian, man. We, at least as the story goes, it sounds good on in the story. But yeah, we ate the animals, man. But we respected the animals. We treated them. We used every bit of the animals.
How do you respect an animal by killing them?
Well, we use every part of it.
If I kill you and use every part of you, does that mean I respect you?
Well,
or would you want my respect?
Animals do die naturally too, man. And
we do too.
So yeah, eat me up, man. If I'm dead,
Did I use that excuse though?
Fucking eat me up, man. If I'm dead.
No, dude, I want to eat you.
It's okay, man. You can or whatever. You can turn me into fertilizer or
sausage
me or sausage. Burn me up. Turn me into Soylent Green. Whatever you got to do, man.
I don't know, dude. Everyone's gonna die, but that doesn't mean you should.
Fishing? What do you think about fishing, man? Or
fishing? Yeah, no, they're sentient.
Mm-hmm.
They're sentient.
Okay, I like fish, man. I mean,
yeah, I used to like fish too. Eating fish.
I used to fish. I used to hunt.
But you're right, man. The way that the system is set up now, the way animals get treated is absolutely fucking disgusting, man. It is
Yeah.
really fucking
Even like breeding them or like having pets. Like
Yeah.
we overbreed the pets to where we like gas or pet stores have to, or pet breeders have to gas chamber the extra puppies or kill them and use them for fucking either for dog food, because they'll actually sell fucking dog parts, animals, like their bodies for to dog brands. So the dogs are literally cannibalizing off of each other. It's weird. It's fucked.
It's disgusting, man. Yeah. So, the cows and the chicken, it's just disgusting, man. Oh, fuck.
But yeah,
well,
fucking
Klaus Schwab wants to get rid of all that too, man.
I know there's a lot. Bill Gates and all that shit.
Eats the bugs.
Eats the bugs. No, I do not. The bugs are sentient. Bugs are sentient. Some bugs. I'm maybe there's some bugs that aren't, but I'm pretty sure all bugs have awareness or sentience.
I like the. I've seen some fish farms. They seem pretty, environmentally cool, man.
I wouldn't say they're cool. Like farm raised salmon.
Yeah,
they're swimming in the toilet. That's our oceans are our toilet bowls now.
Well,
Mercury.
They got the running water, they got the little rivers, and they get them in there, and they're trying to filter out the shit, So there's certainly probably some better than others. The one I saw was pretty cool looking, man. I'm like, damn, interesting.
Yeah, there's apparently regenerative farming. You hear that word thrown around, regenerative, natural. Right. You hear that word. It doesn't mean it's what means natural. Like, what does that mean? What we're doing to these animals ain't nothing but fucking is not natural at all. Oh.
No, it's not natural. But
we're playing quite literally God with them, and now we're forcing them to reproduce. We're either jacking them off and then taking them and then sticking our hand up a cow's ass.
I got a big diesel truck next to me, man. Yeah. I'll mute up. Carry on.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would say those three were the biggest things to get everyone to wake up. I'm trying to get my fucking PC to go. Not working for some reason. But yeah. I like that video though, for sure. Does anyone know it? The name of the guy? What the fuck? This fucking work.
Little truck's going. Well, I'm getting some gas, paying $5.29 a gallon credit. Debit.
Oh, you got Biden to thank for that.
Or What a beautiful. I thought gas prices were supposed to be coming down, man. What happened to that?
Oh, they run a monopoly. They can raise it and lower it to whatever the extent they want.
Dude. Yeah, we were paying at one point, man. It was like $7. It's down a little bit, but
$7?
Yeah,
Fuck, I never had to pay $7 yet.
that's crazy, man. We during the lockdown thing, man. When everybody was at home, man, gas was like $2. It was like, this is great.
You ever heard of Tartaria?
Oh yeah,
And the free energy, the Aether?
that would be nice.
Yeah, I would say that'd be nice right about now.
Yeah, I've heard they can make like an electric car, like just run off the air, but that would be cool. It's a nice dream.
Free energy, free food. Yeah, it'd be fucking awesome.
They had something going on, man. They didn't build all those buildings, man, just by pure labor. And, you know, how do you feed everybody to get enough energy to do all that and everything, you know?
They were efficient. They weren't, yeah.
Incredible, man. They built so much shit. We're incredible, too. I mean, we've been building some crazy stuff in the last 100 years as well, but we got some serious tools, man. Big ass machines.
They've had some serious tools. You should see some of the monolith stones that they're moving around that we still can't move around today.
I know, man. That's insane.
There's like fucking, I think 20. I forget how many tons. It was insane. Like this giant
30,
fucking 100,000, like 100 ton or more, something crazy along the line.
Yeah. Lots of mysteries to be solved yet, boys and girls. We're getting there, man. We're really busting it, man. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to keep looking into, man. And this it's a great place to start, man. What we live on, how it works, or how it doesn't work. It's not a spinning ball, crazy million-mile-an-hour shit. No, that's not happening. You got any newbies in here? I can't. I'm driving. Hey, you can go back up and look in the music bot, and you can see who that guy was. Get a link to that particular video or whatever. I'm driving. I can't do it otherwise.
I'm trying to see it.
But whenever when I stop, I'll take a look. Nobody new in here? Anybody fresh? No questions?
I don't know. Trinity's texted in the live stream chat.
Yeah? Who is?
Trinity.
Trinity. What's going
Trinity.
on? Jump on the VC, man.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Doing well. Anyone see the Witsit debate last night with this Tony PhD guy?
Yeah, we played it here about, I don't know, hour and a half ago.
Oh, nice. Then I'm on the same wavelength. Yeah, I watched it earlier this morning.
Yeah, somebody put it on the playlist and we were playing it. It sounded good. I only caught a little bit of it. What did you get from it?
Oh man, well, I mean, it's just crazy to me the lack of ability to debate without like huge amounts of emotion from the Globe side.
Okay, I want to debate you guys. Pretend I'm a Glober. I'm saying that it's Globe. It's goddamn Globe. I believe it. My teacher told me that. Okay, so how would you
What's
go
your
about
evidence for the
disproving
Globe,
my
man?
shit?
What do you? Your reversal of burden of proof fallacy. Stop it.
Oh, okay. So then I would be the one to put the proof onto you guys as to why I believe it's a curvature.
Correct. Yeah, you gotta show us the curve, the spin, gas pressure without a container. That'd be good.
Yeah. Second law of thermodynamics.
Second law, baby. Woo! Second law.
Yeah, but I think one of the biggest things with that debate was, this feeling of authority. If you have the degree, that you're automatically a higher rung on the ladder, and that you're worth way more without actually proving your case. Like you would in a court of law with evidence.
Right.
Instead it's like one of the guys' claims is to Witsit was that he didn't have any qualification. He's not qualified to read the scientific studies about seismology and all of this stuff.
Right.
But the guy was just losing it, man. He was clearly unstable. Kind of felt bad for him. I mean, it's just it's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's got to be, because you got someone else coming questioning your entire worldview, and so it creates a lot of frustration. But what I love about Witsit is he maintains his calm demeanor.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood. I mean, school. What I paid to go to school and go to college. I can't entertain that kind of idea.
No, you got to face the fact that potentially everything you learned is
being run by Nazis.
It has to be thrown out. You got to start over.
Yeah, and the whole premise was, you assume a globe with the study of seismology, but all of those calculations, you can easily receive a reading and it not be a globe. It's like you're just assuming that it's a sphere when you're getting these readings back. And there's no way to directly measure a vibration going through the center of the earth. You can measure a vibration on the floor, on the ground, and get another vibration in another area of the ground, but that doesn't prove sphericity. And it was a great debate. But
is that for the core? Is that like what they use to say that the core exists in the earth?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I just know that with the debate, that was one of the arguments. There may be other tools in the toolbox of a glober, like of how the core is proved. But one of the things that from the debate last night was that we can basically send a signal from one side and it comes out the other side. Therefore, it's a sphere. But Witsit was pointing out there's all kinds of anomalies, up to 40% in the theory. And if you got up to 40% anomalies, you don't really have a strong working model. There's other things going on that maybe don't fit it being a sphere. And every time he wanted the guy to actually address specifics, the guy just kept. It was crazy how a lot of flat earthers get really good at calling out logical fallacies, and sometimes it's too much, like we're calling them out nonstop, but at the same time, you have to call them out. I mean, if you're not addressing the actual argument, then you got to call out the BS.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, it's funny. What made you guys realize this? Like, what made you slowly come to the realization that the Earth is flat?
I don't even know when exactly it happened. What, strangely enough, it's when COVID, the fraud of certain things started happening around that. I started looking into just different people watching different videos, and somehow I got onto Flat Earth was connected to one of these videos. And I'd always thought it was ridiculous. You know, a buddy of mine mentioned it years ago. I was like, but satellites, bro.
Satellites, bro.
And,
Are these satellites up in there, or are they something else? Or is there none?
well, it's some of the speculation is they could be satelloons, like with balloons, you know, and a majority of telecommunications are done via the ground with radio and cables and stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on that. But I just watched the 200 proofs video. That's what got me started. Was the Eric debate.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I watched it as a video. It's pretty good.
It's a good place to start. Yeah,
For
I
me-
was doing a gig at a concert. I was running sound, and the guy was in charge. We finished rehearsal, sound check, and he goes, "Hey man, check it out, man. Satellites are fake. There's no pictures of satellites in space." And that's all it took, man. I'm like, "Oh shit, I'll see you tomorrow, bro. I'll text you some fucking pictures, bro." I spent like 3 days trying to find one picture of a satellite in space. And I was like, "Oh shit, they're all fucking CGI. What's up?" All video games, man. I'm like, "Oh shit, all right." And then, you know, when you're searching that, you know, I think, you know, 200 proofs came up or something. I watched that, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I gotta fucking prove. How do I prove this fucking globe, man? Fuck." And I'm still trying to prove the globe, man. It's not working out too well.
For me, when I first, what made me really question the size of the Earth was when I stumbled upon mud fossils and basalt rock.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I realized there's biology that was way too big for this small little Earth. There's a lot of evidence for things being a lot of from mud fossils.
Yeah.
Like we live on the dead. Life and death go hand in hand, and we live on the dead corpses of living beings.
So yeah, everybody's got a cool path to try to come to your senses and say, "Okay, can I trust my senses? And what do I got for this globe spinning, shooting millions of miles an hour of proof? I got nothing. Oh, damn. That sucks. Okay. Must be stationary and relatively flat." Speaking of laws, man, you guys ever heard of Moore's Law?
No.
Moore's Law was a computer law. A guy named Moore's came up with it. He said that computer power will double every 18 months. And it did for like decades. Every 18 months, computing power would double. But it ran into a wall, I think, around 2008, somewhere in there, where that did not become the case. So, but they used it for decades. It would double every 18 months.
Would you say that's just Moore's law was just full shit, or did he have some inside knowledge?
Well, I mean, he's a computer guy. He's 96. He just died yesterday or something, or this week. But I just happen to remember that, and it was true for most of my life, man. Every 18 months. Like, damn, you got a 386 chip, man. Fuck. Well, 486. 18 months later, and so on and so on. So it, but now they got to use, like, for us regular folks, what do we got, like quad chips or 8 chips now to do? It's fast. Don't get me wrong. If it wasn't fast, we wouldn't be able to talk on Discord like this, man. This shit is fast. Hell, man, I love it. But anyway,
I love it, but also hate it.
yeah, exactly. I build musical instruments, man. And
You have all this great technology, but you don't know that the Earth is flat. I feel like they use this technology to enslave us a little bit.
Oh, no doubt about it. So this week in Congress, America, they were taking the TikTok CEO to the woodshed. And the reason they want to get rid of TikTok, and they're like, oh, they're just spying on us and blah, blah, blah. Nah, man, because it's the one mega platform that America doesn't really have any control over. They can't control it. They can't, there's tons of flat earthers and Tartarias and all kinds of crazy shit on TikTok. I've ran into this, in the last year, probably, I don't know, a dozen or so guys coming into this server. How'd you find us? Oh, I found it on TikTok. I watched the video and it led me to another video, and I got a link, and I ended up here. And I'm like,
They eventually just went down the rabbit hole.
yeah. I went down a rabbit hole. But TikTok has definitely been flat earth and up for the last, year or so, really big time. There's a lot of people with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and they're just flat earth and all the time. So that's why they want to get rid of TikTok, because it exposes them.
I thought they wanted to get rid of TikTok because it's like it's not something with the Japanese or China government.
China, yeah, they're spying on us. Ooh.
Yeah,
no,
like data or something.
Google's not spying on you, or Microsoft, or any one of these. Apple, pick your poison, man. They're all spying on us, man.
Oh yeah,
that's just the way it is, But I tell them, I'm right here, man. Come get me, Mongos. Good luck.
And they could. They could.
I'm nobody, man.
They're like a pack of wolves, or like an army.
But yeah, if you get too big, man, you get up millions of subscribers. Yeah, you
get suicided.
Yeah, you might end up.
They might not have to wait. Here's the sound of my door slamming. Let's see. Yeah, doesn't that sound fucking great?
Sounds very firm.
Pretty wild there, Sonny.
Very firm slam. I like it.
Firm. Are you pissed off enough? Uh-oh. What's up, Sonny? Sonny and I are a week ago today. We were at a meetup, having a flat Earth meetup. It was awesome. But
it would just be a meetup, unless are you actually talking about flat Earth?
Yeah, it was a flat Earth meetup. It was about 100 of us or something.
100 of you?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, where do you live? I don't know.
California.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know. I live in Wisconsin. I don't think there's anything like that going up where I live.
No. Oh, there's. Get over here. Some fender bender up here. Dude, you guys' cars are fine. Move your car. No? I guess the wheel's kind of messed up. But I'm good. Yeah, it was like 100 of us. People come and go. It was hard to. I got one picture of like 70 of us together, something like that.
Holy shit! I would have gone.
Eddie got it. Anyway, it was super fun. Sonny was playing some music, and it was a ton of food, man. Everybody brought food, man. It was like every kind of food you could think of was there. It was awesome, man. It was right on the beach, too, man.
I got a question for Flat Earth Dude Professor. My mic's working.
You're working, Dave. What do you got?
How can a fender bender happen on a spinning globe?
Well, I don't know. You would think that the Coriolis effect would divert the car from hitting you, but apparently there's no Coriolis effect happening on the globe.
What is the Coriolis effect?
It's the apparent deviation of like if I took a helicopter and I lifted off. If you're on a ball, the ball should spin underneath of you.
Yep. Or like a hot air balloon and just wait for your destination.
Right, you're just waiting for the destination to show up. Well, that doesn't happen, and
Our atmosphere is Velcro to our land. That's how gas works, right?
The conservation of momentum. Yeah, boy, man, Nathan Oakley took that shit to the woodshed for like a year straight, man. Oh,
I just started watching them.
QE they went on and on and on about it, man. And so many people try to defend it in the most craziest, magical Mickey Mouse way they could possibly think of. And it's like a train, it's like a plane, it's like a car, it's like dudes.
All the lame excuses the globe model has, I think the Velcro atmosphere has got to be one of the weakest ones. It's the most ridiculous thing.
Dude, like if that's the case, how the fuck do I move? How do birds and flies fly?
Yeah, exactly.
Like gravity's holding everything down, trees, houses, us.
Yeah, and how does wind blow in every direction?
Yeah, exactly. How do fish swim? If the fucking fish, the water's being held down by gravity, how would the fish fucking swim?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you would need so much force in order to swim, and there isn't that enough force. I don't know the math. I just think it's ridiculous.
Velcro atmosphere, don't you? It's a great argument.
Hey, I'm driving by the building that they built the Skylab in, man. And it's got a sign. It's got a sign on the building that says "Go for Zero."
Sign lab.
Picture a big giant sign. Yeah, "Go for Zero." I guess it's zero gravity.
Skylab, dude, like the thing from the 80s.
Yeah, the Skylab from the 70s.
The 70s, whatever.
Yeah.
Back when people thought we were going to go back to the moon any day now, right?
Oh, that was funny.
They were fucking around on the Skylab at the same altitude as the ISS, allegedly. Whatever they're doing. Go ahead.
Jeranism yesterday, I don't know, I was doing some yard work listening, and he was playing these old videos from all these interviews of people back in like the 70s, and they were going to build these space hotels and on the moon or whatever, and they're interviewing these people, and they're like, yeah, that's going to be great. I just can't wait. It's only $28,000, back then. And which is a lot of money. You could buy a house. Anyway, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, that's a good point. Here it is, 50 years later? Yeah. People don't talk about that so much. But back then it was fresh, man. We just went to the moon. Now we're going to be we're gonna have a Holiday Inn on the moon, blah blah blah. You know,
Yeah, gonna have.
people ain't so excited about it these days. They just like that last Artemis thing. It was barely even in the news. It was just a little bit just to try to piss us off or whatever. You know.
They're realizing like fuck. Okay, our ship has already sailed.
Exactly. Yeah,
Their excuse to not be able to go to the moon again is we don't have the equipment. We destroyed it. We don't have it. It's gone.
well, that was that Yeah, that was that guy's defense. It's really hard to keep.
What is his name again? I know who you're talking about. I tried looking for that interview again. I only saw it once, and I wanted to find it again.
Probably in this server somewhere down at the bottom down there.
You talking about Don Pettit when he says we destroyed the technology? CB's got that on the sound clip. If he's still here, he's not here.
It's in the server here somewhere,
It's in
man.
there somewhere, yeah.
It might be under
I'll go back
astronauts.
to the moon in a nanosecond, but the problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Yep, that's okay. Where is that? Is that under astronauts?
It might be under astronauts, probably. I don't know, man. I'm driving. I'm almost to my appointment. I gotta go work on a piano.
You can tune a piano. Can you tune a fish?
Oh, I found it.
There it is. Excellent. Man, there's such great resources in this server. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Crazy. Uh-oh. I'm supposed to turn into there. I can't turn in there, man. It's no bueno.
How would you like to have been the intern at NASA, whatever day that was in the 70s or 80s? And all that telemetry data and all that technology over there, we need to destroy that today. Why? I don't know.
Well, we lost 700 boxes of magnetic tape, Dave. It's hard to keep magnetic tape, man.
It's hard to keep those things out of a bonfire when they don't even exist to start with. You know?
That dude is creepy as fuck. His eyes are just like I don't know.
Dude, the guy's autistic, man. 100%. At least, at minimum. 150 feet. There we go.
We don't have that technology, but we're going to be shooting from Mars right now. But we're not going to tell you when.
Right?
We're going to go to Mars, boys.
When they asked him if he could see stars, he's like, yeah, you can see the zodiacal lights, and you can see the Magellan clouds and all this shit. And the other astronauts are saying, nah, I know, it's just black. We never saw stars. So which one is it, guys? I don't know.
120. Yeah, I can't see. You can see all kinds of stars. You can see little polka dots like that. And yeah, it's amazing. It's like, what? No, you can't see. It's just a deep black. It's deep black. It's deep black. Yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah. I'm like, it's so funny. There's guys back and forth. All right, I gotta go tune. I'll be back. Carry on. Carry on. Cheers.
Later, David. I probably got a few more minutes of my mic working. Is everybody new on here? Speak now or speak later. It's up to you. Now would be preferable. We've been joined by Bearded Dora. Hello. Welcome to the server. Bearded Dora. Are you there? And gone. Rest of the panel looks like globe deniers. If I'm wrong, speak up. Quick roll call. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. If you have empirical, testable, repeatable evidence for the globe model, please join us and discuss. We would love to talk to you. Anyway, we've been joined by F.E. Batman, Flatman Can A. I am Kovac, Yeldico, Michael Gleason, Trinity Loves You, and Cut Off the Knees. Any or all of these people have the ability to speak now if they wish. This is Dead Air Dave, probably getting ready to robot.
Well, I may as well ask a question if it's okay.
Perfectly okay, Yeldico. What's up? My mic still working.
Well, you had just discussed the idea of them losing all the technology to go to the moon. I'm wondering, what is the difference between the technology that took us to the moon and that which took us to Mars, which came afterwards?
What's the difference? Any answer I give to that would be total speculation, obviously, but I mean, as far as going to Mars, they just claim to send like Johnny 5 and rovers and stuff. They haven't sent people to anything like that, right?
Right, but what would the difference be? I mean, they get there, and the only obvious difference would be that they would have to have a air chamber for those who are passengers, right?
Yeah, you'd have to take care of the human traveler, as you know, would be the
But
difference.
as far as I understand, they lost all the technology for the moon landing. Or at least that was what was said. It's just very confusing, you know?
Well, that's their goal, is to keep it vague and confusing, and you know, the more vague and the more they obscure it, the better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't want to give specific answers to what specific technology they're using to do whatever. They just generally say, "Hey, we sent Johnny 5 to Mars" or whatever, and everybody believes it.
Yeah, they don't even try to hide anymore.
Right? I mean, it's almost like they're just like putting it right in your face in some cases. But you know,
Yeah.
maybe it's just my perspective, the way I'm seeing it. But I used to believe it before I actually investigated it. You know,
Oh, yeah.
all this space stuff. I used to be a big fan of it, but I can see right through it these days, obviously.
Yeah, they appeal to our pioneering instinct, you know?
That's a good question. My mic's probably going to go out of range, so if anybody else wants to join Eldico here, try to get a conversation started, feel free. Not roboting yet.
No.
It's a good question. They never give us specifics about we did X, Y, and Z to send this thing to Mars, and how did we lose that technology to do that, but we can still do this, but we can't send people. I mean, like I say, it's all confusing, doesn't make sense. They keep it vague, keep it ambiguous, and that's how they want it, right?
Yeah. It only occurred to me once you asked, you know, you were talking about that they lost all the telemetry, I guess they call it.
Yeah, they supposedly lost like 700 boxes worth of data and telemetry data and stuff.
How do you do that? How do you lose 700 boxes?
I guess they were moving offices and some intern screwed up or something. Who knows?
Their story is even pretty bad. Anyway, that was just a kind of there's so many chinks in their armor.
I would challenge anybody to find something that's not suspect about anything that NASA puts out. But
Yeah.
there might be something out there, but almost everything there's a question to. Legitimate questions. That's why I support that Austin's doing that audit in NASA. I volunteered to do that, like send emails and stuff. That's something we haven't done, and we have the right to do. They're a public agency. We have the right to question them.
Yeah.
And they respond to us, you know?
It's like you can't audit
And
the
if they
Federal Reserve.
if they don't respond, if they pull some kind of national security thing, they're supposed to be a science agency. What are they hiding? You know, we're just asking for the science. You know, how'd you get Johnny 5 on Mars? Let's see all the data on how you did that. Stuff like that.
Yep.
Not just tell us that he's on Mars and there's a helicopter flying around him. Whatever. Thanks for piping up, LDCO. I'm probably going to robot. Somebody else feel
All
free
right.
to join in. Come on.
Nice to chat with you.
Yeah, I try to talk when I can. I just do a lot of driving, so being mobile, I lose satellite coverage a lot, you know. Who can I pick on in here? Sonny on the plane thinks he lives on a ball, zipping around through nothing. He's going to tell you why right now. Sonny must not be near his mic. That was a failed attempt at sarcasm. My mic's still working. You still there, Eldico?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you have a severely depressed Sonny here, so I'm not going to speak right now. Thanks for asking.
Okay, as long as you don't think you live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, it's all good. Wide open airwaves. Anybody wants to speak up, click the link, come in here, tell us why it's a globe. We'd love to know. A lot of us have been looking for a long time for empirical evidence of this globe. So feel free to click the link and join the discussion.
Sonny, you're depressed, brother? You want to talk about it?
What, so I can share my miserable fucking life with the rest of everybody on live stream? I don't think so. Thanks for asking, no.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. But sometimes it's good to talk it over, right? No, don't you think? Actually, you're usually in a pretty good disposition.
Yeah, you know what? All I want to know is if any of you have an inside line to the creator, just let them know. I don't want to be here anymore. And the biggest problem is I keep waking up. So I don't think you fucking want to hear somebody this depressed. Like, I just want to leave here. There's nothing left here for me. I have no fucking hope of anything in my life. So that's it. I'm about to go. I'm about to leave this place. It's over. I have nothing left. So is that what you want to hear?
Well, I gotta be honest, Sonny. Over the last few months, I've always enjoyed when you popped in. You've always got this. You're always exploring. I'm out of Canada, so I'm in the Great North, and you're down in California, if I remember correctly. But you're always like picking shit. Like you're picking the quincy fruit. Remember that quincy? Riding your bike all over the place and exploring. You got a nice warm climate. I always love it when you jump in, play your guitar, and do your thing. So it's kind of bummy that now you're saying you're all depressed. Like, I don't know, man. Like we've
Am I
never met.
roboting?
Huh? Go ahead.
Am I roboting, Kovac?
No, I can hear you, brother. Go ahead, Dave Hinkle.
I just want to tell Sonny, man, whatever's going on, DM me or call me, whatever. We don't need to be on the live stream talking like that, but come on, man. I'm disconnected. I'm not a robot.
Sonny, you kind of got me all bummied out today too. Like I was just saying, like I love it when you jump in. Whatever, you're probably going through something, man. I hope it works out.
Like check, am I still here?
Yeah, you're good, brother, Dave.
All right. So if there's anybody new, feel free to start up a conversation. Let's talk about the shape of the earth. A lot of people still think it's a spinning globe for some reason.
Dave, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm kind of concerned about Sonny. Sonny, you good?
He's still on here. I hope he's okay. I mean, it's a live stream on the internet. Much we can do. We can just try to stay on topic. That's all I was trying to do. Maybe what's going on in each of our personal cases, we don't need to be airing it on here. It's my opinion. We're on here to discuss the shape of the Earth objectively, right? I don't even know if my mic's worked.
Hello.
Hello, who said hello?
Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing?
Good. Who am I talking to?
Are you asking how am I doing?
Who are you? I'm driving. I can't look at your name.
Oh, Sladro.
Okay. Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Inconclusive. I don't think so, however. I strongly doubt it. Well, maybe not strongly, but I do doubt it.
What makes you doubt that it's a spinning ball?
Well, I would say the 3 points. And then, other than the 3 points,
Well, that's a good start. You're talking about the three physical planes that the globe cannot demonstrate, correct?
yeah, the invalid information that we get from NASA as well is what makes me steer to that.
We cannot empirically verify the curvature, the motion, or the existence of the vacuum of space next to a gas pressure system without containment.
I've personally also not observed Earth moving other than earthquakes as well.
Yeah, we can't detect the motion. It's in at least 4 different motion vectors. You can't feel it. Makes sense. It's moving, but you can't feel it. It's curving, but you can't see it.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, sounds like you're on the right skeptical journey of trying to discover where you live. So, congrats, Steve. And good luck on your journey.
I don't think I'm pursuing the truth anymore because I believe I've just accepted that I will never know the truth.
Well, that's also a good position to take. I do that too. I accept that I'm just a human, whatever, and there's a lot of things I may never know for sure. At least there's a few things I can know. I do. I highlight the things we can demonstrate, like water being blah blah blah.
Yeah. How about you?
My empty sense, you never know the answer. Maybe there's some things we're just not supposed to know. No.
Yeah. I don't even I've completely omitted the word truth and fact from my vocabulary. I don't use those words anymore because instead I just substituted with I believe.
I can understand that, but you do accept that we have an objective reality we can all demonstrate and prove to each other, right?
I'm sorry, you are inaudible for that. Could you say that again?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be a robot. And I wish somebody else would start talking. Do you believe there's an objective reality that we can all demonstrate to each other?
I think. Let me think about that for a second. No, I don't think so. I think that we can demonstrate certain ideas to people that are similar to us or have the tools that we have. But for example, attempting to demonstrate that most tomatoes are red to someone that is colorblind, I think is impossible.
Well, I guess you can find an extreme example, but like, for example, if the Earth was really curving, don't you think the Globers would be able to take us to like a 20-mile stretch of ocean and show us the curve in water? Or in objective reality, they cannot do that. It doesn't seem so. They've had 8 years and nobody's done it. So,
yeah.
Bodies of water do not do that, as far as I can tell, right?
It's certainly never been done before, well, at least to my knowledge. Whether they're able to demonstrate that or not, I don't know.
Convex body of water. I'm yet to see it.
Oh yeah, I agree.
8 years now.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's an objective reality. That's what I'm talking about. And there's different perceptions of color blindness and all that. People have different views from perspectives. I'm talking about demonstrating objective reality to each other, that it's not this spinning ball in a vacuum. That makes no sense. I'm probably right, Barton.
No, I heard everything that you said. When it comes to that, I would say if you're going to invoke that, then you need to speak. Then you have to speak very specifically, in my opinion. For example, since it is not demonstrable that there is a curve, I believe then if you want to use the word objectively, maybe you could use it in the context of saying something along the lines of, given the information or accessibility that we have right now, we are unable to find a curve, or we are objectively unable to find a curve with the current information that we have. But I wouldn't say that there's no curve, right? Because we just don't know. But I do agree to a certain extent. But I'm not going to say there's no curve.
If there was some kind of demonstrable curve, somebody would have showed it to us by now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but at the same time, we also understand how they limit your mobility. So we confined to these countries, and if we try to go further than the boundaries that they've set, it's considered illegal, and you'd be considered a criminal.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Limited mobility, because if the Earth was curving, it would be curving everywhere.
All right, take it, old hoss. I'm roboting. Thanks.
Yeah, if the Earth were the 3959 sphere they say it is, it would be the 3959 sphere everywhere. You can try to insert nuanced, foggy, muddy the water language, but it's just sort of, it's a simple question. Is the Earth 3959 sphere? Well, no. Water seeks and finds level here in reality, therefore sphere cannot exist.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with their calculations. It doesn't mathematically seem to add up very consistently.
Yeah. I mean, water seeks and finds level, does it not?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
No, I'm just asking you. Does water seek and find level?
Yes. That seems to be the case.
Well, is that possible on a sphere?
No, it is not possible on a sphere. But you also have to consider the possibility that the Earth might be 20 million times larger than what we think it is.
Well, that's fine. You can say whatever you want, but once the Earth is not the 3959 spheroid they claim it is, all of heliocentrism, all of the outer space mythology, it's all exposed to be just a story.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, a lot of people want to turn this into some sort of nuanced discussion, but it's just pretty simple.
Oh no, that's not what I was attempting to do at all. I'm just saying that we cannot know for sure, and all of our conclusions are based on the information we have right now.
We do know for sure that water seeks and finds level, right?
Yes, but we don't know for sure. Okay, so let's assume this, for example. We don't know for sure that...
do you know what happens when you assume?
I just want to present an example where the water would still be level. So we don't know for sure that the Earth isn't 200 million times larger than what they say it is, and there is this cylindrical piece of glass put over a lot of the land. Therefore, in our specific section, the water remains level because of that cylindrical piece of glass put on a sphere. That's still possible.
I got it. You're inventing your own cosmology. I guess there are rooms for that down below in philosophy and things like that.
I'm just saying that's a possibility that we cannot disapprove nor prove. But it does. But the information we have does not lead to that conclusion.
Okay, if the Earth were a 20 million times larger spheroid, would it still be curving?
If it was a spheroid, it would be curving.
Okay, well, but you said a moment ago that water here in reality is seeking and finding level.
No, that's why I presented the possibility of a container being placed on top of our specific section of Earth, and then once that container is placed there, water will remain level and it won't fall off the edges of the sphere, right?
When you say right, are you asking me or yourself?
No, I'm asking you. Do you agree with that idea?
No, I don't agree with your made-up cosmology.
Okay, let me put it this way: if I were to, hold on a second, excuse me, I'm eating. If I had a basketball and I had a cylindrical tube that was perfectly cut to be put on top of the basketball, and I poured water in that cylindrical tube.
Hold on. Perfectly cut meaning what?
As in, it's cut in a way where it's airtight at the bottom so that the water is unable to leak through the bottom of the cylindrical tube that you put on top of it. And then if you pour the water on top of it, because it's cut so well, in a perfect circle at the bottom that just fits really well on the basketball, the water would still be level without falling off the sphere, right? And that's what I'm thinking. In a macro
not eating right now.
Excuse me?
I think you should probably concentrate on eating right now if you're talking about putting cylinders on top of basketballs.
I'm just presenting a possibility where the water would still be level despite being on a sphere.
What?
I'm just presenting an example where the water would still be level despite being on a sphere.
We're not talking about your made-up cosmology. We're talking about what was presented to us as the 3959 mile spheroid that's covered in water. That's the water that we're talking about. We're not talking about, well, what if an elf had a giant tear that was flat and the tear was stuck to his beard and it was actually upside down because he's standing on his head? I mean,
no. You talking about that? I'm not talking about the 3959. I already agree with you that I don't believe in that idea.
Okay, well then if you want to share like your made up cosmologies, the philosophy chat down below is probably best.
Well, you're the one that asked. I was just telling you. No, whatever, it's okay. It's fine.
No, I asked about water here in reality finding level, and then you made up some story
of a possibility that's unlikely.
Well,
yeah,
dude, I would, like I said, concentrate on eating.
I can eat and talk at the same time.
Oh, can you?
Was I not demonstrating a possibility of how water would appear to be level despite being on a sphere?
You were introducing some made-on-the-fly cosmology that you want us all to consider.
A possibility. Unlikely, but still a possibility.
Yeah, take it to philosophy.
Okay. So what do you want to talk about instead?
Nothing with someone with a mouthful of food.
Okay, I'll make sure to talk to you when there's no food in my mouth.
Why do you feel the need to bring up possibilities that you yourself admit are unlikely? Chew. Because there's probably other servers, like the 24/7, let's bring up unlikely scenarios servers. I mean, is that what you're hoping for, just to create an argument that's just foggy and nuanced and maybe this, maybe that, while just ignoring the reality around us? Chew.
That model that he mentioned was what I actually thought it was, because I was such a failure in science class in middle school and high school. When they said the globe, the only way I could picture it in my mind was it's flat, because I could never imagine water curving. And I thought that globe image we had from outer space was like they were so far away that they couldn't get in close enough to show the water level. Like, that's how lost I was. But actually, believe it or not, I wasn't as lost as you might think, because if you talk to the average globe believer, they don't actually understand their own model. So some of them don't even were like me, and they don't even realize that the model that's gotten accepted into popular or group thinking is demanding that you believe in curved water. They don't even realize that. Seriously, I mean, I've gone up to people and asked, since I became a flat earther, I've gone up and said, well, does water curve? And they say no. And I say, well, you believe in the globe, right? And they're like, yeah, of course. So I know we study this stuff every day now because it's like a hobby of all of ours, but I'm just trying to let you know the level that the average person is. That's why Dave Weiss, when he out with people, he asked them some basic questions about their model to see, do they even know their own model?
Yeah, I'm fully aware of the level of confusion.
Are you the guy that called me a pussy yesterday? Just because I said that guy didn't offend me, because I wasn't butthurt by that guy saying that.
You asking me?
Somebody called me a pussy on here just because I said.
But it wasn't. No, it wasn't me.
Just because I said there was some globe earther on here who said, "Well, look, I don't have to shout at you because the globe Earth is the opinion of your own family and most of the people on the Earth, so I don't really need to shout you down on this subject." Somebody said that, and I said, "Well, I guess that doesn't offend me." And they're like, "You're a pussy," So I don't know. His voice sounded the same as yours.
Nope. Sorry. I can't remember the last time I called someone the P word, if ever.
Okay, then it wasn't you.
I mean, I guess I have called a bunch of people pseudo intellectuals. I guess that's a P word, but.
No,
Wait, are you
it
the
was.
same guy? Are you the same guy who was just talking about the cylinder on top of a sphere?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I was gonna say you sound a lot different now that you're not eating food. Yeah, that guy kind of disappeared. I just interjected because it seemed like he was trying to take the whole thing into La La Land, which seems to be the popular tactic now. Just try to pretend that this whole discussion is some sort of nuanced debate. So.
Okay, but forgive me if I may. I don't want to get shouted at again like I got shouted at yesterday because apparently
We heard you. You got shouted out. It happens. It's over.
Okay,
It's not today.
well, look,
Today's
man,
yesterday. So let's go on.
all right. Well, look, some people think that if you don't shout at Globers and like act like a jerk to them, then you're somehow a pussy. So I got to preface that because apparently there's a few people on here that think that. So I don't know who everybody is yet. But anyway, I forgot where I was going with that, man. When somebody's being like, it makes you lose your train of thought. But, oh, I know what I was going to say now. Okay. Look, you can look at this guy two different ways, man. Like, there's a way you can look at him that's going to make you angry and upset with him and rough with him. Or you can look at this guy in a way like, wait a second, this guy's halfway there. He's agreeing with us that water is level. So why are we going to be a jerk to this guy? He's actually closer to our perspective of flat Earth than the average person out there.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was a jerk to him. He was attempting to be. He was attempting to just sort of muddy the waters. So, and here's the thing: I don't care who knows what they know. If someone wants to believe TV, fine. If someone wants to believe a religion that is obviously defunct, that the world just hasn't caught up to realizing that, fine. I don't care. But anyone, like I said, people are going to sew their own stitch. So, I mean, if that approach doesn't work towards someone, then it may work towards someone else. I mean, I've had people complain to me, "Oh, you were really being rough with me," and then the next thing you know, they DM me and say, "Hey, thanks for pointing that out to me. I wasn't really thinking through this whole thing clearly." You're right. I was contradicting myself. But we have a lot of people in here who think that contradictions are okay. They think making an argument full of logical fallacies is just okay. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to referee it as it goes, yeah, do what you want. But, yeah, as far as trying to win someone over to realizing that the Earth isn't a globe, well, I don't really care. You know, I don't care. But I do care if someone pretends that what they believe is a fact just because they believe it.
It's entirely possible that, like you said, the people end up DMing you later and saying, you know what, you woke me up to that fact. I was being a dumbass, and that could be entirely possible. It's not like I'm going out every day and I'm like, my way of dealing with people is like bringing the world to flat Earth. But I will tell you, there is one guy who is dealing with people in this way. If you listen, and has brought a lot of people to flat Earth. And that's Eric Dubay. And if you listen to Eric Dubay talk, he always advocates for dealing with people in a way that doesn't involve shouting at them and getting into open conflict with them. He's always like even toned with his voice, and it has a very calm demeanor. And so, sure, maybe I know nothing. Maybe I'm like I don't know if this means anything or not, but I've been a flat earther only since 2021. So maybe that makes me somehow that makes me less of a flat earther, less of an authority.
No,
so
I
nobody's
don't
going to
think
listen to me.
so.
Sure.
No, people find the truth different ways. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
It's really windy where I am right now. Yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of Eric Dubay. I mean, I've watched his hours and hours and hours of video once upon a time. A lot of the things Dubay says are Samuel Robotham's, the 200 proofs and things like that. It's just a repackaged of that. I'm not even so, Eric Dubay's so measured in his tone that it really makes me suspicious of it. So, but yeah, I appreciate the talk. I wasn't, I wasn't trying to be critical of people's opinions, but when people when their opinion that they want to have is a non-opinion, well, I'm just going to tell them that that's what it is and carry on if they want. But no, I don't think just because you've figured this out in 2021, you're less of anything. I mean, everyone is what they are. But this whole tone thing, I just think, not only is it a possibility that people DM me after complaining on the live stream, oh, that wasn't very nice. Yeah, it's not a possibility. It happens. So.
No, I meant that it's entirely possible that dealing with people in the way that you're dealing with them could be more successful than dealing with people in what could maybe be described as a more my way of dealing with them, which the guy described yesterday as being a pussy. So maybe my pussy way of dealing with people is less effective than the way you are dealing with people where they commented to you in the DM and they said, hey, you woke me up. So I was saying that maybe your way is more effective. That's entirely possible.
Well, it just all depends. It's case by case. I mean, it just all depends.
Yeah, because I watch a lot of these debates.
Well, I got to go, but I don't talk to people in the real world about this because it's just. I mean, I do on rare occasions I will. I don't bring it up to people, but in this case, they come here. And if they come here with a sincerity and non-arrogance, then, I'm as nice as possible that I can be to them. But when they start with, this and that and that and this, they came here. They asked for it. So, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Everyone needs just do what you want. I mean, if it gets you banned, so be it. And if it gets you called the P word, so be it. So, but yeah, I appreciate it. I got to go though.
Hey, Trace. He left. Okay. Well, I just wanted to clear something up. It seemed like Trace thought he was being attacked. I'm not sure if I heard the same thing. He left. But I've got a small clip we could listen to. Maybe talk about it. Because he was saying that, bro called him a pussy or whatever. And I think I would probably just rephrase it. Like, if someone behaves a certain way and you don't catch it, you can't tell or you don't notice it. One's being, they're pulling a fast one on you. Are you a pushover? probably what I would ask. So I'll play the clip here, like 40 seconds.
Seems like you guys had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Yeah. But even so, you're all still aiming to become pro heroes despite those hardships. It's wonderful. Hearts full of fortitude. I believe that's what every hero in the world needs to have.
He's too nice. This charming pretty boy's gonna steal our girls.
And Bakugo, it must have been hard for you, what, with that whole kidnapping incident?
Huh?
You have an especially strong will, don't you? Today I'm gonna do my best to learn from you. I really hope you don't mind.
Stop pretending. What you say doesn't match the look in your eyes.
Hey man, don't be so rude. Sorry, he's just like that. It's fine. It proves how tough his heart is.
Okay, all right. So I don't know if you guys caught that. We can just kind of analyze it a little bit. But the character comes in, he's acting real friendly, he's shaking hands. But if you notice, he threw some subtle jabs. Oh, you guys had a really tough time. Oh, well, that incident that you had, that was really bad. But it's masked behind, I can't wait to learn from you guys and stuff like that. And so that was the context, from the other day. Matthew was here. And Trace, you're back. Okay, perfect. But yeah, so like the context is someone, being kind of, nice and whatever, but masking perhaps other intention. So I was just hoping to clear up, what bro was saying the other day. Maybe you aren't a pussy, bro. It's just that I would rephrase that and maybe ask, like, does that make one a pushover if you can't tell when someone's pulling a fast one on you? So yeah, I would just encourage, maybe watch the clip that I posted in the chat. Let me get a timestamp for you. Yeah,
yeah. He played the clip. He played the clip yesterday when we were when he was making his point about this guy, that watch out for this guy because he acts friendly and nice to people here, but he has ulterior motives and he's actually more dangerous than you think. So that was kind of I heard the clip and he played the full clip, and he played a clip of probably what you're posting right now.
Yeah. Oh, that was probably me. Yeah. I think you're thinking of Miggy, who popped in, or Mayhem, he goes by now. But he popped in and had some of the comments that you're referring to.
It could have been. It wasn't the guy that played the video, but it was someone else that was in a discussion with him that called me a pussy.
Yeah. That was Mickey. I don't know if he was. I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he was calling you directly, like, you, dude, bro, you are a pussy. That's not what I heard, but yeah, I was the one who was referring to the video. I would just say if you didn't see the video itself, just maybe watch it. It's only 40 seconds or so. It's kind of interesting. But that's my point of view, is that Matthew does have a friendly vibe or whatever, but I think it is, like you said, that it's just kind of masked behind some other intentions, perhaps. I just think it's important to be aware of those at least.
Right, but don't we do the same thing sometimes? I mean, as flat earthers, don't we sometimes approach people? We approach them in a nice way, but we're at the same time we're very serious about the importance of that people understand the truth about flat Earth and how the globe Earth is propping up so many other lies in society. So it's a very serious issue for us, but we don't always run up on somebody and immediately come at them like, you don't realize the harm that you're doing to people, So we also do that to a degree, and that's how I see things. That's how I approach things.
Perhaps. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I don't want to get shouted down again, and I definitely don't want to get kicked off the group chat. Or that's why I shut up when the guy was calling me a pussy and stuff. I shut up because I was like, I don't know these guys. Maybe they're gonna okay, we're kicking this guy out. So
no, I mean, it's fine. You do raise a good point about not it's not required to come out and start barking at someone. I don't think that's not my intention. And I would say, in terms of Do I behave like the character that I showed in that clip? I don't know. I try to be pretty consistent. And someone in the chat today just recently highlighted one of my tactics, and I gave him some respect. He's like, "Oh, you're saying this for shock value," and that's correct. I do things like that, but it's in the open. It's very obvious what I'm doing. I don't try to mask it behind. I'm not saying like, look at what's in my left hand while my right hand is doing something else. And so I guess that was my issue with like the nice guy mask. So I don't know. I think most of us are pretty consistent. You know what you're getting into when you're dealing with a flat earther. They don't have I don't know. It's pretty open.
Yeah.
3 points. It's very clear in what we're doing.
I watch a lot of debates, so I've seen different styles, and yet shock value can be effective too. I mean, and everybody ultimately has a different personality. We don't all have the same personality, so maybe if a person tried to use a strategy that was something other than the personality, just because they thought it was a good strategy, well, that still wouldn't work because it goes against their personality, so it doesn't fit them. They're trying to approach something in a way. It'd be the same for like a musician or an artist. If he said, well, this artist is effective by like making shocking music and getting in people's face and being really intense. So if I make music like that, then I'm going to have the same success as him, even though maybe this guy's the completely like calm, chill, laid back type of character. Well, obviously it's not going to work for him. Right. So, but the reason I mention these things is because I watch a lot of debates. I'm interested in these different debating styles. So I've seen the way that David Weiss debates people. I've seen the way that Whitsitt debates people. They were playing Whitsitt's debate earlier today. And I've seen the way MC Toon on the other side of things. I was in a debate even with MC Toon, and so I of course know the way he debates with people. Then we saw what Professor Dave did, like how rough Professor Dave was with Dave Weiss when he was on there, and so I think we all agree that actually made the Globe Earth side look really bad. How angry and impolite and just low of a person Professor Dave is and was with Flat Earth Dave in that debate. It really made them look bad. Whitsitt, I've seen attack it both ways. I've seen Whitsitt get really rough with people. I've seen Whitsitt also be really, really calm and generous with people. So I've seen him do both. You employ both strategies. So yeah, I pay attention to these kind of things because I also want to know what's the most effective way to talk to people, and so I haven't figured it all out. I'm just here learning like everyone else, on that end.
Well, what's really interesting is that the show that I dropped that clip, the highlight of the show is that everyone has different quirks. They call them quirks. And you're thinking of, what's the best strategy? What's the best way to approach this? And I think you should probably have a couple different strategies, in your back holster at the ready. Look at a good boxer like Mayweather. He doesn't just have one style; he has several, and he's had many years to practice these. And so I'm the same way. I look at different characters like Whitsitt and Oakley or whoever, and you take bits and pieces. But I think that's the best part about being around the flat earthers is that there's so many different styles and different characters, different quirks that you can learn from, and I think that's a good thing. We're not all just repeat, copy pasta of each other. So
right, yeah. Boxing is a good analogy too. Yeah, because some fighters, like Mayweather, he's got the defensive style. He's not just coming in the ring and gonna like take your head off, in the first round. He's gonna let you wear yourself out for a while.
Exactly. He might mess with
all the while he's gaining points. He's gaining ground on you. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's good. It's good to have your different. And I sometimes look at
Tyson, of course. Tyson to come out first round and take your head off. So.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And they're both great fighters. Two different styles.
Exactly. That's a good point as well. I try to look at if someone new joins, say, it's like a new globe earther that haven't really spoke to a flat earther before, my speed dating mindset kind of pops in. It's like if maybe I might not be the right style for this person. Maybe you are, Trace. Maybe you need to step in and, your defensive style or whatever. So it's good to be aware of that too. Like you said, like we don't all need to come out swinging, going for the fences with every person. So I find having new people around is a very delicate situation. And I don't think that, with video games, you X circle Y, there's not a certain combination that you can just hit on a person. Sometimes you have to establish a connection with them first. It's not just this one key information is going to do it one for all. So so that's where the different quirks come in for all of us. So
sometimes they want to know that flat earthers are good people too before they will trust them and trust what they're saying, because the way the media tries to play flat earthers is that we're all like just guys living in our mom's basement, like going around the internet trolling people and getting into conspiracy, we're just into conspiracy theories. That's all it is, just people that are really want to find whatever the next conspiracy theory is to get into. Like, this is the way they depict us. And so sometimes they do need to see, like, that's why it always helps if you have a friend. A lot of people that become flat earthers, it was first like a friend that they trust, that they know that this guy is obviously not crazy. He's friends with me. He's an intelligent guy, and they hear it from that person, and then they can maybe open up to the idea and start researching it for themselves. But yeah.
Yeah, the media definitely gasses people up pretty heavily to think a certain way about flat earthers. And I think that's one of I used to do a lot of the VC check-ins when people would join. I like to be the good first impression. And one thing I always tell people is that there's good people on both sides. There's angry people on both sides. There's goofballs on both sides. So just because you're a flat earther doesn't give you a free pass. And being a globe earther doesn't give you a free pass from being a goofball either. So, it's good. It's important to realize that there are good people on both sides of the fence. We see people come here from time to time that may not be a flat earther. So, it's important to remember that. And then there's like other guys who will pop in and be like, I'm a flat earther. It's like, well, okay, that doesn't. You don't just get a free pass, okay? Just by saying that. So. We're very careful what we say here. That's why Miggy, people have curated this live stream for some time now. And so, he'll talk about like respecting the platform and stuff like that. So he's, you'll hear him chime in about, having it a certain way. So don't take it personally. Sorry that it might have come off that way. I don't think he was directing it at you personally. But yeah, I mean, I've had to learn how to speak in this live stream over the years a certain way as well. So there's a lot of people out there just waiting around every corner for you to say something silly, and we've already been dealing with that for years. If you just look at Flat Earth Society stuff or YouTube content about Flat Earth, there'll literally be a box under Flat Earth video that says they think it's a disc. So we're super careful about the things that we say here, especially in this live stream. Very careful. So that's mainly the reason why. But yeah, I mean, just wanted to throw that out there, I guess.
Yeah, I think they propped up. I don't know if they propped him up or he's propped himself up, but I think probably the most popular quote unquote conspiracy theorist is probably Alex Jones. And so when people think of flat earthers, they probably think, I think just the average person, the misconception they have in their mind is, okay, well, flat earther, then he's probably like an Alex Jones type. Well, we know Alex Jones actually isn't a flat earther, interestingly enough, but and then Alex Jones has also woken up a lot of people in other ways. And then, when 2020 came around, he started sounding like a genius instead of like he might have sounded crazy in 2019. And then then he'll say something else, and then he'll, so. And he's got a strategy. He definitely goes for people's heads. Yeah. This guy definitely goes straight for the jugular to wake people up. He has that movie. There's one movie that he's in, Waking Life, that was directed. It took place in Austin, Texas, and it was directed by a guy from Austin, Texas, Richard Linklater. And he's actually got one of those. He's driving around one of those cars with the loudspeaker on it, So he just this is like the earlier days of Alex Jones, and he's like shouting. So he is literally shouting through a loudspeaker, driving down the street, going on these rants, with people just walking by on the sidewalk, hearing what he's saying. So that's his mode that's his mode to wake people up. Now, I don't know your opinion of him because I can't decide for myself. Actually, maybe he would be somebody that's not discerning enough, on which he's maybe taking on too many conspiracies and he's not discerning enough, and maybe some of them are just BS, but he automatically starts pushing them because I think he's probably said that we were doomed and the world was going to end quite a few times, and the world hasn't ended completely yet. So he might be one of those doomsday kind of guys that's always predicting doom. And those guys are always popular, man. These people that are predicting doom. But then on the other hand, got like this guy, Jeff Berwick, who in 2020, he was always predicting doomsday scenarios. All the people are going to be dead soon, everything. But he was one of the first people that also mentioned flat Earth. So it's weird. It's weird, man. Some of these people, man, they're I just don't think they show enough discernment. We can't. Not everything is a conspiracy. For example, I'm a flat earther, but I don't believe that mountains are actually petrified rocks of giants. I don't believe that the NFL, that DeMar Hamlin, faked falling down in an NFL game, and that was a trick that he didn't really his heart didn't really stop and he didn't really go to the hospital. I don't believe that Joe Biden is a fake Joe Biden, so some of these conspiracy theories to me are ridiculous.
Which ones do you go for? I'm just out of curiosity.
Well, the ones I go for example, I go for Howard 19 was definitely a hoax, doesn't even exist. So I'm definitely in that camp. September 11th, I believe, was a hoax.
Right.
Of course, the obvious ones, Gulf of Tonkin and stuff like that. That's not even a secret anymore. I don't believe they killed when they said that whenever they came out with they killed bin Laden or whatever, but we had to get rid of his body immediately at sea, and that's why we don't have any evidence of him or anything like that. No, I wasn't going for that story. So a lot of them I think are hoaxes. Definitely, I think a lot of things that come out in the news are hoaxes. But
okay,
but mud floods, no. The mud flood one I don't go with. The Great Reset, past resets, babies in an incubator one, I don't go for that one. What else?
Yo, that Biden. You said Biden. I'm like, yo, I have some thoughts about that, but it's not that. It's not a hill I die on, but it is super interesting.
They did have a movie like that. Did you see that? Did you see that Hollywood movie that came out in the '90s where the president died and they put in a? It was a popular movie. It was a hit movie, and the president died, and then they put in a body double for the president. Dave. It's called. The name of the movie is Dave.
Wow.
Yeah, but no, I don't believe that's the case.
I don't know, bro. I gave up on a lot of that stuff because it's just trying to figure out in a meme way to say it, what the devil's doing. Trying to figure out his plan. It doesn't make any sense. It just leads you down rabbit holes that don't lead anywhere. I don't think it makes any sense. So I kind of gave up on that, but I did find it interesting. People were talking about celebrities and masks and double dual roles and having multiple roles and characters and stuff like that. I found that pretty interesting. I won't lie. So, and Biden seems to fall into that camp, and that's like, wow, if it's true, and he's like the leader of the free world, that's crazy.
Yeah.
But not something I'm
Yeah.
super concerned about. But I do agree with you on some of your. Yeah, it does seem like they try to they have a big box of crazy, and they try to throw Flat Earth in there. And I think we've done our best to try to take Flat Earth out of the crazy box. But notice how you said Hamlin. It's funny, like I that all happened here in my hometown here in Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really thought about that situation. I did hear like the conspiracy theories and stuff, but I never really affiliated it with anything. But just hearing you bring it up, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised if there are people out there like, oh, I bet you those are flat earthers. So there's people always really quick to try to lop everything into a crazy box. But yeah, Flat Earth does not belong in the crazy box, I would say.
Yeah, well, I'm from Kansas City, so we were involved in that too in a way because it was the Chiefs, it was the Bengals, and it was the Bills who were all fighting for that number one seed, and it was all going to come down to that game. Like whatever happened in that game would determine who was the number one seed, and then they're like, "Nope, we're canceling the game."
Yeah, that
was like,
crazy.
what do we do now? So Skip Bayless went on TV, or he went on Twitter, and he just merely suggested the idea that maybe they shouldn't cancel this game, and they were like ready to cancel this guy.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. That was some drama.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, some drama for sure. Skip. Honestly, though, not gonna lie, I had a similar thought to Skip. I was like, "There's no way this is big business. They're not gonna cancel it." Because you know how people are nowadays, so emotional. Like, oh my god, we have to take a knee and stuff like that. So I was like, "No, they're not gonna cow to this." But as time went on and on and on, it got more and more serious. And I think they probably did the right thing. But I was a little surprised. I was kind of with Skip. My first thought was like, nah, they're not going to cancel it, dude.
That's because in the 90s, they definitely wouldn't have canceled it. They had similar incidences before in football. They actually there was one case where a guy like died on the field or something like that. And
damn.
The game went on. Or there were definitely some similar incidences in past NFL games where they always continued the game. But now you see, we live in this society now, that Tua, when Tua had his concussion, they were like mad at the coach because the coach let him play in the game 2 weeks later after he'd had a concussion, and it was like they were ready to cancel that guy, that coach, but if you go back and read articles from the 1990s of Bill Walsh and Joe Montana, Bill Walsh is like, get back out there and get in the game, after Montana just had a concussion, and now Bill Walsh is considered a hero. He's considered the greatest coach in NFL history, but nobody talks about that all the games that Montana played in, either having a concussion in the game or a week prior. So it's just society is a lot more coddled. Yeah, society is a lot softer now, for sure.
You're so insensitive. Yeah. It's like, dude, that is where we've come for sure. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, man. You can't even say anything. Just Skip Bayless bringing up the idea they should finish the game. It has deep implications, But they were ready. He got crucified for that, man. So, yeah, man. So those are. Then there's a lot of people that are saying all the games are rigged. It's just just because they said the date. They put the date on there too. There's some funny things with the date of the game. Somehow people are always able to mess with these dates, and was like, this is definitely a conspiracy because it happened on this day, and on this day, this many years ago, this other thing happened.
On the 33-yard line.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know, dude. Well, there's a flat earther, I think, who has a channel. I think is Jake the Asshole. I don't really know much about him, but I think he has a channel. On his channel, he does the whole NFL rig thing, and it's pretty funny. I watched some of it just to kind of get a laugh. He has some funny little quips and songs about football's hitting the goalpost and stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
I agree with you that ideally, man, we there's better ways to invest our time than going down the path of trying to like diagnose evil and find out,
Yeah.
chase everything that might be a hoax and might be. But that's why we call it a rabbit hole, man. We'll end up, late at night. We're just, just start going down that rabbit hole, and then you start seeing all that stuff. But there's definitely better uses of our time.
Yeah, I backed off of it because I realized, man, because I was looking into the rap industry and what they're doing behind closed doors, and it's like, what's Hollywood doing, and all of it, every door you look behind is like, oh God, so it's like that wasn't really helping me at all. So that's when I was like, well, I found flat Earth discords and stuff like that. So I was like, well, let me go and see if I can organize my thoughts on the flat Earth thing, and see if I can argue it and all that. So that's kind of when I hit reverse on going down the rabbit hole and went down another route. So
yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, man. That's why I hope we have healthy debates and healthy discussions here, and try not to get too far down the rabbit hole. But one thing is, like, I do believe like a lot of videos we see in news clips can be faked through green screen and other ways to manipulate them. So have to be careful. And we know that as flat earthers, obviously, with the whole NASA thing, we know like just because you see it on video doesn't make it true. But the ones on the rap industry, man, I didn't go for those so much, in the sense that like there were some ridiculous ones. Like it said, everybody has to make a sacrifice to be in the Illuminati. So Snoop had to sacrifice Nate Dogg, and then Eminem had to sacrifice Proof. Had to sacrifice MC Proof, and then they went down the list of like rappers who had like close friends that had died that were also in the industry or something.
Right.
Like, come on, man, that's ridiculous. Nate Dogg ate too much. He ate Burger King every day and like died of diabetes and bad health. Yeah, had a stroke. I mean,
yeah,
stuff
it is interesting, and they're even they're doing a little bit of making fun of it on like shorts and TikToks and stuff like that. I mean, I wonder how much of they're just messing with people, but
yeah,
that's why I just like I said, I don't even look into that stuff anymore. I do find some of it interesting. Like there was some channels talking about how some celebrities have another role, they'll mask up, do other characters, and I was like, whoa, that actually was really fascinating to me. Is just thinking about how they even go about that and whatnot, and the examples that were given, pretty mind blowing. But yeah, I mean,
what is this about? Is it MK Ultra? What are you talking about?
No, just there's a channel called CamBee. I'll type it in the chat. CAMBEE, 2 words. He's he goes deep. He's like, yo, this person is this person, and this person's wearing a mask. And a lot of them are probably very speculative, but some of them might have some truth to it. But
is this got to do with reptilians?
No. It's just the idea that let's say, I don't know. Let's say what is your name? Bearded Door. You blow up really big in a certain market, and your money caps off at a certain amount. You're like, well, you talk to your agent, like, hey, I want to expand, I want to grow, I want to make more money, I want to do more stuff. And I go, okay, well, we can give you another role to play, and it's like, so I don't know if it doesn't involve like reptilians or anything like that, but I would just assume that some celebrities or characters are playing other characters as well, makeup and mask and stuff like that. We see the movies, right, where they make the mask look really obvious in Harry Potter, big fat nose with a wart on it and whatnot. It's like they probably can do a lot better than that. So
I would say Hollywood's pretty good at deceiving. That could be believable.
For sure, and so like there's
look at the CGI and just what NASA propagates too.
Even like I think IPS talks about it from time to time, but there's been
news articles where people have been caught committing crimes with rubber masks on. So that idea is out there that you could be wearing a mask of someone else.
That is fucking scary.
And so, but here's the thing: is how high up does it go? And so he brought up, I don't know if Biden's another person. So it's like, what if Biden's involved in this? They have some other dude just playing Biden. Like I don't know, dude. But it's just how high up does it go? That would be really interesting to know, like how.
Personally, I think there's a lot of shapeshifters. I think around. That's what I think.
Biden died that day he slipped and fell on the stairs of the airplane.
The stuff that he's doing seems intentional sometimes, like falling up the stairs and saying crazy stuff. It's like, what if they're doing that on purpose? They have some dude just making a fool of our highest seat in the land or whatever. I don't know. Not the thing I concern myself with the most, but it's stuff like that I do find somewhat. I mean, my friend was really big on the election recently. He was very against flat Earth, but he was very into Trump and stuff like that. So he would buy little coins and memorabilia, and he bought some Biden coins and whatnot. And so, like during the election, they'd be showing pictures of Biden and whatnot side by side, and like the coin that we had, it's like that didn't even match the picture that they had of Biden on the screen. It's like two different people completely. So I don't know, dude. We don't have to go super deep into that, but there are some things that are pretty interesting out there. It's like, don't make sense, but it's not hidden per se.
It's like that. It's like that line in the Matrix. He says, "Take the red pill and see how deep the rabbit hole goes." Like it does. You do wonder sometimes how deep does it go. My friend, the one who first exposed me to my one and only friend I know who's a flat earther that I know in like real life personally. He is one of those guys. I have to say he takes it too far, man. He says everything is a lie. I mean, he said everything that we see, that we hear, like in the books, in the history books, everything is a lie.
Well, you ever heard of Tartaria?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, and that one I didn't think that doesn't seem accurate to me, man. That's one of the ones that he's into that too. Like he's into the Tartaria.
Personally, I believe Tartaria.
Really?
Yeah,
dude.
What about Mudblood?
I might be with you on that.
There's no Tartaria without a Mudblood.
See, I couldn't go. Those were never presented to me in a way that I could follow. I can't follow those. It doesn't.
With you on that.
Have you ever heard of the incubators, the Cabbage Kids?
That's
the first
another
movie.
one.
The first movie that came out.
Didn't you bring that up, Trace?
Yeah, that's the one I mentioned.
I'm saying that's really interesting.
I can't go for that one. Yeah.
Already.
Like everyone's like maybe great grandfather or mother was like an orphan, and they don't know where they came from.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. See, that
doesn't sound accurate to me.
Flat Earth does seem to have these stories that come every once in a while.
Yeah.
Big stories. Look, all these giant trees.
The basalt rock. That's life, dude. There's no way that there's no way that happens all the way down, like Devil's Tower, like randomly due to erosion. No fucking way. Bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to believe in. But
not just that. Did you ever see the video called "There's No Trees on Flat Earth"?
Of course.
Okay, all right.
You see, even like Nathan Oakley and the whole gang, like they went through that video with a fine-tooth comb and started pulling some stuff apart. And so we don't have to just have these things lumped onto us.
Yeah, I know Nathan Oakley is. He goes through a fine-tooth comb, like skeptical as shit.
Well, you want to.
There's a certain point where he just doesn't just know how it happens.
Yeah.
It's like he won't say because he's just trying to get people to go to Flat Earth as much as possible. He has a platform. If you start talking about all these fucking conspiracies, you're not going to get people to like open their eyes to what you're saying, or you're going to bombard them, scare them. You're not gonna you're not gonna do your job. What you want.
I never heard of this guy. So it's this Nathan Oakley 1980 guy.
Yeah.
I never heard of him, but I just searched it. Okay, I'll check out what he's doing. But for me, it was like I'd say one of the top 3 most prolific guys as far as put Flat Earth to the world and putting out information would be Flat Earth Dave. So of course I've watched a lot of his stuff, like when I was trying to learn about it, and he's pushing that stuff too, man. Like not as hard as Flat Earth, but usually at some point during the show, he will mention mud floods, Tartaria, and a few of these other things. He'll at least mention it. He won't go deep into it, which I want him to do, actually, because maybe if he did, I could understand where he's coming from. But at this point, I'm not going for it.
Well, just because one person says it doesn't mean you have to constantly just follow that person's actions. But just have an open mind to it. Just don't be like closed-minded to it. That's the most dangerous.
No, I'm not close-minded to it. That's why I said I wish he'd do a full show on it, actually, because when he just alludes to it,
when you talk
not
about
enough
this,
for me.
when you start talking about Tartarian and stuff, it starts getting almost scary. Like what happened? Like what weapon of mass destruction? What happened to the previous humanity? Because that's what they claim is there was a previous humanity that did structures that were tapping into the aether. They're harvesting technology, electricity, and it was free energy. Now you got to pay for your energy. You're basically a slave. Back then, I'm pretty sure back then they didn't have to pay for food or energy. They lived pretty good lives.
The retro engineering concept was kind of interesting to me. Now, I'm not saying I go for it at this point, but that idea that like the technology that we have today is just like retro engineering of like technologies that were already like superior in the past. I just thought that was an interesting concept, but I'm not ready yet to accept it.
I'm with you, man. You're gonna like this place, Trace, if you're new here. We're also very, very, at least this server, this Discord, very careful about stuff. We don't come out and go, all trees on Flat Earth and stuff. Because I definitely watched the video. I liked it. I think that was one of my.
Yeah, that's not how you get someone indoctrinated. Like if a person's a Glober and they enter the server, that's not the thing that you open up.
Exactly, bro. Well, that's what I mean. I told this earlier.
Indoctrinated. Got to break that indoctrination that's been poured out over every nation.
People are very they're thirsty. They're very desperate for flat earthers to make claims. And so for that reason in particular, we're super careful. I look at it like you guys are probably familiar with the idea of like a clown at a birthday party blowing up little figures and balloons, hot dogs and whatnot. So that's what I imagine. The people who don't like us or in the chat every day, listening, sliding into DMs, they're waiting for you to say something in their mind that's like blowing up a little hot dog balloon. Because they want you to say something silly so they can just go run and tell their friends. So,
Yeah, I agree with that.
And shit, like they're childish. The mindset, the helplessness is childish.
So we don't typically get into like Tartaria and stuff like that. I mean, not that I'm sure there's some people that agree with that. We even have like little tags and roles and stuff for that. But if you get called out or whatever, just know that it's for other reasons. But yeah. It is interesting though. I do find it really interesting. I'm somewhat familiar with the idea of like mud floods and whatnot. My gut, people say your brain is there's only one brain, but I've heard that in other cultures that you have multiple brains, your heart brain, your gut brain.
Yeah, no, the heart chakra. They call it the heart chakra. And then there's the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and one other one, the brainstem, I think. That's like the reptilian brain. That allows you for breathing, unconsciously. So there's four different brains. They say.
Yeah, well, people say I trusted my gut. I went with my gut, and so I don't think that's a bad thing. And for
Well,
me,
you don't want to say that, right?
well, yeah,
Because your gut is like your second brain too.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Like your microbiome dictates like what you think and feel. So what you're eating, if you got parasites in your body, well, fuck, you're not gonna be thinking or raising that your consciousness, that chakra, that oil, you're not raising it up.
for me, and this isn't
Yeah.
anybody who's into like Tartaria or whatever, but for me, I was just never pulled. Gut never pulled me towards that. But that, just is what it is. And I've heard some people, maybe you guys are familiar with like Iwaranon or whoever. I'm not super familiar with that person, but I think they were pushing the idea of Tartaria, and they've recently come out and said that they've kind of come back and changed their mind or whatever on it. Maybe we could take a deeper look into that, but
it could be that it's attractive to some people because they like this idea of a glorious past that they can connect to. But I mean, most of my life I've found like the early founders of America, figures like Thomas Jefferson, or even Renaissance figures in Europe. I find quite a bit of inspiration in those guys. So I didn't really have an attraction to, well, I got to come up with this other history of Tartaria so I can be proud of my ancestors or my legacy for accomplishing something, because I already have some of that from how I was raised and the history that I learned growing up. Now, some people, they learn the history that they learned growing up was actually harmful to them and detrimental to them, and it taught them a concept of themselves that they're not proud of. And so maybe those people are searching for something that they can connect with in their past that will give them some form of inspiration. That could be a possible attraction to Tartaria. But I mean, if it's evidence-based, it's evidence. I mean, if it actually happened, it actually happened, and it doesn't matter whether I'm inspired by it.
A lot of these buildings. Like, do you ever see those pictures in buildings or railroads buried? Like, deep. Buildings covered deep. They had like churches. Churches, apparently back then, they were used for the ether. They would tap into ley lines of the earth, and you harness that energy.
That's what I was gonna say. It's not just the buildings, though, is it? It's also tied to like the ether and harnessing energy, and those two little sprongs at the fireplace that harness energy and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just the buildings itself. It's other things.
Some people think like the pyramids, for example, were used to like elevate your consciousness. They were ascension chambers where like you would essentially apparently ascend. I don't know if that's true or that's the real reason for them. Who knows?
Well, that's where the skepticism comes in, because there's a whole lot of things that are attached to the idea. It's not just, oh, well, there's a mud flood and things got buried. It's like, whoa, it was better before and all these other things.
It definitely was, for sure. They definitely. There's evidence to show that a lot of them, that society were plant eaters. They weren't. They're peaceful. They were very brilliant. They're very brilliant. I forget the name of them. It's fuck. Yeah, I forgot. But yeah, they're brilliant. They're plant based people. They primarily just plant diet. Had greenhouses, probably, most likely, definitely. Fuck yeah, definitely. They built these giant monoliths. Of course, they fucking had greenhouses.
Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's day is going well.
Neil, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Or I should say, welcome back.
No. Hope everyone's day is going well. It's beautiful outside.
Oh, not here where I am. Got like a fucking foot or so of snow. Just out of
where are you?
Wisconsin.
North? Oh. Yeah, Wisconsin gets more snow, and but Minnesota, where I am, is like.
Oh, did you hear about the nuclear thing that just suddenly got brought up?
Oh, yeah, I live in Minneapolis, and like Minnesota it's like the coldest state. I thought Wisconsin would have been, but no, they just get more snow. It's weird. But lately, it's been obvious that like someone is controlling the weather because of just like you'll see the snowfall pattern on like the radar around Minneapolis, the city, and it's like a perfect circle, just like perfect radius around the city.
Was that just a weather app?
No, it was just off the radar.
From the weather app.
I have a picture of it, and I'll post it.
But you think like these storms are being generated somehow?
Oh yeah, the weather is controlled to a complete 100%, 99%. Like
in all regions.
I've heard this before.
Absolutely, absolutely. All they do, they shoot lasers up into the sky along with a bunch of aerosol, and then they get crazy reactions. And,
is this what it's called cloud seeding, or is this different?
It's exactly like that. But
I thought cloud seeding is with airplanes. They use airplanes to do it.
I have a video I'm going to post also. It's about the facility HARP up in Alaska, and that's where most of this weather control happens. They've had some sort of shield around California, like just before like the weather and wind comes to California, and it's causing all like what would be their rain to be deflected around them. And that's where we're getting the mega droughts. This has gone on for a few years, like a decade almost.
Do they choose which people become desperate and which don't? Is what you're saying?
I mean,
they push.
They all have their,
they want
they all have their own agendas. I mean, they have an agenda to cause everyone to not have water in California, and I don't know. Just adds to like the world is going to shit. Let me find this. Reddit. There we go.
So you just said the world's going to shit. Is that really a healthy outlook to have, like for your personal well-being going forward?
America. I'm just.
Okay,
I mean,
well, you live in America,
patriot.
so
I'm a big patriot, and
America's a country.
Like,
that's it.
Biden like has significantly done quite a bit of damage to America. Like,
I want to say just Biden
on purpose. No, yeah, you're right. But like,
it's a private corporation. At the end of the day, they hire who they want as president, and they'll fire who they want as president. Yeah. Example: JFK. They didn't like him; they took him out.
Yeah, I agree that America is going in a bad direction, but like from a world perspective, like is it really healthy for us to make a comment like that the world's going to shit? Because how's that going to help us move forward and try to make this world a better place if that's our outcome?
Well, I mean, honestly, I get my hope and faith from Jesus Christ and God. Like, this is my rock. And
Okay. Personally, I think that if you have the reason why they try to make everyone believe that this is a globe is solely for the fact that we have an effect on our consciousness, has an effect on this reality in some way, and they try to hide that.
You're correct.
So you're insignificant. That you came from nothing, from a big bang, and the space is expanding, and you're just a speck of dust and nothing. But if it's the other way around, and everything, all the planets, the sun, everything is revolving around you, you're it. There's no Jesus. There's not no Jesus Christ. I think Jesus and his apostles were metaphors. It's all symbology. The Bible can't be a literal history book. It's too small. It's a story of the heavens, quite literally. Jesus is Jupiter, Zeus combined together.
There's too much. This is how Can we
The
get
12
on this?
apostles are the 12 constellations.
Can you connect this into
Just look at the
flat
Last
Earth thing?
Supper. Look at the Last Supper, the painting. What Leonardo da Vinci was doing, had each people doing, the 12 apostles, all next to him. The first one on the left is Aries. He's at the head of the table. Right next to him is Pisces. Pisces is, or not Pisces, it's not Libra. What the fuck is it? He has his hands up. It's the twins. The astrology, what's it? Let me look it up.
Sure.
It's all astrology symbolism. Like, that's what it is. Like, for example, Mary, the son of Jesus, is actually Rhea. Maria. Rhea was the mother of Zeus. Zeus or Jupiter. They're talking about the heavens above us.
I'm just trying to post like the picture of the snow thing. But where would you guys want me to post it? In lobby or what? Nobody's saying anything. All right, I'm going to lobby with it.
I'll look up.
Well, yeah, I think the ancients, they all shared one thing in common. Whether you were in South America or Jerusalem, you're all looking at the same stars at night. So anthropomorphization of the stars, or using the stars as metaphor, the heavenly bodies.
I have a
as
story
metaphor,
told.
and
Easier to
personifying
remember.
them, personification of the heavenly bodies. Yeah, it happened in all cultures. That's why many different cultures in different parts of the world share the same sort of.
They're basically worshiping the same thing, but they fight over the stupidest shit. Like, no, our religion says no alcohol. Our religion says you must pray on this day. Our religion, you can't have coffee. But essentially the same story. It's a story of the heavens. That's what it is. Like Hindu, Christianity comes from Hinduism, and so does Judaism. It's their origin. It's all about the triune Godhead. For Christians, it's
what about Egyptology?
Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Egyptian gods?
It's that too as well. Let me explain. For Christianity, it's Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Egyptians is Osiris, Isis, Horus. For Judaism, it's Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And for Hinduism, it's Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. And what those three represent.
I get your point.
What those three represent is basically the Father represents Vishnu. Vishnu would be the Vishnu, yeah, that's like midlife or father. Like, that's midlife. Brahma is creation or the beginning. So Son would be SON would be creation, Brahma, and Shiva would be Holy Spirit. Shiva is death. So it's just different ways of describing. Basically, is astrotheology. If you really want to like look into this shit, like check out Santos Bonacci's work on astrotheology. He goes over through this shit. It's amazing.
I honestly, my viewpoint on religion is like, religion has done a lot of damage, and like,
yeah, religion is an individual experience or spirituality. But the moment it starts,
so religion has done so much damage and has such bad history, particularly Christianity. Like, but it deters people, it pushes people away, and I mean, as it should.
There are pedophiles in the church.
Yeah.
Plenty of them.
And
the Vatican protects them.
So I don't like, religion is not needed to talk to God or Jesus and have a good relationship with him. Like,
you're not quite literally talking to a dude up in a cloud.
I mean,
it's astrotheology. There's no way the Bible is evidence based. It's way too small. You can't fit enough evidence into it of like historical events. It's all metaphor. It's about the story of the heavens.
Understood. But like, I've hit quite.
There could have been a guy named Jesus. There could have been a famous guy named Jesus, as there has been for thousands of years. There's been millions of Jesuses, people named Jesus, but there could have been an outlier, a standout that was very spiritual.
My point on it is that, like, if It doesn't matter if Jesus existed or not. The thing is that so many people believe it, and so many people have put intention and energy and forethought to
Jesus
this
represents the sun in the sky, the actual sun. The sun in the sky is your savior.
I get the symbology, but I'm saying what.
You know why? You know why it's called? He's called the sun in the sky is your savior, and why we celebrate Christmas on the 22nd of Christmas of December. I mean, the sun stops in its latitude while it goes over the, I don't know, they say equator, Globers say equator. And when it reaches the lowest point in the fall equinox, or the winter solstice, I mean, it stops for 3 days and does not move. And then on the third day, the 25th, it is reborn. It starts going back up toward the northern hemisphere. And that's when it passes over the equator, that's called the Passover, but Christians call it Easter. But Jews, they celebrate it, and they call it the Passover. It's passing over the equator. That means life is returning. Spring's coming. Green grass, food, crops, everything coming back. We're not like life is here. Our Savior is back. It's what it is. That's what Jesus represents. You know what constellation it dies in on the 22nd? It dies in the Cross constellation. Or the Crux. 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 Just look up Crux constellation.
Okay.
And you'll see it looks identically just like a cross.
I gotta say, man, you're really terrible at like interrupting whenever I'm like trying to say anything.
Yeah, but you're just saying like, oh, I believe in Jesus. Like, what does that mean? Like a man?
I'm trying to explain to you that beings can be manifested. Things can be manifested, and whether it's like an energy, whether it is, I don't know what you can call it, but when enough people put energy and intention and like, then the being like exists. And either way, it doesn't matter that like when you say, Lord Jesus Christ, please come and enter my life and protect me, when you never have before, you will have a reaction.
I think words are powerful, and you can manifest things through words.
I've been studying demonology for about the past few years. I find it fascinating.
But I don't think the act of saying those words, that's not what Jesus represents. Just
either way, it drives away demons.
Aren't demons something that you create on your own? In your mind,
you can manifest them to come to you, and like what's it fucking called? When they work through you. For instance, like when someone is angry and then they start raging out, and then they like see red and like they just start smashing things. That is a demon taking control and using you to cause damage and destruction. That's a good example. And then
I'd say parasites are like that. When people have a lot of parasites, or like, you know, like smashing or getting aggressive and shit, that's like rabies. People going crazy.
I used to have
parasite.
a rage problem. I used to have a very vicious rage problem.
Sure, cool. Okay. But that doesn't mean that parasites weren't at work as well, like actual parasites, like the parasite Gandhi.
I mean, everyone has
that's a parasite that's associated with schizophrenia. You got a lot of parasites in there, They can influence your mind.
Of course.
That's why cleansing. I'd say stop eating meat. That's a big one. Eating animal products, they're filled with parasites. If you eat a fuck ton of
Would you like to see
animal
some
products.
demons things?
What do you mean?
It's pretty interesting things.
Like back to flat Earth.
They're just like videos.
Sure, send it.
I also have been like studying like Satanism and like Satan, like satanic.
Like the pentagrams and shit.
More like spiritual warfare, where they use like witchcraft and send out things to people and cause places to become highly demonic and open portals for demons to come through. Here's an example. Where can I post it? Let's see. Go to lobby, okay? This is an example of using frequencies and music to manifest demons into people. This girl was just super attractive, cute little girl.
Sorry, guys, you guys are way off topic. You guys are way off topic. If you want to talk about this stuff, you can go into VC.
I was talking
voice.
about theology. I was talking about this. He went off to like a cult hidden. Like
you're right. No, I do that sometimes.
I just jumped in
Apologize.
5 minutes ago, and all I've heard you guys talk about is demons and stuff.
No,
not me. I wasn't talking about that.
This flat Earth is crazy, man.
Yeah, but this is a server with a topic, and we have to stick to the topic. If you didn't read the rules, that's one of the rules.
I know. I understand. I apologize. I won't do it again. Or I might do it again on accident, but I'll try and keep it.
Yeah, I know it's hard because you start talking and then you get off on the topic.
What about NASA? Talking about space and NASA.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, man.
Okay. I posted a pretty good video today to my BitChute channel of a pretty long video of just like explaining when these people try to break through the firmament and what it looks like and everything. It also shows astronauts talking about like they had an emergency where went out in like space.
Well, you might be roboting, but you cut off there. I'm listening.
He's roboting.
Walker Green. That so the reason why is sticking, paying attention to my dive buddy. He fucked up there, but I posted the BitChute link in lobby.
So, hey, mate, don't post in the lobby. What are you putting in the lobby?
That NASA video that I was talking about.
Oh, okay, that, yeah. So I'll just because you guys aren't VC verified, so you are
thought I
VC
was.
verified, but
Oh, boys.
I thought I was. That's why I thought I was able to talk.
wait a sec. Yeah, you are. Yeah,
Some of these guys got it, yeah.
I'm just trying to work something out. Okay, yeah, you don't have posting perms, but you can type, but you can't post things yet. So
Would you mind helping me out with that? Hooking me up with that?
no, I can't. But I think you'll have to. How long have you been around for?
At least like a year or 2 years.
Oh, have you? How come you don't have a flat Earth roll?
I don't know.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah. No.
Okay. What's your best proof of flat Earth?
Well,
Can I answer that question? Because I want the roll too.
well,
wait.
Yeah,
mine's kind of simple, but like, why don't planes ever like, adjust their flight and aim their plane back down? Because if they're flying and if they were flying in a straight path, they would actually just go straight up off the Earth.
So dipping the nose as you move along your angle.
Isn't it? Have you
What
ever
about
thought
the
about that
actual-
one?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've been over that
And
one.
what is the main point?
Mine is water.
Neil,
Water's
wait, Silver, wait. Neil, what
One
is
at
the
a
main
time.
point that Earth is not a globe? Neil? Hello?
We're not grilling you, man. We're just trying to find out where you're at. So it's funny with these aeroplane or stars in the sky and things like that. Like, what are we trying to do? We're trying to measure the Earth. Yeah, we're trying to see if the Earth has.
Can I cut in
Earth
it?
has
Can I say
curvature.
my part?
Like be concise with my side.
Wait, I'm just trying to get something out of Neil.
All right.
I'll be with you in two minutes, mate. If you can just, I just woke up, so I can only speak to one person at a time. Neil. So, best, instead of looking, because that would be like one of my 20th last proofs, Things like, you got to look at the ground, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, we're looking for a ball.
That's like.
Go ahead.
2-1.
You're roboting, man. Maybe if you can exit and re-enter, and we'll talk to Bearded Dora. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Everything okay?
Yeah, just exit and then re-enter, Niels, because your connection's not good. So just jump out and then jump back in. All right.
Oh, I'm roboting. Okay.
Yeah. So, Bearded Dora.
What's up?
Just Dora. How are you, man?
Well, story is the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. This doesn't add up with the atmosphere. Another thing, before that, apparently supplies our magnetism of the poles. Too hot. Nickel and iron denatures, or it loses its magnetic property. I mean, at a certain temperature, the temperature of the core is like, I think 9,500, and iron loses its
the core.
So the core has nothing to do with anything.
What core?
It just loses its magnetic properties.
Oh, you're talking about the
magnets hold you down. Magnets. Like a magnet holds you down?
No, I'm talking about like that force
Yeah,
field that protects us from solar flares and shit.
The imaginary one.
Apparently, it doesn't add up because
So when I melt iron out in my garage, there is no magic force field around it.
I mean,
what? I'm talking about magnets. Magnets could seem magical to you, sure. Magnets seem pretty natural. I mean, supernatural. I mean, it's cool as shit.
So I think maybe did you word it wrong? Were you talking about Curie point?
Yes, Curie, Curie point. Yeah.
Okay. So you're just saying so their stories that they're telling us are easily debunkable.
What do you mean? What, like I said something wrong?
You said core.
Yeah, the core is made out of iron and nickel.
Where is the core? Where is the core?
Yeah, well, we don't have evidence of the core.
Oh, how
we have not dug down deep enough. There's no evidence for the core. There's no evidence to the distance of the sun.
That means there is no evidence for temperature or whatever it made of.
They claim that the core gives it. The Globers claim that the core gives the Earth the poles its magnetic magnosphere. Is that the word that protects us from solar flares?
Magnetosphere.
Yeah. So listen. Without talking about imagination things, what on earth tells you that it's flat?
Laser levels.
No. That's mechanical stuff that you have to build. When you go outside, what tells you that it's flat?
My ears?
Yeah, the horizon is flat and level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
there you go,
that's just flat Earth and like what? Like, wait, that doesn't prove anything. Like I see,
it does.
I look out and I see.
You can go to the beach. You can go to the beach and measure, and it's for 20 miles. You can see somebody, and there's no curve.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of high-powered cameras that can zoom in, and there'd be no drop-off. I think it's 8 inches a mile squared.
Yeah, so water at the horizon or at the beach proves that you're not on a globe and you're not on a toilet paper tube where boats are going over either.
Yeah, it's not called sea. It's not called sea round or sea hill. It's sea level. Doesn't that also fuck up like canals and shit too? If it was a curve, like Panama Canal and shit, like how they raise the water levels up for ships.
Not Panama, but Suez Canal's got no locks. Panama Canal's got locks, so it doesn't really make a difference.
I've been in an airplane before and seen the ground, and I never noticed no rotation when I was going against the rotation of the Earth.
You're pretty new to this, yeah?
Me?
Yeah.
Are you just looking at since when I joined the Discord?
No, I'm not looking at all. I'm just asking the question.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm new.
No?
No.
How long have you been a flat earther?
I'd say a good few months.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's new. Yeah. Most of us in here have been at it for
like almost a year, I'd say. I was looking into when I first got interested was mud fossils, and then round up to cosmic egg, and then astrology. And now I'm here. Yeah, the astrology constellations don't change when you're on the ground. Apparently, we're expanding. The Big Bang is expanding.
Yeah,
and we're flying through space, and these constellations never change.
Yeah, you're going on another.
Always change.
You're going on another rabbit hole that you can never solve.
What do you mean? How could you never solve that?
Well,
The
how do you know
sky,
what?
the sky itself moves, but it's not the
So,
constellations
excuse me.
themselves don't change position.
Excuse me while I interrupt you interrupting me, man.
He does that.
Lol.
I was just saying, all that stuff in the sky, you can't prove anything. It doesn't, you can't confirm anything that's up there.
Come on, Timbo. We're trying to have a right rip snorter here, and you're just.
He's okay. He's saying, but he's right.
I just
That's
Where I gotta
Dora,
talk
you're
about
right.
flight times and like how things don't like add up to their refueling destinations and shit.
Planes aren't measuring tapes. That's another
Yeah,
one.
they just fly from airport to airport.
Damn, dude. Did we just flash back to like 2017?
I think we did. Next, we're going to hear about the Foucault's pendulum.
Uh-oh. He's all right. He's a couple of months in CB, so I think he's at the start of those kind of arguments. It's, I remember going through all that stuff as well.
Yep.
And then actually when I realised that they actually don't matter, I was like, oof.
Yeah, here's a pro tip for you,
Got a
bro.
lot of stuff in my head I can throw out.
The closer you can get to the ground, the better. So if you're way up in the sky talking about planes and the sun and clouds and all this stuff, come back down. The closer you get down to the ground, the better off you'll be.
I did talk about the core.
Yeah, but that's.
I mean, can you observe?
I told you that was.
Bro,
sky
come
for
back
round
up.
two.
Okay, that's too far.
I told you that was imaginary already.
Wait, like what more do you want? Do you want me to talk about laws?
The surface.
Can I talk about how our atmosphere, how we breathe? If there's no container, like we wouldn't be here. We can't talk about law of second thermal. That doesn't pass. Of entropy, doesn't pass.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the core.
Come on, people. Fuck.
Well, I think the gas pressure argument is a very good one.
Yeah.
Right.
I put it in one of my songs.
What about wind? I can't talk about wind, Pat. Like wind.
No, wind's created by high and low pressures and rising and sinking. They just swirl around each other. Wind's got nothing to do with it.
But if you want to teach someone about flat Earth, I mean, the gas pressure argument is really to remove someone's space fantasy.
Yeah,
it doesn't really help you get to a flat Earth necessarily.
Yeah, CB, but he's on point. Like there is no globe there.
Space fantasy, for sure.
Guys, really quick thing, right? I recently tried to come up with another argument for why stars couldn't be so many thousands of light years, away. I was wondering if you can kind of rate it. Would you?
Do I have to name a test that someone did that stood in a river and had a telescope and looked and saw? I was looking to find his friend in a boat 6 miles out and see if he dropped 14.
Are you talking about the Bedford level?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very old though. We've got. Let me. Can you see?
Yeah, we have ones with high-powered cameras. We have infrared cameras. What?
Let's try that with Mississippi. The same with the Bedford. Let's go on delta of Mississippi and calculate how much curvature is to the source.
Because the Bedford level was only. Was the max 3 miles?
6.
6 miles. Okay. Still a fair way,
Black Swan.
Yeah.
Oh, the Black Swan. Are you talking about? Is that the one with the oil rigs?
Yeah, that's at least 10 miles.
That's one of them.
We got a bunch of different black swans now.
Yeah. They got a whole hood.
So somehow it's more black swans than white ones.
That's racist.
Going in the future.
hey, it's equal rights in here. Sash.
Should I
You
talk
better
about
relax.
I can't talk about how the sun, like the midnight sun, like if you go up north, the sun just does like a swoosh. It doesn't go over the.
It does it. It
never
does it anyway. So that's something we don't talk about. Things in the sky.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I really don't know like what else you
I'm
want me
just
to
saying
talk
what
about.
I'm just going to go telling you how we do our arguments. When people start pointing to the sky, we can't do anything about the sky. So how can we
Okay.
argue about it?
Are you talking like a certain math equation, like Pythagoras theorem with
Math is
triangle, with
reality. So
90 degrees square?
math isn't reality. So math isn't going to do anything for you.
Well, I don't. Okay,
Dude,
I don't.
you
I don't
really
feel
don't
my senses don't tell me that I'm spinning.
Hell no.
Is that real? Like
see?
that's my reality.
So water says it's flat. You say it's not spinning like we all do, and you said air pressure. That's all you need. That proves flat Earth right there.
That's it, man.
That's all.
And it proves a bit more because if Earth is not spinning,
What are the three? What do you say? The three things that are the
Mate,
Trump
you gotta
cards?
ear the door out. You gotta try and listen, man, because someone was in the middle of his sentence. Go Ocean.
Alright, thanks, Timbo. No, I mean, one other thing that would prove if Earth isn't spinning is, the original results of like the Michelson-Morley experiment. That's basically that the ether theory is not so flawed. Or like some older science should be revisited. That as well, right? Because Earth spinning is literally, a way to justify the results of that experiment without having to admit that the ether is there.
Okay. Well, I said it in one of my songs, right? The 3 points.
Can you wait? What experiment is this?
Space spin curve. Yeah.
What experiment is this called?
Michelson-Morley.
Is it experiment?
No.
So, Dora, what we try and do here is we try and look at things that we can confirm. Because someone wants to come in, have an argument, then we're going to start going into contemplation and start talking about things that we can't confirm, and then they're going to say, these flat earthers, they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you got to get
going off into fantasy land, but they're the ones in fantasy land.
Yeah.
So if we stick to things that we can prove, then you can't disprove a fact, can you?
No. So
I mean, we do have speculations done.
The big three that you said were the atmosphere, the cycle of thermodynamics.
Well, let's look at it. All right, let's go through. Do you know or have you seen anyone in history who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
No. Isn't it something to do with the R value that it can't be measured?
Yep.
Well, it hasn't got an R, so you can't measure something that hasn't got
a rotation. Yeah.
No, R is radius.
Or radius. Yeah.
That's the second question is rotation.
So that this, when we run people through this, it points out that they actually haven't got a measurement. So you start off. This is if you want a sphere, you've got to have dip over distance. Yeah, you've got to have drop over distance or curvature of the surface, because what's the main? Sorry, I just woke up. I'm losing my words.
Necessary antecedent for the sphere.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah. What does a sphere need to be a sphere? Yeah. It needs curve, yeah?
Yeah.
So if you've got no curve, you've got no sphere.
Yep.
And then we go to they can never come up with an answer. They come up with Eratosthenes, yeah? Measured some sticks and shadows, came up with an equation, and the sun was unlimited distance away, so the light rays come in parallel. The problem is we don't have any parallel light rays to look at. So where did they get these parallel light rays? And you have to assume a ball. So You assume a ball, you assume parallel light rays, and then you do an equation to make yourself look like you live on a ball of radius 3959. They're all assumptions, yeah? So no one's actually proved a ball yet. So they go, oh, gee, I don't know. No one's measured it. Wow, that's amazing. And what we do is we go, all right, so has anyone proved Earth rotation? Anyone in history, you can go back as far as you want, proved Earth's rotation or any movement at all.
No. Is that a question for me?
Yeah, I'm just running you through these are the things that we stick to.
Yeah.
Because this makes them think about what they believe in. Because if you can't prove any of these things, then you've got no ball. You've got no rotation, and you've got no open system. We'll go into the third one later, but you've already mentioned it. So, they come up with things like, the stars in the sky are moving. Oh, the stars in the sky are moving, are they? Does that mean the Earth's still and the stars in the sky are moving? They'll say, we go around the sun once a year. Yeah, okay, well, do we? How do you know that? Because you feel the Earth being stationary, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So you'd need a hell of a lot of proof for you to think that you're moving.
Yeah.
You go out every day. It's flat. It's stationary. You don't need to prove that it's flat and stationary. They're the ones making the claim that you live on a ball flying through outer space. Yet you don't have curvature measurement, and you don't have any axial rotation. Two things gone. No one's measured it. They'll come up with Foucault's pendulum. Did you know about Foucault's pendulum?
No. What is pendulum?
This guy, Foucault, was a French guy, came up with this idea that if he swings a pendulum that's supposed to be free from friction, then the pendulum, it's like a metal ball on the end of a string. The pendulum will precess to the Earth's rotation as time goes. What is it, 15 degrees per hour? So he did this and claimed that he discovered Earth's rotation with this pendulum. So they still make these pendulums now, but they swing. They swing forever. So what they did, they come up and they made a magnetic motor which keeps it swinging. Someone's got to start the pendulum. So you have all these errors that that can make the pendulum precess. And this doesn't prove anything. You've got a motor that's making it move all the time. So that motor could be stronger on one side, spinning it around. Yeah, you've got all these things. It's in a room, so you've got air conditioning switching on and off. It's so many variables that it's not an experiment, and it can't be an experiment because first you need to observe Earth's rotation. No one's ever done that. So what are they trying to prove? They're trying to prove. They go, oh, pendulum swings, precesses, therefore Earth spins. But we don't have an observation. There's some other things that they come up with.
What's the equations that they use to say that the Earth rotates and it has a radius, a curvature?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Because I know the right angle has something had to do with them not being able to have the radius number when they're measuring.
You're talking about spherical excess.
I think so. I think that's it.
So you're saying that old thing where they say, okay, if you travel at a right angle and then you go down this far and then you go do another 90 degrees and then you do another 90 degrees, you'll end up back at the same point?
No.
No?
I'm talking about curvature. Just like be able to like measure, like shoot a line, have a square triangle, shoot that line, have a point, the zenith point be I think a star or the sun.
Oh, you're
Or not,
talking
or a
about
star.
a celestial navigation with what's the tool they used?
Imagination?
Yeah.
Sextant.
Oh, what's up, Mickey?
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that's you can't get a right angle from a curve, can you? You can't get
No.
an angle from a curve. So as that star gets further away, it's going to be on a weird angle. So how are you taking angle measurements?
Just
Yeah,
you know.
because you have like maybe a point where it becomes, no, it doesn't even become a square or an angle or a 90-degree angle.
It's impossible. Yeah. So after that rotation, when we go into gas pressure, is what you were talking about before. Yeah. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Did you talk about the first law? Or is that not really
Yeah,
recommended?
that's in it. Yeah.
The
It's a
first law, I know. I know argument like the first law of dynamics says that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So the Big Bang theory would be it would just fall.
You're probably going a bit far there. Maybe going to the second law.
Yeah, no, that's what I would use is the second law.
Entropy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go into this.
The sun.
Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a or without containment? We should say, yeah.
In a vacuum.
Next to a vacuum. Yeah. So and then you realize
how is the altitudes work like with if people are going up Mount Everest, there's less oxygen up there? They have to.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest at this, but I know all of our gases are produced at the ground, so you're going to have a thicker layer of
concentrations
gases and oxygen at the bottom, at ground level, sea level. So as you go up, things get colder as well, so you have less pressure when it's colder. But I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in. I'm not the greatest with gas pressure.
The gas pressure he's talking about is the second law of thermodynamics, but the Joule-Thomson expansion. Not the Joule expansion, the Joule-Thomson expansion.
Can you elaborate for us on that? I think you're new in here, are you, Silver Domain?
Yeah, I'm relatively new, about a month or so.
Okay.
But
did you want to expand on what you were saying?
Yeah, the Joule-Thomson expansion is when the higher the pressure goes, the less dense it gets. But you shouldn't confuse the Joule-Thomson expansion with Joule expansion. Joule expansion is specifically on having gas pressure without a container, which is impossible, as we all know, I guess.
Yep.
But yeah, that's actually the basics of it. There's not anything more than that. Not a lot anyway.
He made a good point. Bearded, you still there, Bearded Dora?
Yep.
Because you were asking about the pressure gradient, weren't you? Yep.
Yeah. That has to do with cold.
Well, he just so he didn't really explain it, but he explained what we need to look at. So if you need to look at, if you can, Silver Domain, if you can post the name of that in the voice text, live stream voice text. I wouldn't mind looking that up either. No, not in lobby. Live stream voice text.
Yeah, on my way there.
Yeah, so just click above so you got live stream voice text, which is above the red dot.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, just type in the name of what you were talking about there. Oh yeah, Drace has
Yeah,
done
I'll
it
read
already. That's all right. Drace has posted. Yeah, thanks, mate. So what we end up doing, Bearded Dora, is so they'll say gravity holds the gases down. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, well, can I please have a experiment that proves gravity, or can you prove gravity? That gases hold gas, or gravity's pulling gas to the ground, or gravity just in itself. Can you prove gravity? Do you think you can prove it?
Me? No.
No, I'm just asking the question. Do you think anyone's ever proven gravity?
Yep.
I know you don't. I know you don't. You're not here to prove gravity.
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're all right. That's why I was asking. I'm pretending that you're the Glober at the moment.
Yep.
Do you have an experiment for gravity? Can you show us an experiment for gravity, cause and effect? You can show me the effect, but you can't show me the cause. Yeah? Effect is me dropping something and it goes to the ground. That's the effects of gravity. But what's causing it? Can't prove that. So these are just a general rundown of our 3 major points. You know, the guys were saying before that it's pretty much all you need. And if you want to look into those things a bit more, then you'll kind of realise that you don't need to talk about stuff that you can't prove, because you're going to go off into fairyland where the Globers are. And you're going to meet them in fairyland, and then you're all going to start arguing about things you can't prove. Conversation goes nowhere. You'll end up start talking about, being in different dimensions and shit like that. And you're just going backwards.
I mean, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you guys really are like. But is my voice okay if I'm not roboting or anything?
Are you good now, mate?
Oh,
okay.
Can hear you straight.
Thank you. It just don't take offense or anything about this. It just it seems like you guys are really taking like a vigilant intensity about strictness of
How dare you?
flat Earth and everything. And do you think that's like helpful or
Hell
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
In
I don't
here,
know, how
yeah,
long
because
you been listening, bro? We explained why. I mean, how long you been listening?
just before you guys go off, hey, Bearded Dora, I'm going to post a video in the live stream voice text. I recommend you watch this video. Go CB. Sorry, mate.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know, Neil. You've been in here for a while, right? Day.
Yeah, I honestly, you guys are like the most intense guys that I've ran into here.
All right. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, go over to FED.
But no, we explained why. I mean, did you hear my analogy about clowns blowing up like hot dog balloons and stuff like that? Did you hear that analogy?
Not really. I literally just hopped in.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that wasn't too long ago. Anyway, dude, we are very careful about what we say here. There's already lots of nonsense floating around out there. People will say, "Oh, I heard flat earthers say that Australia doesn't exist." So we're not here to add to that.
Of course,
remove any of those ridiculous ideas. So yeah, we're super careful about what we say here. We're vigilant, even.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a factor we have to like keep in mind of like that absurdity of like such as Australia not existing, like that people who globies are like, they it's like they have like a brick wall whenever they hear flat Earth, and they like it's absurd to them to the point where like they get angry or something, and like they just refuse to even consider it. or like hear anything about it.
Yeah.
And
Well, Daddy told him they're not allowed to play with flat earthers, so that's probably where a lot of that comes from. But
Cognitive dissonance.
yeah, I mean, they've been programmed to have a response like that.
I want to add something real quick before I go into work. It's not our burden to carry whether or not they're going to be knowing the truth or not. We were not here to convince people. We're here to challenge them. And if they're not able to be looked at, I mean, they can't see the information and then realize the truth, the burden is not on your shoulders. That's up to them. Whenever they wake up and realize, you shouldn't burden yourself with that, because that's not ever going to get you, I guess, the right mentality behind this. So anyways, I just thought I'd leave that there. I gotta
is
go.
that like a good majority of people who show up here that just like they have just a mental brick wall to considering anything?
We really can't. There's no number to it. It's just but there's quite a few.
Yeah,
there's quite a few.
It's like
We do the best we can. But even the best people in here can't convince somebody of anything. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. You guys do you guys follow Mud Fossils? Mud Fossil University? Damn, everyone.
No, I think Dora does probably.
Okay.
I've delved into it a bit, but I think we'll save that. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I don't think the stuff is really like super intense, you know, the stuff that's like being said regarding flat Earth, for example. Just now, I mean, a while ago, I think what people ask is like, what's the cause and effect behind gravity, right? I wouldn't say it's super intense. It's just a basic question that you should be able to answer for any scientific theory. I wouldn't call it intense. It's not like, I mean, what is intense is what globers do with, like, you know, Einstein equations and like quantum field theory and difficult equations. Lots of stuff on the blackboard. I would say that that's really intense, you know. They pay thousands of dollars to hear that stuff, actually. So I would say that's way more intense. And like their lives and their careers depend on whether they get the globe science right or not for those physicists. Right? We are all employed and none of us is like working in flat earth physics or something. It's like I have a job in real life which is not related to physics at all. So I wouldn't say it's intense. It's more like a pastime or something. Yeah.
Well, Bo, it's accountability at the end of the day, Ocean. I'm glad you brought that up. The reason why the 3 points is so effective is because people come in swinging dick and they're like, "Oh, there's so much evidence. It's so much." And it's like, "Okay, really? Name these 3 things. You know, curvature. Who measured it? I don't know. Rotation. Who measured that? I don't know. So, oh, okay. Well, what happened to all that evidence that you said you had 2 seconds ago?" So yeah, it's a it's a sword, bro.
Mm-hmm. Do you see like positive results ever where people change their minds and they're like convinced?
Yeah, I mean that's it happens every once in a while. You'll get a DM like, "Hey, bro, you know that really opened my eyes on this one thing or whatever," and that's great. You know, you shouldn't do it for those reasons, and I'm sure that happens more times silently than it does people speaking up. I'm sure you've indirectly touched someone out there like, "Damn, you know, that's a good point," and they've never came to thank you or pat you on the back. So
it's because they're like their ego won't allow it or something.
Yeah, perhaps, but it's like, well, you should just keep doing what you do anyway, regardless of if you change anyone's minds, you know. But yeah, I'm sure people have been affected out there, but
yeah.
But if you just get one person in the DMs, it's like, dude, you know what? That makes a huge difference for sure. Sometimes all you need is just one person to say thanks. But yeah, even then, you don't need that to keep going. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah, facts. I mean, I would really say that we are like especially maybe compared to like the way that physics can be taken in general, like with universities, like grades and exams. Yeah, which is not intense at all. Because those people who want to tell you how the universe works, they got like colleges and the funds, right? And you can get a scholarship and professors and titles and big buildings and everything. Like, nah, dude, we're not even close. Right?
Mhm.
I mean, I guess
I thought titles made you smart.
Well, but bro, if you're a professor, then it's like, wow, You
Yeah.
got like a prof DR in front of your name, and everyone says like, sir. It's like, wow, you're so smart. Holy shit.
Well, yeah.
Everyone here should call me sir.
Well, it's like doctors, just normal doctors, and some of them insist that you call them doctor. Yeah, you go fuck yourself, man. I'm gonna walk around calling this electrician, hey, electrical sir. It's so
Electrician,
stupid.
I love that.
Just a job title.
Yeah, and they're like, it's a bit more difficult, but actually being a doctor, I'm pretty sure, like, I've seen what it is. I guess it's not more difficult than what an electrician does. I think an electrician
No.
usually these
Would
days
you-
has to do way more care. He needs to be way more careful. He needs to be way more secure than a doctor. I think an electrician is better at what he does usually than a doctor.
Yeah, he risked his life doing what he does, the doctor does not, and he could kill people just like the doctor. So yeah, he has more risk with them.
Yeah,
What I see them do here is they have an Australian medical website, and you go into the doctor, just a general practitioner, and they'll say, "What are your symptoms?" You read off your symptoms, and then they type them in to the the Australian medical program, and it comes out with a list of what it could be. They run down the list, check for things that aren't there, and then they narrow it down to one, and then they go bang, and it comes up with a list of medications, and then they give you a script, and off you go. That's it, man.
Yeah. Definitely doctors are really completely compromised these days.
Well, it's not all like
industry.
I love
think
how
the example
they know
was, we're
so
not gonna
much
talk
about
about that,
nutrition
but-
too. Doctors.
What we're
they claim that
what
we're
getting at-
we're meant to be eating meat, cheese, milk, and
What we're
eggs.
getting at with that point was like, just because you have a PhD or just because you have a title in front of your name doesn't actually mean that you know what you're talking about. You might be specialized in one single thing.
It's the opposite, yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest, Tim. I once, like, even with a mate of mine, right, we just tried to look up some exams online from, well, first of all, law, second of all, what is it called, like, medicine, and then we looked up stuff from, I believe it was psychology, just see if we could pass the exams without any prior knowledge, because I don't work in any of those fields, and guess what happened? We passed them all.
You passed.
The multiple choice questions. Yeah, we passed them all. It's like second year uni. I'm like, so I could
Yeah.
literally go around, campus, just chasing after the girls, and I'd still pass the exams, because it's literally not. You can't do that with electricity. Like, you can't do something that a guy who's been practicing electricity for 2 years, you just can't pass it. No matter how
Yeah.
talented or whatever you are, you just can't pass it. Same with, for example, playing piano. You just can't play the piano as well as someone who's done it for 2 years. So there we have genuine skills, and on the other hand, we have sophistry or that kind of stuff. I think just like a very good exam, like can a guy who just has common sense, can he like pass the stuff that's supposedly a skill
Yeah.
that they should learn or practice? Well, if the answer is you can pass it, then it's not a
That's
skill.
it.
It's more
A
like
decent level or a good understanding of how things work, and a good common sense, and you're passing. You pass
well,
an exam.
I mean, even for law, right? Like,
Crazy.
I mean, if you know Latin right there, then like it's like many principles which are maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 words, but they kind of like using a Latin word to just like make it sound a bit more fancy. The precedent and all of that stuff. It's so it just makes things more difficult, I would say, for them. They should have just used plain English, which they don't do. But so there is like a bit of that faux I mean, I guess it's
Well,
masonry after.
don't they do that so you have to hire a lawyer to go into court so that
Yeah.
so you have to speak a certain language. So the lawyers, they sign an oath to the court. So when you engage a lawyer and you pay them, they're still working for the court. They're not working for you. So they're an intermediate to explain what the judge is putting down on you and explain it into layman's terms. They're not there to help you get off the charges. They're just there
It's
to
a game.
explain
It's like
and
a
make
like
you agree.
basketball.
Well,
The judge is the referee.
Yeah.
They're not gonna tell you how to play the game.
But
Just
we'll get back to
like either you win or you lose. It's about putting
get back to Flat Earth because there was also. Oh, sorry, man. Go ahead. Motions.
Oh no! I'm gonna head out. So
Okay.
see you, everyone. Thanks for the talk.
Alright. See you, man.
Yeah. Have a good night. See ya.
Yo.
We're going to get to Silver Domain. So I saw you. I think you came in last night or something, did you? So you. So you're pretty new here.
Dun, dun, dun,
Silver
dun,
Domain.
dun, 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 dun,
Yes,
dun, dun.
my phone's kind of lagging. I've been here around a month or so, but in the group, been a flat earther around 7-8 months.
Judging by the information you had before, in that 8 months, you've looked pretty heavily into it.
Yeah, well, I live on a farm, so I've got loads of time.
What are you farming?
I've got some sheep, I've got some chickens, and grow my own vegetables, living off the
Awesome, man.
grid.
That's what I want to
It's
do.
kind of fun. Excuse me?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I've probably got about 10 years left in the city, and then I can do it. But,
It's a peaceful life, that's for sure.
I try and get away most weekends out of the city to, get it back into nature. But I want to move out there. So, but yeah. How did you get into Flat Earth?
Well, to be honest, it was actually kind of sudden. It was water is my main reason for being a flat earther.
Hell yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, there's nothing that can convince me otherwise, unless they can actually find curvature with their own freaking math.
Well, you're saying water
that's
doesn't
not
bend.
possible.
You're saying water
But
doesn't
that's
bend?
not possible. No, large bodies of water at rest never bends.
Good one.
Yeah, I try not to get trapped into a meniscus or a glass with filled water on the top. So I specifically say large bodies of water at rest never curves.
Yeah.
And nobody can prove that. But yeah, that's my main reason for Flat Earth. I've actually been into Freemasonry for 12 years studying them. So it was easy to adapt to Flat Earth. Wasn't hard at all. Because I didn't put it past them to lie about it. Then there's the obvious stuff. Perspective. Perspective is really important. You can have the same effects on a flat earth for a boat disappearing bottom up. Just hard to explain that to stupid people, but
yeah, they won't.
more
they won't
like people
listen.
that. Excuse me?
Yeah, they won't. No, they won't listen. So there's most people in their head have got. I see a boat going over a curve, therefore it's a curve. So their whole it's hard to break the spell because their whole life they've just thought, okay, if you see a boat going away bottom up, then it's because it goes over the curve. That's it. you know, but you can,
Yeah,
you can explain
that's
it.
true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
Some people just doesn't understand the things they say, so they just go along with the group. For example, if I tell someone, "Yo, the Earth is flat," then they tell me you'd be able to see anything. Then I tell them, "Have you never seen a couple mountains behind one another? As you look further, they get foggier. So no, you wouldn't never see endlessly, no matter what."
A good example of this, I haven't put my photos in the computer yet, but I went up yesterday to a lookout that we've got, and it was a clear day, really clear day, and this lookout over Melbourne is 670 meters, and you can see so far. It's not funny, but what starts happening is the haze. Start getting a haze, and this was on a clear day, so I could see all the way to the other side of the bay and down to the ocean, and stuff like that. I've got to go over it and see how far I can see. But when those atmospheric conditions start taking place, then you can't see a certain distance. Yeah, you just can't.
Yeah,
or why don't you see to China? Yeah, because you can't.
Yeah, I've got the same people nagging me they'd be able to see forever. So today I made a video for somebody explaining it with pictures. I told him next time he goes outside, just think about it. And for 6 hours straight, all I got was insults with no proof.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. Do you have a YouTube channel or?
No, I've got a TikTok account, but I post videos
not on
regularly.
TikTok. Yeah.
I opted into one on somebody's live today. It was actually the first time I went live.
That's why I recognised you. I saw your message. Yeah, sorry, mate. That's why I recognised you. I saw your message. You jumped on. Yeah, go ahead. Tell the story.
Yeah. So this guy said he was a pilot and said he accounts for curvature, and he tells me he's seen the curvature himself from 40,000 feet in the air. So I had to tell him Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature until 120,000 feet up into the air.
Well, even more.
Not even then.
Enough,
Yeah.
he ran away, but he insulted me first for a while and interrupted a lot without any proof.
Oh yeah, just here to share his pain. Yeah.
No, he has credentials. He did show it. However, it could just as easily be his father or his uncle, somebody else's credentials. So it is possible that he's lying, and I wouldn't put it past any Globers to lie. The last while I've been seeing Globers lie a lot.
Yeah, dude, it's just so
really
ridiculous. They think for some reason just being up in the
But
sky.
I've been getting into debates. Like, seriously getting into debates. Not doing them myself, but rather watching them because it's a good way to learn. And I know Globers lie a lot, so I pay attention to what they say. And it's pretty funny seeing them lie so much.
They have to. They have to. Why do they think that being in the sky is such a
Especially
special
with
vantage point?
McLooney Toon. That guy lies a lot.
Silver Domain, do you have CB muted or something?
Radio check. Silver
who's
Domain.
that?
Can you hear me okay? Silver Domain. Radio test.
I'm
1,
not
2, 3.
muted. Not that I think of.
You've got CB muted. Can you click on can you see Creation Bear up the top?
Test. 1, 2, 3.
Creation who? Oh yeah.
Creation Bear.
How dare he?
click on his screen, so his little box, and
Okay,
check
I'm
if you've
clicking
got
on it.
him. Check if you've
No,
got
he's
him
only-
muted, or turn up his volume.
He's not muted. You're talking about the guy with the go on picture.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, he's not muted on my screen.
Yeah,
Test,
so turn
test.
his volume up.
Okay,
All
how
the
do
way.
how do I do that?
Try now, CV.
So, Silver, can you hear me?
Did that work?
I don't know, you
'cause
tell
he's
me.
He's asking if you can hear him, and you can't hear him. So,
No, I can't hear him at all.
Let me drop and rejoin.
Yeah.
Silver, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right, we're good.
I thought there was something going on because that was like the third
I
time.
was-
Yeah, that was pretty weird.
No worries, dude. No, I was just gonna say they have to lie. They have to lie, and they think that being in the sky is some special vantage point. That's why they will lie about being. Oh, I'm a pilot. Oh, well, they're thinking that we're gonna be like, oh shoot, you know, like no, dude, that's not even close to being high enough. So
Well, you can't convex a ball to go two directions, but you can convex a line to go in two directions. I always tell them that, but they don't understand it.
is that what you mean? Like, because some people will say if you're on a plane and you look out one side and you see curvature, and then you look at the other side, how is that? They're like complete the circle. How does that work? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's McDonald's Earth, yeah?
McDonald's
Yeah,
Earth.
if you take a GoPro and you hold it above a ball, you can't convex it into a different direction, but you can with a line. You can convex it into two different directions. It's just not possible with a ball, or not
Okay.
nearly as much. So
I get
the
that.
size of the
I
Earth
get
is
you.
irrelevant.
So you're saying with a curved line, what if that curved line is? I'm just say I'm being a glober. What if that curved line is slightly curved? So you're not getting a whole picture of the Earth. You're just getting a line that's curved. Can you do it with that? Can you invert that line, that curved line?
I'd have to test if you could do it with a little bit of curvature, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Because it's already
would be-
bending in a certain degree.
Not that we can. I don't know how you'd test that because you'd have to have a big thing that's curved. Because if you do it close
Right.
up, and I don't think it would work close up.
Just spawn another Earth, dude.
Could possibly draw a line and on the ground, a curved one, and try that, but I don't know. I don't know if
I
that
think it
will
would
work.
have to be at eye level, wouldn't it? Because the actual.
Yeah,
I think the GoPros have a little kind of leveling system inside them. I think.
Okay.
Well, it
I'll
is.
test it out.
It is
I got one
barrel
in the car.
distortion that creates a curve. So
I never even thought about that.
What, the barrel distortion?
No, I never thought about you can't you can't invert a curved line.
Yeah.
You got my brain ticking over a bit.
Yeah, you can usually test it with a pavement. If you take your phone near to a pavement, okay, not all phones does it, but some phones do. When you move the camera up and down, it will curve a little bit.
Yeah, you
at
need the
edges.
wide shot. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I've got
But
a GoPro in the
with-
car, so I'm going to check it out today.
Nice.
I don't know where I'm
Yeah,
going to find a
test
curved
it.
line, but
Let me know if it works.
yeah, I'll get
With
some
a
photos.
with
You
a
just
curved
triggered
line.
15 Glovers.
I have been looking into this for extensively, but not that long, 7 to 8 months. But I've got loads of time to.
Because I get what you're saying about you can't do it with a full circle, because you can't, because where are the lines going to go? You know what I mean? But if you've got just in part of your screen, you've got a section of that circle, then maybe you can do it with that. But it's going to be interesting. I never even thought about it.
I think the sides will likely maybe straighten out just a little bit, but they won't curve into a different direction.
Yeah.
Because it's a perfect circle, so I highly doubt it. One of my questions usually for a glober is when he says, so Earth is the only flat
Oh my god.
planet. I usually tell them, so Earth is the only oblate sphere in space, because everything else is a perfect sphere. Then they don't know what to say. I find it funny.
That's such a T-ball question, bro. You can crank a home run off of that question so easy, I feel like. And then they're like, oh, so it's the only planet. Well, number one, there's so many different. Yeah, exactly. That's number one. First of all, Earth's not a planet, ding dong.
Yeah, it's
number
a plane.
two. Yeah. Number two, why are you comparing the Earth to things you see in the sky? There's no resemblance at all. There's zero resemblance.
That doesn't prove the shape of the Earth anyway.
No. And then number three, okay, so Earth is land. There's no land in the sky. So, yeah, Earth is the only land. Give me a break.
Nah, I've been dealing with globers for a while. Lost loads of hours, but gained actual knowledge about stuff. Comparing their dumb stuff to actual reality, it's usually just for a couple of hours they will insistently insult, but have no evidence at all. Just tell you there's loads of evidence, but when you ask for any evidence, they can never provide. Or they'd like to show you a computer program, which is stupid.
Yeah. Look at this diagram I drew.
Yeah.
I gave up on all those social media kind of pages, you know, like I was on a few science pages and stuff like that. And you just make a comment, like asking a question, bang, like 30 people jump on you, you know.
Well, Timbo,
flat earther, you know, like.
You'll be happy to hear that the tides have turned. I'm like, if you just go on social media now, there's way more accounts now that are posting flat Earth content and so on. Yeah, it's. I feel like the tides have turned for sure.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of flat Earth content from other people. Really interesting stuff. Although doesn't really prove anything, but it's at least decent arguments. So that's good.
I think a lot of people who create these flat Earth pages are globers too.
I've certainly thought about that because the live I jumped in on, the flat earther was constantly lying about everything, so I highly doubt he's an actual flat earther. Because he said he can prove anything.
He got one of their mates in to pretend to be one.
Yeah. So I told him I'd like to jump into the conversation to try and show not all flat earthers believe like this dude. Doesn't have any great arguments at all. Because I do see a lot of fake troll flat earthers as well.
Yeah, we get them
And
all the time.
it's not good. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I follow a lot of Witsit stuff as well. I've got
He's
got
in
a lot.
here. He's in here sometimes.
Yeah, he's awesome. I like him.
there.
He's got a big brain on him.
Yeah, he definitely does. He remembers stuff way too good.
It's funny if
When
you
he-
go and watch those debates he's in. He's just sitting there, you know, and then
I've
Glover's
watched
got like
every
all these
debate
all
he
these
had.
notes and stuff like that. And he's just sitting there with a mic, you know.
Yeah. I've watched every debate about him on modern day debates, and then one debate that wasn't on modern day. But I'm
Did you see the
relatively
latest
new.
one with the Australian guy?
That Mark Reed.
No, it was more recent than that. I think it was in the last couple of days. It was an Australian guy, called
guy.
Mr. PhD or something like that. Tony.
It's a
is
big
his name.
old guy.
Yeah, no, I think that Mark Reed that you're talking about. No, I think it's not Mark Reed. It's another big bald guy, but he's a bit older. He
Is
gets
it one
triggered.
that's claiming he's a pilot?
Let me have a no. He's a geologist or something. I was watching it. I'll just go into my list and have a look.
No, I definitely want to check that out then. Because I actually
I'll
gained
post
a
it in the
lot of-
live stream for you.
Because Wizard has really good arguments as well.
If you
I
if you
usually
like being
tell,
if you like being frustrated, if you like being frustrated watching debates, then watch this one.
Phone is kind of laggy. Is it in the lobby or in the voice text?
You know, yeah, live stream voice text. We use this when we're in here. The lobbies for like people that are new in and stuff like that.
Oh no, I haven't seen this one. Yeah,
Yeah, this
I'll
one's the
definitely
latest.
look at this.
It's frustrating, but it's good to watch because this guy has a PhD at a university, studies, I think it's geology or something like that. And they go into tsunamis and earthquakes and things like that. And he just pretty much shows us how much he doesn't know.
Yeah,
But
they
he uses
usually don't say that
uses a lot of big words explaining what he doesn't know, so he sounds smart.
Yeah, they do that a lot. And when they do that, they say you don't understand.
Yeah.
Chances
I think he said
actually
that about 12
relatively
times.
good. You understand it better than him. So I'll definitely take a look at this one. My funniest one I've seen so far is I think his name is Leo. What's it versus Leo?
Yeah, was it just
Damn.
them one-on-one, or was it with...
Yeah, they
was it
were
4 of them?
1-on-1. No, the 4-on-1. The 4-on-2. The 2-on-2 was Witsit and I think it was Nathan versus what's the dude's name?
No, there's been a few of them. I think there was Witsit and Kai, his wife, against Leo and another lady.
and the
she made
No, it's not a
no.
lady.
This was another. No, this was a different one. Again, this would have been about 3 years ago, I think. So maybe 2-3 years ago. That was a good one because that Leo guy doesn't know very much. So I don't know why he keeps on doing debate.
I think you might be talking about the Kai and Witsit and Snake, but I can't remember the fourth person.
No, it was definitely Leo.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out
It's an
because
older one though.
I've seen the 17 debates on Witsit's channel, and then almost every flat Earth debate, I usually just want to skip those ones where the man is in the transgender.
Yeah,
It
no,
annoys
this one
the shit
wasn't.
out of me.
And let me try and find it. I'll try and find it for you. But I've seen this person in here in the last couple of days. Aeon Aton.
Aeon
You've
Aton.
spoken. Oh no, sorry, I'm just looking in the live stream. Aeon Aton, you have control of your mic. You're VC verified. Oh, gone. Dipped out. Oh, back. Aeon Aton, you're back. You're VC verified. Tell
Are
us
you
about
talking about the guy? It looks like a toroid of a sort. Not really sure.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, you're lighting up. Go ahead. Tell us where we live.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me? I'm in England.
Your sound is breaking up.
So, hey, William. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, how are you? Can you hear me okay? Okay,
Yeah, no, you might have to jump
signal
out
isn't
and then
so
jump
good
back
here.
in, mate.
Can you hear me?
No, jump out and jump back in.
Yeah, his sound was a little bit foggy.
He's in London. Is this the first time we heard him speak? First time for me.
This is the first time I've heard him speak. I've just been in here for a couple of days. So.
Alrighty, and let's get a radio check. 1, 2. Maybe, point your phone to the satellites.
He's on mute now.
Okay. I mean, alright.
So what do they claim? All the geostationary ones fly around the equator. Is that what they say?
I usually ask them, how can they be stationary if the Earth is chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour?
Oh, well, you're thinking too deep, bro.
That's actually a trick question. We usually
It's all
can't
relative,
answer.
mate. It's all relative.
Yeah, Ian, chime in anytime, brother. But if you're having, connection issues, I understand. Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So not too much to say really. I'm kind of listening to what you're all talking about and studying at the moment. So but it's I'm kind of new to this channel and the Discord thing. I found this link on Fakeologist.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
Nice.
2 days ago. Yeah, and so I've been listening kind of on and off since then, and I'm pretty busy, so I just like to listen. Really, I don't have too much. I came out of the Flat Earth closet in 2013. I've been talking to people about the Flat Earth for a long time. Been through all that stuff, all that sort of YouTube stuff through 14, 15, 16, 17. And kind of...
The voice sounds familiar.
Had nothing more to find out. Like, and
right.
Kind of got a bit bored with all the discussion. And only recently, over the last sort of few months, really, have I kind of started listening again. Because it kind of got to a point where it was being jumped all over by the Globe people and sort of muddying everything, and it got a bit of a mess. But I have seen, I've noticed
what you know,
over
brother.
the last sort of couple of years how it's becoming more of a common topic now. People that wouldn't have entertained the idea 10 years ago, and now like they're actually, it's quite common for people to consider the fact.
Mm-hmm.
So you say you run out of things to learn. Can you let us know what you mean by that? Like, can you let us in on what's too much to learn?
That the evidence for the fact of the planar geometry of this realm.
What's your three best? What's your three best proofs? Just one, then. Maybe one or two. Give us two.
Observation.
We'll meet in the middle.
My observations, like my everyday observations, everywhere I've ever been, I've never seen any evidence of sphere and water, of course. And one like where there's so much evidence around, like it was kind of my consideration. So very quickly, for me, how my character is, it came to the point like people just argue about things, like they like to argue about things, and there is no argument really. It's nice to find a venue where like an echo chamber, it might be called really, but people just talking about flat earth stuff and reconfirming it for each other. And I kind of turn myself away from sort of mainstream media and all of the sort of ball earth promotion stuff. And after some time, it kind of, I sort of immersed myself in it, and it was a bit too much, or not too much. I just had enough of it, and I didn't need it anymore. I was fully assured in my knowledge of the geometry of this realm, and so I moved on to other things, and because it all got very sort of argumentative, and I think once the system saw that it was actually taking hold, it wasn't just a fad. They really put a lot of effort into it to sort of muddy the water, and it seems to me now that the genre has kind of moved through that, and enough that there seems to have been enough people with a strong conviction that this comprehension must be made to the general people that it came through. It came through all the sort of difficult times, and as I said a little while ago, it's now something that you don't so much get laughed at for.
Right.
Yeah, it's like regular people have considered it or are aware that there is a debate going on.
Yeah, the tides are turning.
It has to. I think it has. I think it's done. Like they can't stop it now. The COVID thing, I think, had a massive effect on it. Also,
Right.
like of course, people had
Can't
time.
talk about that.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
like,
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's like Voldemort, you know? The name we will not talk about, or the name we will not mention.
Yeah, you just gotta use a little
You can
code
just
word, you know.
dive in.
Coco.
So that
Just gotta
period
dive in.
gave people.
But yeah,
That-
2014.
that
OG.
period. Yeah. Well, so I first considered it in 2013. I went to Estonia, and I was living in Estonia, and I was living with a man, a very smart man, like an old fella, and I spoke with him about it a bit, and he said to me, "There's no more reason to think the Earth is a ball than it is flat," and that really, I don't know. Back in those days, it really gave me something, because if you spoke about it, people just thought you were mad. People just thought you were mad for even like thinking about it. And it's so obvious, really. If you've got an inquiring mind, it's so apparent, this fact. It's kind of you wonder. Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of. So I'd made some realizations before this, like so I made the realization that the sun isn't hot. Like obviously, the closer you go to the sun, the colder it gets, and all these kind of things, and other things I knew, like about the dinosaur hoax and atomic hoax and all this kind of thing, and just started sort of peeling away the layers of the onion. And then at some point, I heard like the flat Earth idea came to me, and I was like, "Shit, is it that? Have they gone to that level? Like to?" And then, because at first it's like, oh, perhaps it's just so big that you can't see it. But then, when I sort of heard sort of Eric Dubay stuff, and who's the other fella, the American bloke? I can't remember his name now. But and then once you consider for yourself the evidence, it's undeniable. And
yeah, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, some people struggle with it for a long time, and for others it's just like kind of a slap round the face, immediate, like, shit, how could I ever have thought that I mean, of course I don't know what this place is, but all I know, all I've ever experienced is flatness. And you think, my parents, like, they're complicit, and my grandparents and all the people around me, and it's kind of a great shock to the system that even so, I think people
unknowingly,
because it's so evident,
complicit though.
Unknowingly,
you can't.
Unknowingly complicit.
It's hard to put that kind of they were complicit on people who don't know.
I do.
What I mean?
I do, because once you tell people and you give them the opportunity to think about it and look, same was availed to me. Doesn't take too long to see the fact, and these people they will fight against it, and they don't.
Yeah. I disagree.
Their
with
world turned upside down.
It's like trying to delete a whole lifetime of brainwashing in one sentence. You know what I mean? Just I told them.
Yes.
It's like you can't expect people just to turn around, and some people will never see it.
Yes.
So
yes. And
what's
I still think these ones, I still think they are complicit.
I think that's a bit harsh.
I respect your point of view. I respect your position on it. That's okay. Right.
Thanks.
But I'm not that soft. I'm not that soft on it. I mean, I would never have a go at anybody. You know what I mean? But they tell children. They tell children that
it's not.
They live on a spinny ball.
But it's. I think you have to be. I can be an asshole sometimes, but I think you have to be. You have to have a bit of kind of compassion for people as well. Yeah, like can't just be. I told you, therefore you should know.
No,
therefore, if you don't listen
that
to
isn't
me,
what
then you're complicit.
No, that isn't what I said, though, is it?
No, because I'm just saying because you
That
said
isn't what
I'm not as soft.
I said.
So I was just saying I'm not. It's only with people that I'm a bit softer with some people.
I said when they get the opportunity to. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean.
No, you're good, man. It's your connection, so it's I can understand that you can't hear me.
Yeah, okay. For me,
no, you're right,
these people, they need a shake. You got to shake them out of their doldrums. They're lost. They're lost in a world of fantasy.
The best way is to use their own knowledge against them.
Legal fictions. People are lost. They're lost. We've had so like where I live in England, yeah. Just 100 years ago. Since then, we've had 2 wars within 20 years. Yeah, they decimated the minds of the young men here and families at home. Then they gave them television, mass education. And people are absolutely brainwashed. They're lost in a fantasy world. They don't know where they are. They think they're dead things. They think they're legal fictions. It's serious, man. It's not a game. They brainwash their own children. They let people inject their own children. It's mad. There is no excuse for it. We can't. I mean, yeah, there's many ways to skin a rabbit, but blimey, you know what I mean? It's horrendous. But we have to live, and we have to get along, of course. I'm not a bad man, you know what I mean? But I see the seriousness of the situation. I'm not pretending. Like, I can look at myself and the others around me and say, where are the men? Where are the men? Because a man would never stop. Is it like rubbish? Stop it. Grow up. And you know, group, yeah? The word group is grow up.
I love that saying, yeah, that hard times create good men.
Strong
men create good times. And good times create weak men.
Yeah, that's true. 100%.
So we're in that time of weak men. Not all of us.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes, all of us.
I asked that question the other day to someone who's a bit, you know, and I said, "Oh, is it? Are we in the middle of it?" And someone said to me, "It was probably at the start of the Industrial Revolution. You know, when things started becoming easier to come by. You know, power." Things manufactured for you, you know, that was the start of the creation of weak men. So does that have to fall? Does that have to fall apart to create strong men again? I don't know.
I have one for you that I like to say to people. I say to people, have you ever seen a wild horse? So I'll ask you people that got your mics open.
We have Brumbies. So. In the high country,
where are you?
Horse. I'm in Australia.
Are they proper wild horses? Yeah.
Yeah, they're introduced, but they're proper wild horses. So they roam around in packs in the high country. They're called Brumbies.
Have you seen? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen them with your eyes? Yeah. So
with my own eyes.
So,
yeah.
Like, I've never seen it. I've been to Mongolia. Like, I've travelled around in Mongolia. But so what do these horses do when you see them?
They run off.
They run off, don't they? They run away from you. Yeah. If they smell a man, they run because they know what we can do. They're not stupid. Like, they're majestic creatures, horses. Like, incredible. When you see the wild ones, they stand and they're all like muscle and strong and that. Like, and then you get the horse that's born in the stable, yeah. and it will let a man climb on its back because it's mum and dad and its uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters do. It will just let a man climb on its back. We are the horse that is born in the stable.
Yeah, that's not a bad
We should
analogy
be
at all.
what?
It's actually a
We
good
should be the
analogy.
wild horse. Yes, it's a brilliant analogy. We are the horse in the stable, and we're fucked. We've got a job to do.
Yeah, to wake people up, but there's no need for us to get mad. We just get them mad and then make them see the truth through their own lies. That's much easier. Believe me.
It is serious.
It's much easier.
And
I'm dead
Yes.
serious.
Yeah, man. So
Yes.
it goes back to.
And I agree with you.
It goes back to getting upset about things you can't control. You know what I mean? So if you go around in your life getting upset about things that you've got no control over, you're going to be upset all the time. You know, if you just go, okay, well, this is out of my control. I can do what I want. I can do what I can, but, you know, this is beyond my control. I'm not going to get frustrated with it or upset with it because I can't do anything about it. But you can do things within your control and make them better. Like, but you know, like you're not here to save the world, yeah. Like it's, you know, that's putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
I'm here to save my world.
Yeah, but
you can do whatever you like. I wouldn't put that on you. I'm here to do what I can for my world and my people.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can only do what you can control.
Exactly.
That was my point. Yeah.
Yes.
You can't do what you can't control. So if you get upset about things you can't control, then it's just a detriment to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm
Know what
here
I mean?
to do what I can for my world. I can't do anything for your world. You can't do anything for mine. I've been long time, you know what I mean? Like it's not, and I mean, you might say it's crazy or whatever. Like it's up to you. But I've had that all my life. Idiots telling me what's right and what's wrong, and they're always wrong. Mad control people who want to tell you what you can and can't do, and for some stupid reasons. Like we are the horse in the stable. We work from that position. It's being done right now. A wild horse would never put up with that. Chicken.
You're the horse in the stable that can kick the man off the back, though. So just because you've been trained to let a man get on your back doesn't mean that you can't untrain yourself to get the man off your back. So if you keep on looking in the past, and getting angry about the past, you're not going to move forward. If you can worry about what you're doing right now, because that's the only time that exists, right now.
Yeah.
You can't control the past, you can't control the future. If you want to make the future, you can control what you do now and make those decisions. But if you're going to stress yourself out about things that happen in the past and things you can't control, then you're going to ruin your future.
Yes. Yes, the now space. You're on it. It's the now space. Now, what am I doing right now?
I think we're getting a bit philosophical here, but
I'm studying quantum grammar, right now. I'm studying quantum grammar right now. I am translating the US title codes from fiction grammar into quantum grammar. That's what I'm doing right now.
What's quantum grammar?
I was happily listening. I was happily listening to you lot talking about it and like kind of reminiscing a bit with myself and then you mentioned my name and I thought the respectful thing was for me to answer your call, and I don't really want to get pulled into anything. Like, and this is the way I am. Like, I don't mean anybody any harm, and but I'm feel quite strongly about things, and I don't care. I tell people how I see it, and they can walk away from me if they choose to. It's okay. Like, I like to control my now space.
It's a learning process. You can't expect to know everything at once. So it takes time to get to that point where you start seeing through all the bullshit. It's not a quick process. I usually explain it to people as well when they ask me why I'm a flat earther. Told them it's a slow process, but once you click, there's no going back. You can see through the bullshit. So that's why I suggest it to anyone.
Just going to disrupt the conversation at the moment, and just going to jump on to. Thanks for opening your mic too, mate. To Eon Aton. Feel free to jump in at any stage, man. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening.
No worries, mate. Anytime. Commander Steele. Commander Steele, are you there?
Seems like he's muted.
Okay. Let me have a look. No. Oh, okay. All right. I get it. I'm gonna. Commander Steele, you've got control of your mic. Just press unmute. Come and talk to us.
I'm trying to get some Globers in because I want to practice how to debate at least just a little bit better. I have a South African accent, so my English is actually pretty bad.
I understand you perfectly clear, mate.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit hard because my first language is Afrikaans, so my tongue folds on some words. It's not the best conversation start. How long have you been a flat earther?
Me? So 2015. 2015, I think, is when I started looking. I'll tell you a story actually. I was watching YouTube. I was into space. I was heavily into space. I used to love it.
I think all of us were into space.
I think that's why I've got a tag with space herpes on it. But I was watching YouTube and I was getting into some pretty kind of weird stuff, and then this Eric Dubay 200 proofs popped up. It was like a 3-hour video or something like that, and I think it came out in 2014 or 2013, and then bang, I started watching it, and I fell asleep to it that night. I woke up in the morning and I just started fucking Googling things, One thing that got me was on his video was piqued my interest was the Captain Cook circumnavigation of Antarctica was 60,000 miles, recorded 60,000 miles. I'm like, how the fuck does that work? And so I started looking into it to there, but that's gone in the back of my mind now because that's something we can't confirm. Did he really travel 60,000 miles? Did he? What route did he really take? Because when you get into magnetic declination in the south, it actually sends you in, and you start using a compass because that's the only way you can navigate in the south is with a compass, unless you want to go into GPS. But they didn't have GPS back then. Then you're actually facing in different directions than north and south, so it starts to throw things off.
Yeah, that is a good argument for proof. I mean,
yeah,
I think something
that's at the bottom of my proofs now, but I wouldn't even bring that up.
Something that.
How do you measure distance over water? Like, I wouldn't even bring that up anymore, but this is something that, because you can't measure distance over water. It's impossible.
Yeah, I think the best way would be lasers, if I have to say, but yeah, there's no way really to tell the distance over water.
No, you can't. You're traveling. The only way you can do it is if you estimate how fast you're going and how long it takes you. Then you're going to get, you're going to get an estimate of how far you've gone. What's that? Sorry.
No, I'm with you. Something
Yeah.
just clicked a little bit. Yeah, that makes sense. Something
So
that
this is
caught
when
my
we
eye
go.
was.
Yeah, go
Excuse
ahead.
me.
No, go ahead.
The magnetic vortex. When they talked about, I saw Witzer talking about the magnetic vortex that can't be proved on a globe. So I decided to look into it, and damn, that was interesting. Because every compass, not every compass, every magnet that goes away from the north, it gets weaker. But on a globe, it should be equalized because it's the inertial force should be in the middle, but it doesn't work. It's all over the place, and it works best on flat Earth. So I was like, "Oh, that's pretty interesting." So I used it today in one of my arguments. Well, actually, it's more like a debate, but worked out pretty well. The guy couldn't prove anything yet again.
Yeah.
I like that argument.
I
No,
don't
it's
think I've heard this one. Do you want to expand on that?
the magnetic vortex. If you look at a magnetic flux on, I don't know what the app is called. It's for tracking weather. Any case, it has a 2D projection and then the globe model. But on the globe model, the magnetic flux is all over the place, and on flat Earth, it's perfect. It works out 100% on the 2D depiction.
I'm just gonna stop the conversation there. But so Andrew, you have VC verified and Link embedded roles. So you've obviously been in here before. What's your take on where we live? Before we get into a different conversation.
Well, yeah, we can continue this, obviously. The conversation we were having.
Yep.
So, yeah, with what I do in my life, the globe Earth gives me very good predictions for everything. So
okay,
that's what I tend to.
What are they, predictions or postdictions?
So they're, in many cases,
What
they
predictions?
are predictions. Yeah.
Yeah, what predictions are you getting?
So, for instance, if I see like an asteroid fly by, and you give me like
An asteroid? You see an asteroid fly by?
Yeah. So if you see something fly by and you give me like position velocity, I can predict when it's going to come by in like many years' time.
I thought asteroids are like honking huge. Like meteors are like smaller. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, how are you, so you've got asteroids in the sky, you're predicting asteroids in the sky. Why are you looking
Sure,
at?
so maybe I'll be more careful. So yeah, so there's the experimental observation that you see a thing in the sky, right? We don't know what it is.
Experimental observation? Can you explain experimental observation?
So that's just something that anyone can see and observe with tools.
So an observation, not an experimental observation.
I would say observations are experiments. Yeah.
No. Do you know the scientific method for an experiment?
So my philosophical stance on this is that
it's not a
the
philosophical
only thing-
question.
Okay, so what is your definition? We'll work with it.
Oh no, I asked you.
Okay, no, I think what Timbo was trying to get at is the specific question is: do you know the steps to the scientific method? Can you state those steps?
Okay, so scientific method, I think, as people are going to generally use it, is you come up with a hypothesis based on some theory. You make a prediction.
No.
You set up an
Nope.
experiment.
You need an observation.
You make an observation of that
need
thing.
an
and you see
observation.
if it fits.
Yeah, observation is first.
Yeah, that's the first thing. You
Okay.
observe
Okay.
a natural phenomenon,
Yeah.
and then you come up with a hypothesis.
And then you start doing your tests, your experiments,
And then you
extrapolating results.
manipulate. You manipulate the variables.
Mhm.
You manipulate the variables, and then you come up with a testable theory. So a theory is tested over and over again, and then you have a scientific theory.
Okay, so this was actually what I was going to say originally, but so my stance on this is that the only true thing you can ever hold is the observation, right? Every theory you come to explain any of these things is always just a guess, right? And
well, let's go back to what you were talking about, because you were talking about observing things in the sky.
Right.
So, and you said experimental observation. So it's just getting at what the word experiment meant.
Yeah.
So you can't really use that word for that thing that you're doing, because you can't manipulate anything to know if your experimental observations are correct.
Yeah, cause and effect is what science is figuring out the causes to effects.
Right. So when I say experimental observation, I'm meaning this. There's this branch of like science philosophy that is just the only true thing you
that's
ever
philosophy.
have is the observation.
There is no science. There is no science philosophy.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, no, it's a field.
No,
there is no science philosophy.
Sure. Yeah, there is.
No,
so you can say no and I can say yes, but of course, right? You have to define what you want science to be, right?
No.
Define pseudoscience.
No. Science is science, and it's been defined. That's why we have
but who
a scientific method.
Andrew,
wait. That's why we have a scientific method, because you have to follow the scientific method to do science.
Okay,
if
but
you don't
so
follow
my
the
question to
scientific
you,
method,
right?
the definition is pseudoscience.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but go ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you have a definition of science, the scientific method, right?
No, there is a definition of science from. Why do you think we have definitions?
Yeah, that's.
It's so that people don't get mistaken on what definition is.
So my question is, who defined the scientific method?
The people who created the scientific method.
Okay, so it's a pointless
and the people
definition.
who follow it. Why?
So
what? If you're not following a method to get an outcome, then you're not doing anything, because everything's flawed.
Right.
Because what you're trying to do is get a cause and effect. Yeah, you're trying to come up with a theory on what is causing the effect, what the cause and effect of the observation that you're making, the natural observation. So if you can't manipulate the variables to test whether it is this thing that is the cause, then you're not doing science. So you're going to go into, okay, we're looking into space and we're looking at, you call it a rock going through space. That's not science.
Okay, so here, let me.
Do you agree?
Let me write one more thing down so I don't miss everything.
Do you agree that that's not science?
Okay, so
do you agree that's not science?
I'm not sure what you're saying now. I'm just going to go back a couple of points, if that's okay.
Okay, go.
Okay, so you were saying is that we want to get a cause and effect? That I agree with. No? Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, my words were a bit minced, but I've only just woken up, so yeah.
That's all good. I'm on the same boat. It's a rainy Saturday here, so I can't go for my normal run, so I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah, we got a nice sunny Sunday, so I'm gonna get out. I'll get out and about today.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
So you were saying is that we want to determine some kind of cause and effect, right? If you want to rephrase this, I'll rewrite it right now.
No, that's all right. We're looking. So you're looking for a cause of the natural phenomenon, yeah?
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Right. Natural. Okay. So, and I agree that natural phenomenon.
This is not my opinion either. If you want to look up, because I can hear you typing things in. If you want to look up the scientific method, if you want to look up the scientific method, then it's not. I didn't make this up.
No, I'm not saying that, right? But okay, so what you've said so far and what I agree with is that we want to ultimately determine cause and effects of things, and those things we want to determine are natural phenomenon. So when you say natural phenomenon, this is what I, from some science philosophy, would call experimental observation, which is something
What's
that
the
anyone
experiment?
Exactly. It's something anyone with proper description can go and set up and observe, right?
That's observation.
But what's the experiment?
Kind of irrelevant to where we are right now.
Because you're using the word in your sentence. You're using experiment in your sentence. So you're saying observational experiment. So you're observing something, and then what are you experimenting on?
Right. So an example of an experimental observation might be that metals get red when they're heated, right?
Okay.
So I can say that to you. You can go get a metal.
Yeah.
You can heat it
So
up.
how do you relate this to asteroids in the sky?
Right. So what I would say is
meteorites or
that,
whatever.
So what I would say is that the experimental observation of that is that somebody, if they're given correct instructions of how to look, they would see a thing in the sky, right? Just a thing.
How do you determine what this thing is?
Mm-hmm. So I'm not even at that point yet, right? What my
well, we
point
can
was,
skip ahead because now we're just going over words that we're going to disagree with. So I want to know, you're doing an observational experiment on an asteroid. I want to know, the observation is you see something in the sky. Now what's the experiment?
So then it's saying I can take some data points of that thing moving, how it moves, and I can predict when it's going to come back. That's all.
And you're determining how many degrees it's moving in the sky. This is your experiment?
So that's the data I would be collecting. And
and then the cause of this or the effect, what?
Okay. So, right. So, okay, I'm like kind of an experimentalist, you would call this. I don't want to say
what are you determining
at all what the effect is. I actually would even say we can't ever know this.
So where's the
exactly? So it's not science. Sorry, go.
Okay, right. So when you say this, though, I would say that this old definition of science doesn't really hold up anymore. I don't think.
Old? Well, who changed it?
Anymore.
So I have some just logical issues with some old.
And Andrew, I want to get that logical things. You are saying that you're observing some asteroid on the measuring or calculating some angles or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
And what you assuming that it's down?
I missed the last word. What I'm assuming.
What you assuming that it's down when you calculating all that stuff?
That it's.
Do you assuming something, or you are sure that that's something? It's that what you assuming?
Sorry. Can somebody clearly? I'm not sure what the question is.
He's asking you, when you're looking up into the sky on the very base level here on Earth, are you assuming something?
Okay, so when I see like a dot on the sky, I'm taking some different numbers from it, and I'm saying when I think it's going to come back.
So now the dot is moving.
And come back where, Andrew? Come back where?
Okay, so it keeps moving. Eventually, we don't see it on the sky anymore, and then I'm saying when we're going to see it again on the sky.
And what that has to do with the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so I think at this point I thought we were just talking more about scientific method and such.
Well, we can go past that because we've determined that what you're doing is not science. So,
but even if you're doing that, whatever you're doing, what that has to do with the shape of the surface?
Right. So I would say. I would say we have this observational experiment.
Yeah.
And we
You're
have
doing it again.
for it.
Yeah, like, you can't put those two words together.
And what that observation telling you, Andrew?
What is the observation?
What is the result of that observation?
So there's the observation, and then the theory of gravity and orbits fits that observation.
What?
Yeah, and what is conclusion of that result?
It provides a bit more strength to the argument of gravity and orbits.
If we have the gravity in orbits, what is the conclusion of that?
That it seems like the theory of gravity in orbits is stronger.
Is it conclusion that all? I will help you. Is it that all conclusion? You're making observation, then you now find out that there is a gravity, and now Earth is a globe. Is that conclusion? Or that has nothing to do with the globe?
So
Just straight up reification.
I guess I would say no to this. Yeah, sure.
That means if we make that observation, we can prove that Earth is a globe.
No, it doesn't prove it. No.
And what that observation telling us then?
It's telling us that the method we were using to make that prediction is pretty good.
And what is telling us of the shape of the Earth, that observation? Nothing?
Well, the model we were using to make that prediction was assuming this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That means you're using... Did you assume something? I asked you in the first place.
Yeah.
You assume in the first place that Earth is a globe.
You're assuming the entire model. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. And where did you get that model?
From previous building block experiments, yeah.
Experiments?
Similar observational tools, yeah.
Yeah, but you're using...
Sorry, Sasha, go ahead, mate.
You're using the globe Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
But where is that model?
What do you mean, where, sorry?
When you make observation, you assuming that Earth is a globe, and then you make some data, you know. Why you don't look Earth itself and say, okay, this is a globe because there is a globe, and then you make a measurement of or calculation of something happening in the sky? Or we have that immediately. We have the globe, and now we are observing. Or we need to prove first the globe, and then we will observe. Or we should first observe, and then we will make a globe.
So I just look at it as a variety of observational things and just trying to find something that can describe all of these things.
Yeah.
All right, let's start at the start.
Making things up.
That's good. That's good point. If you have the globe on the ground,
Yeah.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Go back to the start.
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a what?
Do you have a globe on the ground?
Do I have a globe on the ground?
He's asking if
Is the globe according to
experience the globe.
Yeah, so has anyone ever measured the globe to determine that it is a globe? This is the base point, yeah? So you need a globe to do all these things that you're doing. So if we go back to the start and you go, okay, we need to prove a globe. Has anyone ever proved a globe? Who measured it? How did they do it? And then maybe a citation and an experiment.
A demonstration.
We have these things. A demonstration, yeah.
Right. So I don't think anyone's just gone out and measured the entire.
So how do you have a globe then?
Probably the closest thing is maybe like some.
Andrew, do we have dimensions of the Earth?
Do we have the measures of the Earth?
Dimensions.
Dimensions. Yeah. It's going to be a little weird, right? Because it's bumpy, so you're not going to have an exact thing, but pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, we have pretty good. And how we got that in first place?
We found some numbers that fit models.
Okay, great. Does that numbers fitting with the reality?
Yes.
Did you check that?
Yeah, when I used to work with satellites, it all fit very well. So
satellites. No, I'm speaking of the surface of the Earth. We are speaking that there is a radius, there is dimensions. You said there are numbers fitting. Did you check that in reality?
So, what do you want here? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, what is the radius of the Earth? What is the radius of the Earth?
I think it's like 6,500 kilometers.
Okay, and what that math is telling you, how much you can see on the globe with your height?
Can I pull out a pen and paper, or is this?
You can Google it if you want.
I will help you. 180. If you're 2 meters, something like 5-6 kilometers, not more.
Can someone else say that? Maybe I couldn't write it down.
With 2 meter height, you can see 6 kilometers, not more.
2 meter height can see.
2 meter.
Are you writing an article or something? Are you?
No, I just write down things when I'm talking with people because I find a lot of things get said and it's hard to remember everything. So you said 2 meter height can see 6 kilometers?
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is at the same elevation?
I'm telling you what is the globe math. That is what you said, 6,000 kilometers. That's telling you
he's talking about over water. So
so same elevation over water. Okay, and is this with refraction or anything, or is this?
Don't worry about refraction, mate, because you need R for that. So
wait, don't worry about it.
Hold on. Don't worry about it yet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So just listen to Sasha.
Don't worry about
and
we will invoke refraction later. Don't worry.
Yet. You need to add in yet. If you're writing an article,
I'm not writing
I think you're doing. I didn't say you don't need to worry about refraction. I said don't worry about refraction yet. All right. We're determining the size of the ball that they claim it is and how far you should see to the horizon on your ball. So that's what we're determining at the moment. We'll talk about the other factors later.
Okay.
This is the globe prediction at its best. It's supposed to predict where the horizon is.
Without refraction.
Andrew, question. In globe Earth model, is it a horizon geometrical or optical?
Optical.
Oh, we are wrong.
Okay. Expand. Can I say how I'm assuming you're using
how something physical can be optical?
We only observe things through our eyes, or through pictures, or through rays of light reaching sensors.
Is it
so it's optical, right?
Okay, that's optical. Yeah. Is it Earth optical?
Is Earth optical? The way we see it and interact with it is optical. Yeah.
Is it optical? Is the physical thing that we're standing on optical or physical?
It's a physical thing, but we can only interact with it through.
Just answer the question simply. Well, there's other ways of looking at it, but anyway.
Of course, that we are observing with our eyes, but we are observing physical thing.
Well, but when you're talking about a horizon, you're talking about something being traced back to a source, right? And we're using light for this, so it's optical.
Well, we're trying to determine how somebody claimed that we live on a globe. So they must have seen the curvature somewhere to declare such a thing.
Andrew, are you telling me that water, what I'm observing and what I'm seeing physically, it's optical?
Okay. Are you saying, or am I, sorry, I forget who was saying what, but the question was, is water seeing or optic? Sorry, actually, I didn't understand that question at all. Can you say?
Okay, so what you're saying, right? So there's a claim that we have a ball that's a certain size. So at some point, we'll go through the measurements. At some point, the Earth, the edge of the sphere should be curving down. So is that point that we're calling the horizon just before it starts curving down? Is that optical or physical?
I would say that's optical. Yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is there any more to say?
So okay.
So you don't have
Maybe
a
physical.
You don't have a physical. Don't worry about reading back. You don't have a physical. Let's just have a conversation instead of writing an essay. So you don't have a physical edge to the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
So, what my understanding of what was said was, the ball has a certain.
Don't worry
size,
about what was said. I just asked
so
you
you
a
should
question.
see an edge.
Do you have
down.
a physical edge to the sphere?
If we call that edge curving down the horizon, is that optical or physical? I would say that is optical. Yeah.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
So where's your physical edge then? Where is your physical edge to the sphere?
There is a physical edge that exists, but we can't interact with physical things. We interact with optical things.
We can't interact with physical things, is what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Like like is your coffee cup a physical thing? Yeah, you interact with your coffee cup when you put it to your face to drink out of it. What are you saying?
Sure. This is using different senses, right?
No, it's
when
not.
We're talking about
physical's
things we
physical.
See, that
optical's
is only
optical.
Observation, right?
It's not observation, it's a measurement.
You said.
Mm-hmm.
I ask you, if I see the water in distance, physical
I think
water,
your mic cut out, Jenna, or someone.
Is the horizon apparent or is it geometrical?
No, what he's doing is he's trying to avoid the question. That's what he's doing. So, Andrew, what we want to do is we want to have a conversation and just get some simple answers. But you're answering a question with a question and then repeating back what you've written down.
I gave you an answer,
and it's really distracting. So there's supposed to be they've given us a size, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
he said that it's geometric. He said it's geometric, but we see it optically, which is a useless caveat. So why don't you just get to the measurements for the geometric horizon that you see optically?
Because Andrew, we are saying that it's optical.
Okay.
Well, where's this measurements? Crickets.
Sorry?
Where's the measurements?
Yeah, where are the measurements?
I don't know. I thought we were getting to that.
So we just
it seems like we're always just getting to it when Globers are talking to us. Like, when do we actually get to it?
Did you? Let's put like this. Maybe Andrew doesn't know. Do you know, Andrew? Did you see any measurement on the surface of the sea level?
Sorry, I don't understand this question.
Did you see any observation and measurements on the sea level from anyone?
Of
Earth curve.
Well, where's your Earth curve? Where is it? Like, you're saying we live on a ball, but you got no proof that we live on a ball. But you're saying we do observational experiments in the sky. Like, we need to prove this ball. So what we're doing is, we're doing is we're going through the motions on how did you get the measurements of this ball? How did you determine it was a ball that we stand on?
Right. Okay. So my view on this is that we have observational experiments
which you can't use those things.
Right.
Observational experiments are not experiments. It's just called observations.
Okay, so yeah, sorry. I'm reaching into like a field that I realize most people don't care about, so I'll try and avoid using these words.
No, we care about science. You apparently don't care about the words you're using, so
no,
that's just the issue here.
So this is like a field of the philosophy of science that takes the stance that there only exists the observations, right? And everything else we take from that is all just basically...
Yeah, that's not science. No, that's not science. The scientific method...
Okay, actually, yes, thank you. I was hoping we could get back to this. So we were saying before that something to be scientific has to follow the scientific method, right?
Correct.
Okay. Who came up with the scientific method?
Why do we have to go through all this?
Okay, I'll jump the gun. I'm going to say that the way we came up with the scientific method, or whoever defined it, or wherever you're getting it from, is basically arbitrary with the goal of trying to find a cause and effect, but I don't think that works.
You don't think the attempt to find the cause and effect works?
I think that's okay, so that's a goal, right? That's not the thing, but just trying to compare cause and effect is never going to logically be sound to give you...
Yeah, that's not the scientific method. You don't compare cause and effect.
Wait, hang on, let me finish this point.
The scientific method works.
Okay, so sorry, I wrote that down from what someone said earlier. So, okay, does somebody want to define the scientific method and we'll run with that for now?
Wait, hang on, before we do that, what is your point you're trying to make? I'm trying to make sense out of you.
Sure. So, my point is that I think there's a new field in philosophy of science, relatively new, that is just experimentalism, which says there is only the observations that you can make, and that's it. You might use theories to make new observations, and that might work, but at some point that new theory is going to break, and the only thing you're left with are the observations. And in the future,
yeah, I don't think
some theory.
Sorry, when you say observations, what do you mean?
It means almost anything you can imagine. So the example I gave earlier is that a metal turns hot when it gets red.
It turns red when it gets hot?
Yeah, that's an observation. But you were talking about when your theories changed. That changes your observations. No, no, it does not.
No.
Observation is always the same. Your ideas and your theories changing is not changing any observations. You understand that?
Okay, that's key. That's exactly what
the observation you gave before was meteorites flying through the sky. That's the observation you gave before.
Exactly.
And then we went through it and we determined that that's not science, yeah?
Okay, to be clear, I didn't word it that way. I said you see a light.
You called it observational experiments, and I said you can't do that because they're in the sky. You can't test them.
Andrew, is it possible when you make that observation in the sky that the surface is not a globe?
Yes.
There's not. Yes. Okay. That means that your observation is pointless. It could be also sphere and it could be flat. No.
So you just have the observation. All you have is the observation, and you're trying to find something that fits all of the observations. That's it.
Okay. And
what you're talking about is just a conflation of categories. There's no point in using the word experiment in any other sense. There's already established a sense in which the word experiment is used. So what you're talking about is just an observation. It's not an observational experiment. It's just an observation.
Sure. So we're using just different language, but I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the observation. Okay. Now, the last thing that we're just talking about with you as it concerns the subject that this VC is dedicated to is the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth. And they already got you to the point where you acknowledge that the horizon is optical. It's not a concrete edge to a sphere.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing we see, there could be a physical thing, but we can only interact with it optically, right?
But you have to substantiate that. You can't just reaffirm the consequent. Say, well, it is concrete, but we just don't observe it.
No,
if you suppose that it is concrete, you have to substantiate it.
I don't want to attribute anything concrete. I just want to say we have the observations, And
Andrew, question.
Wait, hang on. Wait. And then after me, Sasha. If you don't want to assert that the Earth is a concrete spherical entity, then you forfeited the debate.
If you want to phrase it like that, sure. Yeah. My opinion is I just want things that give me tools to make new observations. That's all. And so far in my career, I've gotten pretty good new observations using globes.
So I think it's time to ask the five basic questions.
That mean Andrew that in that case Earth cannot be flat.
Does that mean no?
No. And what do
you mean using globes? Because you're not using the Earth because it's not a globe. So you're just ascribing sphericity to the Earth, even though you don't observe the Earth concretely being an object with a convex surface.
Sure. So the way that this branch of science philosophy says it wants to work is you have previous observations, you take a thing that fits those past observations, and you make some prediction, and you try and just go make a new observation. Even if that theory fails, in the future, you have a new observation, which is added to the pool of things that new stuff has to fit to.
What you just described is just ad infinitum making observations and supposing reports of new observations. That's not a theory.
Yeah, it's just an attempt at confirming a bias.
No,
that's not even that. It's not even that. It's just an ad infinitum repetitive process of reporting observations. That's not a theory.
Okay, so in this process, you're making new theories.
Okay, which one is it? You said you make an observation, then you go make new observations, then you go make new observations.
No, there was a step in there. So you have your collection of observations. You come up with something that currently fits those observations, or even most of them. And from that theory, you see where you can look for something new. Then you go and look for that thing. Maybe you find it, maybe you don't. But if you do find it, you have a new observation. And then even in the future, if this theory doesn't work, you have a new observation to the pool that future theories have to fit to also.
Okay, you're just describing experience over time, so as long as you draw breath. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Or the convexity or non-convexity of the surface of the Earth?
So, right, so what I was trying to say is, in my experience, my career, I've been able to make new observations using the globe Earth as predictors.
Okay, that's not an observation. You made observations and then you ascribe sphericity to what you're observing, even though you didn't observe sphericity.
I'm not attributing anything to anything. I'm using something as a tool to make new observations.
Using something else other than the Earth that is not a sphere. That is a sphere. Excuse me.
So
this other thing that is non-Earth that is a sphere.
So
and it's somehow, in some vague sense, relating the sphericity of the non-Earth object to the Earth. This is what sense does that make?
Okay, so maybe I'll just give an example to try and be concrete. So I used to work on satellites, and these were like terrestrial satellites, so they would look down on Earth.
On satellites?
Yes. So on these, they had various, I'll call them cameras, right? And they're pixel cameras. And each camera would point at little boxes on the ground, right? And when this thing looked down, you would find that the pixels on the edges were becoming very distorted. And the pixels in the center looked fine for all of predictions people had. The solution to this was that if you imagine things coming down on a circle, things hitting the edge of that circle become straight.
Hang on.
And so if you
I need to see what predictors these people are using and how they're getting to these conclusions.
Sure. So the picture is that the satellite should have been close enough that the pixels were just like a single flat piece of paper coming up. But this
that's irrational.
That's
you know how camera lenses work?
Wait. Let him finish. Let him finish everything.
Okay.
So each of these pixels were just collecting its data, and they came up flat like a sheet of paper. But the pixels on the edges were becoming curved. Not curved. They were becoming stretched. And the way to fix this distortion was to say, hey, if it's a globe, and you undo this curvature, your pixels, there's no distortion in them. Right.
So you're arguing for concavity then, because stretching would imply that it's going the opposite way of your globe.
No, I might not be describing this well. I could, if you want, we can do a whiteboard and I can draw out what I'm trying to explain. It's hard to do geometry verbally, but
yeah, you're also trying to use geometry now optically, and you're looking through gas at an angle at the ground, and you're not factoring in anything like perspective or anything like that.
So I can
also through a curved lens
to effect, but yeah.
You just told us that you somehow superimpose sphericity in the visual data somehow with technological wizardry, or you just suppose the hypothetical premise that you began with the word if, that if the Earth was a sphere. Nowhere in the explanation did you tell us you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So what I'm saying is we would just get pictures back and you would see buildings look stretched and distorted.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Okay, so what I just said, what is the point of you repeating what you just said?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what you said, so sorry.
Well, that's a problem. You just told us that you take pictures and become somewhat distorted, and then you somehow superimpose sphericity in some sense into the visual data, or you just suppose a hypothetical premise that you begin with the word if, that the Earth is a sphere. Nowhere in your explanation did you tell us that you observed the Earth to be a sphere.
So when we were collecting this data, you basically assume that the Earth is flat over what you want. But if you do that, it doesn't work.
No, that's a straw man again. Like, this is irrational.
I don't know what to tell you. This is physically the data we were getting, okay?
Yeah, the physical data you're getting, you're interpolating through your faulty ideas.
So,
a needle pulling
when you're saying interpreting, I'm saying we're just seeing things.
You created a flat Earth model with parameters that none of us have agreed to or even looked at, and then you say that that model debunks the flat Earth, even though none of us agreed to your straw man model.
Okay, so let me try and think of wording this carefully. So
be sure to start with so.
Start with cell?
Or if. Why not start with like, so you think the Earth is a globe? What does that mean? Just tell everyone what you think that means. Like, you want to tell people you got some insider secret king knowledge about the nature of creation. How? How do you know this? What, where, when, why, and how?
Okay.
Just start with that. Like, you're reporting what you know to a group of people. And you don't know where these people...
Speak to us assuming that we know you're full of shit.
If it's okay, if we can finish the last conversation.
Yeah, it's going nowhere because you're not understanding what flat Earth is. And I predict, based on that, you also don't know what globe Earth is. Because you would first have to understand flat Earth to get to your globe. The flat Earth model came thousands of years before anyone even suggested otherwise. So if you are brain farting flat Earth, I don't see how you got to globe Earth unless you grease the skids and you just started your understanding of human knowledge in the 1600s, and then, or just say, oh, a photograph from space is all you need. So let's hear where you're coming from. What do you think and why? That should be the more telling part, because then we'll be able to troubleshoot you and see what happened and why you're so broken.
Yeah, because it really seems like you feel stuck, you feel cornered, and you're just kind of spitballing and making stuff up on the fly to validate this belief that you have that you yourself don't quite understand.
So I'm definitely low on my heels. I wasn't expecting to do what is science here. But
okay, well, to answer your question from earlier, sorry to cut you off, but to answer your question from earlier, all of you guys with who came up with the scientific method, it was Sir Francis Bacon. The unfortunate thing is the whole entire Western world gives the credit to Galileo. Okay, so that answers that question. Now,
we're circling back to an early, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you just said, what is science, right? Crit asked you, what is the globe? Is that your answer? It's science?
No, sorry. Okay, so maybe we'll finish this dialogue then from like way earlier. So,
maybe we'll just skip past what just was said.
Circling back isn't going to help you. Start right now, okay?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Continue from where you were before I interrupted.
I can't finish any points, right?
Just continue from where you were.
Guys, okay, someone on here was like, we're not trying to argue, we're trying to have a dialogue, trying to have a discussion. We can't have a discussion if we can't finish things.
Right, so I finished it by answering the question from earlier. So now we're past that. We're right back here.
Clearly,
before I interrupted,
question, right?
So just go right back to here before I interrupted. Okay, that's where we're at. I just wanted to interject that real quick. We're done with that. We're beyond that. We're here. So if you could please answer.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I was asking that question for a reason, obviously, right? I wasn't just asking who defined the scientific method for no reason, right?
No, we're not going back there. Sorry, we're not going back there because we determined that what you're not
beyond that. I answered that question. It's fine. Continue.
Okay, so I'll open this to the floor then. So Sir Francis Bacon, apparently, defined the scientific method. Why do we care about his definition?
I'll answer that.
At best, I mean, to finally complete this, at best it's intelligible, it's justifiable, it's practical, it's informative.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
which definition do you want to use?
He gave earlier was that you vary one thing with respect to another, and you find a cause and effect, right?
The problem is if you're not using the same method, you could use the same data points, but get to a different conclusion.
Yes,
the reason why you follow the method, because otherwise, that could be your error. Like you did X, Y, and Z setup. I did ABC setup. I determined something different because of your experimental model.
This dude slaps. He gets it. Yeah.
Okay, so
he's teaching you're wrong, by the way.
Okay, so here's the point, right?
No, listen. Listen to what Crit's telling you.
Method in 100 different ways, right?
No.
Crit wasn't talking.
No, you don't define the scientific method in 100 different ways. There's a very specific scientific method, and then you have all sorts of other methods which are not scientific. They're pseudoscientific by definition.
That's why I don't use the term scientific. The term is vague.
Right.
That's why I use the term causation and query method.
Can Crit finish what he was going to say? Crit?
No, I mean, you guys are all over it. Yeah, the problem is if you start doing something that is like scientific aligned, it could be pseudoscience. It still is useful. It just means you have to explain what you did different and why. Why did you deviate from the normal method? It could be lots of different reasons. It could be access to the full world. It could be, your ability to manipulate variables. Lots of reasons, lots of things can happen to make you deviate. Just explain why. If it makes sense and it doesn't seem like you're trying to bullshit, then people can follow you. People use pseudoscience every day. Sometimes even because of superstition. I mean, you might say that seems weird to you, but people are superstitious. They're very spiritual, supernatural entities that exist in the world. They really can't explain it, but hey, I flipped that penny over. Now I had good luck. Cause and effect, but it was pseudoscience. It wasn't real. It wasn't an actual experimentation. You just have to explain to me why you think you flipped that penny over, and I'll try it and tell you what I get.
Okay, let him answer.
I don't know what the question was there, so it's hard to answer. But
okay, look. We have the so-called scientific method, which I more accurately refer to as the causation inquiry method. So you saying no, not that method, then what method are you using and why?
Okay. Sure. What method and why? Okay. So, as Critspiracy pointed out very well, there are different ways you could have defined a scientific method, and they would have given you different conclusions.
That's not what he said.
No, that's an accurate summary. That's correct. It depends which method you use, and you're going to get to different conclusions from different methods.
Yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah, but he didn't say it was different scientific methods. He just slipped that in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have to be charitable in interpreting one another, so obviously there is. Go ahead.
Okay. So, different ways you want to set things up, you get different conclusions. Specifically, I think where science goes wrong is it will never be logically sound to say, okay, I observed this in this condition, and I observed this in this condition, and this in this condition. Therefore, this is true in all conditions. That's never logically sound, right?
No, those would be laws. That's not adjudicated through the scientific method.
So that's
wait, you work on satellites. I don't understand how you make this error. Like, in my mind, I'm presuming that someone who's working on satellites has mastered understanding this method. You don't understand that the causation inquiry method, quote unquote scientific method, is informative on trying to ascertain what is the cause of this effect, which includes controlled variables, independent, dependent, and controlled variables. So, of course, it's never the conclusion, unless someone is just making this asinine conclusion, that this event happens in all situations, in all various kinds of situations. No?
Right. So you said a
that's
word
not the method in principle.
Like the right step that people went in. So you're correct. So people said, okay, maybe we can't say this always implies this, right? As you were saying, we switched to saying essentially it's informative to the cause, or the wording people said is if this and this and this and this and all this, then this maybe generally implies this, right? This is the conclusion people came to.
In principle, at best, concerning the method, people are saying this caused that effect in this situation.
Right.
And so this behaves this way in this situation.
Most
at all times. Or most of the time.
Right. Most of the times is how it becomes.
Okay, so
then here's the issue.
At all times, provided the conditions are the same. The experiment has the control variables, you have all the variables, so if the conditions are the same, you're going to have the same result.
But do you really have all the control variables? Are you certain of that?
Well, this is just hyper-skepticism of how comprehensive the interpretation is.
Okay, so I'll finish this point then maybe we can move on. So the softer thing people came up with was that, if this, then that, if this, then that, then if this, usually that. That's the soft claim. But why then are we okay with using the soft claim? What people would say is, well, we've used this soft claim in other experiments and it's given us good results, right? And we've used it in this other experiment and it's given us good results. And in another one and it's given us good results. And you do this a bunch, right? What does this look like? Well, now I have one experiment and I got the result. And I did another experiment and I got the result. And I used another experiment and I got the result. This is exactly the same claim we're trying to use, because now we're trying to say the soft claim usually works. We have a circular argument where we're using the same argument within itself. So this is not logically sound.
Wait, no. What are you doing? You do the experiment, you make the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. At best, it is a logically sound interpretation of the data, which is defensible. It's tenable under scrutiny of questions and arguments.
Can't be.
It is perfectly logically sound. What you used with your soft claim is illogical and irrational.
Hang on. But let's not trample on one another's words. I'm saying this deliberately. You do the experiment. You interpret the concluding results. At best, your interpretation is sound. It's true and valid and justifiable under scrutiny of questions and arguments. Now, we're not omniscient, so we're going to continue to do this method to gain more knowledge, so as long as we draw breath, at most. There's no fallacy in that.
Okay. So you do the experiment, you interpret the results, and at best it's true and valid, right? Is what you said.
The interpretation, yes.
Right. So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same result, right?
Say again, I'm sorry?
So you can do the experiment 100 times and get the same 100 results, right?
Sure.
Are you guaranteed on the 101st time you get the same result?
Okay, so what you're talking about is the classic problem of induction. That's all you're talking about. Okay,
yes.
So now I understand.
This was the classic issue with old science, yeah.
Okay, so what is your critique?
I think that the old view of science, that we're just changing one variable for another, doesn't work. That's it.
Doesn't work in what sense?
I don't think you're going to ever get solid results and a solid interpretation of real life.
What do you mean by solid?
It's not an accurate depiction of the real life.
Yeah, you're missing.
Why do you say it's not accurate?
It's a starting point for debate and discussion. It's not the end point. Once you've got an experimental model, once you've got results, then you have got a shared reality, a shared baseline that you then begin deliberation on. If you're just out there willy-nilly doing the hell you want to do and come back with a just so story, what's there to debate? You just got an opinion. What is your backing for what you're claiming?
You said it's not accurate. I hope you're referring to the interpretation. I hope you're not referring to the method, the interpretation of the concluding data, the resulting data.
Right. Yeah, the interpretation will not be valid. Yeah.
Well, are you saying will not be valid as in the sense of it cannot be valid?
It won't logically be a valid conclusion.
Well, that's... It's funny you say will not be valid, because to talk about the future presupposes the uniformity of nature. So, but you don't think you can have any knowledge about the future in general, that the future would generally be like the past. So that's the irony of your position right now.
So it could be the true nature of reality, but that logical steps that you were doing are not logical. They're invalid.
But where's the fallacy? We just went through this, so where's the fallacy?
We talked about it.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Andrew. Maybe even you'll believe it.
Andrew, you are like 1 hour here. Now, my question will be, what...
Is it actually? Oh my god, fuck. Shit.
What, me, Gregory?
Is that actually Sasha who is speaking third language I cannot understand? You mean that?
No, sorry, I meant an hour.
Well, I'm saying, what do you think were these flat earthers making wrong things about?
Hang on, wait. I mean, that's a valid question, but let's not dart to another question. So, I'm trying to make sense out of you. Okay, so you're trying to critique. You keep hopping back and forth between the two. Either you're critiquing the method as being fallacious, or you're critiquing the interpretation of the resulting data.
If I could jump in very quickly, Gregory, which it sounds to me like what Andrew's trying to do is he's trying to validate or intellectualize the argument that the scientific method is not fit for figuring out truth about this world, because he's been here long enough to realize that adhering to the scientific method and science generally doesn't support the globe view. So ironically, as flat earthers are labeled science deniers, the globe argument is now reduced to trying to intellectually validate abandoning the scientific method.
Yeah, destroying the game after you make the game, and now you're being beat by your own game.
The globies are now science deniers. So, Andrew, you don't like the scientific method. Okay, well, we do, because there's nothing better. And it's besides the point. You've talked about observation multiple times. The only observation you have is a flat and motionless Earth. So anything assumed contrary to that is fallacious from the beginning. So if you ever actually get to making an argument for the globe, you will all instantly be in fallacious territory because you've left observation and reality. But I think the whole scientific method thing has been done to death. We should probably move on to another point. The globies are science deniers. We get it.
Okay, so yeah, in the field of philosophy of science, people...
Dude, we're done with that. And you hear everything that was just said?
And so
we went back around to the philosophy of science.
Well, I mean, if y'all don't want to talk to him about that, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, let Gregory talk to him, and then Gregory pivot over from that once you've done.
Yeah. Andrew, somebody unmute him, please, if someone will. So, Andrew, the philosophy of science, in other words, you're mentioning the issue of the validity of inductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do I say this? This is concerning, right? How do I phrase this? You're talking about the problem of induction. So what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Okay, so I'm a little torn on a couple stances. I think the best view is to go purely to experimentalism, which is just there are things that you can observe, and any statement beyond that is bound to be false, but you can use those probably false ideas to help find new observations that you can make.
That presupposes that induction is valid.
No.
It does. You're talking about doing observations to give you more information about the general operations of the universe. That presupposes that the future will generally be like the past.
No, they're just observations of things that have happened.
Okay, so how does that inform you that induction is valid?
It doesn't. You don't use induction.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction.
You just have a list of observations. That's it.
So then you don't have a solution to the problem of induction, correct?
We're not using induction here.
That isn't... What? I just began this dialogue, this second half of the dialogue, asking you, what is your solution to the problem of induction?
Yeah.
And then you talked about observation and experiment, which presupposes the uniformity of nature, and that inductive reasoning is valid.
So,
and then you said no.
Okay, so these are different. I'm making an assumption here that I think everyone will make, which is that the universe is uniform. There is some underlying thing that is defining how everything works.
Okay, so how do you know the future would generally be like the past so as to justify inductive reasoning?
Where am I using inductive reasoning? I think I'm missing this.
I don't understand how you're missing this. You're talking. You mentioned the philosophy of science.
Yeah.
And your skepticism about inductive reasoning being valid.
Yeah.
Are you not familiar with the subject?
I would say I'm an amateur in it, but if you want to say what I'm missing here, that would be awesome.
I mean, relatively, I'm an amateur, but you say that inductive reasoning is not valid. You're skeptical about its validity.
Yeah.
Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
I think as a basis of rationality, as like my own ethics almost, in a way that I can't rationalize, yeah, I am assuming that there's a general underlying... Sorry, actually, okay, I guess I would say no to that statement. I don't think the universe is always going to be like the past, but I think there is an underlying structure that it's following.
I mean, you kind of gave me yes and no. It can't be both.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering the question I thought you asked, and then I started answering the question that you did. Sorry.
So, no?
So, I don't think that at any given point, the laws necessarily are always going to be the same, or the structure, whatever you want to call it. You don't have to say laws.
And so, yeah, because if they're not the same, then they're not law-like. So,
well, they could be, because they could be a law that changes with time, per se.
Well, I mean, you talk about could be, that you're supposing that it's logically possible, either that it could or it couldn't. But I'm asking you, what do you believe?
This is what do I believe about...
I'll try again. Do you believe the future will generally be like the past?
No.
Okay. So you must live in a whole lot of hopelessness and fear and torment.
Yeah.
Because if the future is not generally like the past, then copulation could feel like torture. Or the cold cup of ice could really be a hot cup of lava at any given moment.
Yeah, yeah.
The Earth could just disappear and stop existing at any given moment, as far as you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, Andrew? Where the hell is this taking us? How are we getting to a globe from this inane rambling?
Well, let me see. Because if you don't believe the future will generally be like the past, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge. And if you undermine all empirical knowledge, it also undermines our observations of the Earth being a stationary flat level plane.
So
right. So it's a degeneration into the knowing
I
of
hope
nothing.
that the universe will follow the same set of laws. But logically, I don't think it has to. Yeah.
So how does any of this get you to a globe, Andrew?
So what I was saying earlier is that my view of experimentalism is that you have observations, you make probably wrong theories at times to make new observations. And in my jobs, in my careers, using a globe Earth has...
You don't have observations of a globe, though. You don't have any observations of a globe. You only have observations of a flat Earth. How does this get us to a globe?
And then the even more fundamental issue is that this method, you in your mind, you don't believe the future will generally be like the past.
I don't think it has.
This approach
I'm hoping.
logically presupposes
There's no point
that it will.
To him about the method. He's not. He can't get past observation. He's saying observation. He doesn't have any observation for the globe. You only have an observation of a flat Earth. If you're talking about the globe, observation can't be in your vocabulary.
Yeah, inside his worldview,
how any of this gets to the globe.
Yeah, and also inside his worldview, he debunked observation as a possible method because he said he observes a flat Earth, then tested this observation and debunked it. So even his idea of observation is out the window.
You see, it's a death spiral of intellectual nothingness.
Did you say that you used observation to build a flat Earth model, and then you tested that model, and you came up with it not matching what the world was observed to be? So you used observations, repeated your observations, and came up with your observations don't match your observations.
Okay, so...
Yikes, dude.
Okay, maybe I'll restate that, and we'll see. So I used to work on some satellites, and they were the satellites that looked down on Earth. And we thought that this satellite was had a narrow enough field of view that when we shot the camera at the surface, everything that came up should basically be looking at a flat plane. When it came back and we looked at the data, the pixels near the edge would become very smeared. Like you would see buildings would become skewed, which they
Okay, yeah, I heard this as well, Andrew, but again, this doesn't tell you anything about the nature of the surface of the Earth. I mean, we're talking about something that can be verified or validated by the public. A story about you working on a satellite, getting flat data back, but it didn't work unless you turned that flat data into a curve, therefore ball, is just fallacious bullshit nonsense. We need actual, credible, discussable evidence. I mean, this story is literally just a story.
It's a story.
If that were true, you would have endless measurements and observations in reality of a globe Earth, a horizon that conforms to the geometry of the globe Earth. All of that would be the case if your story were remotely true. So instead of getting a vague anecdotal story about satellites, could you give us some real credible reason why anyone here should believe that the Earth is a spinning ball?
So
or
now
can you
you've
not?
kind of painted me into
Before you continue, Andrew, in principle, before you say that,
my observation that I have experienced, and that will never be anything more than a story to you, right? As anything you do will never be more than a story to me.
No, your observation, Andrew, is a flat Earth. That's your observation. You talking about you sent a satellite up and have data on a flat Earth, which you then wrap around a ball for no reason, is not your base observation. Your base observation is a flat, motionless Earth.
No.
Is it not?
That's not what I was trying to describe, no.
No, I know it's not what you're trying to describe, but I'm getting to reality here because you're determined not to speak about reality, but that's what we talk about here. So, in reality, when you're living your life, you only experience a flat, motionless Earth, correct?
So I would say in my job is living my life. And
yeah, so when you go to the beach, you see a flat horizon, yeah?
I see a horizon.
Just answer the question.
Is it a curved horizon?
I can't tell.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Okay,
really?
you can't tell if it's curved, meaning you observe it to be flat.
I see
But you think maybe there's a very slight curve that you can't perceive. So you observe it to be flat.
How are you perceiving horizon?
A horizontal?
I don't know what to tell you. It's a horizon.
Is the horizon horizontal?
I mean, let's just go with that. Hang on. Let's just go with that. He can't tell. So you don't know whether or not the Earth is convex in its surface or not.
He can't tell what the horizon is, but he works on machines that go into space and he can tell the Earth is a globe because of those data interpolations of wrapping flat maps around a ball. He can tell that's a globe, but he doesn't know what a horizon is. Andrew, stop bullshitting us. We're not idiots.
Andrew,
when you see the horizon, Sasha, chill. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question.
We don't need to be
the horizon. Listen, if you can't comprehend or agree what the horizon is, how can we possibly hope to have any kind of honest conversation with you? Because this point is not in dispute, even on the globe side. It's a flat horizon. It's horizontal. Are you saying that's not the case?
I see a horizon.
And what is the horizon?
What is a horizon?
Line or a horizontal line?
It's a vanishing point.
And what,
Andrew, is horizon not horizontal? That's why it's called horizon, right?
See, I'm having a trouble with this point because as a matter of perspective, it isn't horizontal, right?
Andrew, a vanishing point is not a line.
It's a set of vanishing points. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, but you're not looking at mathematical constructs, are you?
I just have one question. So the horizon is not the edge of a ball, right?
The horizon is not the edge of a ball.
I'm asking you. It's a question. Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Is the horizon the edge of a ball?
Are you confused about my words? Am I speaking? Is this Swahili?
Sorry.
Am I
I'm just
speaking
trying
the wrong
to be careful.
language?
It's all good. No, you're speaking fine, mate.
I think he's using Chat GPT.
Yeah. So can you answer the question? You said the horizon is the vanishing point, but we've been told it's the edge of a ball that ships go under, and that the sun sets behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is it a vanishing point or the edge of a ball? Because if it's a vanishing point, then the Earth is flat.
I see. I'm using a vanishing point, I think, different than... I guess they're kind of the same.
Like the vanishing point is in art.
It's really not that difficult to interpret these phrases.
Yeah, so
Guys,
in art, you have the law of perspective, right? And there's a vanishing point. But in the globe Earth model, the Earth curves way before that vanishing point.
So, what I was trying to just say is that there is some clearly observable thing, a phenomenon of a horizon. That alone doesn't convince me one way or the other.
Okay, proof doesn't equal persuasion. The horizon is called the horizon because it is horizontal, is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that wasn't the point of the question, Andrew. The point of the question was to determine if you are even capable of having an honest conversation about reality. Because if you struggle this hard just to agree upon what everyone already experiences and the globe side doesn't even debate, if you can't even acknowledge that, then you're far too emotionally invested in the globe to actually have an honest argument, discussion, to make any kind of progress at all. If you can't simply agree, well, yeah, we see it as flat and motionless, but I don't believe it is because blah, 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 how can we have the conversation? You can't even agree to what everyone experiences.
In addition with that, you are skeptical about inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines the law-like behavior of your mind to make intelligible any empirical data, and for your concepts in your mind to correlate to the empirical data. So you can't know anything at all.
Sorry, I think I lost you at the end there. So,
if you don't believe nature is uniform, and which includes that the inductive method is invalid, then you can't gain any empirical knowledge, and the concepts, the abstract entities, the concepts in your mind, which you correlate to the empirical data, are also not going to be maintained. So you can't make sense of any empirical data at any point.
Right. So when I was saying nature is not uniform, what I was trying to be careful about saying is I think that there is something underlying nature that is fixed, but that fixed thing can change continuously with time. It might be time dependent.
That's analytically self-contradictory. Either it's fixed and does not change, it's immutable, and it forevermore consistent, or it's not.
So no. So when I'm saying it's constant, I mean it is predetermined in how it's going to change with time.
Okay, again, that's analytically false. It's self-contradictory. Either the entity is immutable, it is A, and it will forevermore be A, or not, and it will become non-A in some sense somehow.
No, this is different, because if something changes continuously with time, you could come up with predictions for how it's going to change with time. Whereas what you're describing is something where there might be like a discontinuity in how it changes with time, which is then something that you couldn't predict.
Well, then what is constantly making it change from non-A to non-this to non-that?
Why are any of the laws what they are? It's entirely something.
Exactly. So you can't maintain your position with this. Follow the premises to the logical conclusion.
No, I'm sorry.
If you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, if you say A is maintaining the uniformity of nature, but then say A is mutable and can change later on, and it does this predetermined in a very strict pattern, then what is regulating that pattern?
Okay.
So either you are going to go on this line of reasoning forevermore, or, which is an argument you cannot justify because the argument cannot ever end, or it stops somewhere, but something is immutable and maintains the uniformity of nature forevermore.
Okay, I think we agree then, because I'm saying something is uniform if it is changing constantly in nature in a fixed
What is maintaining the regularity of that change?
Okay.
Whatever is maintaining the regularity is itself not changing.
If I said nothing,
to be fair, he's just going to go on this for hours and hours if we let him. This is nonsense again. We get it back to the.
I mean, this is very cerebral and abstract. Most people don't ever think on this level.
Andrew, when they say boats go over the horizon, what do you think that means?
So that's a statement. It's not a fact. So
you don't believe that boats go over a physical horizon?
If I'm trying to work on facts, I wouldn't use somebody's statement of that. The observation.
So do you believe that boats physically
moves away and it disappears?
Do you believe that a boat physically descends over a physical horizon?
No, I don't believe a statement like that. No.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
There you go.
I mean, either way, either you go the high cerebral route with me, or you go with the more basic level with him. And either way, you've undermined your position.
So
Andrew, why do you think loads of the media and stuff and the education system and all that constantly repeats this trope that you can tell Earth's a ball because the boat is going over the horizon? Why are they telling people that?
Because there's a collection of observations that are pretty easily justified by one.
But nature is not uniform.
We're talking about boats going over the horizon. You just said you don't believe that's true. So why are they teaching kids and parents everywhere, on TV, at school, that they can know they live on a spinning, tilting, wobbling ball of water in a vacuum because the boat goes over the horizon? So why are they doing that?
Okay, so what I was trying to say was the observation that is actually made is that a boat going for a while disappears, right?
No, but they say, Andrew, the proof of the globe, you can tell the water is bending even though it looks flat, is that the boats are disappearing bottom up because they're disappearing down a physical globe horizon. Don't pretend you don't know that. That's what they say. Why are they saying it if you know it's not true?
Okay. I don't
just answer. Don't give me a... Oh, if I say... Just answer.
Is evidence.
What?
I don't believe that in itself is evidence.
Yeah, okay. I'm asking why.
But I asked you, why are they teaching that?
Because given enough evidence, you're going to tend towards a conclusion.
No, but why are they saying...
No. Why are they teaching that premise?
If it's not true, Andrew.
Because school would be really boring if people just listed a bunch of facts to you.
Okay, so then they're not trying to educate the children about truth. So they're not trying to educate the children to know the truth. They're trying to just entertain the children.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they have to lie to children. Otherwise, it's boring.
Anything from a list of observations in class.
So, Andrew, you agree that the so-called education system, the so-called public school system, is really just a state indoctrination system that is not trying to tell children the truth? Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with that, no.
But you just told us they're not trying to tell the truth about the ships over the horizon. They're just saying that premise because it's fun, because it's entertaining.
I think we're giving them the best working model we have.
But you just said that's not necessarily evidence.
Andrew, you just said it's not true. How's that the best working model if they're just lying to them?
Falsehood is the best that you got?
I don't think that the conclusion is true given one piece.
No, you said it's not true in physical.
No, you said that premise itself is false.
Okay, then I'm sorry, and I spoke poorly.
Okay, so now you do believe that boats are going over a physical horizon.
I believe that there is an observation that things disappear if they travel away from a while.
Okay, let's go with that. Are they going over the convex surface of the Earth?
What they're teaching people is that the boat is going over a curve of water and disappearing bottom up so you can know you live on a ball. You said you don't believe that. Are you now saying you do believe that?
Okay. So what I'm trying to be careful about saying is that there is an observation, and then separate from all of the observations are models you build to try and describe things.
Okay, enough repeating this. We don't need you to repeat this vague premise over and over again. This is not informative. We're trying to move forward. Is the disappearance of the ship sailing away from us on the water indicative that it is being obstructed behind the convexity of the Earth's surface?
I'm blanking on indicative, but if it means implies, then no, it doesn't imply.
Wait, Andrew, I'm starting to doubt that you work on satellites. You don't understand what the word indicative means, but you have skepticism about the problem of induction?
Yeah, sorry, I forget words sometimes.
Andrew, why are you being so dishonest?
Well, words are so important, though. Like that's words are very, very important.
Serving as a sign of something.
Man.
I think that.
I think they have you working on satellites since you're forgetting your words.
Andrew, if you wouldn't concentrate on your feigned monotone doldrums, then maybe your brain and ears could function a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Andrew, I think you're bullshitting about satellites because, like, your concept, your understanding of this is just out of whack, man. Like, that's my opinion from, this side of the fence, if you will.
I wouldn't let you look at my broken remote control, to be honest.
Fucking A, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't let him change the batteries.
Don't touch my remote,
Hey, Andrew,
man.
what we have so far
don't do
is
it, please.
what we have so far is a weak inductive appeal to distortion on the edge of pictures from satellites, which somehow indicates it's a globe and indicates that this cannot happen on a flat stationary Earth. And we also have appeals to ships going over the curve, but not. Either it happens or it doesn't. It does happen, it doesn't happen. And we also have skepticism about the validity of inductive reasoning and the uniformity of nature, which undermines all knowledge. But somehow we can make observations and experiments, and then that will somehow inform us about the world.
So when we say it either does happen or it doesn't happen, that is true. There is something that is happening that from one observation alone we can't make. So
let's try this one more time.
Going over the horizon, or it might not. We don't have access to that. The only observation we have access to is that something disappears. We have a lot of observations like this, and almost every observation.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's try this one more time.
The claim from the globe is that the boats go over
to come
and
up with a
disappear bottom up.
A tool that is useful for you.
Jesus Christ.
Andrew, you're exposing yourself now. Andrew, we can't see 10 miles. We can't see past 10 miles. We can't know that. We have traveled all over the face of the Earth it was far more than 10 miles. Okay. We can know whether or not something traveling 10 miles away from wherever we're observing the ship from is going over a curve or not, especially if the entire Earth we live on is a sphere. Okay, so there's no justification to say that we can't know that. So, since we can know that, then we go out and try to know this. When you go and do the observations and make the measurements, we don't observe or measure any convexity of the Earth, especially over the oceans.
Okay, so I agree with some of what you're saying here, which is you're taking an observation you do have, you're trying to make predictions about it, and from those predictions, you're not seeing what you're expecting, especially over water. That's interesting. Do you think maybe something over water is changing dramatically the nature of things around it?
All right, that's it. I'm tired of tap dancing around this stuff.
That's an optical illusion. So no, it's not changing the noumenon of the physical entities themselves.
Right.
What you're talking about is an optical illusion.
Perfect.
So minus optical illusions.
How are you?
What is the noumenon situation?
Changing what though? What would it be changing?
How you're
whether or not we can see the ship.
Yeah, but what's actually there that's being changed?
That's what I just addressed. It's not changing the noumenon physical entities themselves. It's just an optical illusion.
Is there a physical ball edge there that's appearing somehow different due to what you just described?
That's for me.
If so, how do you know that?
We don't. From that observation alone, we don't.
So we're back to them lying about boats going over the horizon. Why are people lying about that?
people aren't lying. They're trying to give people the best tool that explains various things.
But how
They're
come
lying because the best tool that we have is falsehood.
How come you know it's not true, and what, you assume they don't know it? Obviously they know it if you know it, so it is lying, because they're knowingly saying something and teaching something that is false.
I'm
they're lying because they're lying because they're manipulating children and teaching them and affirming the consequent logical fallacy and telling them that that is the truth and proves the globe. So they're harming the children. And
Andrew, why don't they tell them in gym class to throw the ball up to the bottom of the hoop?
Okay, is anyone here? Maybe we can do an example. Is anyone here like a carpenter or something?
Yes, hi, over here, right here.
I work construction.
Okay.
Hi.
So
I've built a lot of stuff. I'm very familiar with squaring and leveling tools and plumb bobs.
I'm a licensed builder.
I love working flat
every day, mate.
Okay, so I worked one summer once building some decks, right? And my boss told me that when we're putting boards together, I think you would put them like directly flush next to each other because they're going to dry up and there's going to be some gaps, right?
Yeah, it's called expansion, yeah.
Okay. Is that true? I actually don't know this, so maybe this is a bad example. Is that true for
expansion
every type
and
of wood?
contraction?
Do different types of wood
Actually,
different amounts?
Everything. Can I just get this? Expansion and contractions happens with all materials. So yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And when you're building a deck, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say when you're building a deck, you need at least a half-inch to inch gap between your boards for that shrinking and expanding.
Right. Okay. And I think Jenna, you were saying it matters the type of board, right? Like
no, I never said that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So maybe
I did
that example. Okay.
I did. I said that.
The amount it's going to contract depends on the type of board, right? So
yeah, you've got heat, moisture.
When he told me to space them this exact amount apart.
What do you mean? Was he lying to you? He's just telling you that they expand and contract, so you need to give them a little bit of room to expand and contract.
Right. Yeah, the product he was using had to be installed a specific way.
Yeah, and he told me the exact amount to spread them apart so that they'll contract the right distance.
This is not at all analogous to our point about the education system. Cut to the chase.
What are you trying to get at?
This is not at all analogous to the education system.
What I'm trying to get at is that my boss gave me a pretty good rule of thumb and explanation for why we did something one way.
Andrew, if what you say about the horizon and shifts is true, it is not a pretty good rule of thumb.
What does wood soaking up moisture have to do with the earth?
So, hang on.
This is so desperate.
Where he gets that from is from the manufacturer, and the manufacturer have done tests on the material to see how much it expands and contracts. He didn't make that number up. The manufacturer gave him that number through testing and experimentation.
Yeah.
That is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system.
So then,
no, stop.
My teacher,
cut to the chase, stop.
Or was he?
This is not at all analogous to the state indoctrination system, where the state indoctrination system tells children, as a supposed pretty good rule of thumb, that ships disappearing beyond the horizon at a certain distance, depending on your observation height, is indicative that we live on a ball. But you say that's not true. That's a falsehood. You say that is not a pretty good rule of thumb. Stop it.
Yeah, so now we've established, right, that the education system is just propagating falsehoods about the horizon. So you agree it's not the sign of a globe Earth when the ship disappears in the distance. So what other proof or observation do they give children in schools when they're telling them that they live on a spinning ball? Because that's probably the most common one. The boats are going over the horizon, but you agree that's not true. So what would you say is that we're proving to them in school about the Earth being a globe? What is that evidence?
Okay. So
a very direct question.
We can get into why these ones you don't like also, if you want.
Well, just
in schools, they're
very
also
quickly,
going to point towards, sticks and shadow measurements, and they're also going to point towards, if you use gravity, how accurately it describes movements of planets, the sun.
Now, do you believe any of those actually prove the globe? Or are those the same as the boats over the horizon, and when you actually look at them, they don't prove a globe?
I would say they make me more convinced than other ones, yeah.
But they don't... Okay, so let's take... What did you say was the most convincing one? Your sticks and shadows? You think the sticks and shadows proves a globe?
I think the orbits of planetary objects are probably the most...
Right, so not sticks and shadows. Okay, so now the proof that we're giving to the kids is the lights in the sky, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, now how do the lights in the sky tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
How do you logically get from the appeal to the emotions of the celestial bodies to that conclusion?
I would probably talk about the northern and southern hemisphere stars.
And how do they tell you anything about the ground beneath your feet?
So what they tell me is that both in the northern and southern hemisphere, the stars are rotating around.
Wait, where are you getting hemisphere from? Because you haven't got anything beneath your feet yet. You're just looking at the sky.
Okay, they tell me that people in the northern and southern latitudes both see stars that orbit around a singular point.
Okay.
Right.
And that works very easily on a globe Earth model.
No, wait. What globe? No, we need to get, like, what point does... those don't tell you there's anything about a globe. How will you get into a globe from that?
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, I only believe in a set of observations.
No, but I'm talking about what they're teaching at school. How are they proving to people in the mainstream that the Earth is a spinning ball? You said not the boats over the horizon, not the sticks and shadows, it's the lights in the sky. That's what's proving it. So how are the lights in the sky moving, proving that the observably flat and motionless ground we see is not that?
So I don't believe that you're ever going to be completely convinced of anything. I think you just have
irrelevant. Not the question.
Cop out.
Not the question. How are the lights in the sky telling you that you live on a spinning ball?
There is just the observations of the lights in the sky.
But that's not an observation of anything about the ground.
Right.
So they don't tell you anything about the ground.
As I've been trying
So you can't logically get to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere by appealing to the lights in the sky.
No observation is going to ever convincingly tell you anything.
You don't know anything about that. Your arguments are not valid here.
We're talking about the objective merits of your argument, regardless if it doesn't persuade anyone.
Yeah, so the lights in the sky don't tell you that Earth's a globe then.
Answer the question, Andrew.
Oh, sorry. Everyone was yelling. I didn't hear a question.
No, answer.
Let's try this again. So you keep blurting back at us.
No, hold on.
People won't be persuaded.
Hold on,
everyone's talking again, guys. I'm sorry.
You just said the observation. You can never be sure of anything. But you just said the lights in the sky are the observation. But that means the lights in the sky, you agree, do not tell you that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So what is the proof that we are giving to the children, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball? It's not the boats going over the horizon. It's not the sticks and the shadows. It's not the moving lights in the sky. What is the proof?
What we are trying to give everyone is a tool that accurately describes things that they're seeing.
What proof are we giving to the kids, to the masses, that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Any proof for anything.
So there is no proof that the Earth's a spinning ball?
There's no proof for anything.
Right. So there's no proof that Earth's a spinning ball, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your session, Andrew.
Yes, good night, folks.
That's it. That's it. Andrew is toast. Thank you very much. But your pseudo-intellectual mind couldn't wrap itself around empirical evidence, and that's okay. It might take some time, but you might want to sit here and listen to other conversations, Andrew. But thank you for trying. Although you just figured out that there isn't an answer to the unanswerable question, so might take you a bit. Might take some people a bit longer, but we get there either way.
Yeah,
this is the source of my contempt, at least. I'll just speak for me.
Gregory,
this is the source of my contempt when at the end of a scrutiny process where the conclusion from the dominant paradigm is really that there's no proof for anything, but they supposedly have known for centuries, millennia even, all this stuff here, just all of this. You see all this here, Gregory? We know all of this. And that Bible in your shelf, yeah, that's garbage. You say, when I'm told that, and then when I scrutinize that at the end of a scrutiny process, I'm told you can't prove anything. That's where my contempt inflames. That's where my indignation begins.
I feel like I was being strawmanned a bit there at the end of that speech, but yeah, Gregory, if you're ever around, man, I would like to talk with you some more. I think you're really smart.
It's righteous indignation, man, and it's justly said.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, if you're ever around, sometimes I'll hop in like voice chat too, because it's pretty hard, obviously, to have discussions here. But if you're
right
around,
now,
I'll ping you. And,
it's not hard to have discussions here. Stop mischaracterizing people here. Your ad hominems and repeated nonsense have no value.
Oh no, did I? Okay, come on, somebody bail me. I didn't. Did I ad hom any of you? I don't think I saw.
You did it earlier, yeah, many times.
All you gotta do is be truthful. That's it. In this arena. Hey Andrew, listen. In this arena, all you got to do is be truthful and be real. You don't need to like pretend to know things. If you don't know something, the intellectual honest position is to say I don't know. We respect that more in here than you to try to answer something that you don't know.
I think
you understand what I mean.
A lot, actually.
No, you were actually trying to give an explanation.
A lot of what I was saying.
Andrew, did you ever see or did you ever made observation on the ground? Did you see any observation on the ground, or you are speaking about only observations like in the sky?
I mean, I was trying to say I don't think you're ever going to get that. Yeah.
No, did you ever seen any observation from the ground anywhere?
Again, I don't think you're ever going to see that. Yeah.
I'll do you one better, Andrew. I know it's never going to come. It's not there.
Yeah, from the ground. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, from anywhere.
All right.
How about we disagree that we're right. I'm right.
What was the height of this supposed satellite that you were doing your supposed observations from?
I think everyone's heard enough of that. If you want, I can tell you.
I just want the number.
Voice chat too. You want
the? I just want the number. I don't want anything else.
The number. Sorry,
the elevation.
The question.
The elevation at which the satellite was above the Earth's surface. What was the elevation?
It was a sun synchronous orbit, so that would be like 17,000.
What? 17,000 what?
17,000 kilometers.
And you were seeing what? Buildings you were saying stretched?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it simple for the talk, but yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, you didn't provide anything to back your shit, so I just wanted to hear a little bit more details on it.
Yeah, no worries.
It's a tough room, Andrew. Trust me.
Yeah.
But if you're hearing you're truthful, it'll go well for you. Even though you seem to be like a bit on a corner right now. Just stick around. Stick around alert. Just listen to like the conversations that happen here with other people that we may have conversations with, and you'll see what the culture is here.
So. Yeah, I gotta bounce, but yeah, Gregory, I'll ping you sometime if I ever see you in here. Maybe we can voice chat too or something. Yeah.
I got a dip too.
Thank you for telling us what we already know.
Yeah, no problem.
The rigor that was just spoken in here in critiquing what I call the ACP is what should be happening in academia. That's what should be happening. What you just heard in here is what should be happening in academia, but it's not. Which is why these dogmas persist and deceive people into incoherent, gap-filled theories chock full of fallacy with no hope.
Okay, so just to be clear, I mean, so this was like my past job. I'm back in academia now. We have weekly journal clubs, and I'll say we're way harsher than what's going on in here. So
no, you're not. Because if you were, the globe model would not be held.
Yeah, if that were true, Andrew, you'd be challenging those people at that meeting about the same fallacious arguments that you just agreed with us are incorrect.
Actually,
Right.
no. I picked my supervisor because he shares a lot of these similar beliefs.
So he agrees that there's no globe proof either.
Oh, well, the philosophy part, yeah.
Green, you should tell these guys, hey guys, I went on the journey and I found out there's no globe proof. What do you guys think? Then get them
when you say no, the philosophy part, that just reinforces our point. Because if there is no justification for inductive reasoning, then you've undermined all empirical knowledge.
So
you've undermined the entirety of the uniformity of nature. And if you don't have uniformity of nature, then you can't know anything. I know you can hear me.
I can, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So when you say no, just the philosophy part, that bolsters our point. That doesn't lessen our point. It isn't as though our point is not relevant to the point. No, it's directly relevant to the point. Philosophy is the foundation of any and all other distinct subcategories of knowledge.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's why I picked my supervisor, because he also kind of has this experimentalism view of science.
So the point, right? If you don't have the uniformity of nature, you can't know anything. So your experimentalism so-called approach cannot inform you of anything if there is no uniformity of nature. I'm not going to let this go.
So, okay, I just wholly disagree on the idea that something changing normally with time, even if those laws are changing with time, that is uniform. It can change uniformly. Like we can.
What is maintaining that regularity? I've already asked you that question. Can we please cut to the chase? If that is regularly changing, what is maintaining that regularity?
It can be anything. It can be anything it wants.
It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't tell nature.
That's very informative. So I could be regulating the uniformity of nature?
Maybe, man. I hope not.
Maybe you hope not. You would rather not uniform be regulated? Nature be uniform? You don't want regularity to nature?
I'm saying it already would be if it's changing uniformly.
You just said anything. You just told me anything can maintain the regular changing of the laws, so-called, of nature.
Okay.
So could that be me? Because I know full well I'm not doing that. I know full well I couldn't do that. So it can't be anything, can it?
It might be God. I honestly, I'm not like an atheist or anything. The laws.
It might be God.
Can be changing in whichever way they want. What I'm specifically specifying is that if we want to make any sense of them, I think we need to assert ahead of time that they are changing in a uniform way. So there's no like spikes of like there's electromagnetism.
You're kicking the can down the road, Andrew. Why are you insisting this? You can clearly hear my contempt for this approach. Okay? You're kicking the can down the road. If there is regularity anywhere to be found in nature, wheresoever, whatsoever, what is maintaining it? What is regulating the regularity?
I'm saying you have to just assume it, that there is. That's like the one thing that I will hard assume, because otherwise everything in life is nonsense, right? If there isn't.
Okay, what is it? I just asked you, what is it? What is the regulator of the regularity?
Probably God, whatever you want to call it.
Probably God. Now we know what that means, of course. You know full and well that the appeal to the God, especially as it is explicated in the Bible, is the adequate answer that solves the problem of induction, but you don't want to say it fully because I assume you're not a believer.
I kind of have some.
Now you're talking to me now. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone in here, but you're talking to me.
Yeah, I have spiritual beliefs. I'm not close enough to any faith.
Okay, so you have some vague metaphysic about so-called spirits, okay. So, I mean, until you get that cleared, I mean, you just conceded that it's some undefined metaphysic concerning so-called spirits, whatever those so-called spirits actually are, however you articulate that, which of course is not, in principle, when arguing, going to adequately answer that question. So as far as you know, you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity. So if you don't know what is the regulator of the regularity, you can't justify inductive reasoning. You can't justify believing the uniformity of nature. And if nature is not uniform, or at least if you can't justify believing that it is, you cannot know anything at all. This is what Bertrand Russell talked about. This is what all the philosophers talked about throughout the history of philosophy, especially Immanuel Kant in the 1700s, 200 or more years before Bertrand Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Immanuel Kant failed.
Right. So this is.
I strongly recommend,
inductive,
but not to cut you off. I strongly recommend you do this if you really are concerned about answering the skeptic, especially the problem of induction. Read Dr. Cornelius Van Til and read Dr. Greg L. Bahnsen. You can start there. They're not the only ones. There are philosophers alive today who are Christians, Bible believers who are respected, who talk about this so as to save knowledge. There is a reason.
Guys. Well, before we continue on down this road, Andrew, if you're still here, I think Jenna wanted to ask you a question.
If it's quick, I really do need to head off here.
Jenna, are you still there? I'm sure she can be quick.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey.
Do you want to ask Andrew?
So there are 6 basic questions that I'd like to ask. Okay?
Oh, are they
Absolutely. They are quick and they are basic. Okay.
Okay.
They're quick and they're basic. First one. Are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
No.
Then we're done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
So what is it?
Yeah. If that's the case, we're not even going to go into the other 5.
Okay.
Now my question: how much you are?
Yeah, you got
here?
4 minutes. We only used 1.
Yeah, because if you are speaking with your 2%, what's that then?
Sorry, I was laughing at the start. I heard 2%.
How are you not 100%? How much you are here?
God, I actually don't know if I could quantify that.
And how we know that we are speaking with that 99%? We are not speaking with that 1% of somebody who is not here.
Well, if you know it's not 100%, can you ballpark it for us?
If you're not talking to us on Discord, then
maybe even give us a range.
Oh man, y'all are really gonna hate me after I say this. So in my opinion, there's like an infinite number of explanations for how I'm having this sensory response right now, right? And only one of them is that I'm actually here talking to you right now. So if I look at like
the chances are it's the other
like actually things. 0, right? So it's really hard to quantify.
So what are you trying to convince us of then?
I don't know.
Like 99.9% sure the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. The question was just asked how likely I think I am to actually be here.
Yeah. So if you don't know, if you're not sure about your own existence, how are you sure about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
And then what are you trying to convince us of? To be also unsure like you? Or do you want us to take a position that you yourself don't take? Do you want us to be 100% sure of the goal, but not 99.9% sure about reality itself?
Yeah, so I've had this like issue for like a long time, and the thing I've always came to is that there's one probability where I'm actually here talking with you, then there's all the other ones where I'm like, it's nonsense, right? You're in like an insane asylum. For me, I don't see.
Oh, it's the latter, dude.
Yeah, it might be.
It's the latter.
but for me, I don't see any use in even believing I'm in the crazy view, right? Because if the universe is nonsense and it is just random stuff going to my head, then it's pointless to even consider that, right?
Well, you're the only one entertaining it.
Yeah, so you are speaking to us on Discord then. Holy shit.
No, that's like, because this is my thing. Like, if you ask me how likely it is that I'm talking to you, I would say basically 0. But if you ask me what do I want it to be, I'd say I want it to be. All
right, so Andrew, based on that logic, Andrew, if you're not 100% sure of anything, but you're arguing that you're at least 99.9% sure of the globe, like how are you even doing this? If like you're saying from the whatever reality you live in that you're not sure of anything. That's what you're saying. You're not sure of anything, right?
Right. I'm assuming that we're living in the world where things do make sense. Yeah.
Okay. So that's ridiculous. You know that right now you're talking to us through this server called Discord. That's just based.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off.
Andrew, because if you're not talking to us, you're talking to yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
You realize that, right?
Yeah.
That you're having.
So if I can continue to my second question.
No, I really have to go now. It's been like 5 minutes now, so I have to
Are you sure?
Yeah.
100%.
Are you sure?
I hope so. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Are you sure? I mean, like, I'm sure you can't stay in this reality.
Are you sure if you go that you will not stay here?
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, come back to tell
Come back,
us
man.
how you don't know.
Have a good one, Andrew.
So is there still a 99%?
I hope you're sure of where you're going, Andrew.
Hey, I'm 99.9% sure he didn't even actually disconnect. He's still in the Discord, and it's just my user interface that's wrong.
Yeah, there's still a good chance. You have to entertain it. You have to entertain the possibility that he's still here. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. See, that's all I had. That's all that had to be asked. That's all that had to be done. I knew he would be intellectually dishonest. Okay, like from the get-go, right out the gate. I'm pretty sure he was bluffing his balls off about working on satellites and all that other BS.
Of course.
Fucking ridiculous. Like, this dude doesn't even live in reality. He tells lies and he believes them. Like, it's complete. I was going to say it's complete and total intellectual dishonesty.
This is the end result of the globe argument. No matter how lofty or intellectual they like to think themselves or what their background working on satellites, at the end of the day, after some questioning, their entire worldview boils down to nothing can be known, I might be a brain in a jar, nothing is real.
Right.
And they're supposed to be the sane ones. Crazy.
Yep. And he just proved that. He just proved that. He's not sure that he's even talking to us on Discord. Then how can he be sure that he's part ape living on a wet spinning ball in a special vacuum?
Well, Wolfgang, that's the crabs in a bucket mentality that a lot of them have. They see us climbing out, figuring things out. And that's when they apply the no, like you can't figure it out. If I can't figure it out, none of you can figure it out.
Yeah, but it's funny because it just leads to the destruction of their side, right? They just like spiral and destroy themselves because his whole initial ramble was about trying to justify not using the scientific method.
Wow.
Right? So he's in there trying to say we shouldn't be using the scientific method. It's no good, despite the fact that apparently the flat earthers are the science deniers. But that's his first port of call. Then he denies every basic argument, like boats going over the horizon. I mean, he name drops them, but as soon as he's asked about it, he says, no, those don't actually prove the Earth is a globe. The stars don't prove the Earth is a globe. Actually, yeah, you're right. Nothing proves the Earth is a globe. And then nothing is real. I'm a brain in a jar. That's where it goes. It's insane.
Yeah, if I can't be right, no one can be right. It's like, no, we're right.
It's like having a debate and then you just set fire to the whole arena instead of losing. You say the arena doesn't exist. We're in a mental asylum. I identify as the guy who's winning.
My pronoun is I win.
Well, don't they talk about like pigeon chess all the time? Look at the projection. Like, they're the ones who flip the whole freaking chessboard over.
They love that as well. It's so funny because it's like 180 in reality.
Yeah.
So you see, audience, I mean, this is how intimate cosmology is to people's worldviews. If you undermine someone's cosmology, if you debunk objectively, validly, soundly refute someone's cosmology, you've literally undermined their whole cosmic worldview. The whole world around them, which they have to exist in, is not what they thought it was. And all these various sources for these doctrines are now undermined as it concerns their credibility. And of course, if someone doesn't want a particular conclusion to be true as an alternative to what they have now, then they will forsake knowledge.
All globlings are flat earthers. They just don't know it yet.
It just leaves them floating in the air. It's like being in the center of a spider web, right? And we just like cut one strand at a time, and eventually they're just floating in air. So they have to go, oh, nothing's real, because they're, like you said, their worldview is undermined. They have nothing to even support, like, how they've arrived at any conclusion of their life, because that is such a foundation of how they look at the world. When you pull that out, they have to doubt everything.
Yeah, that's the only option, because it's unimaginable to accept our premise and our position.
So after that, the next step, of course, is what is the alternative? So after we complete what is called the critical task of the philosopher, it does no good to critique and not have a alternative to actually make sense of the world, because we have to make sense of the world. We all know this full and well. This does not need to be explicated to us, that we need to make sense of the world. After the critical task is completed, we need to have the constructive task undergone. So what is the alternative?
The two-pole flat Earth model. There's two poles. That's a nice alternative.
The two poles.
Yes.
Who's Greg LGII?
That's me.
Why is he muted?
That's me. That's my second.
Have you got? Oh, right. Okay. I was just checking to see if we've got anyone else new in here. Don't think so.
There's a 99.9% chance there is somebody in here.
Yeah, someone needs to clip that bit at the end where it says the chances of me actually talking to you are basically zero.
And there's a subtle distinction between the two. There's knowledge, and then there's your certainty, whether you are or not certain. Are you fully, completely strong in your belief, your confidence in the conclusion? That's certainty.
Yeah, it's funny because the logic that they build up there, or that he has tried to intellectually wizardize himself into, is that there's only one scenario when he's actually talking to us. But in his mind, there is, quote unquote, infinite scenarios where he might not be talking to us. And all those infinite scenarios are entirely his imagination. But because he's told himself that there's a voluminous amount of his imagination, then that makes that the overwhelming possibility in his mind. That's how
that makes reality or him being on Discord virtually zero because of all of the infinite other possibilities of him not being there. He's crazy.
All the things he can imagine, that are not reality, he weighs up against reality. There's more things that I imagine than is reality, so my imagination must be more correct.
Yeah, all these other supposed possibilities, whether they be logically possible or not logically possible, of course, he can't make the case if he concedes that they're not logically possible. So even if they are logically possible, it just kicks the can down the road as to whether or not they are actually the case. So after you suppose that these are logically possible alternatives that are true about the situation, what is the argument for them?
But they're entirely imaginative. He's stacking up the entirely imaginative versus the empirically real. And because he has more examples of imagination than reality, he thinks that gives it evidentiary weight. There must be some term in clinical psychology for this psychosis.
This is what philosophers do study, and including psychologists in particular. This is self-deception. It's not just a pejorative. People do this.
Yeah. But the fact he's almost quantifying his imagination, and because he has more examples of imagination, it has more evidentiary weight. Than
it has a more specious appearance of being more credible.
It's like, well, the chances are that it's what I'm imagining, because I'm imagining a million examples, and there's only one example of this reality.
Yeah, and imagine how crazy it goes as well. He's a brain in a jar, and there's a scientist, but there's also a brain. He's also a brain in a jar, but the scientist is wearing a blue shirt this time, and so on and so forth.
So it's got to be one of those.
And that's assuming that the brain in the jar. Yeah, I mean that's assuming that the brain in the jar hypothetical experiment is actually coherent. Because how do you get any empirical data without any of the faculties so as to gain the empirical data? You can't just have a brain. You have to have the eyes and the nose and the mouth and the body that actually has tactile sensation abilities. You know, but never mind. Brain in the jar.
You know, the thing is, they don't actually believe this stuff. This is just like their cope.
They don't.
That's all it is. They don't actually.
They do not.
Because if like you went like to his house and like talked to his wife or his children or his friends or his co-workers, they'd have stories and incidents where he was angry, mad, happy, glad, whatever, all these human emotions, things that you wouldn't feel if you weren't sure whether you were having an actual real experience, right? Like he probably putting a lot of effort into his career. He's putting a lot of effort into whatever. Why put any of that effort in if that could just be you're imagining, you know, you're running a 10K. Right? I'm imagining I'm jogging. I'm not really jogging. They don't actually believe any of this stuff.
Yeah, he doesn't actually believe this. This is covert narcissists do this a lot. This is a common defense mechanism because they don't care about anything really. They just care about winning, really. So to them, this is a weird way of winning because
the debate, right? It's the ultimate defense to undermine.
It's like
knowledge.
You can't attack my position because you don't exist. It's literal psychosis.
Yes, and notice also what kind of person's
rocking. You're not here. You're not really here. You know,
right? And you don't hear these ideas. This is worthy of note. You don't hear these ideas from those who are extremely miserable and impoverished. You only hear these ideas from persons who are in adequate, comfortable living conditions so as to have the right conditions to fix their mouth and be in the mood to fix their mouth to say these ideas.
Yeah, it's brain in a jar privilege.
But that's exactly what it is, Frank. You drop these guys, drop them in the Amazon rainforest. You're going to think things are real fast.
You're not going to hear these ideas from the poor, impoverished people that are under the tyranny of some warlord in Uganda.
Yeah.
No, their senses are deceiving them. They're not really hungry. That's just your senses could be lying.
Yeah, he can tell me how much the bullet wound doesn't exist, but it's still going to kill him.
Anyone that is living in an environment where perception of reality determines their continued existence, like life and death. Like I have to be aware of my surroundings. I have to be aware of I have to go get water. I have to go get food. And I have to do it like now or immediately or in the next 20 minutes or like in the next day or I'm going to die. People that have to be at that, that line of reality, they don't think like this. They're not sitting there imagining that maybe I'm not really hungry or maybe that's not really a lion or maybe that's not a poisonous snake. I'm only 90, it's a 0.01% chance it's not a snake. They don't think like this. They don't have the luxury of thinking like this.
And this is I want to make it clear that this isn't just, contempt. This isn't just a rant of contempt against these ideas because they're frustrating. This is indicative of their position being bankrupt at most, but at least being deprived of actual objective merits to the position. If they reduce to absurdity these very basic and even necessary elements of human experience.
Well, like I said, it's that crabs in a bucket mentality. They see some people are starting to escape and they got to drag everyone down with them because they couldn't figure their own way out. Sorry, Globers, we're not going down with y'all. If I'm going down, I'm taking you all with me. Hell no.
They're trying to convince you there's nothing outside the bucket, man. There is no bucket.
Ooh, that's a good point.
I got told that I wasn't understanding gravity because I need to close my eyes and imagine.
Your imagination is just not good enough, Jenna.
Apparently.
Who would have thought?
I was like, so I have to close my eyes and I have to imagine this cause, this effect without a cause, and I have to like imagine this Big Bang to imagine this gravity. Oh my gosh, it was a circus.
Imagine presenting evidence to a judge like that. Well, Your Honor, just imagine.
I mean, there's another intimate aspect of human existence, right? The justice system, so-called. I mean, if this is the truth about the world, that we can't know anything, then you've undermined any attempt whatsoever at establishing justice. Because the same persons who would fix steps and go out into the streets and stand in front of a pulpit or at a podium, talk on TV even, and try to organize and organizations do all this other stuff here to bring about so-called justice, but at the very bottom of this worldview, underneath this superficial facade of knowledge, is that knowledge is not possible. Well, then what the hell are you doing then, and why?
Yeah, like the Indio said, they don't really believe this. I feel like people often give just politically correct answers or answers that sound good. They don't even stand by. Not to call out anybody, but I feel like ladies do this a lot in certain areas. But you ask them certain questions.
Not to call anyone out, then blares the horn.
Good, but they don't really stand by what they say. So
yeah, not to call anyone out and then continues to blare the horn.
Well, I didn't give any specific examples, but
this is true. That is true. You did not do that.
But yeah, no, people in general, though, just not to target anybody, but people in general, they'll just give answers. Like people will say politicians do this a lot. They give answers that sound good, sound sweet, but they don't really mean it. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's what these guys are doing. Oh, well, 99% sure, and there's a possibility. It's like, well, you don't really mean that. You would never conduct business in that type of way, So they don't operate in reality with this mentality. They're just using it to try to bring everyone down. If I'm slightly wrong, then you guys will also. No. That's
these sophistic retorts that undermine any and all knowledge in the attempt to defend themselves against the critique. This is why Yahushua said this at the bottom of the text chat.
Well, they're not even slick anymore. They can't get away with this because all their cohorts, they all kind of parrot each other. They're not original, so we've seen the same act over and over and over. So now we know what they're doing. Oh, well, I'm 99% sure. That's why the questions got popular, because a lot of them have the same mind virus. They all think alike. So that's why it's funny now to trap them in their own thinking process. Like, why in the hell would you not just feel comfortable saying, yeah, I'm on Discord? What do you mean? I'm not on Facebook. I mean, come on. Well, what's the problem?
If knowledge is not possible, any and all predication is not knowable, and so they're all equally valid. You can't refute or defend anything.
Well, I think also part of it falls back to the idea I've dubbed the globe earthers have everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. So I feel like that's why they're comfortable saying, oh, well, I might be wrong, but you guys are also wrong. They don't like it when a flat earther is right, even if it's just about little things. So that's where
I'm in this other server called Interfaith. It has like a 340 plus members. And what you just said is exactly what happened just several minutes earlier before I came in here.
Well, you were just wrong automatically just because who you were.
Like what just happened, just give me every frivolous cavil and calumny that you can fix your mouth to say, all in an effort to turn your eyes away from the conclusion I am obviously highlighting that is so patent?
Well, I think there's a story of crack villain going into Gem Pandas and like talking about JFK or something like that, and he was just parroting the mainstream narrative, and they were like, "No, you're wrong, you're dumb, you're an idiot." And Gem Panda was like, "Hey, listen, what are you guys doing? Like, you're just saying that because he's a flat earther." So it's that mentality they have that, oh, well, just because he's a flat earther, that means he's wrong. He can't possibly be getting this right. He's got to have a screw loose.
Yeah, genetic fallacy, which is stuck in the second cause fallacy, which is just stuck in a whole bunch of other fallacies I'm not going to bother to name right now. I mean, this is manifest in human nature. When it has to be addressed. So the question is, what is this? What caused this to be true about humans? Now, it's not manifest equally in all humans, of course. I mean, the folks in this very VC is exemplary of that. But to whatever degree it is manifest, why? Account for this. Make sense of what is so inevitably and patently the human tendency to just fly to fallacy. That rhymed. I wasn't even trying to rhyme. You have to account for this.
I think the reason why it appears so frequently is because narcissism is on the rise, and as you fall into narcissistic patterns of thinking, you start using rationalizations, and rationalizations generally are just fallacious logic which you use to convince yourself that you are correct. And that's basically what they did. They dug themselves a deep hole of fallacious logic in their brain. That's why they all sound the same. That's why they all use the same rationale, because that's the thing they use to keep their personality disorder.
But and then what caused narcissism to manifest?
I think of it as a mind virus. I think of it as like if you look at co-narcissism, for instance, you can see that narcissism actually spreads. It spreads like a virus. The people that the narcissists abuse pick up the patterns that the narcissists use and then try to fight back with them.
And then what caused the virus, as it were, using this figuratively, as it were, of course, what caused that to manifest?
In the first place, I have no idea.
There's an answer to this, but of course, I don't want to violate.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that, and I mean, I can't deny that. So, yeah.
You see. Got there without getting there. Now that's tactics.
Good to hear some of the legends in the panel. Wolfgang's been a while, Gregory, Indio.
I'm a legend? You're about to make me blush.
I mean, dude, I posted that video. I mean, you've seen this clip before?
I've seen it before. You posted it again. I've seen it. Yep.
Yeah, dude. Whenever you're around, the fingers get snapping. Everyone, yeah.
Praise God.
So, I haven't heard from Wolfgang in a while, so good to see you in here snapping off on Baller. Who was the guy we were talking to? He kind of slid out of here pretty quickly, didn't he? Andrew. I've seen him in the chat. He's a little feisty one, didn't he?
Well, it was all right.
Okay.
All right in the sense that where he wasn't aggressive or anything, but he came in with he came in and started off with, okay, so I observe meteorites in the sky, and I do observational experiments. I went, okay. We're starting off on the wrong terms here, but so that's when we went down the road of the scientific experiment, and then yeah.
I mean, I'm not against. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I'm not against coining new terms, neologisms. I'm not against that. I'm not against coining portmanteaus. But when he said observational experiment, that's just not justifiable.
Yeah,
these are very obviously distinct terms that mean distinct things.
Yeah, exactly. So and then he changed the definition of experiment. So he changed it to kind of just the only thing that you can confirm is observations, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a big part of the Glober's playbook. It's redefining terms.
Everything is observation and only observation. That was more to his point, I think, which is a bit strange.
Well, look at how they just take terms and redefine them. Observation science. I'm doing level is curved.
Well, he went as far as okay. Well, you can't measure the dip, the curvature because it's observation. You go, okay, well, we're going to measure it. And he goes, yeah, but you're observing that, so it's just an observation, and everything's observational, and everything's optical.
And they do this very frequently to the point that it is rather confusing and without justification. And it's a point that is worthy of note because we have to speak. We have to communicate. And if our communication is, of course, unintelligible, or, of course, if it is intelligible but not coherent, then we can't know anything and we can't argue.
Yeah.
And this is not recent. I mean, like, for instance, just the very categories, the most basic categories that they think themselves so knowledgeable in, such as science. What they call science now, they just redefined in the late 1800s from calling it natural philosophy or the study of the physics, which was the term that was used for centuries throughout the vast majority of the medieval era. But then someone in the late 1800s said, no, we want to separate with a thick black line the area of knowledge that we want. And we don't want to concern ourselves with philosophy, especially after the absurdity of humanistic rationalism after the so-called Renaissance era. So now we're just going to have this so-called science, and it's going to be distinct and not related to and not contingent upon these philosophical concerns that have been the concern of humanity for millennia. And so then they said, we're going to call it science, not natural philosophy, because we don't want any traces that what we're doing is really intimately related to philosophy. And we don't want to bother ourselves with the inconvenience of philosophical questions.
Yeah, well, it makes, and it makes any normal conversation difficult because you have to have a definition. And the word has to mean the same thing to have an argument or a discussion about it. And they change the word's meaning. So you've almost got to come to an agreement on a meaning before you can have a conversation. It's fucking weird.
So frequently, yes. You have to establish a stipulative definition, which is what logicians call it, and then continue from there. And because they redefine terms so frequently and not consistently, I mean, even if you redefine the terms, at least make it coherent and consistent, but they don't even do that. So now we repeatedly so frequently fall into a verbal dispute, which is also what logicians call it.
Yeah, dude, they'll flip-flop. Mass attracts mass. No, it's space-time gravity. No, actually, it's mass attracts mass.
No, actually, it's both. No, actually, it's neither.
Yeah, actually, it's both.
Yeah, both work perfectly. You know, they both work perfectly. You know.
Hilarious. Yeah, very well said.
And so with all that redefining and incoherent utilization of these terms, then you repeatedly fall into these category errors. So now because they have determined themselves to just, defy what is true, now their position necessitates talking about meta philosophy. Because they're so incoherent, down to the fundamental categories that they think they're so knowledgeable about, now you have to discuss metaphilosophy. You have to discuss the very nature of the subject, the very nature of the fundamental category, and then continue on to some particular.
I know, because it seems like they don't really understand what's going on, even all these years later. Yeah, man, and they do it with so many different topics. It's not just one or two. It's multiple things, several things. Oh, the horizon is optical. No, it's geometric. No, actually, it's both. Well, it's refractedly geometric and
geometrically optical.
Concretely abstract and abstractly concrete.
Right. It's just wild. Oh, there's 7 different horizons.
It's fictitiously real and really fictitious.
7 horizons, 70 genders. Where does it end?
Right. Yeah, we see a common thread.
Did anyone see Witsit's recent debate on modern day debate with that Australian PhD guy?
Yeah, I posted it before.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was funny, right? And I left the comment pretty much saying it's amazing that modern day debate have managed to find a globe believer who isn't confused about their gender. You've seen the last few, because the panel's always looking mental. But do you know what's funny with Witsit? Like, Witsit could keep it super basic and expose these guys for having no fundamental evidence or position to even argue for the globe, but he actually goes into their arena, which in this case I guess is cosmology or whatever this guy's talking about. Still destroys it, and the guy's there screaming and yelling and everything.
Yeah, he started swearing at him.
Yeah, he was going mental. I didn't even see the full thing, but he was spazzing out hard, and Witsit's just chilling.
The best one was the tsunamis. He's going, so Witsit goes, so why don't the tsunamis just wrap around Antarctica? And he goes, well, we have a difference in the difference between Antarctica, that continent, is because it has a really deep shelf that it sits on. Because of all the ice that's sitting on top of it, it compacts the shelf, and waves bounce off it instead of wrapping around it. And he goes, yeah, but what about above the shelf where the continent is? Why wouldn't the wave just keep going around it? Oh no, this one's different. One acts differently. Now, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, in it, he even inadvertently admitted that Witsit's position was correct, that it just reflects off it. Yeah. So he just destroyed his own point. It was just hilarious.
Timbo, is your accent Irish or Scottish?
Australian.
Australian.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm not even on the right, good Lord.
We were having a rock here.
Yeah.
Is it Irish or Scottish? Neither. Both.
It's refracted.
Technically, there's only one chance that it could be Australian, but there's at least 100 other chances that it could be another nationality. So chances are it's another nationality.
Wolfgang, what is your accent?
I'm from Scotland.
Okay, you are Scottish.
Oh, cool.
But that's only one possibility. Realistically, that's nearly a 0% chance because there's so many other options.
And obviously, my accent is Japanese.
Wait, Wolfgang, can I ask how old are you?
Early 30s.
Cool. I always thought, you have a lot of spunk.
Spunk. That means something else in England.
I assume I do. And nowadays, after everything that's happened, probably pretty valuable in a few years' time. That's going to be my retirement money. That was a bad joke. But yeah, funny stuff tonight. Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, I wonder who else will roll in here today. Andrew. I've only seen him in the chat. Seems like he's a smarty pants in the chat. So it was kind of interesting to hear him in the VC.
Yeah, we had some new guys in when I got up this morning, and I turned it on, and there wasn't many people in here apart from the 2 new guys, and they started talking about demons and stuff, and I thought, Oh fuck! I better jump in here because they started posting videos and images in the lobby about demons, and I was like, oh fuck! Is anyone else around?
Demons.
It's too early. It's Sunday, and it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. So I was like, oh, I haven't even had a coffee yet.
It's funny, for guys like Andrew, they sound more intellectual and sophisticated when they're speaking in the lobby, and you think, okay, this is a smarter guy. But actually here, that means there's a higher likelihood that this guy doesn't even know if he exists.
What are these types? Please let me get this out. What are these types that come onto the internet and they have this intonation where they sound like they're half asleep? They're articulate, they sound like they're half asleep, they barely ever raise their volume. What is it with these types?
I know exactly what you mean, Gregory.
Gregory, he likes you.
The brain in the jar only has one volume, sir.
Sasha.
He likes you. He wanted to speak only with you.
I know where this comes from, Gregory. This is because they were tone policed so much that this is part of their persona, and so they think they're winning because they're the ones that are calm and you're raising your voice.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe they're looking up to someone
That's
they
good.
envy somebody who does that. Like, oh, I want to be like that. But I think, Grace, you're probably
That's like another good one. Yeah. I'm seriously complimenting you. I did not think of these.
Maybe they got no personality.
Oh, they have personality, but
It is weird that you noticed that, Gregory, because I've seen.
You
I haven't
know,
really put my thumb on it, but I have noticed that as well.
I wasn't even trying to pay attention. I'm just trying to pay attention to the argument. Like, why do they keep talking like that?
I know,
And you can tell that you can, like you just said, you can tell that they think. They haven't said it, but all things considered, listening to them, you can detect that they think when they talk like that, they're the ones winning.
Yeah. I have a clip that might be relative to this point.
It's like they're all trying to be clinical psychologists or something.
Yeah.
Like that woman in Get Out.
So
I haven't seen the whole movie, but that woman that was, doing these hypnosis techniques on that poor dark-skinned man.
Oh, what movie's that?
Get Out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen
Like that.
The trailer looks pretty creepy.
Freaky people making these freaky movies. God bless y'all. Y'all have a good evening, good night, good morning.
Hey, Gregory.
All right, this is the clip.
See, this is a theoretical masturbation exercise for you, based in, you've made up your own universe to where you're moving all these variables around. But people like you, very intellectual people, tend to be very bad at the soft skills and interpersonal skills with real people. That's why you talk about all these variables.
So I just was listening to that, and I don't know why it just stood out to me that it sounded exactly like the Glovers, some of the Glovers that we talked to. Very intellectual. They come off like they just came from class, freaking.
I think I mentioned this the other day. Like, I deal with customers and stuff every day. I see these people that work in offices and have these kind of weird, like, manager positions. And my wife's a manager as well, but she's actually really normal. And we started talking about people that overutilize big words and put them in where they're not needed, and it actually makes them sound dumber.
Oh, I have a clip for that too.
But if you can explain something in simple, go. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I love it when people use these large words and they use it completely in the wrong context. It's the wrong word. It doesn't fit in the sentence, and they don't even know what the hell it means. Anyway.
All right, let me play a clip. Let me play a clip that's exactly what you're talking about. Here, right.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not!
God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Huh. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
See? That's exactly what it is.
that.
Just using random words, trying to sound smart. Yeah. Now you're just acting transcendent. It's like, what the dude, get out of here.
But
oh my God.
If you can explain something in like a normal everyday language, there's no need for those words that you can actually explain in maybe a couple of normal words.
Right.
Just in a everyday conversation, how you speak to people on the street and stuff. Like, you know, you don't need those. Like, they'll even explain it normal way and then add in the word on top of the explanation. You go, what are you doing? You didn't even need that word. I got it the first time.
Yeah.
It's just transcendent.
Yeah. Man. Well, it's like, they do think that they're smarter than us often, you know, but they don't really act it out. You know, if you had a child, you know, and they were asking you questions, you would do your best to explain it. You wouldn't be like, oh, well, I'm just too above you. Yeah. It's like, come on, dude. You can't put it into simple terms to help the kid understand. So, yeah. They don't really act coherent anyway. Consistent. They would do so much better if they actually studied us a little bit more. If they gave us the credit we deserved, you know, they came in with a little bit more respect. They'd probably do a better job. Honestly, they probably would do better. It's the guys that come in swinging haymakers from straight out of the gate.
No, it's funny you say that. He was actually typing out the conversations that we were having at the start. I said, "What are you doing?" he was repeating the question, and then I could hear typing.
Okay.
I said, you're writing an article or something. And then I asked him a question, and he repeated the question. I said, "No. Well, at least if you're getting an article, you need to write down properly what I said."
Oh, was he rephrasing what you were saying?
Yeah.
Lame.
I said, anyway, you're the dishonest one, so I don't really care.
It's like, I don't know what, I need a name for it. You know, because when I was growing up, I watched a lot of House, MD. I don't know if you guys ever watched Dr. House. Thought it was a cool show, but
but I know the show.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, his thing was he would diagnose people. You know, he's the guy that could diagnose you. You know, if no one could figure out what's wrong, you know, certain unique, you know, sickness somebody had, he could figure it out. And so I feel like that's a theme we could hone in on a little bit. These people we deal with have symptoms, and a lot of them. And you know, like I said, everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You know, and there's several. I probably could think of more, but that's something we could definitely make more. I think we need to get into more of this mockery. Start making fun of them for what they believe. So it's like,
come up with some syndromes that actually sound really good.
So I need to think of some more. But yeah, they're sick, right? They need diagnosing.
What's wrong with being in reality? Like, what is it? Is it because, like, then they don't have to, like, admit anything, or what is it? No, this is not real, or, you know, and then they're not accountable for anything.
It's like, well, you seem to be quiet and read the book. The book says that the Earth is spinning, and all. I feel like that's their attitude. They're just reading directly what the book says. Okay. Sorry, I had to rewind the stream just a little bit to remember the sickness I was thinking of. But Timbo, you said he couldn't even rephrase your question as you said it. That's the sickness. That's the sickness they have. They can't properly represent a flat Earth argument. Even Matthew, someone who comes along and pretends to be, the honest, guy, even he will misrepresent intentionally a flat Earther's argument. It's like that's one of their sicknesses, is they won't put forward an honest presentation of one of our arguments. I don't have a name for that. I need to come up with a name for that for that illness.
I can't remember what exactly it was, but the way that he rephrased it made my question sound stupid. And like I was making a claim. I said, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Rephrase it properly.
They're so desperate to, one, just to make you have a claim. We don't often have claims. They're thirsty for that claim. So they'll force one on you. Like that guy. It's like, no, I didn't say that. They always try to pawn off some sloppy idea that they came up with to you, and then have you defend that idea. It's like, no, dude, that's your idea. What the hell? Get out of here.
It doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's like, that's your idea, dude. that pisses me off. I'll never let anyone get away with that.
I think that guy that debates with it, he does the same thing. He said, well, we've come up with flat Earth models to model tsunamis and earthquakes. And Witsit goes, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
We made models and they don't work.
Well, we made you some flat Earth models and they don't work though. It's like, well, dude, you're my op. You're my opposition. We're not on the same team. So why would you be concocting positions for me that you don't believe in, you think are ridiculous, and then hand them off to me and say, here, you can have these, but they don't work? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so those debates, they're entertaining, but they're never going to be productive, right? And this is kind of what I say about the whole topic as a whole, right? If you're speaking to someone new, if you invite them to a debate, you're inviting them to disagree with you. And for most people now, they would rather say ridiculous things than admit to being wrong and lose a debate that they've agreed to get into. So, I mean, the premise of the debate itself about reality is pretty silly, because reality is reality.
Yeah.
So when I'm speaking to someone new, I never really try and frame it like, let's go and have a debate. Because if I tell a guy, let's go and debate, he is already incentivized to disagree with whatever I'm talking about. I mean, this should be a shared quest for truth and understanding of reality, So in reality, doing like a massive platform debate about flat Earth is never really going to convince the guy who's debating. But it's still useful for the audience to see, don't get me wrong. And I think that's a big thing that is kind of a paradigm shift that would be useful across the wider world. Because people have an aversion to being proven wrong, when in reality, they should be seeking being proven wrong. Because that way they learn, they get closer to truth. So everyone has the concept of being proven wrong in a negative light, but that's what we should all be seeking. I mean, that's how we all ended up here. So people should be chasing that. If you can prove me wrong, great. Now I know something, and I'm no longer burdened by this belief of something that wasn't true. I'm not wasting my time. So, yeah, that's what I'd have right.
Yeah, that's true. Because even you look at some of the comments that people wrote, and they said, I think it was Tony, which is the PhD. Tony PhD was way too high level for Witsit. Yeah, what? Did you just watch the same thing I watched?
Yeah, they'll say anything, no matter how insane or removed from what just actually happened, as long as it's their team.
Their
That's why
narrative.
it's kind of brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, Tony was hysterical. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. When he goes, he started swearing at him. I can't remember what it was, and I went, oh, here we go. Even the guy holding the debate just kind of turned his head and went, what the fuck was that? He goes, but his evidence was, the guy across the hall from me at work is a tsunami specialist. Therefore, I know everything about tsunamis.
Yeah. And he was also saying, what was he saying? He was like, oh, we tried the flat Earth models and they didn't work, so Earth must be. Like, oh, really? That's the argument. And do you know the other thing? He was saying when Witsit was presenting his citations and papers that were evidencing a claim that he was making in opposition to the other guy's claim, because he couldn't acknowledge that he'd been proven wrong by these citations, he started going into, and none of those papers say, and thus we conclude that the Earth is flat. Do they?
Yeah, that's right.
So it's like, he's trying to make it like, oh, well, if they're not saying in that paper that the Earth is flat, then even if you've just proven my point wrong, Earth isn't flat. It's like, this is remedial. This is childish.
Cherry picking.
As a PhD.
Yeah. He called it cherry picking. You're just cherry picking information from these papers that conclude the Earth is a globe. Yes, yeah, well, I'm using it as, what did he say? Something opposition, I can't remember.
Yeah, well, hostile witness.
Yeah, hostile witness, yeah. He goes, I'll send you the paper. Yeah, I'll send you the paper. And he goes, oh, here's the reference for it too. And he sent it to him and he goes, well, I've just read the summary conclusion and you're wrong. He goes, mate, I gave you the paper with the section that I'm reading from. And you go straight to the summary conclusion. I like the part where he goes, Witsit will claim that he knows more about geology, and he started reading off all these ologies.
Oh yeah, he started.
He knows more about
you're the best seismologist in the world. Yeah, you're the best scientist in the world. You're the best seismologist in the world. And Witsit's just sitting there like, didn't say that. Didn't say that.
Appeal to credentials.
And he's just rattling off like, well, Witsit, you just think you're the best and the best seismologist in the world. You're the smartest guy in the world. It's like, this is like listening to a 13-year-old try to have an argument. It's crazy. But yeah, I posted it in the FE Debates Best of Information channel if anyone hasn't seen it. It's just funny. Shout out, Witsit.
He's good. He looks good in those debates. He just sits there relaxed and, just kind of laughing.
That annoys me even more because this guy's sweating. He's looking from side to side. He's grabbing drinks from off camera and chugging away.
Yeah,
he was stressed.
It's that they've all got that same kind of behaviour as well. It's really kind of feminine, not to bag females, but for a male,
unhinged.
Not a good look, you know.
Yeah. Just unhinged, not logical, emotional. hysterical. Not very academic sounding.
And these guys are the ones who are writing our bloody